The Demon of Brownsville Road. After retiring from military intelligence, a 32-year-old man named Bob Cranmer moved into his dream mansion on Brownsville Road with his family. The mansion had 14 rooms, leaded glass windows, big white pillars, ornate woodwork, and a large yard. Hearing that its previous owners were selling it, Bob offered them a bid that they couldn't refuse. Thus, after finalizing the deal, Bob, his wife, and their 4 kids moved into their new mansion at 3406 Brownsville Road, Pennsylvania. This was on December of 1988. Right from the day the family moved in, they started feeling the strangeness of their new home. A strange beginning. According to what Bob writes in his autobiographical book, The Demon of Brownsville Road, his eldest son, named Bobby Jr., wandered away from his parents while moving in. After searching for him for quite some time, his parents found him crying with his mouth wide open and eyes squeezed shut. After hearing his cries, the first one to reach him was Mrs. McHenry, the mansion's previous owner. She immediately embraced him as if she had already expected it to happen. After letting him go, she told Bob and his wife Lisa that they had to keep track of their children in the house. Although it sounded creepy, the Cranmers discussed the incident attributed to Mrs. McHenry's words to her old personality and reluctance to leave a house that she and her husband had put so much work into. According to Bob, walking into the house for the first time felt like walking into the bowels of a large ship. The strangeness of the house was overwhelming for the family, but they were trying their best to live with it. The kids of the family started acting strange. They became extremely scared to be alone during the night. As a result, they would often sneak into their parents' bed by morning. Bobby, the eldest child, seemed to have developed a special dislike for his bed. He would often be found curled up inside his closet, sound asleep. His parents tried their best to make him sleep in the bed, but as their efforts were not really having any result, they put a small mattress in the closet for him to sleep. To help the family adapt better to their new house, Bob's mother suggested that they ask a priest to visit the house and bless it. Thus, Bob invited Victor. This was his mother's favorite priest. She did this to bless the house. The priest was able to walk through and bless all the rooms of the house except Bobby's bedroom. Bobby stood in the doorway of his room, and tears were pooling in his eyes. He refused to let the priest go in, and to avoid agitating the kid, the priest just blessed the outside of the room and left. Following this, the family learned to live with the strangeness of the house. Also, it appeared as if the family was hit with, good luck. Bob started earning well, and the family got a brand new car as well. In short, despite the strangeness in their new house, the family were enjoying good fortunes. Beginning of the paranormal. While Bob was digging his garden to plant flowers one day in their first spring after moving in, he found a metal box buried 6 inches into the ground. When he opened it, he found religious artifacts. That included a crucifix and rosary beads. Not knowing what it was, he called the previous owners to inquire. When Bob told them about this box on the call, their voice started to tremble with fear. They told him to put it in the back of the same place. Following this event, creepy things started to happen in the already creepy house. The initial paranormal events were benign, but annoying. Bob would often find the pull string of the light under the stairs messily tangled up on the nail near it. With the children not tall enough to reach the string, and Lisa firmly denying doing it, Bob couldn't come up with a rational explanation. The lights in the house, mainly the basement, they kept turning on by themselves. Bob would often find his work chair pulled out into the middle of the room to find the table and the chair be present facing the furnace. Even the children of the family complained of hearing knocks and footsteps outside of their rooms during the night, but Bob and Lisa put the blame on their imaginations, jokingly. They, however, started taking their claims seriously when they started complaining about a dark hooded figure that was stalking the corners, the hallways, and the doorways of the house. The creepy blue room. With the renovation of a part of the house commencing and Bob rarely staying at home because of his new career in politics, Lisa started sleeping in Bobby's bedroom, which was called the Blue Room by the family. After moving into this room, Lisa started having a mental breakdown. Her condition worsened so much that she was admitted to a psychiatric ward for 2 weeks. According to the family, this room is somehow connected to darkness. Following her institutionalization, the tempers of the family flared up. Adding to the fact that Bob was spending less time in the house, the relationship between the family members started to strain. Fights for petty things basically became inevitable. According to Bob, the Blue Room acted as a catalyst for the flaring tempers in the house. Bobby, who's used the Blue Room as sort of his bedroom for more than 6 years, reported seeing unsettling things in that room. He often saw a tall, dark, Grim Reaper-esque figure inside the room. It terrified him so much that he felt like it would one day surely kill him. One day, while he was all alone in the house, lying down on the bed in the Blue Room, the then 10-year-old Bobby started hearing a strange noise. The noise resembled the sound of bagpipes. It kept getting louder and louder, and suddenly the door to his room opened on its own, and a childlike figure without a face entered his room. After this figure reached the end of his bed, another really tall, dark, hooded figure appeared in the doorway. With its hand extending out outside of its robe, it ran towards him. Bobby pulled his blanket over his face in fear, but his blanket was forcefully ripped away from him. With his terrified, glaring eyes, he saw another glowing figure floating above him. It was faceless. He shut his eyes and started screaming in fear. Luckily, his mother soon returned, and all 3 figures disappeared. 2 priests intervene. By early 2004, the paranormal events in the house escalated so much that creepiness became a norm. Seeing dark figures and hearing strange sounds that included footsteps and knocks became normal. The family started sensing the odor of burning sulfur inside the house. These events paved way for 2 priests named Ed Moran and Michael Salvana, and after their investigation they concluded that the family were experiencing a demonic infestation. The first one to visit the family was F.R. That might mean Friar Beulah. The first one to visit the family was Friar Ed, who offered to conduct a mass in their house after listening to their story. After Friar Ed's mass in the house, the strangeness in the house escalated. The very next day after the mass, all the picture frames in the house were somehow moved. In the days that followed, the furniture in the house started moving on its own. The taps on the bath opened on their own, and clocks and watches stopped working. Electrical appliances broke inexplicably. Plugs were getting pulled out of their sockets, and the computers in the houses were malfunctioning. One day after the mass, while Bobby and his girlfriend were in their bedroom, a CD flew out of nowhere towards him. With Bobby ducking down in time, it slammed into the wall and broke into pieces. In short, the house was in paranormal mayhem. Soon, the second priest, Friar Michael, visited the house. Although not an out-and-out exorcist, he had built up a pretty good reputation for deliverance. By then, the paranormal entity in the house had become more aggressive. It appeared as if its only purpose was to break the family into pieces. The events in the house were pushing the family members away from each other, and instead of fighting it together, they were fighting amongst themselves. Bob and Lisa just came close to a divorce multiple times. They were fighting a war with themselves. Also, Bobby and Charlie, the couple's other son, tried killing themselves. Everyone who slept in the house started having terrible nightmares, and occasionally when they woke up they found long, deep scratches and bite marks on their body. Also, after Friar Michael's visit, the family started finding strange puddles of liquid that resembled blood on the floor and walls of the house, mostly red in color. It was also found on the metal threads of burnt-out bulbs, and at times, they were found like 9 feet up the wall and on the staircase. Bob, who thought that it was one of the family members doing it, couldn't rationalize it now. Nobody in the house was tall enough to reach that high. The liquid felt like amniotic fluid. According to Bob, it appeared as if the walls were bleeding. This, however, did not stop Friar Michael. He continued visiting the house and conducting masses for them. Introduction of a clairvoyant woman. After being suggested by one of Ron's political friends, another priest named Ron joined the paranormal party. Strangely, Friar Ron didn't visit the property, and he only instructed them what to do on the phone. Friar Ron sought the help of a Christian mystic named Connie Valenti. She was a clairvoyant, with the power to remotely view places. With her power, she tried to help the Cranmer family. Through Ron, she instructed Bob to cover a mirror in the house. She also asked Bob to walk through the house room by room while placing a small pinch of salt in every corner and doorway. While doing this, she asked him to authoritatively ask the evil entity in this house to leave. All the while, Friar Michael continued to do masses for the family, but the paranormal activity worsened. History behind the haunting. Through her visions, Connie saw two past happenings that she considered as the reason behind the paranormal events in the house. The first event was about a doctor who lived on the same street. The second was about a mother and her 3 children. Long before the Cranmers moved in, there was a doctor, a living doctor. He lived a few blocks away from the haunted mansion, and he had a bad reputation for performing illegal abortions. He was a rude man who was a drunk while performing procedures on his patients. Yikes. Also, he was extremely careless, never focused on sanitation. Double yikes. This led to the loss of lives and extreme bloodshed. To cover up his crimes, he rented a small room in the Cranmer's mansion. He made it his covert clinic. He stored the remains of terminations and the bodies of his dead patients in this room when nobody was around. He took these remains to the basement and burnt them in the furnace. The room he rented was none other than the Blue Room. Also, back in the 18th century, a woman with her 3 children was brutally murdered by the Native Americans in order to discourage continued pioneer settlement. Her husband, who had been away fighting in the Northwest Indian War, returned only to find the dead bodies of his family members. Buried them under the oak tree in the porch of the Cranmer's house, left the place. Thusly, according to Connie, the grave combined with the blood-soaked medical procedures that followed the manifested dark entity that fed on the pain and suffering of the innocent. And to add on, while the property was being built, one of the workers started developing a romantic attraction towards the original owner's wife. But when she rejected his advances, he cursed the family. Paranormal investigations. With the paranormal events in the house not reducing, Friar Roy decided to reach out to the church and ask them to send a trained exorcist. So, to get the needed verification, Bob reached out to a third party paranormal investigation group. It was led by a man named Adam. During their investigation, Adam had inexplicable claw marks appear on his forehead. They noticed the temperature changes inside the house and their technical equipment started to malfunction. The paranormal investigation group found a secret space in the middle of the house. The small L-shaped area was filled with black coal dust, and it had palm-sized amber stone, a complete skeleton of a bird, some of Bob's old Lego toys, and a crumpled piece of paper with creepy drawings on both sides. The atmosphere inside the space was heavy, and it emitted darkness. The exorcism. With the findings of the investigation, Friar Roy successfully persuaded the church to send the chief exorcist of the Archdiocese of New York named James. Thus, in September of 2005, Friar James, accompanied by a young priest named Friar Ben and Friar Michael, they started the exorcism ritual in Cranmer's mansion. For Bob, this exorcism was a disappointment. He expected a lot of paranormal action, just as he saw in movies, but nothing strange happened during the exorcism. But Friar James, however, told him that the exorcism was successful. He warned the family to expect echo events for a few months and then just left. Just as Friar James predicted, traces of the paranormal kept dwindling in the house, but they were merely benign. Finally, on the 24th of February 2006, the activity completely ceased. That was after Friar Michael held a mass in the basement of the house. During the mass, a black hazy outline of a figure appeared out of nowhere. The figure started moving toward the secret space in the house, and Bob and Friar Michael closely followed it. Michael raised his crucifix and started praying loudly to it to leave. The entity that was haunting the family and driving them to insanity melted into the floor and disappeared. Thus, after 17 long years, the family were finally out of the clutches of the demon that haunted them. Growing up haunted. I'm almost 35. But when I was 13, 2003, my family moved into a home that was built in the 50s. It's in a suburb just outside of Baltimore, Maryland. The house was definitely a fixer-upper, and over the years, my parents put in over $100,000 into additions, repairs, and beautification. This was from everywhere from landscaping to new rooms entirely, even to a wraparound deck. It ended up being a really nice house. It was kind of an envy of a lot of my friends. But when we first moved into it, it just had a sort of creepy old house vibe. We had heard from the neighbors that the couple that had lived in it previously were an elderly couple. While the man was very jovial, the wife wasn't. The husband died in the house. Because, of course, he did, but that would be later explaining some of the impish paranormal behavior. My brother and I were both immediately drawn to, but also sketched out by, the basement. It was a cliché unfinished basement. Dirty cement floors, scuffed cement walls, dank, musty, and only a couple of those janky hanging light bulbs. Like Uncle Rob and Aunt Georgette's house in Home Alone 2. The first few months we lived there, I avoided the basement for the most part. Just because I had no reason to be down there, and it was spooky. My brother and I had our own separate rooms next to each other on the second floor of the house. I've never in my life had any issues with sleepwalking. Never done it. Not as a child, not as an adult. But one night I woke and was immediately jarred awake by the sensation of cold cement under my feet. I opened my eyes and look up, and I'm standing in a basement. I'd walked from my bedroom on the second floor all the way down to the basement. I was just standing there, hightailed it back upstairs and tried my best to forget about it. A few months into living in the home, I took up playing drums and making music in the basement, so I spent more and more time down there, and I got pretty used to it. It became like a second home, essentially, especially once I started recording and having band practice down there with various bands that I joined. I had one of those Toshiba DVD players that would greet you with the text. This was across the front of the DVD player. "Welcome to Toshiba DVD Entertainment Center." So one night I'm lying in bed, and suddenly my DVD player turns on and that message comes across the screen. Didn't think much of it, but I kind of did at the same time. Sometime later, my brother and I were outside playing on a trampoline. I had prepared some coffee for myself, but not yet turned on the coffee pot to brew it. In fact, if I remember correctly, I hadn't even plugged it in yet, but I did put the coffee grounds in the filter and the water in the tank. When my brother and I came back inside from playing, the coffee was brewed. Our parents were out for the day, and it was like the little things like this that would happen every so often. Nothing crazy, nothing malicious. Because we were young and stupid, we did try to communicate with whatever we believed was in the house. But things would slowly change. Some of the instances got a little bit more dark, strange. In 2007, we held Thanksgiving at our house. Whole family was there. At this time, I had moved downstairs to the front master bedroom. In the house, there were 3 bedrooms upstairs, 2 smaller bedrooms and an upstairs master. And then downstairs there was a master bedroom on its own. We had a really big kitchen and my parents had the floors redone to be this heavy stone. Remember this for later. But the kitchen was very long and just big in general. I was outside getting some more sodas to bring inside from the back porch. When I came in, my aunt said, "Damn, you're fast." I asked what she was talking about, and she told me that she saw me walk into my bedroom like 5 seconds earlier. So she saw somebody that looked like me walk into my bedroom, which was across the other side of the kitchen and around the corner. Again, not too crazy, but weird. 2008 was the first time that something undeniably bizarre and most likely paranormal happened. Nobody can really deny this. So my brother's home and getting ready to go to a friend's house. At this point, I'm 18 and he's 14. His buddy lived up the street from us. He goes to my room and tells me that he's leaving for the evening and let our parents know that they're out. My door is cracked and the light's off. It's completely dark because it's maybe 7 or 8 at night in November. He gets no response from me. Figures I'm probably trying to scare him because we kind of used to do that all the time. So he turns to leave, and when he does, the door closes. He hears the lock turn. He jiggles the doorknob and the door's locked. He knocks again, and now he's kind of frustrated. And he once again tells me to knock it off, that he's leaving and to tell her mom where he is and when she gets home. He gets no response, so again he turns to walk away. He hears the lock turn again and the door opens on its own just a little bit. Just a crack. At this point, even though he's very sure it's me trying to scare him, he hurries out of the front door and is horrified to discover that my car is gone. I'm in another part of town watching a football game at a friend's house. So he takes off up the street to his friend's house and calls the police. I come home from the football game and I see police cars whizzing by me and they're headed to my house. They're kicking in doors and throwing open closets, checking every possible entrance. No sign of forced entry. And obviously there's nobody in the home. It was just an unexplained thing that happened. Throughout the years as we grew up and became young adults, we stayed together in the home. But there was a lot of turmoil. I began dating somebody and she moved in with me and my family. Ended up just being a lot of tension in the home, a lot of fighting, a lot of anger, a lot of negative energy. It got to a point where the house almost felt alive. It's like there was just this horrible energy. Sometimes my ex and I would sit in the car for an hour, just look at the house, dreading to go inside. In 2011, my brother joined the Marines, was sent overseas to Afghanistan. During this time, some things happened with the house where it went into like a default situation. Not super proud of it, but my family basically abandoned the house. But because the house was financed through Bank of America, they had this backlog of homes in the tens of thousands. So rather than swooping up and grabbing the foreclosed home, it sat for almost half a decade. In this time, I converted the house into a personal training studio and a music studio full on. I had parties there. It was a pretty good time, to be honest. But one day while doing a photo shoot for a record I made in the basement, myself and at least half a dozen other people were there in the basement just taking pictures and goofing around. That's when we all heard the sound of footsteps above us in the kitchen. Heavy, lumbering footsteps. We all fell silent. We're looking at each other as if to confirm that we're all hearing the same thing. So we all ran upstairs. There's nobody there. At that point, everybody said their goodbyes and left me in the house alone. Skip ahead a few more years. It's now 2014. My family's moved back into the foreclosed home. I know, real shiesty stuff. I was under the impression that they were paying for the house again and then just taking it back. So it was pretty cool to have everybody back together, although there was still some fighting. My brother had come back from Afghanistan, and upon returning, started having some weird things happening to him. He would wake up choking his girlfriend at the time. He'd wake up in the middle of the night ravenously hungry every night almost at the same exact time. He would just sit up in bed sometimes and get this evil, dark look on his face. My mom described it as pure evil. He would just act really strange and malicious. He would wake up bleeding, but with no cuts or discernible places the blood would be coming from. There would just be blood on his pillows and sheets. Got to the point where he ended up going to a medium. My brother never really believed in psychics or mediums, but he experienced all the stuff we experienced as kids, so he was curious. This medium told him that he most likely brought an entity back from the Middle East. Not a ghost, not a demon, just an entity. It had a feminine energy, but it wasn't female. I don't know if that makes any sense to anybody, but that's what was told to him. But the medium told him that it was very possessive and obsessed with him, latched onto him because of his negative energy. It fed off of his negative energy as he was a drinker. He always had a temper. So as the years went on, my family eventually moved out of that house. This was one more time, and I stayed behind. This was in the year of 2015, and in fact, it was my birthday. So on the night of my birthday, I was washing some dishes after making myself some dinner. And while at the sink, in that big kitchen with those stone floors, I heard the unmistakable sound of somebody's feet. Bare feet. They were marching across that kitchen and coming right up behind me fast. Not running, just walking with purpose. It was so visceral and so real. I remember hearing that sound all the time. And growing up as my mom would angrily walk across that kitchen floor frustrated with something. But the floors were stone. Because the kitchen was quite cavernous, things in the pantries would rattle and shake. You could really hear that stone thump, thump, thump. In a split second, I thought somebody had broken into the house, so I quickly turned around with whatever was in my hand at the time, and I was washing and I was ready to strike. The thing was there. Dropped what I was doing and left the house, and at the time, the family had left the 2 family cats with me. They were my companions during the 8 or so months I lived in that house alone. At the time, I was also sort of seeing somebody who was into spirituality and astrology and that kind of thing. I never really believed in any of it, didn't believe in mediums even though my brother had gotten the information he had received, but this evening and what followed kind of confirmed the reality of it. So I'm in the car, I'm on my Bluetooth. I'm just circling the neighborhood talking to the girl I was seeing about over the phone. She keeps telling me to hold on, so she can tap in or whatever she's doing. She never claimed to be a psychic, but she was sensitive to certain things. She'd also said long before any of this ever happened that she didn't like the energy in that house. But while we're on the phone, I keep circling the neighborhood, and every time I get close to the house, I get a sick feeling in my stomach. It feels evil, it feels malicious, and it feels like it wants to hurt me. In my fear and paranoia, I keep looking in my rearview mirror, waiting to see something in the back seat, something I don't want to see. She goes quiet for a good 20 seconds, and I just say, "It's in the car with me, isn't it?" And after a brief pause, she says, "Yeah, but it's also back at the house waiting for you. It can be in multiple places at once, and it knows that you know it's there and it's waiting for you." In retrospect, that is a chilling thing to tell somebody. But she tells me not to go back to the house, and if I do, to just gather the cats quickly and get out. At this time, I didn't really have anywhere to go. Couldn't go to any of my family members because a ghost or a goblin was scaring me, so she said the other option was to just stand my ground and hope for the best. She told me what words to say and how to say them, and she told me to sleep with the lights on and just keep my guard up and to be strong. And in the meantime, she would contact a friend of hers in Connecticut who was a medium. So I did that. Had a very long, sleepless night. The next evening, she comes over to tell me what her medium friend told her over the phone. Mind you, this medium friend of hers and I had only ever met one time, and it was in passing, just a quick hello and goodbye in another part of town. She's never been to my home, and she doesn't know the history of the home, and she didn't know me very well at the time, so... The girl and I was seeing told me that her medium friend said that the entity that was attached to my brother detached from him stayed in the house because it liked all the negative energy caused by all of our fighting and turmoil. This girl described the house I was living in without ever having set foot in it. She knew the layout, and she said that it was occupying that front master bedroom downstairs, my bedroom. That's where I used to sleep. She said that's where its energy builds all of it. An interesting fact is when my ex and I lived in that room, she would often get really bad headaches whenever we were in that room. Insert, "Not tonight, honey, I have a headache," joke here. But she said there was a lot of turmoil and fighting in that room specifically. She even knew about some of the sexual proclivities I had, like handcuffs and things like that. Crazy stuff. But she said that the entity was looking for a new host. Because I was the only one that was there, it was kind of looking for me. So the girl I was seeing at the time brought over some sage, saged the entire inside and outside of the house. We said some sort of prayer-like thing, and after that I never had any issues in that house again. I ended up living there for another 1.5 years before I moved away to another state, and eventually the bank came for the house once and for all. A demon house in Springfield, Louisiana. After living with her parents for a really long time because of financial issues, Janine and her husband AJ finally decided to move out of their house in Springfield, Louisiana. The couple set out on a search to find a house that they would be able to purchase with the money that they had saved. In their search, they found a house that met all their requirements. The house had a pretty much perfect floor plan, and it was located in Springfield as well. Also, since it was a foreclosed house, its price was much lower than its market value. The house, however, had one major downside. As it had remained closed for quite some time, the family had to do some work before they could move into it. But despite this one downside, the couple ended up buying the house. Also, AJ bought a camper van along with the house for the family to stay in during the renovation of their new house. Thus, in September of 2013, Janine, AJ, and their 2 sons, Hunter and Gage, moved to their new property without knowing that their dream house would turn out to be their worst nightmare. A benign beginning of the paranormal. A couple of days after moving in, AJ out of work, Janine decided to paint their new house. While she was painting one of the rooms while listening to her favorite song on the radio suddenly stopped playing. When Janine walked toward the radio to check what was wrong, she noticed that the radio was turned off. This confused Janine as to, why it turned off this radio. You had to push a button, but Janine was the only one in the house. She had not pushed this button, and although confused, she turned on the radio again, went back to paint only for the radio to turn off yet again. This completely freaked Janine out, and being a woman with heart issues who had a major reliance on medications, the fear almost killed her. Almost a month after they moved in, the couple decided to throw a birthday party in their house for Gage's birthday. And Janine's mother, Beverly, came to the house to help with the decorations. Realizing that she had forgotten to get soda cans for the party, Janine left for the store, leaving Beverly all alone in the house. As Beverly continued her decorating, she just started hearing faint sounds, as if somebody invisible was moving around her. Beverly didn't think too much about these sounds initially, but the moment she saw someone stand behind her in her peripheral, she fled out of the house in fear. When Janine returned, she saw her mother stand out in front of the house, and her body language indicated that she was extremely terrified. When Janine asked her what happened, she told her that somebody else was in the house with a worried face. Janine had not seen her mother that petrified before. She walked into the house to investigate, but she didn't find anything that justified her mother's claims. When she told AJ about this, he just blamed it on her mother's habit of watching too many horror movies. The first violent attack. One night when Janine was all alone in the house washing the dishes, she felt a breeze of cold air suddenly hitting her neck. The windows around her were completely shut, and she didn't understand from which the opening breeze came. Although the strangeness got on her nerves, she continued washing the dishes. A couple of minutes later, she felt something poke her hard. It caused her to drop the dish she was holding in her hand. When she turned around to see who it was, she found no one. This petrified Janine, and her heart started racing. As Janine stood near the washing basin trying to gather herself up, she felt somebody pull her hair very hard. There was no one around her. She immediately sprinted out of the house in fear, entered the camper van parked outside, and shut its door closed. It was then that she noticed that she had left her heart medication back in the house. With her heart racing and her consciousness slowly fading, she ran back into the house to take her medicines. Luckily, she was not confronted by anything while she was taking her meds. The moment she swallowed her pills, she rushed back to the camper van. When AJ returned, Janine told him what happened, but he thought that she was making it up as she was alone in a very large old house. It was pretty new for her. An invisible friend. A few days later, when Janine was folding clothes in her room, she heard Hunter talking to somebody in his room. That day, the only ones in the house were Janine, Gage, and Hunter. With Gage playing outside, Janine didn't understand to whom Hunter was speaking. Thus, to get an answer, she slowly tiptoed toward Hunter's room, asked him who he was talking to. Hunter was talking to an empty space until Janine, said he was talking to his friend. Saying this, he started staring back at the empty space and gestured as if he was listening to this quote-unquote friend. When Janine asked him what his friend told him, Hunter told his mom that the friend said that he would hurt Janine if Hunter didn't befriend him. Janine fell short of breath hearing this, but with her best efforts she controlled her fear and walked back to her room without letting her son know she was scared. AJ validates. With winter approaching, Janine called her father Jeff to help her. She needed help taking the winter clothes out of the attic. The moment Jeff entered the house, Janine told her about the strange things happening in the house, but her skeptical father didn't believe her. As Jeff walked back from the attic with her winter clothes, he noticed that the rosary on the door handle beside Janine was swaying like a pendulum. When he leaned in and took a closer look, the rosemary abruptly stopped. As Jeff stood there trying to come up with an explanation, he started hearing heavy stomping sounds come from the attic above him. Jeff initially thought it was his mind playing tricks on him, but when he saw the fear in the eyes of his daughter, he understood that it was not just him hearing the sound. The stomping caused pictures to fall off the walls and plaster fell off the ceiling like raindrops. Jeff snapped and shouted, "Show yourself!" In anger, caused the stomping to stop, and the house was filled with an eerie silence. The very next moment, Janine felt intense burning on her back. She felt as if something was burning her from the inside. Seeing his daughter point to her back while suffering in pain, Jeff slightly pulled up her shirt. As he kept pulling up, his face grew pale because of what he saw. He saw 3 deep claw marks on his daughter's back, causing her a lot of pain. Worried about her kids' safety, Janine sent them to stay with their grandparents for a couple of days. When AJ returned home, Janine showed him the scratch marks on her back, but he concluded that Janine must have brushed against nails while working in the house. This led to an argument between the couple. As they kept arguing, the door near AJ opened on its own and shut closed. This completely freaked him out and started believing his wife's claims. AJ and Janine decided that hanging religious relics around the house would stop the paranormal activity in it. Thus, AJ went around the house hanging crucifixes while Janine followed him with the open Bible in her hand. When AJ was hanging a crucifix on the kitchen door, Janine placed her Bible on the kitchen table and went to hold the ladder AJ was standing on. The moment AJ got down from the ladder after hanging the crucifix, the kitchen lights went out, and he started hearing a cackling sound behind him. When he turned to see what was causing the sound, he saw Janine's open Bible vibrate on the kitchen table. Then vibration kept getting stronger with every passing second. Within a minute, the Bible levitated above the table and closed. Hearing the Bible slam, the couple rushed out of the house in horror. The couple started staying in their camper van after this incident, feared getting back into the house. She will die. A couple of days later, the boys back from their grandparents' house. Janine decided to put a cassette recorder on the kitchen table with the hopes of picking something useful. Thus, after locking her boys inside the camper van, Janine mustered all of her courage, ran into the house, placed the recorder on the kitchen table, and rushed back out. Almost half an hour later, she ran back into the house and retrieved the recorder. The recorder was silent for quite some time, but a low demonic growl followed this silence. All of a sudden, she heard this demonic voice say, "She will die." Janine finally understood what the dark entity in her house wanted. It wanted her life. A huge pentagram on the floor. A week after this incident, one afternoon Janine was hanging the washed clothes on a clothesline. Her sons were playing on the porch. Noticing that the voice of her son was slowly moving away from her, Janine turned toward the porch to see what they were doing. Seeing her sons run into the house, she started shouting at them, asking them to stop. They just wouldn't listen. Although scared to get back into the house, she just went in looking for her sons. Their voice led her into one of the upstairs bedrooms. When she entered the bedroom, she found no one. Before she could leave the room, she felt something invisible hold her firmly in place. This invisible entity lifted her off the floor, threw her back to the floor, face first, pinned her down. Janine felt as if something extremely heavy was lying down on her with her hands holding hers. It was making it hard for her to breathe. The demonic voice whispered, "Look under," in Janine's ears. With a lot of effort, she ripped a corner of the carpet under her and tore it off. The moment she did it, the entity pinning her down released her. When Janine got back on her feet and looked at what was under the carpet, she ran out of the house as she felt something dark take control of her. When she finally exited the house, she saw AJ and the boys near the camper van. She ran towards AJ and asked him to go to the bedroom upstairs and take a look. AJ calmed her down, gave her heart medications, and walked her to the bedroom didn't walk her, but he walked to the bedroom that his wife told him to. He noticed that a piece of the carpet was torn off and the bare wooden flooring that was left behind had satanic symbols carved into it. He immediately tore the rest of the carpet, and underneath it was a large pentagram with satanic symbols encircling it. It appeared as if somebody had summoned a demon into this bedroom. AJ immediately ran out of the house and called the local minister, asking him for help. The possession. The minister was able to sense the evil in the house the moment he arrived. With AJ and Janine accompanying him, the minister went around the house reciting the verses in the Bible and sprinkling holy water. As he was cleansing the house, Janine started to feel sick. Her heart started to race. AJ took her aside and made her sit down on a chair and went back to help the minister. Janine felt her chest tighten up and she started failing short of breath. Janine felt darkness slowly take control of her. She eventually backed out. About an hour later, after the minister finished the cleansing, AJ checked on Janine. She looked completely worn out. AJ decided to take her to her parents' house. He helped her get into a car and started driving. And on their way, AJ asked Janine how she was doing. She would just not even reply. This made AJ mad. He asked her the same question authoritatively. The moment he finished asking it, Janine swiftly lifted her head and started looking dead at him. AJ saw her eyes turn black. With a deep demonic voice, she said, "I'm fine." AJ understood that his wife was possessed. He started driving as fast as he could. The Exorcism. Janine's parents were waiting at the doorstep for them to arrive. The moment they reached their house, Janine was taken inside, and the minister was called. Jeff noticed that despite her body being really cold, her pulse seemed to be fine. When Beverly asked her what was wrong, Janine's eyes turned black yet again. And just like before, she said, "I'm fine," in a demonic voice. The family decided to read Bible verses until the minister's arrival. And while they read the verses, Janine suddenly came back to her senses and told the family that a demon was inside her. When the minister finally arrived, he immediately noticed that the demon was indeed inside Janine herself. With AJ and Jeff holding her down, the minister started performing an exorcism. Janine started shaking violently. Her eyes turned black again. She started making demonic growls. The minister putting a cross on her head with holy oil and her family members calling out her name. Janine's eyes slowly became normal again. She came back to her senses. Janine was finally free of the demon. The couple ended up moving out of the house with their sons in January of 2014. That's not something you'd like to find underneath your old carpet. Haunted by a murder victim. Marie Spanhik. One day, Heidi Herrera was waiting at her doorstep in Chico, California. She was waiting with excitement to meet her best friend Jodie Foster and her 4-year-old daughter Hannah. Jodie was a single mother who was moving to Chico from Montana due to her financial and personal problems. Leaving Hannah and Heidi's house, Jodie started to search for an apartment that would fit into her budget. In her search, Jodie stumbled upon Walnut Gardens, an inviting apartment building that was present in the perfect neighborhood to raise her daughter. However, the only available apartment in the building was present on the first floor, and its balcony made Jodie extremely anxious. There was a possibility of her daughter falling off of it. Despite her fear, she decided to take the apartment because of 2 reasons. The first reason was that she couldn't find another apartment in her budget. The second reason was that the building manager promised to give them an apartment on the ground floor as soon as it became available. Beginning of sequential nightmares. The first day at the apartment was hectic for Jodie. She had to arrange and organize her things inside it. Thus, Jodie and her daughter dozed off earlier than usual. That night, Jodie had a dream in which she saw a young couple dressed up in the clothes from like 1970s walking around their locality. It was as if they were hunting someone. Jodie constantly kept seeing a weird H symbol in this dream. The couple walked until they reached directly under the balcony of her new apartment, and stared at Hannah with evil intent. The moment Jodie saw them calling Hannah toward them, she woke up from her dream painting, and the time was exactly 3:37 a.m. The dream seemed to be too vivid, and she immediately called Heidi. Heidi convinced her that she was making it up and asked her to go back to sleep. The next night, Jodie had a similar dream, but this time the young couple were walking down the hallway towards her apartment. Jodie shut the door of her apartment, but they suddenly appeared inside her apartment and tried to abduct her daughter Hannah. As Jodie started screaming at them to stop, she saw Hannah turn into a young woman whom she hadn't seen before. Jodie woke up once in a panic. The time was 3:37 a.m. Shifting to another apartment. The next day, the building manager told Jodie that a ground floor apartment was open for her to move in. Jodie was relieved hearing this and moving into the apartment without a second's thought. As the apartment was extremely dirty, Jody and Heidi decided to clean it before moving Jody's things. While cleaning, Heidi felt an eerie presence inside the apartment. It felt as if somebody invisible was stalking them. Also, Heidi felt extremely cold inside the apartment. Despite the strangeness, she decided not to say anything about it to Jody, as she didn't want to scare her friend. After moving to the apartment, Jody and her daughter started seeing strange things. Jody would find her keys go missing from the key hanger, only to reappear in the middle of her bed. Also, Hannah started seeing a young woman in front of her. Being a 4-year-old kid, she thought it was her mother's friend. That was until she saw a gash on the neck of this young woman. Little did the kid know that the woman she was seeing at the same woman her mom was seeing in her dreams. Eventually, Jody's dreams resumed. Sequential nightmares resume. One night while sleeping in her new apartment, the young couple appeared again in Jody's dream, and this time they were driving a blue car. Jody saw this couple drive up to the young woman she had seen before. He offered her a drive. The couple drove the car into the locality of Jody's apartment and dropped the woman in Jody's apartment building. While the woman was about to go inside, the man asked her if he could use the restroom in her apartment. Jody was shouting in her dream, asking her not to allow him. She wasn't able to hear Jody. Jody immediately woke up from her dream in fear, and the time was 3:37 a.m. yet again. From this night onwards, Jody started trying her best not to sleep, but even her best efforts couldn't stop her from falling asleep. Later one night, Jody saw a man pour some liquid into a piece of cloth, cover this woman's nose and mouth with it until she fell unconscious. The couple then made her look like a drunk college student to avoid suspicion, took her into their car and drove away. Throughout the dream, Jody kept shouting for help, but no one was able to hear her. Eventually, Jody woke up from her dream, and the time, similar to the previous instances, the time was 3:37 a.m. Jody noticed that her dreams were in a sequence, and despite her best efforts, they never stopped. In her next dream, Jody saw the young woman wake up in the back of the car with tied wrists. She started screaming for help. Hearing her scream, the man stopped the car and grabbed a grilled metal helmet. He locked her head in it. The woman looked so scared that her eyes appeared to be in the personification of fear. The couple dragged her into their brick basement and shackled her, already tied wrists to chains over her head, thus putting her in a defenseless position. Jody saw the couple slowly strip off her clothes with force, and the man started forcefully kissing her. The woman put her lipstick on, walked toward the tied woman, and started biting her as she squealed in pain. The kisses slowly turned into sexual abuse. Not being able to witness the torture she was going through, Jody woke up from her dream. The time was 3:37 a.m. Nightmares accompanied by paranormal events. The next night, Jody dreamt about the woman again, and this time she saw her screaming inside a bathroom as a couple held her tight. As the woman pleaded with the couple, asking them to not harm her, the man pulled her head back and cut open her throat with a knife. She was bleeding to death. The woman looked directly at Jody's eyes through the mirror and told her, "Help me." Jody immediately woke up, and just as always, the time's 3:37 a.m. But when she woke up this time, she saw the blinds of the window in her room aggressively go up and down sporadically, and the lights in the apartment started to flicker. The lights kept flickering until they burst and shattered. At this point, Jody started feeling as if she was making things up, and she decided that, she had to have a companion in this house. These strange things would stop, maybe. Thus, she asked a family friend named Misty to babysit her daughter. Misty was an extremely warm person, but she couldn't speak. She had to wait at the doorstep for a brief period of time, for Jody and her daughter weren't in the apartment. The moment Misty stepped into the house after Jody returned, she had a strange feeling of being watched by something invisible. Within a few seconds, they heard Hannah's favorite Ernie doll repeat, "I feel great," in its programmed voice. Jody asked her daughter and Misty to step back and walk toward the bedroom following this sound. When she entered the bedroom, she found the Ernie doll on the top of the pile of things, and it had a noose around its neck. This sight terrified Jody. Gathering Misty and Hannah, she rushed out of the apartment. After coming out, Jody called the police asking them for help. But when she told them about the doll, they just ridiculed her and cut the call. With no other option available, they decided to go back into the house and sleep. Thus, after setting the alarm for 5:30, the trio went to bed. Jody woke up in the middle of the night as she felt the apartment shake. The lights started flickering. Things were being thrown around on their own. And to add to the creepiness of the situation, Hannah's Ernie doll started repeating, "I feel great." Overwhelmed by that eeriness, the trio ran out of the house, and Jody was caught off guard when she saw the time on the clock on the hallway wall. The time was 3:37 a.m. Another change of apartment. After Jody complained to the building manager about the strangeness in the apartment, she offered her an apartment in a different building downtown. However, there was one condition. She was asked to not talk about the haunted apartment. Jody immediately agreed and moved out of her apartment in Walnut Grove. After leaving the apartment, Jody's life changed for the good. She found herself a good job and also a good partner named Joel Wiley. She was starting to become financially stable again, and her nightmares stopped as well. Thus, Jody was finally moving on from the traumatic things she experienced in a haunted apartment. However, this did not last long as her daughter Hannah started seeing the young woman yet again. She started drawing pictures of this woman, and in one of these pictures, she perfectly portrayed the couple abusing the woman after tying her wrists over her head. After seeing the drawings, Jody understood that the spirit from the haunted apartment had followed her. Identity of the woman in Jody's nightmares. After giving a deep thought, Jody told Joel about the things that were happening, and to her surprise, Joel actually believed her. Also, he encouraged Jody to investigate more about the woman. Thus, Joel and Jody started searching for details about this strange woman in Jody's dreams. And after the couple spent multiple hours in the library, they found an article about a young woman named Marie Spanhake. They went missing in 1976. The address mentioned in the flyer of Marie was the address of Jody's old apartment. As they kept reading, they found a photo of Marie, and looking at this photo, Jody was dumbstruck as Marie was the woman she was seeing in her nightmares. Following this discovery, Jody's dreams about Marie returned. The discovery. Eventually, Jody reached out to a local crime journalist named Roger, shared with him the events that she'd been seeing in her dreams about Marie. After listening to her story, Roger told her about a similar case where a couple named Cameron and Janice kidnapped a young woman named Colleen in Red Bluff. The couple imprisoned her into a coffin underneath their bed, used her to attain sexual gratification. Ew. Colleen had endured the abuse for 7 long years before getting rescued by the police. When Roger showed Jody the photo of Cameron and Janice, she confirmed that they were the couple she was seeing in her nightmares. Also, Jody got to know that Janice had testified against her husband, during which she mentioned abducting and killing another woman a year before they abducted Colleen, and her name was Marie Spanhake. Marie's body, however, was never found. On Joel's suggestion, Jody called the police to tell them about the details that she knew about Marie's disappearance. The detective on the call was surprised by Jody's call, as they were about to work on Marie's case that day. After interviewing her for multiple hours, the police were stunned by the details that she had on the case, but because of the lack of strong evidence, they couldn't do much with the information. Validation of Jody's claims about her nightmares. Seeking validation, Jody reached out to a local investigative reporter named Meredith. The told her about the details that she knew about Marie's disappearance. Although skeptical, Meredith agreed to investigate the case. To confirm that Jody's claims were true, she had to find one detail shared by Jody that was not released to the public by the police. Thus, with the permission of the police, she started checking Janice's interrogation tape from the Chico Police's missing peoples files. In her statement, Janice revealed how her husband killed Marie. According to Janice, as Marie kept shouting while they abused her, Cameron decided to cut her vocal cords to stop her screams. Thus, he pulled back her head and started cutting her neck with a knife. But this caused profuse bleeding and Marie died. The detail about how Marie was killed was not shared with the public by the police. Hence, Meredith understood that Jody's claims were indeed true. After this, Jody stopped getting dreams about Marie, and the paranormal events that occurred in her house stopped. Brutal. Sorry if that was too much for anybody. I did not know. Brutal. A demon in the house. After securing a job that offered a great salary, a war veteran named Gary Hodges had moved to Lawton, Oklahoma along with his family. Since they hadn't spent much time with Gary the past few years because of him being in the military, Gary's brothers Kevin and Wesley were excited about this. They'd be able to live with their brothers yet again. Thus, in 2009, Gary started to search for a house that would be big enough for his family, which was made up of Gary himself, his girlfriend Heather, Heather's daughter Caitlin, Kevin, Wesley, and Wesley's girlfriend Sabrina. In his search, he found a house with enough space for his family, which was present in the middle of a picture-perfect neighborhood. When he reached the doorstep of this house, he was greeted by its previous tenant who had cut his lease period short. When Gary asked him why he was suddenly breaking his lease, his hands started to tremble. He started beating around the bush. The man told Gary that he felt that he had spent enough time in the house, that it was the reason behind him breaking the lease period. Gary, who had spent more than 2 years in a war zone before, understood that man was lying at the very moment. But the size of the house and the cost of its lease were too inviting for him. Thus, he decided to take a look around the house before making a decision. When Gary asked the previous tenant if he could walk around the house, he immediately agreed. Still, when Gary entered the house, he noticed that the previous tenant was too hesitant to accompany him. In fact, he never entered the house. Thus, Gary entered the house all alone. The moment he stepped into the house, he started feeling a strange sense of oddity inside it. As he walked through the house, he noticed that all the lights in the house, including the lights in the closet, were turned on. This was really strange, as it was just afternoon and the house was well lit by the sunlight coming from outside. Despite the strangeness, Gary decided to leave this house. When he told the previous tenant about this, he immediately took 2 trash bags filled with his belongings, drove away from the house. It appeared as if he fled from the house. But this didn't change Gary's decision, and the family ended up moving into there. The first night of creepiness. 2 weeks after moving in, while the family, excluding Caitlin, was sitting in the hall watching TV one night, they heard the sound of heavy marching footsteps coming from the floor above them. Gary, being the eldest member, decided to go upstairs, check what was causing this sound. He initially thought it was Caitlin, who was walking around, but when he checked her room, he found her sound asleep. The sound, which had stopped by then, resumed all of a sudden, but now it seemed to be coming from his bedroom. Gary thought he had an intruder, burst into the room only to find no one inside. Not being able to come up with a logical explanation, Gary concluded that he was making things up. Later that night, while Gary and Heather were getting ready to sleep in their bedroom, Heather got into bed after turning off the lights in the room and the closet. Seconds later, she noticed that the closet light was turned on again. When she told Gary about it, he told her that she might have forgotten to turn off the closet light. Although Heather was pretty sure about turning the closet light, she got out of bed, turned it off again before going to sleep. Gary woke up in the middle of that night with the feeling of being watched. When he opened his eyes, he saw the closet door was open and the light was turned on. He immediately woke Heather up and showed it to her, hoping to get a rational explanation. But even she couldn't come up with one. Gary concluded that his brother was playing a prank on him, confronted them the next day. His brothers told him that they weren't behind the event of the previous night and suggested that it could just be a faulty wire line. Gary didn't believe them, stormed out of the place. A strange shadow inside the closet. A couple of nights later, Gary woke up in the middle of the night as he felt Heather's side of the bed slowly pressed down. As if somebody was sitting on it. Coincidentally, Heather felt it as well. The couple jumped off their bed, turned on the lights, but found no one else in the room. Gary thought that his brothers were playing a prank on them and bolted out of the room to confront them. But he found them sound asleep in their bedrooms. He returned back to his room completely confused and sat up in the bed with Heather, trying to come up with a logical explanation. As the couple was trying to rationalize what had just happened, they saw the light in the closet turn on its own. And through its grilled door, they saw a huge shadow move around the closet. Gary slowly walked toward the closet, opened its doors only to find no one inside. The couple understood that something was wrong with the room. They decided to sleep in the hall that night. While they were almost asleep after sitting down on the couch, they heard glass shatter on the hallway floor. When they walked toward the hallway to investigate, they found a drinking glass shattered on the floor, with the nearest table present multiple feet away. It appeared as if the glass flew from the table and hit the floor. These events made Gary believe that something paranormal was happening in the house. Gary became grumpy after that night because of his lack of sleep. His brothers felt as if he was just being overreactive. This led to a heated argument in the dining room one night, and during the argument, the family saw glass fly off a table in the kitchen and shatter on the floor. Seeing this happen right in front of their eyes, Kevin and Wesley started believing their brother's claims. Although the family wanted to move out of the house at once, they couldn't do it because of lack of finances. Zozo. A couple of days later, while the family were sitting in the hall watching TV, I guess they just heard this thumping footstep on the floor above them. Although creeped out, they decided to go upstairs together, check out what it was. But despite completely checking the first floor, they found no one. Making sure the first floor was empty, they walked back to the hall. The moment they got back to the ground floor, they noticed that all the cabinets and drawers were open. Whatever that had opened them opened the refrigerator and the oven in the kitchen as well. That night, while Gary was taking a shower, he heard loud thumping footsteps on the ceiling above him. Hearing these footsteps, Heather rushed into the bathroom to make sure her husband was safe. But the moment she stepped in, Gary felt an extreme burning sensation. 3 deep claw marks just slowly appeared in his back. The couple rushed out of the washroom in fear, and the footsteps stopped. The very same night, while trying to sleep, Kevin heard somebody climb on the stairs, walk up to the door of his room. Once the footsteps reached his door, they abruptly stopped. Kevin got down from his bed and opened his door, anticipating one of the family members to be there. There was no one outside the door. Kevin thought he was just making it up and went back to his bed to sleep. Moments later, he heard eerie dragging sounds around him. When he opened his eyes to investigate, he saw a demonic figure crawl toward him. Kevin shouted in fear, and the demonic figure magically just disappeared. He immediately ran downstairs toward Gary and started crying in fear. Seeing the terror on Nelson's face, Gary and Wesley decided to investigate his room. Thus, grabbing a knife, they walked into Nelson's room, but except the flickering lights, they found nothing. Gary grabbed a couple of pillows and a blanket for his brother and started walking back to the hall. On his way back, he heard footsteps in Caitlin's room. He broke into the room. Just as always, Gary was finding nothing inside. While he was about to walk out, he heard a tapping sound coming from the covered window. When he slowly pulled off the curtain to see who was tapping, he noticed the word Zozo on the window. It was present on the outside of the window pane. A Ouija board seance, or Ouija, Gary searched the internet, and he discovered the word Zozo. Zozo is a demon that has a reputation for bringing bad intentions, bad luck, death, suicide, and much more. The Zozo demon is mainly associated with Ouija boards. After getting to know these details, Gary and his brothers decided to make their own Ouija board and communicate with the demon haunting them. Using a shot glass as a planchette, the family started the seance. When Gary asked, "Is anybody there?" they didn't get any answer. But a couple of minutes later, the family felt a breeze hit them, and the shot glass moved to yes, then to no, then back to yes. The cycle continued, and the shot glass moved back and forth until Sabrina asked, "What is your name?" The moment she finished her question, the shot glass moved to the letter Z, then to the letter O, and back to the letter Z, continuously, just spelling zo, 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 zo multiple times. Knowing that they were communicating with the demon in their house, Gary asked, "What do you want?" The very next moment, the shot glass moved around the board, spelling out, "Kill Gary." As the family looked at each other in shock, they started hearing thumping footsteps on the floor above them. The shot glass they were using as the planchette flew off the board and fell on the floor, thus shattering into pieces. The chairs around them started turning over, and Heather, feeling that she had seen enough, lifted her handmade board off the table. The moment she did it, the paranormal events around them stopped. The family ended up burning the board in fear. The final encounter. After the seance, the family didn't really notice anything paranormal for about a week. Their happiness slowly returned, but this did not last long. One day, all of a sudden, the family heard loud footsteps coming from the floors above them. The brothers decided to walk upstairs and check what was causing the sound. As they walked upstairs, they noticed that the sound was coming from Gary's bedroom, and thus, they walked towards his room. The door of the room was slightly open. They cautiously peeked through the opening. What they saw completely freaked them out. They saw a huge demonic figure with a bull-like head aggressively walk around the room. The demonic figure suddenly stopped, slowly turned its head toward the peeking brothers, and started running toward them. Completely petrified, the brothers ran downstairs to save themselves. Gary's fright slowly turned into rage, and he ended up confronting the demon. He shouted, "I'm not scared of you. Come now if you can." After hearing this, the demon slowly descended the staircase. As the footsteps slowly approached them, the door around the family started shutting and close. The family found themselves locked in the hall. When the demon finally descended into the hall, Gary shouted, "Get out of here!" Hearing this, the demon looked dead at the family, gave a deafening growl. The growl was so loud that the glass objects around them shattered. These shattered pieces of glass slowly gathered into one shimmering cloud that was floating in midair. The shattered pieces suddenly flew toward the family. Luckily, the family were able to duck down in time and they weren't hurt. They gathered themselves up and looked for the demon, but it had already disappeared. The family ended up moving out of this house shortly after this event. Yeah, a minotaur would probably make me move. Probably. Maybe not. Story. There is a building nestled in the heart of Lakewood, Colorado. It's an unassuming little apartment building originally built in 1922. Its initial purpose is unknown. In 1960, the building was renovated and exists as an 8-unit apartment building today. Seeking answers for the story to follow, I conducted some research to see if I could learn more about the building and properly what it sits on. The earliest mention of this building comes from a marriage license record in the Colorado Transcript dated December 24, 1953. The article was a wedding announcement for Stanley P. Riley and Roberta A. Reynolds, who resided at 1690 Swadley Street, the address of the apartments. Fast forward to 1991. A man named Czeslaw Jaros. He acquired 50% ownership of the building. However, in 2008, Jaros was murdered in Florida. His brother took over his assets, including the apartment building. Over the years, the titles changed hands several times, with no notable significance. That was all I could find. Personal encounters at the beginning. My first encounter with 1690 Swadley Street was in 2013 while attending Red Rocks Community College. I frequently studied with a classmate who would sometimes house-sit his uncle's apartment. We had an upcoming test, so agreed to meet at the apartment to study one night. I arrived to find a small, older stucco apartment building with a dirt parking lot. The building was next to the VA hall and the bar, nestled in a quiet residential neighborhood. The unit my friend and I were meeting in was on the east side of the building, ground level. The inside of the apartment struck me as odd, due to the bizarre layout. The front door entered into a small living area that opened directly into the bedroom area, which you had to walk through to get to the kitchen and the restroom. As we studied in the living room, my friend pointed to the bedroom, told me his uncle would sometimes wake up to see a tall figure, darker than any other shadow, with a white collar in the corner of the bedroom. My friend said that he had seen it too, and for the rest of the evening my eyes kept finding their way to that corner of the room, which gave me the creeps. Living at Swadley Street first day. About a year after that night, I was looking for a place to live. Lo and behold, I found a cheap unit, $600 a month, which was amazing. It was in the same building, and this unit was on the second floor, west side of the building. The space was bright and far less oddly configured than homeboy's uncle's unit, so I moved in. On my first night I dreamed of animals, dogs, cats, rabbits entering under the door, accompanied by a woman standing in the bedroom doorway. The dream was so vivid and the feeling from the dream lingered after I woke up. It was a strange dream, but also comforting. I attributed the bizarre dream to first night jitters. The building is only 2 stories tall, so my unit was the top floor, with the exception of the attic. The attic could only be accessed through a door in the middle of the upstairs hall inside the building. The door to the attic was always locked, and if you peeked through a slot on the door, sort of like a mail slot that we dropped rent checks, you would see stairs covered in dust and cobwebs, clearly never used. Regardless, I frequently heard footsteps, what sounded like pacing coming from the attic, day and night. Sometimes when I heard it, I would go out into the hall and check if the door was open or if the light was on up there. The door was always locked, no sign of entry, and in addition to the disembodied footsteps above, I had a different kind of footstep visiting me in my room. Sometimes throughout the night and early morning, when I was half asleep, I would feel the sensation of a cat jumping onto my bed and walking over my body. I had no pets at the time, however, did have cats growing up, so I know how they feel, their weight, and how they sound when they jump onto something. The sensation would always dissipate when I woke up. Despite these oddities, I really enjoyed living there. Never felt creeped out or unsafe. I was sad to leave a year later when I chose to move into a house with some roommates. Return to Swadley Street, second stay. 5 years later, tired of roommates, I was once again looking for a place to live. I my volume cut out. In my search, I stumbled upon another available unit, 1690 Swatley Street. This time I moved into the unit across the hall from the unit I lived in before. The first night a girlfriend of mine stayed over. In the morning when we woke up, she told me she had a strange dream. She described a woman surrounded by animals in my apartment, standing in the hall between the living room where we slept and the kitchen, exactly like my dream from years before. Similarly, the strange occurrences resumed. Footsteps in the attic, ghost cats on my bed. And one morning, I was half asleep when I felt what seemed like a cat nestled into my side, then walking onto my chest and doing a kneading motion. Still not waking up the cat, it jumped, caused my hand to hit my face and my eyes opened. Now awake, I looked around. Nothing was in my bed, or even in my room, and I always sleep with the door closed. I looked at the clock and realized that I was almost late for work. I'd recently started a new job, so I was grateful. The abrupt wake-up. Thanks, Ghost Cat, I think. That's when I began to wonder more about the footsteps and the ghost cats, recalling the shadow priest in the bedroom of the lower level unit on the east side of the building. I actually began looking ghost cats up on the internet, started learning about things that disguise themselves as cats. I quickly decided that ignorance is bliss, deleted my browser history. Several months later, I was moving out again. While I was looking up my car, there was a woman just sort of sitting in a grassy area on the east side of the building smoking a cigarette. She called me over to chat. She was the current tenant of that first floor unit my friend's uncle occupied. We made small talk for a while before she leaned in and lowered her voice to a whisper. "I think this building is haunted," she said. Going on to say that some nights she would wake up and see a tall, shadowy figure with a white collar in the corner of her room, just as my friend and his uncle had described back in 2013. So that was wild. I absolutely feel like there's a presence in that building, though I never felt unsafe. Actually, quite the opposite. I was very comfortable there. That place seemed to provide me things when I needed them when I lived there, and both times I was going through difficult times in my life. And my apartments in that building, they offered me like a safe place to heal. So I thought the saga was over. I was married now to my wonderful best friend, and we have 2 adorable little chaos creatures. We just bought our first home. No more running away in the apartment for me, but then I was thinking about the old apartments one night. I typed the story out and posted it on Reddit, hoping to learn more about the building, and recently I got a response. A girl responded saying that she's currently living in one of the units I used to live in. She said that one night she was talking to another tenant of the building. The tenant mentioned having discomfort with the corner of their unit, so they leave their light on all night. Together they wondered about the history of the building. The girl living in my other unit, my old unit, started doing some research and found my post. The same night that she found my post, she responded. In her response, she said that she hadn't ever seen or heard anything out of the normal. She had heard noises coming from the attic or along the side wall, which abutted the entrance to the attic, but didn't really think much about it. Also, she has a dog that makes a lot of noise, so that, she thought maybe that was why. She said that she did feel creeped out by a window in the laundry room, which is a window on the door that leads to the very dark boiler room. And same, the window was creepy. However, she then added a follow-up post later saying the following. On the night her and her other tenant were talking, which led her to my post, the door that led to the attic was unlocked. They had gone up the stairs to take a sneak peek, finding the attic empty, with no sign anybody had been spending time up there. Later that night, she read my story. She called her brother to tell him about it. She noted that she and her brother aren't superstitious and tend to be skeptical about these things. It was late at night, around 1 a.m. While she was on the phone talking about presences out loud, she started to hear pacing up and down the staircase to the attic, which abutted the wall to the bathroom of her unit. The pace turned into stomping and became loud. The stomping moved from the upstairs attic out of the hallway, at which time she began hearing banging noises at the front door. Not necessarily knocking, but banging like somebody trying to get in. Remember, she is a dog. She said her dog is the kind of buddy that barks at every noise, even a loud knock on a TV show. Her dog wasn't barking at these noises. She said he was sitting before the front door watching, tilting his head back and forth, following the noises in confusion. The next day, she sent my post to other tenants of the building. One said that they had seen the tall shadow with the white collar before. And then, hold on to your heinies. The other neighbor who had a friend over when she showed him the post went white while reading it. They had the same dream my friend and I had about the woman with the animals. The friend who was with them also got freaked out because apparently the two friends had talked about the same dream months before when they originally had it. The girl who responded to my post was super freaked out by all this and invited a friend to stay with her the following night. I guess the stomping and banging happened again. They were scared to the point that she broke out a Bible and started reading out loud, which worked apparently. The noises stopped, and nothing scary has happened since. All of that to say, my experience living there was light and lovely. Though I have no doubt that there are multiple presences there. I never talked a lot about my strangest experiences while I was actively living there. I was generally unfazed by the odd happenings as they were happening, but it all felt familiar at the time, noting them only passively. But I do think of that place from time to time now. I wonder who or what the presences are. Was I being visited by ghost cats or something else? Has anyone else shared a similar ghost cat sensation? Is there enough space in that small building for an equal amount of dark to all the light I felt? The Haunting of the Screaming House of Union, Missouri. Trying to move on from the untimely death of his wife, a corporate trainer named Stephen LeChance moved into a huge house in Union, Missouri. He moved there with his kids in the May of 2001. With 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a large front porch, garden, and a basement, this house was considerably spacious compared to the cramped apartment that they'd previously stayed in. On the day the family moved in, a sedan slowed down near the house. It caught Stephen's attention. As Stephen kept staring at the car, its windows rolled down and the passengers shouted, "Hope you'll get along okay here." Before he could ask them any more, the car drove away extremely fast. Eventful initial days for the LeChance family. While unpacking their luggage after moving in, the family noticed a picture frame with the image of an angel constantly falling from the wall of the living room. In fact, it was not just a picture frame. The family also found it really hard to keep the other objects in place as they kept falling off. At night, Stephen's daughter reported seeing the closet door open on its own. She heard boxes move in the neighboring room. During their initial days at the house, the children started noticing that their neighbors would cross the road when they approached their house in order to avoid getting close to it. Also, when Stephen and its children approached them to find the reason behind its odd behavior, they were too hesitant to talk to them. Thus, the family's initial days at the house passed, with them rearranging picture frames and things that were magically falling off, listening to strange noises in the night, trying to find out the reason behind the strange behavior of their neighbors. An extremely paranormal day. One day, while one of the Stevens sons ventured into the basement to retrieve the garden hose for his father, he started feeling an eerily dark presence around him. With the presence starting to get on his nerves, the 10-year-old started running out of the basement with the hose in his hands. While he was running up the basement stairs, he heard loud, heavy footsteps following him, and when he turned to see what it was, he saw a huge black figure chasing him. With the figure almost closing him down, he ran out of the basement screaming at the top of his lungs, closed the door. Hearing the screams of his son, Stephen rushed to the basement door in the kitchen only to find his son standing in the middle of a puddle of his own urine. After listening to his son's claims, Stephen went into the basement to investigate, but he found nothing unordinary inside of it. On the evening of the very same day, while the kid was walking out of the bathroom, he saw a huge figure run down the stairs behind him. The extremely huge figure had a face that resembled a clown with no eyes. It was running towards him, as if it wanted to, hurt him. Petrified, the kid ran towards Stephen's room, screaming for his life. Hearing the claims of his son, he went to investigate once again. He couldn't find any evidence for his claims. He put the blame on his son's imagination, warned the other two kids not to tease their brother. That night, however, Stephen would find himself in the shoes of his son. That night, soon after he fell asleep, Stephen was bolted out of his sleep by a deafening noise. When he slowly opened his eyes, he saw the figure of an old man wearing a red flannel shirt standing in the doorway in front of him through his blurry vision. This figure stood motionless at the doorway, and with its motionless face, it appeared as if it was staring at him. With his face growing pale in fear, Stephen rubbed his eyes to get a better look, but by the time he opened his eyes after rubbing them, the figure was already gone. Stephen tried to convince himself, saying that he was making it up because of stress, but he would be proved wrong as a strange physical happening follows. The horror intensifies. Following this paranormal eventful day, the lights in the house started turning on by themselves. Despite the family carefully turning the lights off before leaving the house, they would always be greeted by a fully lit house every time they returned. With the help of his father, Stephen checked the circuit boards of the house. They seemed to be in perfect shape and they showed no signs of malfunction. Also, the family and its visitors started feeling strange electrical charges while they entered different rooms of the house. They felt as if a warmth passed through them, made their hair stand straight. With time, the doors of the house started opening and shutting on their own. The family started seeing a huge dark figure in the doorway of the rooms. The kids dreaded being alone, found it hard to even go from one room to another. The streams commence. One day, while Stephen was taking things out of his closet, he started feeling an eerily dark presence around him. With a strong sense of being watched, he turned around to investigate. When he turned, he saw the dark figure standing right in front of him. It was staring at him with its featureless face. Scared by the intensity of the paranormal around him, Stephen decided to leave the house. So, picking up his car keys, he calmly instructed his children to stop what they were doing and follow him to the car. As the family were on their way to leave the house, loud, painful, torturing, and agonizing screaming started pouring out from the walls of the building. With the screams getting deafeningly louder, the family ended up racing out of the house into the car. While Stephen turned his head toward the house while running away, he saw the dark figure standing near the window of the upstairs bedroom. It appeared to be staring at the fleeing family. The next day, when Stephen went back into the house to investigate, he didn't find anything that could have caused the screams that he heard the previous night. A few days later, the agonizing screams returned. The LaChance family moves out. One night, while Stephen was speaking to his mother on a call, the doors behind him started rattling. The intensity of this rattling sound slowly escalated, and it kind of just evolved into agonizing screams. The house began to shake. A foul odor monopolized the air within. Stephen put down the phone and ran towards his kid's room, but he was locked inside the room as the rattling door shut close on its own. As he was pounding and tugging the shut door, Stephen started feeling the presence of something evil behind him. Along with the screaming of the house, he started hearing the screams of his children and the disembodied voice of a man. With the sound of the screams exponentially increasing, Stephen started praying. The door finally opened. Stephen rushed toward his kids to make sure they were safe, and the family ended up moving out of the house in pretty much July the same year. A new family. A few years later, through a paranormal forum, Stephen got to know that the house is being inhabited. I'm going to go with inhabited by a new family. The family was made up of Linda, her husband, her teenage daughter, and her grandson. Stephen approached them to inform them about the paranormal nature of the house, but upon listening to Linda, he understood that she knew it better. According to Linda, while alone in the house, she would hear some breathing right next to her. Unexplainable footsteps would also happen inside the house. They were so common that the family started getting normalized to it. Also, the electrical strangeness inside the house has never changed. Creepy, isn't it? But these are just the less intense paranormal events Linda and her family experienced. One night, the police showed up on the doorstep of the house claiming to have received a suicide call from the house. The family members were sound asleep. They had no clue about what the police were talking about. Also, things inside the house randomly catch fire, and the dolls in the house would often be found with their hair cut short. What devastated the family members most was finding their cat dead on the floor of the hall with its back and neck broke like a twig. The new family moves out. Fearful for his new family and her family, Stephen felt he had to help. To get a better understanding of the paranormal events in the house, Stephen and Linda invited a clairvoyant woman to help them. When this woman was walking upstairs, she was lifted 3 feet off the floor by something invisible, thrown against the wall. The woman was completely terrified and she ran out of the house in horror. Before leaving, she told them that their house was thoroughly haunted, as she put it. She suggested that Linda move out of the house as soon as she could. According to this woman, the basement of the house served as a highway for evil. With not enough money to move out of the house, Linda continued to live in the house with her family. With time, this house made Linda and her especially, and her daughter, would fantasize about killing each other. This got to the point where Linda started locking herself up at night. If she failed to do it even for a night, she would find her daughter standing over her in the middle of the night. Linda started seeing scratches and bite marks on her shoulders and arms while waking up, and she reported being assaulted by a large black entity thrice. With the paranormal events getting on her nerves, Linda started to become mentally unstable. After trying to kill her husband, she was institutionalized. After this event, Linda and her family moved out of the house as well. Investigation. With the details about the paranormal events in the house spreading, different mediums and research groups started visiting the property trying to find an explanation. Almost all of them confirmed that this house had a demonic infestation. During his first visit to the property, an investigator named Greg could only stay inside the house for a couple of minutes. The moment he stepped into the house, he just got this dreadful headache. He was overwhelmed with horrid nausea. When he went back into the house, he reported experiencing inexplicable temperature changes in the basement of the house. According to Greg, this house was cursed and no one could escape it. A Missouri paranormal research investigator named Alex lost his mind after becoming enchanted by the paranormal entity inside the house. He had reportedly brought black magic books into the house and demanded to perform a bloodletting ceremony in the basement, during which he would bind the demons to him. Denied any further access to the property, said to have become homicidal and suicidal, and thus he was also institutionalized. After investigation, the Catholic Church released a report with 156 pages concluding that the occurrences in the house represented demonic infestation, obsession, oppression, and possession. I wonder if it was always there, or if my mother created it. November 13th, 2011. That's when my mom went crazy. My parents were married for 21 years. My mom's always had her demons, but for a long time she at least tried. Sometime in 2006 or 2007, after I went off to college, She went off her meds for depression for maybe the 45,992nd time. This time was different. I didn't realize what mania looked like at the time. I was only 18. But years later I realized that she had adult onset of bipolar disorder. It was unnerving. It was the last straw for my dad. He left too. The divorce was finalized in 2008. My mom was never the same. The combination of borderline personality disorder and bipolar disorder, both diagnosed, meant watching her go up and down on a haunting roller coaster of destruction. That pretty much meant watching the small part of her that was my mother fade away. My dad left her the house, the one that we'd lived in all my life. It's a beautiful home, cozy and on the corner. There's a big bay window and natural light. It always felt like home until the divorce. I hated being in the house after my dad left. Her behavior became much more erratic. The lows became so much lower, and the house began to change. It was dark and stale. I really couldn't wait to leave. I've always chalked it up to my perception as a young adult weathering a divorce and my mom's downward spiral. But now I don't know. It got worse and worse over time, and then I got the phone call on November 13th of 2011. I was living in another city. The call was from my father, telling me a neighbor noticed he hadn't seen my dog in the bay window for several days. Decided to use the spare key my mother had given him. The dog was found dead in the bathroom and my mother in bed, weak and frail. She had laid in the bed for so long her leg muscles had atrophied. The dog I've never been able to get answers on. My sister once let it slip that there was blood. The cleaners and my aunt hired to clean the house, they found my cat 3 days into the job, crushed to death between the ottoman and the chair in the back room. She spent the next few years in a catatonic state. First in the mental hospital, she was transferred to a nursing home. In the meantime, I was the one to clean up the house. She was a shopaholic hoarder, and mental illness had only amplified that. The first time I came back home, it felt dark and stale, but it was empty. Didn't have the panic pressure that I'd felt with my mother there. I sorted and cleaned, sorted and cleaned, sorted and cleaned. The more I did this, the lighter and brighter it became, till it felt almost like home again. Not really, but kind of. There's always a little bit of staleness there, that I attributed, and perhaps still do, to my subconscious awareness of what happened there. One thing I noticed about the house was that the lightness could become dark in the blink of an eye. Everything was pretty gradual, if that even makes sense. You never noticed things until you were consumed by the stale darkness. It was like a cloak coming over the place in one steady sweep. It was odd, but how can you explain it? I had a boyfriend, and our relationship wasn't exactly healthy to begin with. But I will say that he noticed the same things I did with the house. There were 3 specific incidents. The first incident. One day, it was me, him, and one of his friends sitting in the middle of the room, and we heard a distinct sound of the front door opening. They went to go check, and it was closed. No sign of it being opened, so, excuse me. The thing about the door is that it's pretty much as old as the rest of the house. The door has become difficult to open and close, and in order to open it, you have to put your shoulder into it. But in order to close it, you had to thrust your body weight against it several times before it would shut. We heard it open, but we never heard it shut. This was impossible. 3 people heard the exact same thing. The second incident. My ex and I were sitting in the middle room once again. We were in our office chairs and our desks just talking about something when we distinctly heard several creaks overhead. Then a sudden smash directly, and I mean directly over our heads in the attic. It was as if somebody took several steps until they were just overheard and either a plate or a glass bong, like a very specific glass-shattering sound, and they threw it with great force. The sound was so incredibly clear. My ex and I locked eyes with each other, and he whispered, "There's someone in the attic." I was gone. I bolted out to the garage and backed my car out and parked in the driveway. My ex came out to meet me and convinced me to stay where I was in the car as he called his best friend, the same one who had heard the front door open and not open. Asked him to come with his guns. They can have a big search of the attic. His best friend arrived in less than 2 minutes with his weapon. They both went inside the house and searched the place from top to bottom as I sat in the driveway. The way this home was set up was it was on a corner lot. The side gate faced the street, and there was a bay window that wrapped around the house and stretched almost to the front door. We still had the blinds pulled up, and this meant that from my vantage point I could see inside half the house if anybody exited through the only 2 exits in the home, being the front door and the side gate. I could even see the back fence from where I was. I'd see them. I could even see the roof. It wasn't a large home. I'd be able to see if anybody was making an escape, though. As I waited for the boys to return, I half expected to see a homeless man scramble out of the house. It's the only thing that could really explain the sound of something being thrown right above your head. The boys completed the search of the home. Nothing and no one was to be found. I asked if they'd checked the attic. "Thoroughly," they said, and I believed them. The thing about the attic of that house is that it wasn't a true attic. The rafters were set up in such a way that a person couldn't really walk around freely up there, and if they did, they would fall through the ceiling. There was a light switch up there, and the boys had examined every square inch of the attic. There's no sign of life to be found. No glass, no nothing. It'd be easy to raise it off. Whoa, you would think it would be easy to read that. It would be easy to write it off as strange. Maybe the house had just had these strange sounds, and it wasn't one thing my boyfriend was insistent on. It was that the footsteps he heard were leading up to a crash. He was adamant. He had heard the footsteps above him as they walked to the spot right above me. He had heard the wood slightly creak as if something lifted its arms up to throw it with force. I was wearing hearing aids, so I miss out on a lot of sounds. But I had heard creaking before that smash, and I knew by then that my boyfriend was being sincere. I believe him even to this day as hearing those footsteps. The third incident. We were in the house for 2, maybe 3 years. I split my time between there and down south for college. My boyfriend stayed behind in the house. He mentioned that there were times he just knew he wasn't alone. But nothing really specific took place, but the house we began to get got darker. Our fights grew worse and more violent. Something happened in my mind. It all happened gradually until it was horrible, the point of no return. To this day, the depression I felt there is like nothing I've ever experienced before. It changed me. After one particularly savage fight, I went for a drive. Came back. I was alone, he wasn't there. I entered through the back door and was greeted by a wall of darkness. It was stale and cold and dark. Even all the lights were on, you could barely breathe. I snapped and I yelled out in the darkness of the kitchen. "Get the fuck out! I'm sick of you. I see you. Go!" It retreated. I swear to you on my son, I visibly saw the darkness shift backwards. I screamed at it some more. It retreated some more. There was a lot of light again. The house was light and beautiful again. My memory stops there, in the kitchen, screaming at the darkness. Then I wake up in my bed, fully clothed on top of my sheets. The house is dark again, and the staleness is there again. But when I walk into the kitchen, it's light and bright. Oddly enough, that was the first time I considered the possibility that there might be something more to the house. But there might be something otherworldly there, but what? Not too long after the incident in the kitchen, I left the house and I put it up for sale. I've been through many tough and trying times since then, but I never ever experienced the darkness, the sluggishness, the staleness, the pressure, the panic, the hopelessness, the bleakness, and the agony of that home since then. My gut tells me that there's something there. My rationalism is willing to concede that it could all be subconsciously rooted in the pain associated with the home's history. But I feel that there truly is or was something dark and dangerous within the home. I only wonder if maybe it was there when my mother moved in with my father, or if she created it with her downward spiral. I had a recurring dream while in that house. I would walk into the middle room and see something that resembled a cross between the creature from Alien and Predator. It would lock eyes with me and I would hear in my mind, "Widow Sullivan," and the dream would end. There's no one in my family with the name Sullivan, and I'm unsure if it's even connected. Probably not. But I never had that dream again after leaving the home. My parents' house is haunted, and now I have proof. Going back as far as 2009, I've had just recollectable, strange, and sometimes horrifying experiences at my parents' house. I think it can all be traced back to one stupid event from my childhood. We had a dinky old Dell XPS desktop in the kitchen. Played everything from stupid Y8 flash games to Adventure Quest worlds on that thing, and one day, I was watching YouTube. That's when I saw a Ouija board video. I am incredibly curious and a pretty impulsive person, so when I saw the clearly fake video, I was enthralled. So naturally I found a dumb, clearly not real Ouija board flash game online, or so I thought. It wasn't real. I had an aunt that had recently passed away, with an incredibly unique way of spelling their name. Naturally, to begin, I asked if there was anyone there, and the game board moved to yes. Cool, I thought. Just like the real thing. I then asked the game what its name was, thinking it would spit out something incredibly vanilla like John. Nope, it spelled out my aunt's name, who had recently passed away. Perfect to her spelling. There's no mention of her on this computer, and she had no social media, and there was no microphone attached to the computer to pick up an audible conversation. This was incredibly odd to me, but I shrugged it off. I then asked one final question. My kid brain possibly overreacted to the answer and forced the outcome with my idiotic decision. I asked. Well, I typed in my aunt's name. The board answered yes. Hello, and then my name. I quickly closed the web page. I didn't know it was up until very recently. This may have been what invited what terrorized me for 10 years into my parents' home. This computer, not a month later, exploded, literally, spilling Adventure Quest worlds when it decided to go up in an electric shock and lost all power. For those that might say it wasn't just an electric thing, just wait. 6 years later, my father wanted to upgrade the computer as a Christmas present. And opening it up, we discovered the only part of the system that had any damage was the processor. The processor was blackened, showing signs of a clear electrical fault. However, the motherboard socket was completely clean, showed no damage, and it worked when a replacement chip was socketed. Not uncommon, but not really common either. Strangely, the CPU cooler had no signs of damage either. It also worked flawlessly. I also had a laptop plugged into that same wall socket for 4 years. Never had that fault. Let's get back on timeline, though. The next few events may be slightly out of order from when each were encountered. They were quite a while ago. The first event that occurred that I can remember happened when my parents were out of town. I think they were in Vegas for a weekend. My dog and I were chilling in bed watching YouTube. That's when my bedroom doorknob wiggled for a second before my door was thrown open. I saw what looked like a shadow of a person run down the hallway. No footsteps accompanied the shadow. I got up and checked the house. There were no unlocked doors, no smashed windows, no open windows, nothing. No signs of forced entry anywhere. Even if a window was open, there's bug screens on every window. No chance of getting those off. Tried one time when I was locked out. The strangest part of this event is my dog, who showed no reaction. I hear all the time about that dogs can detect these things and react even when nothing is visible or out of the ordinary, which makes me wonder if this thing was in fact a familiar, maybe a relative. The second event that occurred happened shortly after the first. I was laying in bed, and this time at my parents' home. I was staring at the ceiling with my arms outstretched, trying to fall asleep. That's when all of a sudden a tiny light ball, which was absolutely hovering in midair and it was bobbing up and down, flew across the room above me. It disappeared around my outstretched right index finger. I then noticed that my finger had gone numb, so in a panic I went and got my dad, who came back and checked outside for any light sources. Even though it is a suburban neighborhood, there's no light sources that shine into my old bedroom window, and I had blackout curtains. There was no way. He told me to get some sleep. I lied back down, and the second I was comfortable, I saw the ball of light fly away from my hand and back the way it came. The feeling in my finger came back. I genuinely have no idea what happened here. And this event was genuinely the most horrifying, and one of the only ones that my Great Dane, bless her heart, reacted to. There's tons of other minor events like knocking, misplaced wind gusts, temperature drops in certain areas of rooms, and even items being knocked over or thrown. But in an effort to keep things short in this post, we'll omit those. It must have been 3 a.m. or close to it. I was having one of my childhood favorites, eating a bowl of cereal in your undies while watching the Yogg's Cast. What is a Yogg's Cast? Nights. I usually did this a lot sooner, but tonight I was in the kitchen till around 3 a.m. eating my cereal, watching Yogg's Casts, Sips and Shin's Tekkit series for the millionth time. Okay guys, I'm feeling pretty old right now. Anyway, when I noticed I was cold, extremely cold, colder than I should have been. Even though I was in my undies, it was still a summer night in a dry, hot climate. I decided that was enough of a kicker to go to bed, put my things away and made my way towards my room. When I opened the door, my Great Dane was up, but not standing, but head up, body laying down, staring at the edge of my bed. Thought it was odd, but brushed it off and settled in. I put my head under the blanket, which I normally did if I was very cold, and made the mistake of looking toward my feet. Something was staring back at me from under the blanket. 2 white floating dots, clearly attached to a much darker than the space around it silhouette, stared back up at me. It was then that I noticed my dog's hair was standing on end, something that happened extremely rarely for my very timid Great Dane. I must have looked for 5 seconds before thrusting my head out from under the blanket and noticed the blanket had shifted downwards, like whatever was under it was gone. I laid there petrified for hours. That was before dawn finally shone through. Could have been my curtains, and I went to sleep in my office. I had never spoken of these things again until I worked up the courage to tell my mom, expecting her to tell me that I was too imaginative and must have been seeing things. But she actually told me, chilled me to the core. She, too, had been having experiences. Shadows peeking at her from the hallway, feeling footsteps or temperature drops with no explanation. Once it was confirmed that I wasn't crazy, I began to tell my friends. This is where the story reaches this year, where we finally did it. I set out to prove to doubters that I wasn't crazy, and something really was in my parents' house. 3 friends and I loaded up all of the gear you could think of. EMF, EVP, night vision cameras, dots projector, you name it, we had it. We did a nighttime ghost hunt. I'm incredibly proud to present the single unexplainable piece of evidence that we caught that night. We had quite a few experiences, knocking weird EMF pickups, and seemed to be responding to our questions. but those could maybe be explained. We chalked up one piece of evidence that was picked up on both our video camera and EVP recorder that could not possibly only prove the existence of spirits, but make me not crazy. And it's not even that scary. We had an EVP session in the master bedroom. As soon as we began, you can clearly hear a voice coming from above the bed next to the recorder say, "Okay," after I explain how it can communicate. It's not any of our voices, and the video camera picks it up just coming from the opposite direction of any of the four of us in the room. The audio file and the footage is linked and uploaded on the post. Do your best to debunk it. We couldn't, even after debunking 2 other pieces of evidence and possibly debunking a third. This one has us dazzled. A weird part about our hunt was some of the oddities that occurred. There was an instance where multiple times through the night we received a clear EMF response to the question, "Are we in danger staying tonight?" I also found myself getting incredibly agitated the longer we stayed, to the point of screaming and getting incredibly frustrated with small things. And I'm not really, known to be an angry person for any reason, at least to that extent. My friends also felt different emotions, like one friend who I'll call Jay. He says that he was just getting more and more depressed and drowsy the longer that we were in the house. Once we piled into the car to leave, it was like a huge weight was lifted off of his shoulders. He also had one instance where the camera was using to record, and the one that we used to make the footage uploaded with the post, it died at half the battery. That's when I was doing a solo EVP session in my old bedroom. It wouldn't turn back on until we got back to my house, where it was very clearly at half battery. That's not where it ends. A week or so after our hunt, my mom called me in a panicked state. She had very clearly heard something open her bedroom door. She was in the living room. It walked through the hallway and kitchen into the living room, comes up to her, grabs her foot, almost trying to pull her, maybe lead her. And may I also add that her 3 usually very timid Boston Terriers were going crazy batshit. One of her dogs appears to be permanently on edge, being terrified whenever they're in the house. So we're going back, better equipped, better prepared. We're doing a more thorough lock-in, 2 weeks. Better cameras, more equipment, less bodies, more time. My haunted house. I'm the second oldest of 5 children, and from the ages of 9 to 13 years old, I lived in a very active haunted home. People are always so dismissive when I describe living there, so I've stopped telling the story, but I'm making an exception for this. I grew up in South Florida. The house really wasn't that old in the grand scheme of things, to be honest. I think it was built in the mid-1970s. We got all of the classic stuff like disembodied voices, footsteps, knocks, shadows there. Shadows there, then shadows gone in seconds. Lights flicking on and off, like the actual switch, not just flickering light. But there were some truly terrifying moments as well. The first week we lived there, I had the same dream of a young Hispanic woman killing herself every single night. It was always different. The first time she hanged herself. The next night she tied something to her foot and drowned in the pool. Then she slit her wrists, drank and took pills, etc. It was every night that first week, but I would dream about her sporadically for the rest of my time there. There was this constant unnerving feeling of being watched by something you couldn't see, but you could sense it was there. My bedroom was the most active, unfortunately. I experienced several instances of being touched, pinched, and hearing my name called and whispered while staying in there. I've always enjoyed writing. I had a big, nice desk in my room that I loved. One day, probably a year after moving in, I asked my mom to pick me up a new journal. This was when she went to the store. and as soon as I got it, I set it on my desk, closed and clasped without a pen, ready to write after going to the bathroom. After returning, every single page of my new notebook had been scribbled on, had some of it even torn out and crumpled on my floor. This freaked me out, obviously, because I'd only just been gone maybe 2 minutes. The journal was closed with the little clasp locked, and all of my pens were put away. And I told my mom she blamed my siblings, assuming that I had lied about the amount of time I was gone. It just wasn't possible with how thick the journal was for my twin toddler sibling to have scribbled. It looked more like aggressive scratches with a pen. This was every single page within the 2 minutes it took me to go pee, let alone the strength it would have taken to rip out the page from my new hardcover journal. Later that week, my little sister and I saw a t-shirt lift up out of the laundry hamper, fly across the room, and eventually fall to the floor after running into my TV. Terrifying. The fact that I still slept in there after seeing that blows my mind. But I was a child and neither parent believed me, so... On a different occasion, I was just grabbing something out of my room. I was going to the living room because I fucking hated being in there. My bedroom had 2 slatted closet double doors that you had to just pass by to leave. On this day, they were open, and as I grabbed what I needed and turned to walk out the door, I saw a small figure of a boy sitting on my closet floor. He had his knees pulled up to his chest. He was rocking back and forth. He looked about 3 or 4 years old, and he had dark brown hair with obvious tears streaking down his cheeks. The strangest part was that he had fire trucks for feet. That's a weird one. To this day, I still try to rationalize this, and I got nothing. Best I can come up with is that maybe they were slippers, but still, I don't fucking know. Anyway, his lips were blue and his skin was so gray and obviously dead. I booked it the fuck out of there and didn't go back in alone for a few days. The final straw with my bedroom was when I had to stay home alone for a week from school with strep throat and tonsillitis. Both of my parents were at work and all of my siblings were in school when it happened. I was sitting up in my bed with my legs under the covers watching something like Cheaters or Maury or some other trashy daytime show a child my age shouldn't have been watching. But my point is that I was wide awake when all this occurred. I heard footsteps walk down the hall toward my bedroom and stop right in front of my closed door. From this moment forward, I was kind of frozen. I don't know how else to describe it, like fight, flight, or freeze. I was like piss my pants terrified, but I couldn't move a muscle. I'm getting goosebumps just typing this, to be honest. My door creaked open and I could feel the presence of someone or something ominous enter. And by ominous, I guess I just mean like filled me with dread. The audible footsteps. My bedroom had carpet floors, by the way, so I shouldn't have been hearing any footsteps at all. They continued. Whatever this was approached my bed. I felt it sit down at my feet on top of the covers and literally saw the blankets and mattress lower with the indentation of a body. That's when I snapped out of whatever the fuck was going on with me, threw my blanket off, and hauled my ass out of the room. From that day forward, I only went into my room to grab necessities and slept every night on the couch in the living room. It's sad, because I truly loved my bedroom. It was the first room I had that I didn't have to share with a sibling. Painted it myself. Unrelated, but I painted little green stars on the wall behind my bed after that song Pale Green Stars from Everclear, because my name's Amanda too, and my parents also fought all the time, and I was a little on edge, or rather that, scratch that, I was a little edgelord. Really identified with the lyrics. But my point is that I loved my bedroom. Had made it my own and didn't want to leave it, but I just never felt safe in there again. I turned 30 in a couple of months and I still have bizarre nightmares about that room. Of course, the activity wasn't exclusive to just my bedroom, and I experienced and saw many things after that. Or I slept in the living room too, and all over the house, honestly. It got so bad that I started sleeping immediately after getting home from school, when everybody else was awake, staying up at night with all the lights on to remain vigilant. Monstrous-looking things would peer through the living room windows at night, or try to call me down the hallway. I did my best to try to ignore it, but that did fuck all. Anyway, over the course of our time there, my parents grew to hate each other. My dad slid further into alcoholism, and all of our mental states got significantly worse. My parents divorced, the house went to foreclosure, ended up sitting vacant for close to 5 years. The Halloween just after turning 14, my mom, siblings, and I rented a different house in a different city at this point, but our old house wasn't foreclosed on yet. My older sister and her friends invited me to go back with them to do a seance. I agreed. So stupid, I know. We packed a cooler full of alcohol and brought candles, bread, and wine for the offering. We did research beforehand and wanted to be respectful. Obviously, now I know the respectful thing would have been to have just left it the fuck alone. But my sister's friends didn't believe us about the haunting. We wanted to show them. The house hadn't changed much other than being no electricity and everything being closed and locked up. Most of our belongings were still there. We only took the bare minimum when we moved. Anyway, we set everything up, held hands, repeated the words. And that's when it began. All the candle flames started to rise at the same time, like something out of a cheesy horror movie. It started as a gentle tapping on the sliding glass doors behind us that eventually grew louder and more violent. It turned to knocks, and then banging that came from all directions with no identifiable source. We started to hear whispers and then full-blown conversations, but I couldn't make out the words. Then something that sounded like an argument between a man and a woman coming from none other than my fucking bedroom. It all came to a climax and we heard something being thrown and glass shattering. We all jumped up at the same time, releasing hands, and then the candles blew out all on their own. Freaked, we grabbed our flashlights, tried to figure out what broke. When we explored my room, that's when I saw it. A framed childhood photo of me had been thrown off the wall and onto the floor across my room by my closet doors, and the glass on it had shattered. That's when we left. To this day, my mom denies that anything's happened in that house, although she had been grabbed in her sleep several times and witnessed the fear in literally all of her children living there. My little brothers and older sister don't like to talk about it, but I was just recounting stories with my little sister on the phone yesterday, so this is all very much in my mind. Relax, dude. Calm down. One of the things that was there, whatever it was really dark. Followed us to the next house that we rented. I can go on and I seriously have so many experiences if anybody's curious. And if anybody's made it to the end of the video and heard my dog barking at nothing, just for fun, I want to see if anybody does this. In the comments section, write me your favorite animal. See ya. Dream Encounters with Shadow Man. This story starts when I moved to an apartment in Ireland. It's about around a year ago. To introduce myself, I've lived in and around 8 houses my entire life. I've been living in different parts of the world in the last 3 years. Didn't have any encounters with paranormal till last year, and hence I was a non-believer. I've also been raised in a modern and science-inclined family. Therefore, throughout my life, I chose to view ghost encounters as a side effect of psychological disorders. Now, going ahead with the event that followed. I moved in with 3 of my friends into this apartment, which is located in one of the best areas of Dublin last year. Whatever I'm writing are plain facts, and not even a single thing has been twisted to make for gossip. Initial signs. We lived peacefully for the first 6 months, except sometimes just waking up feeling like weird footsteps in the night. We dismissed it as just somebody walking in the apartment above ours. We also noticed some of our food or other items used to go missing, causing a little bit of confusion among us. I dismissed this as a part of, sharing an apartment, and this lines up with the prior experience. I shared a room with a friend, S, and we had 2 other guys, A and Z, in single rooms. Our flatmates, A and Z, used to go to the office, while S and me were still job hunting. In the morning, in the other bathroom, it was occupying Z. They used to enter a room for using the bathroom. So at times it happened with me, and I saw Zoe enter the room in the morning, and I was half asleep. When I confirmed with him, he denied that. I ignored it being my sleepy head and kept going with my day-to-day life. Also, through social connections, we had one person who's extremely weird. They entered our house and stayed over despite giving the most negative vibes I've ever received in my life. He also was looking at a passport-sized photo from his 20s. Kept staring at it only to leave it behind when we asked him to go away the next day. I threw the photo in the dustbin after a few days. First experience. It was in late November 2019. I was in the drawing room just watching something on the television. Lying on the couch, I felt it for the first time. My eyes closed and my mind started racing from one thought to another for no reason. We all obviously have had many thoughts and do tend to be lost in them most of the time, but we have a certain amount of control over them. We can stop them as soon as we realize that we are in our thoughts. But what I experienced that day was something different altogether. My mind was jumping from one thought to another at very high speed, wasn't stopping even though I was trying to. Thought after thought, felt as if I couldn't sleep. I felt as if somebody else had control over my mind and not me. I thought that job hunting stress was taking me over. I must be going crazy. So I decided to book a ticket to my country for a month and come back later. I went back happily and chose to not share it with anyone else. But things changed quickly when I came back. As soon as I stepped inside my roommate's, S, they said that you won't believe what happened when you were gone. He pointed to the same couch, said that he passed out on that couch on one day and he felt as if he had no control over his body. Then he didn't discuss it with anybody. But then the very next day, our other friend slept on the couch and said he's never going to stay over in our apartment after that. This was the first time I realized that there could be something different going on than I'd ever anticipated. The resistance to change displayed by the energy. Things went okay for the next few months, and the COVID hit the world and the 3 of us left our country except Z. They called as friends and lived in our house. Me and S had found jobs by this time and were working from home in our countries. Over the call, Z had informed us that he didn't want to live in the house any longer. I decided to come back in July's end. When I entered the house, it was empty. I had bought new AirPods in my country. I was on call with Mom, and when I stepped in the living room, I kept my luggage, and as soon as I sat down on the couch, the call disconnected. AirPods stopped working. Had to literally reset them again and again to finally make them work. I tried to switch on the PlayStation, but it was also stuck, and when I finally decided to watch Netflix on my laptop, the volume wasn't working, even though it was full in the browser. I had to literally reinstall and fix drivers for everything. In the next few days, things stopped working for no reason. It felt as if I was recognized and made to feel unwelcome on purpose. But I ignored the feeling my gut was telling me, told myself that I was just imagining things. But what pushed me to really start noticing was when similar things happened with S&A when they came back. S came earlier. He didn't have good dreams and woke up with a really bad pain in his foot. This was like one after going to sleep in very good shape. I was still skeptical, but when the night A arrived, he called me the next morning and said, "Bro, did you hear me last night?" I denied. He said that I went to sleep and then lost control of my body and mind. I felt as if somebody else was controlling me. Then he said that he couldn't even remember his own name. He was completely blank as to who he was, and then jumped out of bed and tried to open his room's door, but just couldn't. He even tried to scream help, but he couldn't. It was almost like something was showing its anger on leaving it. A game of WhatsApp calls. I had a friend over for dinner. I jokingly said, "We have a ghost in this place." She obviously ignored it and we started talking about other things, but within 5 minutes her phone started ringing. And she checked her phone and said, "Why are you calling me?" I obviously said, "No, I'm not," while checking out my phone, and there was no call visible on it. She showed her phone where the screen showed me calling her on WhatsApp. The call cut as soon as she tried to pick it up, and we both had no records of the call in my call history. But it was there in hers, so she said, "Your place really has a ghost, what the fuck?" Left hastily, obviously freaked out. It didn't repeat until S was telling the same story to our friend on the weekend. A similar call from S's phone went to the friend's phone, which obviously freaked us out. It was as if whatever was there knew what we were talking about, whether we were talking about it, and who was telling it to whom. Dream encounters and sleep paralysis. SP. One night while sleeping in my bedroom with my face toward my roommate, I saw the figure in our room, moved across the room with its face hid away from us. It moved along the border of our bed and went toward S's side, and then either it kept its hands between us or on S or did something like that. I woke up in shock from the whole thing. It was the first ever encounter of sleep paralysis. Left me stunned. So I researched on Google to fit the exact description of a sleep paralysis episode, so I just tried to ignore it. But I am spooked out now since our new flatmate Jay, who moved in after Z moved out, slept in my room and had the same episode of sleep paralysis where a man entered the room and pointed toward a way out. He also tried to put his hands on Jay's ears. His sleep paralysis episode happened 4 days ago. Now he's going back to his country for a few days. The nightmare. The dream started with getting to know that my manager had rented her house to a guy with a grocery business. So he's selling groceries on discount. I land up at her place and the whole place is in shades of dark gray and black. Never been to a real house, by the way. I end up buying some really weird groceries from someone. They seem like bright neon yellow rice with shades of red and things like that. Then I started exploring her house. I enter a room and there are 2 pianos. I try my hands on one and played for a while. Then I shift to the next one. I saw that the keys on the keyboard are in more of a triangular pattern than straight. I'm just staring at it, and it's one of the most beautiful pianos I've ever seen, despite being impossible to play. And at this point I realize that there's someone behind me. Turn around and I see a pale man with a string of black dots below his eyes. They're dressed in black, stood in front of me. He smiled and he tried to convince me to do something. I don't know why the details of our exact conversation blurred out of my mind, despite being able to recall everything else so clearly. I'm also having a similar incident afterwards where I saw a dream I couldn't recall, but just that I was running away from that person. I'm so clear when that person enters the dream. My whole subconscious gets into an alarmed or frightened state that feeling still etches in me when I wake up. The last time I had that nightmare, I also felt as if somebody tried to pull from behind, although I was sleeping alone in the room. Despite everything, we continued to live in the same house because we loved the location and the house. Do let me know what you think about these incidents. Do you know if it's a particular supernatural entity or if we should be concerned about it? Couldn't tell you. Eerie Encounters, a demonic curse. Lee Moore had been dating his girlfriend Alyssa since he was 18. They were a great couple who were supportive of each other. Alyssa was an extremely sympathetic partner who was always there for Lee. With everything so perfect, Lee was praying that the relationship would last long. He even started working double jobs to save money for their marriage. But things quickly took a U-turn after Alyssa met her new friend named Cheryl in early 2007. Cheryl was a self-proclaimed witch who dabbled in the occult. A supernaturally forced breakup. After meeting her, Alyssa's demeanor completely changed. From a humble and caring woman, she turned into a dark and irritable one. Over the next few weeks, Alyssa started hanging out more and more with her new friend, Witch, and it had pretty adverse effects on her relationship with Lee. It appeared as if Alyssa's new friend had a romantic interest in her, and she was persuading her into breaking up with Lee. Soon, Lee started having terrible nightmares. Even while awake, he had a constant sense of being watched even while no one was around. When he told this to Alyssa, she simply shunned him away. One day, while Lee was walking down the driveway toward his house, he saw a huge black mass floating above his house. Looking at it gave Lee a twisting feeling in his stomach. He collapsed down on the floor. Seeing him suffer, Alyssa rushed toward him to lift him up. Lee showed the mass to Alyssa, but before she could see it, it disappeared. Before Lee could get a proper word with his girlfriend, Cheryl walked toward the couple. She looked dead at Lee and told him, "It's nothing," in a sarcastic way. Following this event, Lee started feeling as if something else was in the house with him, but his girlfriend never believed him. One day, while getting ready to go to the baseball match, Lee was looking for his favorite baseball shirt. He had this one since high school, but since he couldn't find it, he asked Alyssa if maybe she had seen it. Alyssa started just beating around the bush when he asked this question, and he understood that she was trying to hide something. Alyssa's behavior towards him was getting worse with every passing day. Not being able to bear with it anymore, Lee split up with her. He wanted to focus more on himself and recover. He went back to St. Louis, Missouri. Into a new house. 5 years later, Lee fell in love with another woman named Claire. They got along well with each other and they ended up marrying each other. With Claire pregnant, the first thing they did after their marriage was get a house for them to move into. After a thorough house search, the couple purchased a considerably spacious old house with their savings and moved in. On the very first day after moving in, the couple heard footsteps and shuffles in their bedroom. Lee immediately drew out his pistol and was holding it high, walked into his bedroom to investigate. The moment he opened the door of the bedroom, the footsteps stopped and he found no one inside it. Since the house was old, the couple concluded that the sound was being caused by the house itself and brushed it off. Confirmation of the paranormal. A few days later, while the couple were sound asleep in the bedroom one night, Lee heard a loud slamming sound come from the hall and it woke him up. Thinking he had an intruder, Lee immediately rushed toward the hall with his gun. When he reached the hall, he found everything in place and there was no one else. As he stood there clouded with confusion, a coffee table in front of him slowly raised up off the floor and fell back with great force. It appeared as if something invisible lifted the table off the floor and threw it back. This completely creeped Lee out, started sweating profusely. Hearing the sound of the table falling, Claire rushed to the aid of her husband only to find him in a petrified state. The couple understood that they had a paranormal guest. The next day, while the couple were cleaning their porch, Claire headed to the shed to pick up a shovel for her husband. The moment she stepped into the shed, she started feeling extreme darkness around her. Completely contrary to the temperature outside, the shed was freezing cold. Sensing that something was wrong, Claire turned around and tried to run out of the shed. Before she could take a step, something invisible pushed her hard from behind. Hearing her screams, Lee rushed toward the shed, but he found nothing unordinary inside it. Claire was unnerved by this incident, and she felt extremely uncomfortable staying in the house. Later that day, while Claire was lying down in the bathtub, she started hearing the sound of heavy footsteps. They seemed to be coming from the neighboring room. Thinking it was her husband, she started calling out his name, but she got no reply. The footsteps kept getting louder, and they started approaching the bathroom. Once the footsteps reached the bathroom door, the sound stopped. As Claire stared at the bathroom door of the eerily silent room, a black demonic figure with bright glowing eyes appeared right in front of her, started just drowning her by pushing her head into the water. With Claire struggling for her life, the demonic figure magically disappeared. Following this event, the couple concluded that their house was haunted, but little did they know the problem was not with the house, but with Lee himself. The first cleansing. In attempts to get a better understanding of the paranormal entity in the house, the couple reached out to a local paranormal investigator named Lita. They had considerable strangeness attached to her. The moment Lita entered their house, she claimed that she sensed something demonic inside it. After scanning the house completely, she started doing the EVP session in which she asked Lee to ask questions to the entity in the house. Although his initial questions didn't seem to trigger anything unnatural, the moment he shouted, "Are you demonic?" strange things started to happen after. The lights of the house started flickering. Lee's eyes rolled back. Lee started growling in a demonic voice, and he was acting as if he was under the control of something. Lee told, "I don't know," in this weird demonic voice, and collapsed onto the floor unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he didn't seem to remember anything. Lita told them that they had a demonic infestation. She sent 2 demonologists named Deal and Farah to investigate their house. After investigating, the demonologist duo concluded that the house indeed had a demon in it, proceeded with the cleansing ritual after seeking the couple's permission. During the cleansing ritual, Lee started feeling short of breath. Suddenly, a demonic figure appeared right in front of him. It just started choking him. Seeing that he was struggling, Deal placed his hand on him and started praying. As Deal prayed, Lee saw the demonic figure disappear. He was able to breathe again. Deal and Farah successfully completed the cleansing ritual, and the couple was able to finally feel a sense of relief. Deal told Lee that it was not the house that was haunted, but him. After questioning Lee, Deal concluded that his ex-girlfriend Alyssa, with the help of her girlfriend Cheryl, put a demon on his trail. According to Deal, Lee's missing baseball t-shirt didn't actually go missing, but it was used by Alyssa and Cheryl to put a curse on him. Following the cleansing, the disturbing events in the house stopped. With the delivery date nearing, the couple were peacefully getting ready to welcome their baby. Possession and exorcism. A few days after the cleansing ritual, the couple was visited by Lita again. She claimed that the demon was still present in their house and that she had said that she had to drive it away with the ritual. As they were expecting their baby, the couple decided not to take any risk, allowed her to do the ritual. She ended up leaving the house without uttering a word. And following this ritual, the demonic presence returned. That night, Claire found her husband lying unconscious on the bed with blood oozing out of his nose and mouth. Claire immediately called the ambulance, rushed him to a nearby hospital. On the way, she called Deal and Farah, asked them to come to the hospital as well. After checking Lee, the doctors figured out that his liver and kidneys were shutting down, but they weren't able to figure out the reason behind it. The doctors told Claire that if things didn't get better, her husband would shortly meet his demise. This completely broke Claire's heart. As she stood near Lee's bed in tears rolling down her cheeks, the demonologist duo reached the hospital. Asking Lee not to worry, they started exorcising Lee, During the exorcism, Lee's body started shaking violently. He gave out demonic growls. The growls suddenly stopped and Lee opened his eyes. His vitals became normal and his liver and kidneys started functioning normally again. Claire was elated to see her husband recover, and even the doctors were pleasantly surprised. Yeah. According to the demonologist duo, Lita did a pagan ritual in their house in an attempt to drive out the demon, but instead of driving it out, it caused the demon to return. Lee and Claire continue to happily live in the same house with their child. Kudos. A haunted mansion in Mansfield. In 1994, a newly divorced woman named Amy Moore was on her search for a new house in Mansfield. In her search, she found an abandoned house that, in her eyes, looked extremely beautiful. This house looked like it needed a lot of work before she could move in with her daughter, Alyssa, but this was the factor that made Amy fall in love with the house. She was an artistic woman, and according to her, this house was her paintboard. Luckily, this house was available to be sold at an auction. Wanting a detailed look at it before bidding, she reached out to the property manager who showed up at the house the next day. The walkthrough started with the basement, and inside the middle of it, Amy found a mysterious concrete stone that seemed to hold no meaning. The property manager showed her the remainder of the house, and Amy noticed that the house was in complete disarray. After showing the remaining portions of the house, the property manager took Amy to the third floor. The floor of this room was filled with the remains of dead rodents, with old things that belonged to the hospital just strewn all over the place. The room was in complete chaos. Amy found an old eroding board that read Mansfield Training School. And this made her question the history of the house. The property manager was clueless about it and told her that the property's records were lost. Without giving much thought to it, Amy put forth a strong bid and purchased the house. Since Amy was doing a day job, she started renovating the house at night all by herself. One night while Amy was removing old wallpaper near the ceiling, she accidentally cut herself and started bleeding. The moment her blood fell on the floor, she was knocked off the stepladder by something invisible. As she lay down on the floor in shock, she heard someone heavy run around her, but she couldn't see anybody. Amy immediately ran out of the house in fear, got into her vehicle, and fled the place. She returned to the house the next morning, but despite doing a thorough check, she didn't find anything strange in the house. Amy and Alyssa move inside. 1 month later, with the renovations complete, Amy and Alyssa moved into their new house. Although Amy was exhilarated to move in, her daughter was not particularly excited as she was able to feel something dark in the house that creeped her out. To overcome this fear, she decided to explore the house. While moving around the house, she noticed that the staircase to the third floor was covered with a creepy old door. After looking at this door, Alyssa's mind was filled with mixed emotions. She was scared of this door, but at the same time, she was curious about what lay behind it. Thus, gathering all of her courage, she unlatched this door and opened it. The moment she opened this door, a blast of cold wind hit her, made her fall short of breath. However, this did not stop Alyssa from ascending the staircase and going to the third floor. As she walked around soaking the creepiness in, she felt as if something was standing behind her. Before she could turn and see what it was, she felt its breath on her neck. Fear took over Alyssa's mind and she ended up running out of the house. A few weeks later, while Amy was making dinner and talking to her daughter about how the day went, she heard heavy stomping coming from the floor above them. It was vibrating the ceiling above them. Amy grabbed a hammer and walked slowly upstairs to investigate with her daughter closely following behind her. When she almost reached the floor above, the door in front of her shut close, and this made Alyssa run out of the house in fear. Amy, however, ran toward the door and opened it, hoping to find an explanation, but she found nothing inside the room. Alyssa moves out. The stomping grew worse with time. and every time Amy tried investigating, she would find nothing. Also, the creepy door that covered the staircase to the third floor started acting strange. Despite closing it herself, Amy would always find it open whenever she passed near it. Thus, one day she placed an iron rod on the latch to stop it from opening, but just after taking a few steps away from the door, she heard the iron rod fly off the latch. The very next moment, she heard the door slowly open with a creak, and this made Amy run out of the house. One rainy night, Alyssa heard loud sexual moans come from her mother's room. The moans were so loud that the sound of rain coming from outside seemed to be soft. With moans getting progressively louder every minute, she decided to go tell her mom to reduce her sound. Okay. Alyssa kept knocking on the door of her mother's room, but she got no response. As she kept knocking, she remembered seeing her mom leave for work in the morning. Realizing that, well, the one making the moans was not her mom, she slowly started stepping back. A couple of seconds later, she heard the creepy door that led to the third floor open behind her. This made her run away from the place only to collide with the mother who was returning to the house. With the creepiness in the house steadily growing, Alyssa eventually moved out of the house to stay with her boyfriend. This left Amy all alone in the house. Dave's short tenure. Later, Amy got to know one of her friends named Dave was looking for a house to rent. With more than a couple of empty bedrooms in the house, she decided to rent to her friend. Dave was a police detective who was going through a divorce. Amy warned him about the sounds in the house, but he didn't take it seriously. One night while Dave was watching TV and having dinner in his room, he heard the floorboard creak as if someone heavy was standing over it. When he slowly peeked out of the room to see who it was, he saw a huge shadow dart past his room. Thinking it was an intruder, Dave drew his gun, started investigating. After not finding anybody despite checking completely, he went back to his room to continue his dinner. While Dave was taking the dishes to the kitchen after completing his dinner, a huge dark shadow appeared right in front of him and vanished magically, terrorizing the baby. A couple of nights later, while Dave was watching TV in his room, he heard a water bottle crash down onto the floor. While he got down from his bed and started walking toward the door to see who threw it, the bottle came flying towards his head. Luckily, Dave ducked in time and he was not hurt by this bottle. As he stood there in shock, recollecting what had just happened, he heard a loud demonic growl approach him from the hallway. He moved across his room, entered the closet, and disappeared. This instant made Dave move out of the house. Shortly after Dave moved out, Amy's son Bill, who was recently laid off, his fiancée Casey, and their infant son Bubba moved in with her. One night, leaving Bubba in his crib, with the baby monitor beside him, Casey and Bill went downstairs. As they kept speaking to each other, they heard "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" on the monitor with them. Bubba still seemed to be asleep, and the couple thought that it was one of his toys malfunctioning, but the song suddenly stopped and they heard a demonic voice say, "Bubba." The very next moment, the infant started shouting and crying. The couple immediately rushed to his crib, but they found no one around it. The history behind the mansion. Following this event, the family started getting nightmares every night. Amy constantly dreamt of being a young girl. The young girl was abused by a creepy-looking woman who abused and murdered her. With this dream repeating every night, Amy understood that her dream was somehow connected to the house. Thus, to find the connection it had with her dreams, she started taking pictures of the interior of the house, but it seemed to be a really hard puzzle to crack. One day, while Amy was sitting in the local pub with these pictures on the table, one of her old friends ran into her. Seeing the picture on the table, he immediately asked Amy if the house in it belonged to her. When she told him yes, he told her that that house used to be a mental asylum. It was known for abusing its patients. Amy finally found a clue. With the help of Casey, she started digging into the history of the house. Through her research, she came to know that the house was previously called the House of Imbeciles, and a young girl was raped and murdered in this house. Also, the face of this girl was the same as the girl Amy was seeing in her dreams. With curiosity taking over, Amy decided to open the weird concrete structure in the basement. When she opened it with the help of her son, she found partially cremated human body parts in it. Despite all of this creepiness, Amy continues to live in this haunted mansion. Haunted by an impersonating demon. After getting married in 1999, Mike and Stacy Stow were living the life that they'd always dreamed of. The couple had their first son, Cameron, in 2002. And with Stacy pregnant, they were expecting their daughter in 2004. A terrible vision. Mike was an easygoing man who was a great husband and a perfect father. One day in 2004, while the couple was playing on the lawn, they were playing with their son, Mike, and Stacy suddenly had an eerie vision out of the blue. In her vision, she saw her husband die in a car accident. Tears started rolling out of Stacy's eyes, and she was brought back to her senses by Mike. The next moment, Mike received a call asking him to come to work as there was an emergency. Mike, who had just started his new job as an IT manager, obliged, left for his workplace driving his car. A couple of hours later, Stacy heard a police officer knock on her door. Stacy, who was still trying to shake off that eerie vision, heard something terrible from the police officer. Her vision had become true, and her husband had died in a car crash. Stacy was devastated hearing this news, and her perfect life fell apart. Unlike most widows, Stacy continued living in the same house even after her husband's death. According to her, staying in this house made her feel like Mike was constantly around her. She eventually gave birth to her daughter and nicknamed her Brian. After Mike's death, Stacy remained single, and she continued to take good care of her kids. Is that Mike? Almost 9 years after Mike's death, strange things started happening in the house of the Stows. One afternoon, while Stacy was cleaning the house after sending Brian and Cameron to school, she noticed a small glass teddy bear magically appear on the table before her. It seemed to hold a heart in its hand, and inside this heart was an orange stone. Since it was Mike's birthstone, Stacy concluded that it was her husband trying to tell her that he was watching over them, but she couldn't have been more wrong. The next day, when 12-year-old Cameron was playing in the living room, the temperature of the living room started to increase all of a sudden. Noticing this change, Cameron turned around to see what was the reason behind this sudden increase in temperature. Saw a fire in the fireplace. He put down the fire and continued playing, only for the temperature to rise again. Discovering that the igniter in the fireplace had turned on by itself, Cameron started shouting for his mom in fear. Before Stacy reached the living room, the igniter turned off by itself, and this made her believe that her son was making it up. While Stacy was about to leave the room after sending her son away, she saw the glass teddy bear that she had seen earlier that magically appeared on the table in front of her. Stacy had placed it in her closet the previous time, and she couldn't come up with an explanation for how it moved to the table before her. She concluded that her husband was playing a prank to light up the family's mood. Later that night, Stacy was woken up from her sleep by soft whispers. The whispers were in the voice of her late husband, and it said, "Honey, I'm here." Stacy was creeped out by this. Mustering all of her courage, she turned around to see who it was. When she turned, she saw an indentation on her bed. It seemed to be that of a man. Stacy jumped out of her bed, but in fear, but thinking that it was the spirit of her husband, she lay beside this indentation and peacefully slept. A black figure with cat-like eyes. A couple of nights later, 9-year-old Brian had an eerie, vivid nightmare. made her run to her mother's room in fear. In her nightmare, she found herself being chased by a 6-foot-tall large black figure that had cat-like eyes. This figure chased her down, got hold of her ankles, and pulled her along the hallway into a dark corner. This made Brian wake her up from her sleep. She ran to Stacy's room with tears rolling from her eyes. When Brian told her what had just happened to Stacy, she convinced her daughter that it was just a nightmare and to put her back to sleep. The next day, while Brian was all around her room painting, she felt as if somebody was walking into the room. When she turned around to see who it was, she saw a tall man with blue eyes and brown hair walking towards her. This man was her father, Mike, whom she'd only seen in pictures. Seeing Mike open up his arms, the kid screamed in joy and ran toward him. As she got closer and closer, she noticed that her father's face was turning black. Mike slowly changed into the demon that she'd seen in her dreams the previous night. It made her bolt out of the room in fear. Brian ran straight to her room and told her about what she saw in the figures, and her father's face slowly changing to this black figure with cat eyes. After Stacy heard her daughter say this, she started asking herself if the presence she was feeling around her was really the presence of her husband. Seeing her daughter getting scared while being alone, Stacy decided to have Brian sleep with her for a few days. That night, Cameron left his room, walked into the kitchen to fulfill his midnight cravings. While he was snacking in the kitchen, he started hearing nonsensical whispers around him. The whispers didn't seem to have a defined origin, and they started feeling like an evil presence around him, and he slowly started backstepping out of the kitchen. When he was almost out, he felt something stand right behind him. When he turned to see what it was, he saw a huge black figure with cat-like eyes staring dead at him. Cameron fell on the floor in fear of this figure disappearing. Cameron ran upstairs to his mother's room and told her about what he'd seen in the kitchen. Seeing the paleness on his face and the tears in his eyes, Stacy confirmed that her son was not lying. Also, with the entity that he had seen being the same as the entity Brian had seen, Stacy understood that their house was haunted by something evil. Stacy reached out to a spiritual cleanser named Johnny seeking help. When Johnny entered their house, he started to feel something demonic in it. He told the family that he had to cleanse the house and started the cleansing ritual. While Johnny was cleansing the house, Brian felt something grip her ankle hard. Before she could call her mom, the demon started pulling her into the hallway by her ankle. Johnny followed her, shouting, "Be gone!" He did this repeatedly and eventually left her ankle. Brian felt the darkness around her slowly dissipate. She was relieved by it. Johnny told the family that the demon was no longer in their house and left the house. The evil returns. Almost a year later, with the family slowly recovering from the horror that they had been through, demonic activity returned to the house. One night, while Brian was getting ready to go to sleep, she started hearing whispers around her. The whispers said, "Help me, let me out." Scared to death, Brian covered her face with a blanket. The blanket was forcefully pulled off of her, and in front of her stood the black figure with cat eyes she had seen before. The demon disappeared. She started feeling a sharp pain on the right side of her chest. Brian bolted out of the room and ran to her mom, crying in pain. She told Stacy what had happened, but her mother didn't seem to believe her. Seeing a bloody patch develop on Brian's top, Stacy lifted it, and underneath it was Brian's bare chest with 3 deep and freshly made marks. This made Stacy believe that the demon had indeed returned. She reached out to a psychic medium named Claudia, seeking her help. The starting point. Claudia visited their house the very next day. The moment she stepped into the house, similar to Johnny, she felt something evil in it. After patiently listening to the experiences of the family members, Claudia tried to find a reason behind them. Using her psychic powers, Claudia figured out that Stacy's nephews, who took care of the house while the family left for a vacation, had performed a seance in the kitchen of the house trying to communicate with Mike. During the seance, they encountered a demon which made them run out of the room without finishing the seance properly. After Stacy confirmed that strangeness in the house began after this vacation, Claudia helped the family to finish the seance properly. Ever since then, they haven't experienced anything paranormal in their house. Cheers. Closet doors both sprung open at the same time on their own, among other things, at my parents' house. So I'm growing increasingly concerned about my parents' house, and just paranormal stuff in general, but I'm trying my best to stay calm and level-headed. Please keep all discussion genuine. No fear-mongering. Real level-headed opinions. That's because this stuff is really scaring me. I'd like the input from people who are well-informed about possible paranormal activity. There are several things that have happened while at my parents' house that creep me out. 1. Last night I was in my little brother's room, 9 years old. I was with him while we were both doing our own, kind of thing, just playing separate video games. Our 2 chihuahuas were in the room with us. The 2 beds are in a room facing the opposite wall, and to the right are 2 closet doors. A large closet with a pillar in between 2 closet doors. But the pillar is not an actual wall inside, it's just a separation into the wall. It's not that closet doors aren't right next to each other, essentially. He was on the rightmost bed closest to the closet. Literally right next to the closet doors, one directly next to him and the other further down the wall. All of a sudden I see the door right next to him spring open. The thing is, this one door of the pair doesn't close well, and that's pre-established. It will spring open on its own, and if you try to close it, the other one, however, doesn't really do that. At the same time, this other door opened too, and one of our chihuahuas that was right next to the door started aggressively barking. Maybe he accidentally bumped into it and it opened, causing the force to maybe jolt the other one open itself. Well, my brother and I tested it out. He gave each panel of the closet door further down the wall a single hard knock. Door didn't open at all. It was the 4th of July. Maybe fireworks, sound waves. I have no idea. Seems unlikely to me. So maybe the door itself just jolted open on its own and startled the dog, and that's why it started barking. But this leads me to other mysterious experiences that have only happened here at my parents' house. I live separately with my grandma and come here to visit 2 days each week. 2. Last night after the closet thing happened, I had a dream. And this sounds a bit funny. A bunch of evil and scary gnomes were chasing me, trying to kill me inside this house. I heard about a cryptid called a duende that can resemble a gnome. On 2 other occasions, and this is what scares me the most, I've had 2 horrible nightmares. One a lot worse than the other. They were about my mom being the cryptid that I'm horrified of. I don't feel comfortable saying the word, but it starts with an S and ends with an R. These were also both dreams that occurred like when it feels like you're waking up after going to sleep. It's in the same setting that you went to sleep in, but you're actually still dreaming. The first one was a while ago when I still lived with my parents. They modified one of the very large storage sheds into a miniature house for me to live in, complete with a bedroom, a small living room with a kitchen and a bathroom. This first nightmare went like this. I quote-unquote woke up from my sleep in the middle of the night because I heard my 2 cats meowing in distress outside my room in the living room. I see them and it's really dark with just moonlight peeking in. After seeing them, I hear a knock on the front door right behind me. And keep in mind, it's the dead of night. I open it and it's my mom. She's acting all weird and a bit off, but I brush it off. She tells me let's go back with her to the main house, and I agree. On the way out, she looks at me with an emotionless face, chokes me, grabs me by my neck, holding me in the air. Then she says, "I'm not your mom." I woke up absolutely horrified. I'm talking, this dream mildly traumatized me to the point that I had to sleep in my little brother's room in the main house. That's because I was too scared to be alone in case I had another bad dream. Another much more recent time, I had another dream where I also woke up where I went to sleep. In my brother's room this time. This time it was late at night, but the lights were on. I left a blue light on before going to sleep, mostly because I was too lazy to turn it off and I was tired in bed. But when I woke up, I saw my mom in the kitchen. I don't remember if she said anything. I heard the dogs barking again and I had a bad feeling. This dream was a lot shorter. My mom's room is extremely close to the kitchen. I walked to her room for some reason and she's right there in the bathroom. Even though I saw her in the kitchen seconds ago, my stomach dropped and I ran out of her room. I feel like I almost knew. Crap, this type of dream is happening again. Then I woke up. Again, I was really scared, but I went back to sleep. Now a disclaimer to try to disprove this. My mom and I have an extremely rocky relationship. She's very emotionally unstable, and even though I know she loves me, she can turn nasty and harmful real quick if she's in a bad mood. So maybe this is just a symbolic representation of my subconscious. How my mom is two-sided or fake sometimes, like not her true self, her loving side. It's weird that it happened twice, and then the evil gnomes. A little funny, but in the dream it was really scary. Now on to more mystery scenarios in her house. 3. A while ago my mom claimed that she saw a little boy around the age of my brother standing outside the large window to the front yard. We went outside and there was no kid there. We even went so far as to ride around the car through the neighborhood to see if we could find him. That was because we were genuinely concerned about what if it was a real lost kid. We found no trace of him. My mom apparently had seen what looks like my little brother in one spot when he couldn't be. She found him soon after in a place that wouldn't make sense. 4. More recently, I was again in my brother's room. Had my back to the window. I was sitting on his bed, which is directly in front of it. I heard 2 knocks on the window directly behind me. I looked around and there was absolutely nobody there. Really sounded like somebody purposely was knocking on it. 5. More trivial, but late at night in the living room I was sitting there alone playing video games in the dark. I heard what sounded like my parents' door closing when it would be slightly open. I looked and the door was already closed. I was paranoid, so I peeked into my parents' room. They were both asleep. I say this is trivial because I told my brother and he claims that it was an air filter. The sound happened more than once that night, so not so long intervals. 6. One time my mom and I were having a conversation about the universe. Not only the universe, but spirituality as well. This was late at night in the kitchen. We both are believers in these kinds of things. But behind her, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a white puffball or an orb passing by. It looked very light and floaty. It disappeared, and it wasn't a tangible real object. Couldn't find it anywhere. It was right behind her. I'm not sure what this could be, if it was a ball of dust or something. I didn't find it. So that's everything I can think of for now. What do you guys think? Do any of these have any likely explanations, or does it seem like there's something more going on? There's just so many things that happen here specifically that raise my suspicions. And some of it is really horrifying to me. The dreams about that type of cryptid. Haunted house. When I was 6 months old in 1981, my late parents purchased a 2-bedroom cottage that had been empty for about 2 years. It was in a somewhat dilapidated state, like broken windows, holes in the floorboards, all that. Basically, it looked like a stereotypical haunted house. From my understanding, it had been lived in by an old lady who had died, and then it had been left to fall apart, which was the case with a lot of old cottages and farms between the 80s and 90s. The cottage next door had also been recently purchased, and it was also dilapidated. The cottage was about 200 years old. It was located in a village about 8 miles north of the city of Bristol. It was in the county of Gloucestershire. That's located in the southwest region of England, about 123 miles southwest of London. My parents spent about 4 years renovating the house so we could move in. Until then, we lived 7 miles away in a flat about 5 miles outside of Bristol. While my parents were renovating the house, they experienced a few strange encounters. Each morning before work, my father would drop me and my mother off at the house in the morning, go to work at about maybe 7 miles away. My mother would take me to the village school. That was about a half a mile away, too, then go back to the house and renovate what she could. After work, my father would then collect us, take us back to the flat and go back to the house to continue working into the evening. This went on for about 3 years. The number of times when my parents were working in the house, they experienced the sense of being watched. And they weren't alone. They would hear footsteps upstairs, doors open or close. My mother once heard heavy disembodied breathing. Our family dog would also stare where there was nothing visible. My parents didn't really massively adjust the house layout as a later owner would. However, they added a 3rd bedroom and a bathroom near the rear of the house. It had been on a sloping, pitched roof. They also added a landing, so that way you could access all 3 bedrooms and the bathroom. Previously, you had to go up the stairs, through the bedroom and then through the bedroom, or through the bedroom and then through that bedroom to get to the 2nd master bedroom. That's a lot of bedrooms. Oh no. Oh no. So, my bedroom was the new bedroom that was added to the rear of the house. Previously, this had just been empty attic space above the kitchen. I never liked this bedroom. I always felt watched and that there was a cold spot in this room. In the mid-1980s, roughly, my aunt came to stay with us. And as her parents, I guess you could say my paternal grandparents, they were in the 2nd bedroom. She had to stay on the bottom bunk bed. One night she would hear the door open and close. A while later, the bunk bed started to shake violently. She told me to stop it, thinking it was me. Then, realizing I was asleep, shouted, "Whatever you are, just stop." And it did. In the late 1980s, I changed bedrooms to the front so I could have more space. The rear bedroom became the spare, or guest bedroom. I was lucky enough to have both sets of grandparents, and even 2 great-grandparents. Something my children won't ever experience. My parents were from the north of England in Yorkshire, about 3 hours drive away. So every few months at different times, various relations would just visit and stay with us, usually on a weekend. My late maternal grandmother had a few experiences. One time in the 90s, staying in the rear bedroom. She woke up to see the shadow of a woman in a Victorian Edwardian bonnet. It stood at the bottom of the bed. Can't recall what else happened, but I think it vanished. Another experience she had was about 2001. She was washing up in the kitchen in front of the kitchen window. Behind her were the stairs. She turned around and saw the shape of a faded lady figure gliding up the stairs, turned left on the landing and going to the spare bedroom, my former bedroom. My late mother had a number of experiences in the 1980s and 90s. She was in bed one evening and my father was downstairs watching the TV in the living room. She heard heavy breathing, like from an elderly person. The next moment she felt as though she was lifted off the bed and headed toward the window. She was scared that she was going to get thrown out. The next moment she glided back down onto the bed. As soon as she hit the bed mattress, she jumped up and ran downstairs and got my father. He ran upstairs to their bedroom and heard a loud sigh, which made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Another experience my mom had was she was lying down on the sofa. She could see through to the next room and a little sitting room, and she could see the kitchen door. The next moment it slammed shut. My dog, who was in the little sitting room, ran into the living room with a scared look in his face. My mother sadly died in 1999. My own experiences were mostly in my front bedroom. I remember in the 80s when I had a bunk bed, being on the top bunk with it being to the left of the door. The door opened and I turned around. I was thinking it was my mother. There was no one there. The door promptly, slowly closed by itself. They're the type of doors which have a latch and a button, so the wind or draft can't even open them. In the 90s, I remember opening the door to be hit by a gust of cold air from nowhere. 2 nights after my mother's death, I recall a very vivid experience talking to my mother, and to this day I don't know if it was real or a dream. Never had anything like it before or since, really. About a year or 2 after my mother's death, my father experienced what looked like 2 orbs in his bedroom floating about. He felt that he was being embraced. Around 2002, my father started dating. He would stay with his girlfriend, who would be my stepmom later, about 2 hours away most weekends. I was left in the house alone, as my dog had died in 2001. I would often hear walking about upstairs. I spend most of my time in my room on my computer, talking to my girlfriend, who is my wife now. I don't think much else happened after this point, not that I remember. Around May of 2003, my father sold the house and moved about an hour away, while I moved nearer to Bristol. My father got remarried in 2003 and died in 2016. I understand since we left the house 21 years ago, it's had about 5 other owners. The longest living there was about 8 or 9 years. Haven't really been back since or checked if there's still activity going on with any current or past owners. I lived in and around Bristol for another 15 years. That was until 5 years ago when we moved to Wales. Another country, but like England, part of the UK and Britain. About an hour away, so we didn't go out that much anymore. When we lived in Bristol, we would occasionally drive through the village, but as my relationship with my father deteriorated around the same time after my mother died, it was never really the same. Something I don't relish revisiting. Hope you enjoyed my true story of a house that I lived in for the better part of 20 years. Sorry, some of the details are vague. It's all over 21 plus years now. And with the exception of myself and my aunt, everyone else who's experienced paranormal activity, my parents and grandparents, they've all been dead for years. I'm pretty estranged from my living relations, so there isn't anyone to get clarification from. The recounted experiences above happened between 81 and 2003, sometimes days, weeks, or months or years apart. I'm sure there's probably more, but a lot of things from this time I've just forgotten. I have had a few experiences in the 5 other houses that I've lived in, but nothing noteworthy like my original cottage. I've added some photos of my house, but these are from the estate agents when I was looking up and it was for sale about 5 years ago. The house was significantly altered by the first owner after us, 2003, 2007. Famous cases. The Skull Experiment. The Skull Experiment, conducted from 1993 to 98 in the village of Skull, Norfolk, England, was one of the most well-documented and controversial series of seances in the history of paranormal research. Named after its location, the experiment aimed to provide substantial evidence of life after death through physical mediumship producing physical phenomenon. The Skull Experiment was distinctive in its approach, combining traditional seance methods with modern, at the time, recording equipment The sessions were typically held in a darkened cellar. This was beneath the Foy's house. This was with the participants sitting around a table. The primary goal was to establish communication with spirits, capture physical phenomena that could be rigorously tested and verified. One of the first types of phenomena reported during the skull experiment was the appearance of lights. These lights, described as bright, darting, and often colorful, would move around the room, sometimes responding to requests from participants. The lights were said to exhibit intelligent behavior, changing direction and interacting with objects and people in the room. In addition to lights, the experiment also produced numerous instances of apports, which are objects that supposedly materialized from thin air. These objects included old coins, gemstones, and even a small crystal. One particularly remarkable instance involved the appearance of a newspaper from 1944. This was said to be in pristine condition despite its age. Accordingly, MK took the paper to the Print Industries Research Association, a world authority on paper and printing. They informed him in due course that their detailed examination of the typeface demonstrated that it had been printed by a letterpress, a long-since obsolete technique, too. Furthermore, their chemical analysis of the paper on which the apport was printed revealed it to be the Second World War newsprint, long since unavailable. In his further investigations, MK ascertained that the apported version differed from the copy of the Daily Mail for April 1st of 1944 kept in the British Library. That was only in that it was like an earlier edition of that day's print run. The apports often seemed to have special significance or connections to the participants or the spirits that they purportedly were in contact with. Audio phenomena were also a crucial part of the skull experiment. Voices were frequently heard, sometimes through direct voice communication where the sound seemed to emanate from the air, rather than from the mediums. These voices would converse with the participants, providing information, answering questions. Additionally, anomalous sounds such as music and unexplained knocking were often reported. Photographic evidence also played a significant role in the skull experiment. The group used both traditional film cameras and infrared video cameras to capture images during the seances. Numerous photographs were developed that appeared to show faces, scenes, and symbolic images. Some of these images were obtained under conditions designed to eliminate the possibility of fraud, such as sealed film canisters that were only opened and developed in the presence of independent witnesses. One of the most striking aspects of the skull experiment was the variety of spirit communication methods employed. These included automatic writing, where spirits were said to control the hand of a medium to produce written messages, and direct writing, where messages appeared on pieces of paper without any apparent physical cause. The group also reported instances of materialized hands that would touch and interact with the participants. Throughout the duration of the experiment, the skull group maintained a detailed log of the sessions, meticulously documenting the phenomena and the conditions under which they occurred. Independent investigators from the SPR included respected researchers Montague Keene, David Fontana, and Arthur Ellison. These investigators reported witnessing the phenomena firsthand, concluded that the events could not easily be dismissed or explained by conventional means. One particularly controversial piece of evidence involved the locking of sealed rolls of film in a box. These were later developed, shown to contain images exposed across multiple frames, which would only be possible by removing the film from the roll entirely. Walter describes how he bought a roll of film, put the unopened film in the locked security box, held the box in his hands throughout the session, neither putting it on the table nor allowing anyone else to touch it. He then supervised the development procedure. Despite the film he purchased being unopened and in a locked box in Walter's hand for the whole session, there was writing along the length of the film in the form of a German poem. Modern-day researcher Brian Dunning asserts that the box was vulnerable to tampering. One of the investigators, Alan Gauld, wrote critically of how he discovered this locked box and how quickly and easily opened it was in the dark, which allowed for easy substitution of film rolls. This box was provided by the mediums. Whenever any other sealed container was used, no images ever appeared on the film. Yet even while acknowledging these facts, the author of the Skull report still maintained that the film images are most likely evidence of the supernatural. However, Dunning leaves out additional information which complicates matters, I would say. Just over 3 years later, he came from Germany to Skull's study day to give an eloquent and concise, under 5-minute account of the exact design of the box. He's a leading engineer. Not only that, but the exact way in which he had held it during the experiment. 3 fingers pressed against one side, his thumb against another, and his index finger on the top face, his palm covering the lock. The base was resting firmly on the table. Only the side facing away from him, the base accepted, was uncovered by any part of his hand. And this side was slotted into the box from above and could not be removed without first dismantling the box from the top. Despite the extensive documentation and the involvement of reputable researchers, the Skull experiment has faced significant criticism and skepticism. Critics argue that the conditions of the seances, particularly the dark environment, were conducive to trickery and sleight of hand. They suggest that the phenomena could have been produced by the participants themselves, either intentionally or unconsciously, through techniques commonly used by stage magicians. Although throughout the thorough investigation, no one was able to prove any such trickery actually occurred. This case can't be summed up in a single documentary or debunking. I encourage anyone who's interested to read the full report and consider the great length that investigators went to in order to try and determine the true cause. Ultimately, the ambiguous nature of the parapsychological phenomenon means that what one ultimately chooses to believe about the case is going to come down to a matter of faith, not facts. Unexplained Lights in the Sky in West Central Minnesota, 2010 to 2014. This is long, so bear with me. My wife and I got married in 2010, promptly left our toxic families for greener pastures in West Central Minnesota. I've since learned the area between Bemidji, Fergus Falls, and Otter Tail are a hotbed for UFO experiences. Finally encountered a person who saw what I saw. Our first year there, I didn't really think much of the strange lights in the summer sky. We would often go out, just get eaten alive by mosquitoes and watch the fireflies. I had figured that they were some type of aerial drone show or military exercise. Largely wrote it off. After all, they were so abundant and intricate, and surely a neighbor would say something if it was something to worry about. They came back the next year around the same time and got our attention. We bought a telescope and learned how to use it. I could see the moon, stars, and constellations just fine, but could never once get a clear image of these crafts. There was some type of camouflage or cloaking mechanism to them, and the only way I was able to get a read on them was by viewing the absence of light around them. Best I can figure, there were 6 to 30 craft at any given time. The top of the craft was a diamond-shaped thing with a relatively thick rectangular body. The bottom of these structures would open up to the sides, and out of them would spill an insurmountable amount of smaller craft. The smaller pieces of light that fell from the main craft had an unnatural glow to them, closer to a bioluminescence rather than a chemical-based light. When they fell, they had a buoyancy to them, incredibly similar to the way baby fish fall out of mollies, guppies, and small sort of swordtails right before they learn to swim. The diamond head of the craft would spin counterclockwise. The rectangular base would open up and these things would spill out and form fantastic formations in the sky. I don't have the right words for this, but the two-dimensional structures they formed in the flat sky seemed to have a depth or extra third dimension to them. I got the impression some were much further away, or perhaps brighter or dimmer. I could never get a read on these mathematically perfect formations that they would lock into. They didn't look like constellations or seem to have any sense about them. I'm very bad at math, but I was left with the impression that these were some complex math problem. I don't know why, but that's just how they always made me feel. And what's striking to me is how immaculate that they were in their perfection. They would fall out, get their bearings, and then move at the same speed to predetermined places. They didn't overshoot their target. They moved with purpose, and always moved correctly to where they wanted to be. When the last ones were done falling out of the craft, they would all sit there together in these stunning displays of perfection, like an eagle or an angel spreading its wings. It was nothing short of magnificent. Now, what really freaked me out about the whole thing was that we had a neighbor who farmed cattle. Every single time that one cow started losing its mind, these things would show up in the sky. I joked about it at first, but then realized that we could rely on the ornery cow across the road as a leading indicator to when the craft would show up. He was 100% correct every single time. In the third year, we got brave. Thought it was funny the government was starting to crack down on people shining lasers at aircraft. Well, the law read that you can't shine lasers, but it said nothing about the toolbox-sized portable sun that I had out in the shed, so one night the cow starts going off. We get up, I grab the light and go outside. The craft are starting to drop the weird glowing fingernail clipping things out of their bases. My wife warns me this is not a good idea. I didn't come outside for nothing. Power that sucker up and shine it up, down, left, right. In response, the craft I was targeting then moves left, right, up, and down. This scares the shit out of me. My wife tells me that she warned me, and this isn't funny. We end up grabbing the guns and hiding in the barn. Though in hindsight, I'm not sure what good the guns would have done. A few months later, I'm driving home from a job site, like 3 hours out. It was late, and it was -30 or whatever, and I see a formation in the sky. It's shaped like the Big Dipper, but it's super bright and almost hard to look at. I observe it for maybe 20-25 minutes on the last stretch home. I tell my wife to come outside and check out how big the Big Dipper is. Never seen anything like it before. She bundles up and comes outside with me and says, "What do you mean? It's cloudy out. Unfocus your eyes and just look." I take my eyes off the constellation and look around, and all I could see was white clouds covering the night sky. Then she says, "Those aren't stars." I look over, and the last star in the end then drops down into the left, locking in place under the second-to-last star. It was the straw that broke the camel's back for me. We ran inside. In our last year there, we really didn't know what to make of the situation, so we just enjoyed them. But after all, if it was military, I surely would have gotten a knock on the door, or maybe a flashlight fiasco would have done it. But if they were hostile aliens and we blew their cover, they would just annihilate us. I can concede that perhaps these were in fact some type of proto-drone swarm weapon or military exercise. But I can't help but feel the strange type of ultra-organic glow that they had. It meant like these things were alive. Everything about them seemed to be. At least that these were some kind of creature, not necessarily some type of machine or craft. Or perhaps some creation that was a bridge between the two. There were times when we would say to each other, "Hey, Wouldn't it be weird if those 4 in the center just moved to the left together, and those 4 craft would move to the center over to the left? We were able to recreate this at least 2 more times. At this juncture, I've had a lot of time to reflect on these experiences and what I think they could potentially have been. And I sometimes wonder if they were some manifestation of consciousness. That irate cow across the road really helped ground me in the reality that we continue to experience for such a long time. Really was a real thing, had an impact on other creatures around us. I cannot confidently say that these things were beyond strange lights in the sky, but our experience was very real. These things were very abnormal. We weren't on drugs or imagining things, and this was assuredly the most magnificent and impressive thing I've ever seen in my life. Never seen anything like it since, and I'm willing to accept the reality of this being a weapons test, if not something extraterrestrial. But I don't think I'll ever know for sure. Step into the realm of mystery with Paranormal M. Hit that subscribe button, turn on notifications. Keep up with our latest enigmatic tales. We hope you enjoy the journey into the unknown. More native experiences. My boyfriend, basically it's something that's been with him his whole life. It's never caused any harm or negativity, but it does move things around. He sees it sometimes. It's happened to him for so long that his ghost doesn't even scare him. The first thing he told me, which was soon after we first met, he said was the scariest thing he's ever seen, which I think is saying something after the other things he's told me. So when he was around 19, it was nighttime in December. A snowstorm was outside. He was driving down a very rural road. He was with one of his friends, and they were driving next to a big field with snowdrifts on the side of the road. Basically just a miserable cold night. As they're driving, they saw something up ahead walking along the side of the road. Considering the weather, the rural location, and the time of day combined with the snowstorm, this struck them as very strange that someone would be out walking in this. But as they got closer, they could see that whatever it wasn't a person. He could only describe it as a grim reaper in real life, this human shape and form wearing a long dark robe covering its whole body. The hood was up and they couldn't see any sort of face showing, just blackness. It continued down the road as they passed it. My boyfriend was understandably scared shitless and wanted to get the fuck out of there. But his friend, even though he was scared too, insisted on turning around and finding out what it was. Russ didn't want to, but they did anyway. They found nothing. The thing was completely gone. His friend even got out to see if there were any footprints. There were none. Russ was scared even telling me the story, which, like I said, considering all the other stuff he's told me and how long ago this happened to him, I think it's saying something. So last night my boyfriend and I got on the ghost topic, and he told me several more things that he hasn't told me before. I wanted to write down before I forgot. 2 of these just happened within the last few days, and less scary, in his opinion at least. Thing was that he was sleeping on the couch downstairs and woke up and saw someone standing in the doorway of his bathroom. He's seen it before, so he's literally not even scared of it, he just went back to sleep. But that thing is most likely his ghost, meaning the one that literally haunts Russ himself. The other thing that happened to him the other night was he was at his dad's house on the reservation. He was fixing something on his truck. It was dark out, and he was out there alone and started to feel kind of creeped out, but brushed it off. And then suddenly he heard directly behind him his dad's voice saying, "Hey, you almost done?" His dad was inside, no one was out there with him, and that one seemed to scare Russ pretty good because he said after that he went in and got his dad came out to stand with him till he finished. But how freaky is that, like something mimicking his dad's voice? These other things he told me all happened to him a while ago. One time he and his family were all having a conversation, and the topic turned to some sort of Native American folklore, specifically something Russ doesn't want to name. But once the topic came up, Russ started talking shit, saying it was all bullshit and things like that. He said when he started talking shit, he suddenly felt like something was crawling up his back, then became all dizzy and disoriented. He ended up having to have a ceremony of some sort performed to get rid of the bad energy. This next thing happened to Russ when he was pretty young, like maybe mid-teens. It was by his dad's same house in the res, but up on the hill from his house a ways, and Russ said that there's like a small little pond up there that him and his friends would ride dirt bikes. They were up there riding one evening and it was getting late. He said they all started getting a weird feeling, and that this weird mist started forming on the pond, which he said never happens. So they decided to leave. And as they were riding back through the woods, he said that there's this one part of the woods up there that he hates being in. He said it's like his skin on his whole body's crawling and that something weird or bad definitely happened up there. So they're riding home and Russ goes by this bend and he swears he saw somebody standing on the side of the trail behind a tree. So he's already freaked out, he keeps going and there's another bend in the trail. He sees the same person standing behind another tree. He freaked the fuck out and said he rode to the front of his friends and got back as fast as he could. Another story he told me about the specific woods up the road from his dad's house. So Russ was always told growing up to never go into those woods at night. Wasn't given a specific reason, just always warned about it. One of his cousins lived like right on the edge of those woods. Russ, his cousin, and a bunch of people would have bonfires there and party. His cousin also had a stationary camper thing there, and they always would hang out in there. So one night they're partying, sitting by the fire, when they started hearing things coming from the woods. Eventually, they decided to move into the camper instead. So they're playing cards and stuff when they start hearing someone running around the camper. It was fall time, so if it was somebody running through the leaves, they would have heard. And eventually, whatever it was started banging on the side of the camper. Someone he was with, he can't remember exactly who, was up at the front of the camper and saw something out of the window that freaked him the fuck out. Russ thinks that it was a face. This person freaked out enough that he made everybody cover all the windows and shit with cardboard so you couldn't see inside. And after that, they continued hearing something outside the camper. And eventually they started hearing it fucking underneath and on top of it. Russ said he never really liked to party in that area because something felt off. That was even before this happened. The last thing he told me also happened years ago. He was at his dad's house with his cousins and they were inside his dad's shed working on something. All of a sudden they heard the loudest boom that he said literally sounded like a truck crashed into the shed and shook the whole thing basically. Well, they ran out and there was nothing there. My rational mind asked him if it could have possibly been some sort of explosion nearby, but he was adamant that it was not. He said this happened to him once one other time when he was younger and inside the house. He heard the exact same thing this time and sounded like a truck crashing to the side of the house. He told me that natives believe that if somebody is sending you bad energy or like a curse, you can hear this sort of thing and it's literally like the bad energy coming to you. So yeah, those are some of the things that have happened to him. And believe it or not, that's not even all of it. My dog says goodbye. Years and years ago, when I was still a little dolphin potato, I experienced my first loss of a family member, a dog who had been in my family since, well, I was born. When I first came home, he became jealous of me, and so was given to my grandparents to care for. He was resilient, but one day his body began to fail him, so he was unfortunately put down. Later, my parents got a cat. He grew to sort of see him as a sibling, and kind of acted like one too. He was a little gray tuxedo who was pretty affectionate, but usually only tolerated a few pets before getting overstimulated. Let's call him Ash. Now we can get on to the story. I was laying in bed one night, only about a week after the dog's loss. My parents had given me a picture of him to look at. I was on my side and I was just staring at it. Tears were running down my face. I was being as quiet as possible as I mourned. It was late and I was young. I didn't want to wake anyone. Despite knowing that my parents would happily have comforted me, I still didn't want to bother them. I heard creaking of little paws on the carpet. Ash would calmly come into my room when I was still awake late at night. I would leave my door open just because I felt more comfortable that way. It had the added benefit of allowing any of my furry friends, Ash, they could enter whenever they desired. Ash had the loudest engine purr I've heard in my life. Loved affection when everybody else was asleep. It was usually silent when he entered. On any given night, only the squeaking of boards under carpet announced his arrival. Sat up, turned to watch him enter. The doorway was empty. I still thought I heard small feet brushing against carpet. Just assumed I missed seeing him enter. My bed was large enough, and Ash small enough, that he could disappear behind the end of the bed frame. I still wouldn't be able to see him without crawling to the end. So I turned to face the other side of the bed. I looked down in hope of catching him rounding the corner, clicking my tongue to urge him to join me faster. Paw steps, but no cat. They halted when they reached the side I had been waiting Ash to arrive at. I watched the emptiness there for a few moments. Nothing changed. I was more confused than anything, chalking it up to my mind playing tricks on me. I had, after all, had a moment where I swear I had heard a voice wish me good night. This was one night from my doorway. Nobody's there. It wasn't a voice I'd recognized. It sort of frightened me, but I was glad that this wasn't like a scary auditory hallucination. I kind of just spent a few moments I was contemplating. Just as I turned to lay on my back and began to return to my mourning, I felt something. It was as though a small creature had stepped upon my sheets. There's a slight weight in the blankets next to my ankles. I don't remember if I felt any distinct pause, but I do remember the pressure settling on my lower legs below my knees. It all collected in a little round lump. It's as though a small creature curled up on my legs. I laid there for a few moments, was questioning if I was really feeling something. Would this sensation go away if I checked what it was? Maybe it was Ash and he had come up from the opposite side. It wasn't unheard of, but again I swore I heard the carpet shuffling on the side that I'd been facing prior. Carefully, I lifted myself up to sit. The pressure didn't change and it didn't leave or readjust, it remained there. With no body accompanying it, too. I even leaned forward as far as I could to ensure I wasn't just seeing things. There was no cat, there weren't any other small animals in my home, and I was alone in my bed. I had no reasonable scientific explanation for what I was feeling. I couldn't rationalize it. I quickly recalled that I had been mourning all night. That night I couldn't sleep. I used to watch a lot of ghost hunting shows. I was fascinated by them, but never knew if I believed in ghosts or not. I was convinced by the shows I watched, but I was a child, far less skeptical then. I was terrified of ghosts. But this didn't feel scary, this didn't feel intimidating or dangerous. I still believed that our dog's way of comforting me, like he didn't get a chance to say goodbye to me in person. I was just too young to be present for that. My parents would never have let me. Him being hooked up to the machines would have been scary enough at that age. Still is for the vast amount of people. I was still confused about one thing, though. How did he get up onto the bed? This small dog. I don't remember him ever being able to get up onto any of the furniture. He's always picked up and placed upon it. And as far as I was aware. I didn't know this at the time, but later on I learned that my grandparents had put a short 3-step stool down next to their bed to allow him to climb up or down as he wished. He had just taken a set of phantom steps up to curl and maybe just lay upon my legs. He was saying that he loved me, that there were no hard feelings, despite me taking his place as the baby of the family early on. He would always be there for me, and that it was all going to be okay. Maybe he was just telling me goodbye. All of this is the only way that he knew how. With the weight of a pup resting on my calves and the thought of his love soothing my broken heart, I was finally able to drift off. I was hoping that he knew how much I loved and appreciated him in turn. Christ, I'm tearing up remembering this. It's been years. I'm assuming that my emotions are getting to me because of the time I'm writing this. It's way too late. After years of sitting on this experience, I just want to know a simple why. There recently has been a thread about what made you believe in ghosts. I'll start with the same context. Well, probably many have had said this before, but I was an extremely skeptical individual. I believe that the majority of events that occur can be explained by logical explanations. That was until both myself and my wife had our experiences with several unexplainable events. I want to context these events have changed both my wife and myself's views on many things, including the paranormal. Events took place around 6 years ago. Wife and I were staying at my father's house. That was after he passed away. Everybody in the family spoke about the house being haunted as long as I could remember. Personally, never had anything weird happen prior to this, and overall just chalked it up to that side of the family being overzealous storytellers. We were at the house for around a week to help clean it out, as it was about 6 hours away from where we lived. There were several weird events leading up to the final event that changed myself and wife forever. To give better context, the house itself was a postage stamp style Victorian house with 2 floors and a semi-finished apartment style attic. First event. I was going up into the attic to work and cleaning up some stuff my father had up there. He was an avid collector of NASCAR die-cast and other collectibles, and things were everywhere. On my way up the steps, I was on the phone with my wife, who went to check on food. But I saw the handle on the attic door twist and the door slightly open. This area we were in was not necessarily dangerous, but was far from nice. I instantly thought somebody had broken in and maybe made me run and investigate. I searched everywhere. Couldn't find anybody, but in retrospect, it was idiotic to go up there alone, as if somebody was up there, I was probably not prepared to handle it. Grief makes emotions just dull, including fear. Second event. Wife, myself, and a childhood friend were in the same attic cleaning out items. In the attic, there was thick old shag carpet that had been there from the 70s. Since it was a semi-finished attic, one of the room was storage, and that's where my buddy and I were working. I look at my wife, who's literally just pointing at the door. We both watched the door for that room close slowly on my buddy. There was zero reasoning or explanation, and as we both saw it, the door itself took a large amount of force to actually close. Obviously, my buddy was pretty unhappy, and we both just said, "Sorry, I forgot you were in there," to avoid him thinking both of us were losing our minds and trying to scare him. Last event. The last night we ever stayed there, we slept on the second floor of the master bedroom. The bedroom itself was positioned so the headrest of the bed's wall was aligned with the set of stairs coming up. The wall and stairs were about 3 to 15 feet difference in height, depending on the location, an important piece to what ended up happening. So, throughout the night, my wife kept waking me up to say somebody was walking around on the platform landing outside. I looked and did see what looked like a shadow underneath the doorframe, so I immediately opened the door and braced for what I assumed to be an intruder. Again, nothing. Nothing was there, even after searching the house extensively. Later that night, I'm awoken to sounds of scratching in the wall behind my head. My wife is awake already and looking at me oddly, terrified as she hears it too. I assume it's a rat or some type of animal. While weird, it was directly behind me. It wouldn't be a far-fetched possibility if the house didn't have critters in it, Pretty tired rage, I turn around and punch the wall to scare it off. Within a second, something punches back on the wall with such force it shakes the entire building. We both then hear footsteps stomping and running away at us from the attic stairs. At this moment, we're both at a loss for words and immediately pack up with our son and leave. Call the police and just assume that it has to be somebody who broke in. And that wasn't really until the second day that we were thinking about it. The area where the scratching was occurring was above the steps. A good 10 feet or even an extremely tall man would have trouble reaching with a ladder. However, even if they could reach, what we couldn't explain is how this thing ran on a floor that literally didn't exist. The sound of running was not going up steps, but as if there was a hallway or floor directly behind the wall, which there was not. The police found no sign of a break-in or any intruder being there. Security camera, which was a Ring one, outside never had any alerts or saw anybody coming in. We ended up selling the house, as pretty much everything in it too. Never stayed over again. I came down briefly a few weeks later to finish up some final business and just went to tell my father goodbye in the house. Upon entering, the house just felt so hateful. I don't understand how a house could have feelings, but if somebody was to ask me what I felt, hateful is the word I would have used. No idea to this date what any of it was, but to clarify, I'd not been in such a state of grief. I would have never investigated nor stayed after the first event. My dad always brushed off the other family members' claims for it being haunted as no big deal, and even in my childhood years visiting, I never once had an odd experience. My dad and I had a very good relationship throughout his life, and he never talked about the house in a negative light. The house was built in 1879 by a French family, and after them, my family owned it from 1952 and onward. Nothing traumatic ever happened there, nor any weird family events. It was just a plain old boring house prior to that week. How has everybody else coped with a truly unexplainable event? My wife and I still to this day can't even talk about it without getting chills or feeling literally insane. Feeling insane isn't so bad. My aunt visited us. This happened about 6 years ago, but I still remember everything clear as day. When my Aunt Pam passed away, she was living in a home. All of her belongings were in a storage unit. Her son, who inherited all of her belongings, picked through all the things he wanted and invited some of the close family, like my mother and her sisters, to come pick whatever they wanted. At the unit, my cousins and I banded together and found some items that we were fond of. I took these little purple potion bottles, purple china set, a purple bedding set, and matching curtains. Good choice. If my aunt and I had one thing in common, it was our love for the color purple. I fell in love with the items. I was super excited to bring them home and bring them back to life by giving them a purpose. Upon returning to the house, my sisters and I rushed inside to decorate our rooms with their Aunt Pam's belongings. I set up almost an altar-esque type place on my vanity with all the potion bottles around the china set. My vanity sat right across my sitting area in the opposite corner of the room. Nighttime rolls around and my sisters and I are in separate rooms. My sister Abby is in the room right next to mine. That's with Maddie being right across from her. I'm sitting in my little reading nook. My nose is buried pretty deep in a series I've been binging. My lamp flickers twice. I lift my head to see what gives. Well, more often than not, it's usually her house, but I lock eyes with this figure. A woman, a blacked-out silhouette. She looks as if she's, like, swimming in water. Her hair is large and curly and floating around her. While I couldn't see a face, I could see it in my brain as she was projecting her image into me. Her eyes glowed with a faint white. Her hand was outreached toward the set of china and potion bottles on my vanity. At first, she wasn't looking at me. I sat holding my breath. I stared at her in fear. was fully aware that it was my aunt, but absolutely terrified at seeing her. She snaps her head towards me and my lights turn off. I scream as loud as I can for my sister, but I was unable to move. She bursts into my room, turns the light on, and asks what the hell's going on. I'm blabbering and trembling and crying, trying my best to explain while Abby's trying her best to keep it together. My screams caused my other sister to wake up as well. She comes to the room rubbing her eyes and telling me to shut up. We're all just sort of talking over each other, discussing who I'm going to sleep with, when we hear a bang in the kitchen. My parents were extremely strict on eating schedules. We weren't allowed in the kitchen after dinner, which was 6 p.m., and it was now 10 p.m. My parents slept in the master bedroom, that's in the attic above the garage. In order for them to come down, they would have to open the very heavy door, walk down the extremely loud steps, open the obnoxiously loud screeching screen door. Point is, we would have heard loud and clear if anybody came downstairs. We all froze, staring at each other. My sister's eyes widen as we realize what's happening. We're listening closely, and it sounds like people are ransacking the cabinets, moving around the silverware, that the pots that hung on the ceiling were banging into each other. Silence falls for a moment. My sister Maddie, the fearless one, we decided to check it out. We follow behind her in a single file down the hall. Maddie turns the corner to the kitchen. She takes a step back, her eyes wide, scanning around. Me and my sister poke our heads around, and every drawer and cabinet are open, and the pots on the ceiling are still swinging slightly. We stand there stunned for a moment, and we all sprint upstairs, banging on our parents' door. I explain what happened, and my mother's extremely annoyed. She pulls us to the camera in the kitchen, and there it is in all of its glory. My mother isn't one for emotions. She just got to making a pallet in her room for us to sleep on. Eventually we sleep and wake up for school the next morning. My sisters seemed to feel better, and I was still shaken. We're sitting in the living room, and I ask if Maddie wouldn't mind grabbing my brush and other items from my room. I refused to go because of the fear. She said yes, and she was trying on her shoes. Suddenly we hear a noise from the back. We all go quieter to hear what it is. It's a piano. A piano in my room. I was terrified, asking if they heard it, and Abby just clings to me. Maddie walks to the back to retrieve my items unfazed as I ask her to check my piano because I knew it was unplugged. She emerges moments later with my items. I ask about the piano. With a straight face, she tells me it was unplugged and off. Needless to say, I didn't sleep in my own room for 3 months. While rooming with my parents, my mom had to look at photos of family members. It wasn't the first time a deceased, came to visit me. Sometimes I knew them, sometimes I didn't. My mother could also see them. It was a normal thing in her house. In the box was a photo of my Aunt Pam in her mid-20s. I pointed to it, telling my mom that it was her. Mom just nodded and said that she was probably coming to say goodbye. Still didn't make me feel any better. Still extremely terrifying. Gives me goosebumps to this day. Weird experience inside a forest. So today is Sunday, a day I usually go out to hike a route I hiked many times. I don't anymore, but I had to think of it today. This experience is roughly 2.5 years old now. I haven't gone back to my old routine since then. I live in a pretty small rural village in Germany. Less than 200 people live here. Not much around here besides fields, forests, cows, sheep, a donkey, and 2 horses. Directly outside of the house I live in is a road to the right which leads into a field, then into a pretty thick forest. The route I usually take is around 18 kilometers long, or 11 miles for US readers. I will simply stick to miles. Keep it simple. It doesn't sound like much, but the route is very rough. It's uphill almost the entire time, and the forest has no roads, so you actually walk through rough terrain with thick tree roots and bushes. Anyway, I walk this exact route 1 or 2 times per week, and usually when it's already dark outside. I wear a headlamp. That's for when it's too cloudy out and the moon isn't nicely visible, so I don't trip or get hurt. Why at evening or night? Well, because I'm usually on the phone with a good friend talking. We live very far apart. It's day for her and it's night for me. I don't mind because, well, that way I don't feel alone hiking. Information dump. Because I deem it important. For those people who are not familiar with German forests, the most dangerous thing you may encounter is a wild boar. So it's usually pretty safe to just wander around. Almost no wolves where I am, and even if they would be way too shy to show themselves. Bears are not really even a thing here. Also, no crazy people living inside the forest. The only thing you encounter is the farmer who drives up 1 or 2 miles into the road to check on his livestock. After all, it's all forests, no fields anymore anyway. Now to the weird thing I experienced. Headlamp on, AirPods in, talking to my friend, catching up. But the first 5 miles or so, nothing weird happened. I even had the headlamp off. Though I did wear it on my head, the moon was making enough light for once your eyes adjusted to the dark, you could see quite well. As long as you don't sprint around the forest. Though once I was in the deeper part of the forest, my AirPods started making weird sounds. Almost like I was losing connection, but I could hear a voice still. It was more like a background buzzing. It wasn't actually interfering with my call. This buzzing went on, maybe 20 minutes or so. I suddenly noticed that I couldn't see as well anymore as I could. The moon was blocked by clouds, but these clouds didn't look like normal clouds. They looked like thick walls of fog, just way higher than fog should be. I know it's hard to picture, but clouds usually look fluffy or thinned out. These seemed heavy and wet. It's hard to describe. I told my friend to hold on for a minute because I had to focus on something. I don't know why I said that, but focusing on her talk was disrupting my, quote-unquote view for whatever reason. Sensory overload, I guess. The thing I had to focus on was a huge, thick, deep black cloud. It kind of pushed itself through the fog like clouds, or positioned itself right over me, so almost as if it was trying to throw a shadow around an area I was in. The cloud also started to swirl. It was like in the middle slightly, and it was starting with my connection, and it was just falling flat. Got the beeping sounds you get when you lose connection and go, cell phone's done. No more bars, no more data, nothing. But my AirPods were still buzzing like crazy in my ears. That's when I felt uneasy. Neck hair stood up, cold sweats on my back. I started turning around to leave. Because the way ahead just seemed a lot more dark and sinister than my way back, so the moment I turned around and started, slightly jogging back because I felt scared, that's when I started to hear bell sounds, almost like church bells, but the sound was deeper. That typical ring you hear after a bell sound was just stuck in the air, and it was giving me this weird sensation. It was as if my bones were suddenly rubbing against each other. It was extremely freaky. All I can remember is that I started to go from walking to jogging, back to running, back to trying to leave the forest and go back to the fields where we start. I didn't look back while running, but I could hear the bell sound getting weaker and further away. The fog was like clouds, and they were becoming less and less until I finally left the forest. I was back to a normal sky, thin clouds, and the moon. Once I got back home, I simply undressed, went to the shower, and went to bed. Thinking I just simply got spooked today, or maybe I was exhausted and my brain went haywire. I don't know. But I never saw a cloud like that in my life. Church bells are not a thing late at night inside a forest. Never went back to hike that route. Never told anybody. I'm a bit embarrassed. But I had to think of it today. Thanks for sharing. Haunted medical office. The first incident is just what sparked the discussion in the first place, so I'm going to include it. It's not too scary or paranormal seeming on its own, but the other events give it more context. Incident 1. My coworker said she came in one morning to open up. When she got there, the door was already unlocked. All the lights were on and the radio was on. It looked like somebody had already opened. Yet the building appeared empty. No cars in the parking lot either. The thing is, she and I were the only ones with the key. Our boss was out of town. Who opened that morning? It was around 4 a.m., whoever it was. We all closed the office together the day before like usual. It was usually 3 of us that collaboratively did it, which we all remember doing. So it's not that we all left everything on and the door unlocked. Scared and shaky, she said that she didn't know what else to do but walk in and timidly go, "Hello?" When she told me the story, I was like, "You didn't." After that, we had a running joke about how she would be the first to die in a horror movie. She would bring it up sometimes and we'd laugh about it. Incident 2. My coworker, the one who walked in and shakily went hello, said that she would be there by herself in the morning in the early morning hours. Felt somebody walk behind her as she had her back turned. Like, the air moves when somebody walks past you real close. She thought somebody had come in, but when she turned around, there would be nobody. When she left later and a new girl took her place, the new girl reported the same thing happened from time to time. Incident 3. I used to come in on the weekends to use her gym. The first time I did this, I saw a dark, shadowy head peek out at me from around the corner of the hallway, then dart back. It was as if somebody was there and had, been surprised or scared. I knew it was her ghost at that point, so I would say, "Hey, it's just me," when I arrived. So maybe they wouldn't freak out. Happened the first few times, and then eventually it stopped. Guess after it got used to me arriving on Sunday mornings. Incident 4. I was there by myself on Sunday when I saw a tall man standing in the gym as I passed the hallway. He was looking at me. He seemed different than the hallway peek and goes, to a shorter and not as clear. I did a double take, but I went to check the gym, nobody was there. Incident 5. Our new Filipino PT saw the same tall man standing in the back office area. That's like the section where desks and computers were. Went back there quickly because he thought it was a patient that needed something. There was no one. Came out and asked if a patient had just gone off into the back office. We said no. The secretary got really scared, and the new PT brushed it off, saying that it was just a spirit. They see those all the time in the Philippines, nothing to worry about. It didn't help. Incident 6. I was closing up and was the last person to leave that day. I had to stay late to finish paperwork. The activities always ramped up past 5 p.m. and there was anybody left in the building or on weekends, so they really aren't supposed to be there. I heard an elderly man say, "Help me," as if he were right behind me. I knew nobody was there, but went around every room to make sure there wasn't a patient still hanging out anyways. Incident 7. I was the last person in the building again. Patient needed to get his car towed out of the parking lot. The tow truck was blocking my car, so I couldn't get out. I just waited inside for them to finish. All of a sudden, I heard dishes crashing in the kitchen. We had a tiny kitchen and laundry room area, as if somebody was violently throwing them. Didn't even bother checking it out, I just I knew what it was. I decided to just get out of there quickly and wait outside. I think the ghosts, or whatever they were, just didn't like it when we were invading on their personal time, like after hours. The incidents were kind of less frequent during the middle of the day or work week, unless we noticed them less. These are only my own accounts. My coworkers had other things happen to them, and I didn't really get all their stories. One minor one was that the secretary said she was working late at night with our billing lady, set something up on the computer. The radio turned on by itself. It's all static, which it never did, at least not before. And then it started flipping through channels. She got really scared. I figured that one isn't as paranormal sounding as the others because I guess anything could have messed with the radio. I think that's it. My Nana's house has a bit of a sad history. The house was built on a plot of land as a dream home for a newlywed and pregnant couple. Shortly before move-in day, the wife was shot and killed while getting off a bus downtown. The baby couldn't be saved. The husband, in his grief, shortly after killed himself. The house then went to market and my papa bought it for Nana. They were also newlyweds. As the time went by, weird things started happening in the house. Little things like lighters would go missing, or the remote, which was on the coffee table, would be found under the couch, or you could hear the pool balls from the pool table crack, even though they were in their case. This freaked my papa out, but Nana was much harder to scare. Every now and then you'd see scratch marks on the cathedral ceilings, only to hire a painter. They're gone the day he would show up. This happened on 4 occasions. Still, Nana was not scared. Shortly after, Papa had an accident and he passed. This left Nana alone in the house. Years passed, and in my teens, I moved from my country and in with Nana. I'm walking to the kitchen one day. I hear Nana talking. She's saying, "Don't you touch them again, you old witch." I pop into the kitchen and ask Nana who she's talking to. "Mabel," she replies. I assume Mabel is one of the cats she rescued and carry on. Every now and then I hear Nana talking to Mabel. It's usually like, "Don't touch this. Would you stop that?" Like playing with the lights or knocking over a fan. It never occurs to me to address it. That is until one night I have this horrific dream about a woman being shot. I woke up terrified and I see almost like a dark shadow fading from the foot of the bed. I'm completely freaked out, but just think it's my eyes adjusting after being jolted awake like that. The following morning I tell Nana about my dream over breakfast. "Oh, that's just Mabel. She'll come to you from time to time. I was wondering if she was going to show herself to you," she says. I'm taken aback. Nana tells me the Mabel story and how Mabel was the wife. I ask Nana is that who she's been talking to, and she confirms that it is. As time goes on, little things start to go missing as usual. I'm creeped out at first, but I make a game of it by hiding things and moving glasses. Sometimes the family's around and saying stuff like, "Oh, Mabel, Nana's cigarettes go missing. Must have been Mabel." Mabel one night on Christmas Eve decided to walk up the stairs, and her footsteps got a little too close for comfort when I shouted, "Stop it, Mabel. You're scaring me." And they stopped. Fast forward again, and I moved out of the house. Nana's passed away, and me and my sister are tasked with going through her things. No one has been in the house for months. The power's been turned off, and me and my sister entered the home after sundown. Once we're on the front landing, like from the landing you can see the downstairs, and to the left of us, the upstairs to the top landing. Standing in the entryway, something just didn't feel right. We go upstairs and start to collect some things. Going through Nana's china, and my sister walks into the dining room and says, "Tell me you heard that." What? Tell me you hear that baby crying. I stop and listen, and I do. It's very faint, and it's coming from the basement. I ask my sister if the TV's on in one of the basement bedrooms. Could be on. She reminds me that the power is cut. I ask if it's a neighbor. We live a quarter mile from anyone. We walk to the lawn like the living room, and I lean over the landing, and sure as hell there is a baby crying. Tell my sister to call the police and go down slowly to the second landing. My sister exits the house. From the second landing, I slowly proceed toward the basement, fearing a crackhead or something may have broken into the empty house and made this place their home. When I get to the bottom of the steps, what I felt can only be described as what you feel when a car is close to you with an incredibly loud bass system, or you feel and hear the sound and the hairs stand on end. Except now the baby crying has turned into an all-out banshee scream. It's as if somebody was in anguishing pain. Turned and ran up the stairs, slamming into my sister on the way out the front door. We both book it as fast as we can to the car. I'm shaking and my sister's panicking. She heard and felt it from the front porch. We throw the car in reverse and reverse all the way down Anna's driveway, eyes on the front door, almost expecting someone to run out. But no one does. 2 officers arrive and we explain what happens. They enter the house and find nothing. No signs of forced entry and nothing disturbed. To this day, I'm convinced that it was Mabel. Maybe it's Mabel. Maybe it's... I can't finish that. Daytime UFOs. Whether you choose to believe my encounter, that's up to you. I'm only sharing it because it's impossible to talk to my friends or family about it. I have better things to do than post fairy tales online, after all. I'm just here to share my story without the fear of ridicule. The opinions of online trolls don't bother me in the least. My friends and family thinking I've gone crazy does. So, here it goes. I was out jogging in the middle of the afternoon one day. Beautiful day, no clouds, blue sky, maybe 75 degrees out. As I was jogging, a huge red flash appeared in the sky. It was so bright it made my eyes flinch. When I looked up, I was looking at something completely unknown to me. I assumed that I would know a UFO if I ever seen one. I could literally feel my brain trying to tell my eyes what it was looking at, just not being able to. I'd say it took about 15 or 20 seconds before I realized that a massive beige-colored triangular aircraft was just above the trees. It was just up in front of me. It was surrounded by 3 balls of light. 2 balls of light were behind the aircraft and 1 out in front. Strangely, also in a triangle pattern. They were so bright I couldn't see any shape. They looked as bright as the stars. I could see just what appeared to be a super shiny metal, but no shape. I'm not convinced it was metal either. It was comparable to staring at the sun. That's just how bright the balls of light were. The beige triangle was probably the length of 2 to 3 passenger airliners, completely silent. Very thick too, like a few stories high. The top of the triangle had what I could best describe as a boiling cloud around the top of it. Similar to boiling water, but a cloud boiling instead of water. It was very strange. The bottom of the triangle had 3 massive lights, 2 red, 1 white. They began rotating in sequence. The red one would come on, get bright, dim out, and then the next red light would come on and do the same thing. This was followed by a white light, repeated that sequence the entire time. What had me mesmerized was this wasn't light from light bulbs. This was like starlight or something. I remember just thinking I need to run up directly under it and look at where the light's coming from. There weren't bulbs or anything, and the bottom looked like it had opened voids where the light was coming out from. It was very strange. Now here's where the story takes a hard left. As I was standing there, I suddenly noticed all sound was gone. I didn't hear any of the traffic or anything, and I also noticed the green grass and blue sky seemed more vibrant. Just a different shade, I guess. I also felt like I was standing 3 feet in the air, even though I was definitely on the ground. Like standing on a pitcher's mound. It's the best way I can describe it. I remember seeing a man on a bicycle coming from behind me toward the aircraft. I went to yell at him to get him to look up. It seemed like he was so far away, and yelling was pointless. Even though it looked to me like he was 10 feet away, but when I looked at him, he was in slow motion. He's on a bicycle, and I'm standing still, and it took what felt like a minute for him to cover 30 or 50 yards. He also never seemed to me or any of the UFOs. Didn't look like he see them. Then off to my left, further up in the sky, a second beige triangle literally appeared out of thin air, blinked all 3 lights at once, vanished, reappeared, flashed all 3 lights and just vanished. I didn't fly in and out, appeared and then disappeared. I can't describe to you why or how, but I know that that thing flashed its lights at me. I can only describe a feeling of mutual acknowledgement to each other's presence. I know that sounds crazy. After that, I could hear sound again. The colors were back to normal. I was back on the ground, quote-unquote. The 3 balls of light were gone, and the triangle began to slowly rise straight up. It took maybe 5 to 7 minutes to get on my view. I can remember seeing its light still rotating way up in the sky. The total encounter was roughly 12 minutes. When I turned around, about maybe 200 yards away were 2 police vehicles. Totally tinted windows. They definitely weren't there when I first arrived in the area. I ran the other way, never got out, chased me or anything. So believe what you want, but I know what the truth is, and I agree with the famous saying, humans are not ready for contact yet. And this is much deeper than beings from other planets just visiting Earth. January 29th, 1986. The day after the Space Shuttle Challenger exploded, 73 seconds after launch, I was 26 years old. I always had a love of the space programs. The most vivid childhood memory I have of my dad was on July 20th, 1969, when the first Apollo mission landed on the moon. It was a Saturday afternoon and I was watching the landing live in the living room. It was just me and my dad. I have 2 brothers and a sister, but I don't know why it was just me and my dad watching or where my siblings or my mom were, but to this day, I can literally hear it in my head when Neil Armstrong said, "Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed." I looked from the TV over to my dad, who was seated in the brick fireplace hearth. My mouth certainly agape. Even at 9 years old, I knew this was something really, really big. I'll remember the look on my dad's face until the day I die. It's actually kind of hard to describe. I've never seen him cry, but I'm certain his eyes were welled up. That look, though, shock, amazement, pride, defies description. Indeed, a moment that has and always will be etched into my memory. From that day forward, I was absolutely hooked on everything to do with space. In spite of my love for it, and contrary to what one might think in reading this, I can't say that I ever wanted to be an astronaut. I don't really know why. I don't think that mission control looked cool as fuck, and I could definitely see myself there, but in any case, I can remember years and years of anticipating launches, splashdowns, and anything else to do with spaceflight. When I first heard of the Space Shuttle program, I could hardly wait to see what the next area of spaceflight had in store for us all. That anticipation was shared with my dad. We talked about and anticipated the future together. I even went to Florida to see one of the launches of the Space Shuttle Discovery. I still have the gate pass for the STS-51. Every other shuttle launch I had watched on TV, never missed a single one. So on January 28, 1986, I was home waiting for the Teacher in Space mission of Space Shuttle Challenger to launch. I was fortunate that the job I had at the time had me put out in the field of pretty much in the company vehicle all day, so I was able to go home and watch the launch. There had been several delays and a couple of launch scrubs for various reasons, including the previous day. I remember the political pressure and the public sentiment around the entire program being scrutinized due to the publicity surrounding Krista McAuliffe, arguably the first real civilian in space. Being a mission specialist, in fact, this pressure and scrutiny ultimately played a significant part of the catastrophe that was to come. I was kneeling on the floor in the living room, right in front of the TV in anticipation of the pending launch, hoping without any knowledge of what had been taking place behind the scenes that the Discovery would launch without further delay. I knew the moment it happened, I knew. I had seen enough shuttle launches to know. This was an absolute disaster of unfathomable proportions. All the astronauts were dead. The Teacher in Space was dead. The space shuttle had been lost during launch. I literally fell to pieces. I was 26 years old, and I'm not embarrassed to say that I bawled. I was inconsolable, and I couldn't go back to work that day. I cried on the phone with my dad, and he was devastated as well. I just couldn't believe that the pinnacle of human technology had just exploded into the Florida sky on that Tuesday morning. It was beyond comprehension. It just couldn't even happen, much less that I was watching it happen live. I've only told this part a couple of other people in the subsequent 36 years, because I'll be the first to admit it sounds completely impossible and implausible, even ridiculous, but it actually happened to me. The next night I woke from a nightmare soaked in sweat, hysterical, crying. According to my wife, before I was even fully awake, I was crying out. They were alive, they were all still alive, between sobs. As I slowly came fully awake, I told the story of being actually in the crew compartment of the Shuttle Challenger, watching from above as pilot Michael Smith tried the controls in vain. I was with 7 astronauts as the cockpit plunged into the surface of the Atlantic Ocean. I knew they were alive until the cockpit hit the sea surface. The information didn't come out publicly for months, maybe more than a year. In my dream, it's actually what happened. I don't have any explanation for my dream. I've never had anything before or since that could be considered close to that experience. 63 years old, and I wouldn't describe myself as the one who believes in paranormal occurrence. I won't ever forget the experience, though, but I do wish I understood it. My aunt's talisman twice. Here's something I remembered earlier today. A lot of things I post and write about on here are things that have happened to me, and I write about how I remember it. Some people may think that it's a creative writing project, or that I may be a fantasist, but it's probably just because I'm fairly loquacious, and maybe my memory was conjoined with my imagination. Or maybe, perhaps I'm just remembering it how I remember it happening. This one began when I was 9. This part of it was recounted to me by my grandmother. She was as English as they come, yet she married my Romani granddad and put up with his ways throughout his marriage to her. As the story goes, I was out shopping with my grandmother when we ran into one of my aunts. My Aunt Mar, to be exact. So she walked with us for a time, and we walked through the village. We went shop to shop, picking things and buying our groceries. Me being a general pain, as most 9-year-olds can be, we ran into one of my grandmother's friends out with her granddaughter. My grandmother chatted away happily. My Aunt Mar stared at the little girl and then back to me. My grandmother said my Aunt Mar practically hissed the word, twice. But it sounded like she was a little incredulous. My aunt then pulled me away and said, "She's no good for you, stay away from her." Not gonna lie, scared me more than a little bit. Fast forward 9 years. I ran into the young woman that little girl became and started courting her, as was often described by my elders at the time. So I started getting serious between us and, well, it. It was getting to the stage where I was going to meet her parents. I remember walking up to the house that first time. I was nervous as anybody who's ever meeting a girlfriend's parents for the first time until I got right up to the door. This is where the problems begin. My head started hurting and I started shaking. I considered for a second it might be nerves or nausea resulting thereof, but progressively got worse. So I knocked at the door, and as I was worried, I was maybe going to pass out. She answered the door with a smile. It sort of slipped when she saw me. She thought I'd been drinking at first. I looked so bad. She ushered me in, and I felt worse. Felt like the gravity in there was way too heavy, like it weighed down on my shoulders so much that it hurt. The air felt cloying, and at one bit I thought I'd pass out. It was at this time I asked if I could sit on the garden as it was sunny and her parents were out there having a drink, so thankfully I managed to get out before my legs gave way. After I sat down and had a drink, and the drink was pressed in my hands, she asked me if I was okay, and after a while I actually was. It was like being in the open air was better as it was away from that house. I spent the evening there in the garden till it was time for me to go. This is time going through the gate and walking away from the house instead of going through it. I got back to my house and I felt much more myself. My nose at some stage had bled, so I put it down to that for the way I felt. I went back the following evening to see her and try again. And this time, the feeling came back to me almost the minute I got near the house. I went in and my head felt like my brain was going to leak out of my ears. I again didn't stay too long. Ended up home quite early. This entire thing started bothering me. I'd already spoken to grandmother. They had turned to spoken to my Aunt Sib and my Aunt Mar. The next day, my Aunt Sib came to my grandmother's and put a small piece of wood with a white cross carved into it on a piece of shoelace. Wear that when you have to go to that house. You'll be fine. Point of fact, I'm not religious, but I loved my aunt, so I put it on and I did. I went back to my girlfriend's house, and for the first time, there was no sense of pressure or sickness. The evening went well until right at the end of my girlfriend's dad asking me why I left early the other times. So foolishly, I told them how bad I felt, what my head felt like, and how sick I was. Their entire demeanor sort of shifted. They looked genuinely uncomfortable, and so did my girlfriend. When her parents went to bed, I asked her what was going on, and at first she tried to fob me off and tell me there was nothing. But the sense was there that there was. After a lot of cajoling, she told me. They had to have the house ritually cleansed. Some people felt the way I had gotten these particular bad things from there. Not just once, but twice. The reasons behind I'll write about at a later date, but it was certainly something that gave me reason to be worried about going there without my talisman. My paranormal experiences as a child. Never really brought this up to many people. I've only ever told some of my friends, my cousin, maybe when I was 5. Experienced constant nightmares and strange activities after the death of my baby sister and grandpa. My parents had my baby sister, who suddenly passed away 3 days after birth due to birth malfunctions. I only have 3 memories of that time. Me playing in the child area with my grandma, and me receiving some dinosaur books to keep me company. Seeing her for the last time before she was taken off the sport. I have no other memories of her. Shortly after she died, my grandpa died as well. I actually spent quite some time with him, but oddly enough, I don't have that many memories of him. Shortly after both of their deaths, I started to have constant nightmares and what seemed to be sleep paralysis episodes. I would wake up frozen in bed. Voices would go off in my head and my bed would start rapidly spinning. The most vivid memory of this would be the strong pain I would feel in my back that seemed like somebody was stabbing me. these dreams would progressively get worse. The pain I'd feel in my back would become even more painful. The voices I'd hear would become louder. Eventually, I'd start to see figures in my room. Strangely enough, I only had one paranormal experience while living in the apartment I was having these dreams in. It was the middle of the night and my mom was in the kitchen cooking. The way the apartment was laid out, he had the kitchen next to a long hallway where the bedrooms were located. I was sitting at the end of the hallway, which is right next to where my mom would have been cooking. I was playing with my stuffed dinosaurs and decided to throw one at the end of the hallway. Solid choice. A strange feeling overcame me. I could do nothing but sit there in silence and stare at the toy that I threw. I can vividly remember the toy sit up and start moving toward me. I wasn't scared, but knew something wasn't right either. Tried to call out to my mom, but couldn't yell as it felt like I was out of breath. As the toy neared me and it fell over, I could feel myself escape the trance I was in. At that point, I felt nothing. I still wasn't scared and didn't tell my mom about what had happened. This was the only paranormal thing that happened to me at the apartment other than my reoccurring lifelike nightmares. Other than those. About a year into this happening to me, we moved into a duplex further into the city we lived on. There was a small break in the nightmares I had, but they reappeared shortly after. Unlike the ones I had at the previous apartment, these were much, much more violent and lifelike. The nightmares would usually consist of an order like this. Ouch. I'd wake up frozen, hearing voices and sweating. I would move my eyes around until I noticed a black figure standing in my room. There would be silence until my blanket would be slowly pulled off of me. A feeling of nausea and dizziness would hit me when I could finally sit up and it would stop. This went on for a year with the same pattern. The worst one I had has always stuck with me. Again, the pattern repeated again, but it didn't stop once I sat up. This time, when I did sit up, the voices I heard almost sounded like yelling in my head. It became very hot and extremely dizzy and nauseous. While I was on the same floor as my parents, I didn't feel an urge to wake them, but rather run downstairs to the bathroom where I sat over the toilet as if I was going to vomit. My vision felt kind of static somewhat, and the stabbing feeling in my back was extremely painful. The feeling of static I got was very odd. My vision would seem to get darker, but I could see static, if that makes any sense. Imagine your vision seeing those floaties that we see sometimes, but they're everywhere you look and they move around like TV static. That's what I would see. This went on for what felt like an eternity. During this, I couldn't speak and I felt like somebody was taking my breath and voice. I felt helpless. Thankfully, I ended the night falling asleep on the couch after just passing out. Nightmares didn't stop until we eventually moved out again to a house in the woods that we rented a couple of years. I was in the 5th grade by then, surprisingly never experienced any activities like that again in my life. I would have nightmares every now and then, but those were never as scary as the ones I had previously. I never had any paranormal experiences either. Recently brought this up to my cousin and he tells me he felt odd about both the old apartment and the duplex I lived in at the time. He said he always felt like there was a bad presence in those houses, which is why I never would spend the night. The Nat Ballroom. I live in a town in Texas in the Panhandle. It sat right on Route 66. One of the oldest buildings in the city is Route 66 landmark, the Nat. It's home to multiple antique stores now, but before that it was a venue with a little side building connected to it that served as a bookstore. I moved back here from Albuquerque to Amarillo in 2008. I'd gotten into belly dancing, wanted to join a group here. Never thought I'd read that. I found one, reached out and asked about joining. They invited me out to go practice with them and see how we all get along. I met them at the Nat on a Thursday. It was already getting dark, maybe 7 or 8 p.m. We all parked on a little island across from the building. I followed them to where we entered through the bookstore. The place was closed, but the leader of the group, who I'll call B, has had keys in them since they used it for practice, and as B unlocked the door, I could hear and see a woman getting nervous. Some of them had little necklaces with mojo satchels. Mojo satchels? Then they held each other's hand in a human daisy chain as they filed through the open door. I was pretty confused, so I held on to the girl in front of me and made sure to keep pace as we jogged through the door bookstore. I remember thinking that I'd been in that building a million times and there had been nothing to be scared of, and then I felt it. Felt something in the dark behind me. We had reached the doorway for a narrow corridor that connected the ballroom and the bookstore. As I crossed the threshold, I looked back over my shoulder and I saw it. Difficult to explain because I saw it more in my mind's eye than I did with my actual eye, but I visually and mentally saw something there behind me. Whatever was there was not of this earth. It was dark and it was bad. But then B shut the connecting doors and it was just out of sight at least. I didn't know what to make of it, so I just ignored it. In the ballroom, we warmed up and started dancing. I have long hair well past my shoulders. I wear it down often. And with that said, something was pulling my hair as I danced. I could see and feel my hair being tugged with every spin I took. But no one was there. Tugging didn't feel malicious per se, but the bookstore did. There were cupboards in the front portion of the building. They began to open and close on their own. I saw that happened, well, pretty much myself. It was the corner of my eye, though. B looked at me and the group said, "The cupboards are freaking me out," and we ended up practice early, exiting the building through the front doors, thankfully. We went to a coffee stop that was right by Nat. Bought my drink, sat down with the group. Hit a brick wall. Every single bit of energy was suddenly drained out of me. I didn't feel sick, but I felt drained of life. Told the group I needed to go, and when I got home I slept for about 24 hours. I told B that I wouldn't be able to be part of the group, and she understood. I'd been to many shows at the Nat before, and after that night never had any further experiences, but I did see someone else have an experience. About a year ago, after a decade of wondering what the hell happened that night, I reached out to B to see if she could confirm my timeline of events. She did, and then some. Not only did she confirm every detail of the evening, she confirmed that there were reports of a dark entity in the bookstore. She also mentioned the possibility of a demonic entity toward the back of the stage. She reminded me of another incident that happened that was odd. A year or so after my eventful evening, the dance troupe performed at an event at the Nat. One of the other girls, not B, in the middle of their performance, suddenly yanked back and slammed down onto the floor. She had to be carried away by the stage people, and they had been taking her to the hospital, and she was told that she had a broken leg. According to B, the doctor was puzzled. The way that she had broken her leg was not often seen in a simple fall, but rather from forcible impact. The girl who broke her leg was adamant that something had grabbed her and slammed her to the floor. There's a lot about human physics that I don't understand, so I would be a little bit more skeptical about having one's leg broken by an invisible force, except when I saw it happen with my own eyes. When that girl fell, she didn't slip or stumble. She was mid-dance, not even a turn or anything that would throw her off balance. Her weight was on both feet, and then suddenly she wasn't. The impact of her fall was loud. Take it as you will. I told one of my employees about the experience at the Nat. He was so captivated by it that he did a short write-up on it. It's mostly what I've shared here, minus the girl who broke her leg, but it received enough attention that I found myself thinking about that night often these days. Thought I would share it here. Hearing strange noises in my house. Anyway, the update is that I heard it again a few days ago. However, this time, though, it happened in the middle of the afternoon. And this time it was so loud and clear that my dog reacted to it. He started urgently barking and checking each door that leads outside. Wanted to see if there was someone there. Interestingly enough, my mother-in-law was sitting in the living room. The back wall of my closet where the banging's emanating from is on the other side of the wall from the living room, so I went out there. As I thought maybe somebody was at the front door, and I said to her, "Did you hear somebody knock?" She replied that she hadn't, so what the hell? How could she not have heard that? Plus, my husband hasn't heard it either, so literally I'm the only one who can hear it. Oh, I guess other than my dog, I'm glad he heard it too. There have been some weird noises and things going on in my house for a few months now, so I thought I would tell y'all what's going on and see what y'all think. This past summer, my husband and I moved in with his mom. She's elderly and has some health issues. My husband felt that it wasn't safe for her to live by herself any longer. But before we moved in, we had been living for a couple of towns, like maybe 25-30 minutes away from here. As we lived relatively close, I hadn't spent a significant amount of time here. Never overnight, just we'd come to visit a few hours and then go back home. Well, within the first couple of weeks of living here, I just couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Something wasn't right with the house. I mentioned it to my husband. He kind of shook it off, and he said that when his mom had bought the house about 12 years ago, he stayed here. It was in the same bedroom that we're in now. That was for about a month. He hadn't noticed anything then. To give you a frame of reference, it's a single-story brick house with 3 bedrooms and about maybe 1,800 square feet. There's an attic, but there isn't any stairs. It's more like a crawl space. There isn't a basement as we're in East Texas. When his mom bought the house, it was only built maybe 2 years prior, as it was the model home for the newly constructed subdivision. Okay, so this is what's been happening. For maybe about, maybe a week and a half to 2 weeks after I had mentioned feeling those weird vibes, my husband started waking up in the middle of the night, but not understanding why. This would happen 2 to 3 times a week. He wouldn't be able to fall back asleep for another hour or two. Well, by the second week of this occurring, he would just lay in bed listening and looking out our partially open bedroom door, which allows you to see part of the living room and partly into the kitchen, watching the shadows in that area. At this point, he'd been awake for 3 or 4 hours before being able to get back to sleep. He said that sometimes it would look like the shadows would move, but he attributed that to the motion light outside the front door, which partially illuminates the living room and the front door, sort of like beveled glass. Then things started to get a little bit weird. After a week or so, on and off, and watching the shadows all night, he was awakened. Thought he could hear 2 people talking outside of her bedroom, on the other side of the wall in the side yard. At this point, he woke me up and asked me to listen if I could hear the talking as well, and yep, I sure could. So he got up, grabbed his pistol, and went outside. He first walked the perimeter and then around the backyard and behind the buildings out back, but he couldn't find anybody or anything. He'd been here for about 6 months, and every so often we'll hear talking. Usually it occurs sometime after midnight to maybe 3 or 4 a.m. There's never anybody outside. I've also had my own very strange auditory occurrences. Heard it maybe 3 to 5 times since we've been here. The most recent was last night. All the times that I've heard it has been around 10 or 11 p.m. And this is while I've been in the walk-in closet in our bedroom, and suddenly I'll hear boom, 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 like somebody's knocking real loud on a wall or a door. But I can't pinpoint where in the house it's actually coming from. So when I heard it last night, I quickly walked into the living room to see if somebody was really knocking on the front door. Well, when I went out there, my dog was laying on the floor in the area between the LR and the kitchen. He just looked up at me, wondering what the hell I was doing. He has excellent hearing, so if anybody had knocked, he would have been barking. Went back into my room to the inside of the closet to finish what I was doing. Not even a minute or 2 later, I hear the knocking again. At this time, it's more of an urgent, rapid boom, 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 like somebody wants in right now. Can anybody make any sense of this? Has anybody experienced this themselves? Is anybody else still awake? If so, see ya. My last walk through the long grass. I've always been aware, like growing up in a house of old-time Romani people. What gives you that? I say aware in respect of that, to quote Shakespeare, that there are more things in heaven and earth. There's places I've been where I will never go again. And here's one of the last of them. I'm going to go back 30 years or more, to a day in the summer holidays where I found myself alone. I'd walked my girlfriend home, and it was the last time where the light starts to fade and the night starts to close. It would have been around 8 or 9. It was still quite light, and looking back, there's no need to be worried about anything. But as is the case with many things, the worries started anyway. I took a shortcut through a park which had led me on a path that cuts through some woods. The light was good enough for me to walk the path and stay on through to the other side. I've always talked about the feeling of something watching you. And if you take anything from reading this, it's that the feeling you get is rarely wrong. Mine is never wrong. As I walked down that path, it opened up into a small field full of long grass, yellow-colored as the sun. And that sun had been quite merciless with it. That's when the feeling struck me hard. Now, I was at an age where I thought I could handle anything, so I stopped and surveyed around to see what or who was there with me. That's when I heard a sharp whistle, the kind where a dog would come running. I look around to see where it had come from. There was no one there. I just started to walk again, thinking the whistle must have maybe just carried over from the park. Then I caught something from the corner of my eye in the grass. A streak of white, just slow enough for me to catch. It whirled on the spot. There was nothing there. I shout hello, no answer. So I carry on walking. I'm getting nearer to the far edge of the field now, and I hear clear as day literally to my back. "You're not leaving so soon." I turned again, and nothing was there. Fear is a funny thing, and the realization you could be in trouble coupled with fear is a horrible thing. Now, I've always been told from being very young that nothing can hurt you that's passed on. So, armed with that knowledge, I just carried on walking. I was scared, but I hunched my shoulders with my hands in my pockets. I was watching my feet, glancing up from the gap in the fence to get out of there. Only it wasn't there. I don't know how, but I must have turned around one too many times and threw myself off by quite a ways, at least from where I should have been. So now I'm a little more scared and not really prone to irrationality, so this thing wasn't right at all. On the breeze, I heard a laugh. More of a chuckle, maybe. I started to jog, this time keeping my eye just lined up with that gap in the fence. I fell down. I say fell down, but it was more like tripped, but maybe that was adrenaline. My memory gets a bit hazy there, but maybe because in the dying light I swear I saw a man. Just an outline silhouetted by the setting sun, but he was there. Dog at his feet, the long walking stick like shepherd's crook. I sat up, and for the first time in my life I realized my family weren't as crazy as I thought they were. It's a humbling experience. I bounced onto my feet like Jackie Chan, and I shit you not, that jog had turned into a dead sprint. I knew in my head and heart I'd seen something that wasn't right. I needed to get out of the way as fast as my legs would carry me. The very last thing I heard or thought was, "Don't be a stranger, lad." There's places that should really be left alone. There are things there that want you to come and visit. After that, even with my mates hanging around at that park, I felt watched. I'd look down that path and swear I'd hear laughter. They build some warehouses on that land, so I suppose it's not somewhere to worry about these days. I still tell my boy about things like this that happened to me, and he rolls his eyes and sometimes even laughs. I might take him there one day and see what happens, just to see. Family holiday to an old Welsh cottage. So it was around 10 or 11 years ago that me and my whole family, roughly the 15 of us, set out on the road of our family holiday in the Welsh countryside. I was maybe 15 or 16, going out in the middle of nowhere to a converted row of cottages that had been renovated for renting for holiday makers like ourselves. It was a big farmhouse. It was pretty lush, to be honest. The farmhouse was right at the top of a very steep hill with winding roads and particularly breathtaking views. So we arrived at said cottage. The whole family has drove for the better part of 3.5 hours to get here. It was pretty late in the day, but still daylight as it was the height of the British summertime. So, as you naturally do, you unload your cases and your shopping bags and start to get settled in, getting a feel for the place that you're staying. So as I said earlier, this farmhouse was originally 3 or 4 separate cottages that had been knocked through. It was made into one big house. As you walked through the front door, there was a huge staircase that one at the top could swing a left or right to gain access to both sides of the house with rooms down on either side. So the first encounter, shall we say, was spotted by my eagle-eyed uncle on the first day. Everyone had unpacked and sat outside enjoying the last of the sun before it set. My uncle had a room to the left of the house. As drinks were flowing, so was bathroom breaks. So as my uncle got up to use the bathroom, he walked up towards his ensuite, and at the end of the hallway on the wall was a framed picture with a glass front. As he was walking down the hallway, he spotted a reflection in the glass picture behind him. He entered one of the other bedrooms behind where he had just walked from. Now, not thinking anything of it because it could have been anybody, he carried out his business and headed back outside. He asked the family if anybody had followed him upstairs. Nobody had left but him. Okay, so by this point we've all gone to bed and woke up the next morning feeling fresh, not really experiencing anything out of the ordinary through the night. A few creaks and cracks, but it's expected in an old house. So cut to that afternoon. Some scenario of everybody outside, and my sister-in-law decides she needs the toilet, heads upstairs, walks to the toilet passing her bedroom. As she passes her bedroom, though, she notices something on the bed, something that she'd never seen before. It was an early children's book that had been opened to a page that had been scribbled on the very back. It was in black ink. And when I say children's book, I don't mean like the ones that we all know, I mean the book was like wooden, straight from the early 1900s. Again, it wasn't until she came back downstairs and asked any of the kids if they'd been playing with one of these books in her room that all my family had said that nobody had been upstairs all afternoon. Okay, so people are starting to get a little bit creeped out, but carry on because our holiday won't be ruined yet. So skip to 4 nights in. People have begun hearing footsteps in the night. It was in the corridors. But in the morning, everybody admits they slept through the night and didn't get up at all. Night number 5. Okay, so my parents had the best room in the house, big master bedroom with a double wardrobe right at the end of the corridor. It was around 10 p.m. My dad had gotten out of the shower and hung his wet towel over his wardrobe door to dry out. My family's dog was a pampered pooch, a staffy. He would sleep on the bed with my parents. Throughout the night, the dog became more and more restless until he stood on the bed and became, and I quote from my dad, shockingly still. The hairs on his back had stood up, arching his back and showing his teeth to what my dad described as a very dark corner of the room. The same corners where the towel had been placed on the wardrobe door. So eventually the dog calms down, returns back to sleep. Cut to morning, where my parents wake up to a towel my dad had placed on the wardrobe door to be perfectly laid in front of the wardrobe like it had been ironed. Not in a heap on the floor, but perfectly flat with no, creases. So, by this point, we decided to do some investigating, see if anybody else had. See if anybody else encountered anything similar to what we'd experienced in the visitor's book. Nothing out of the ordinary until we reach an entry in the book that was dated exactly a year ago to the day that we were staying. It explained that the house was lovely, the views are amazing, but did not account for the extra guests. Safe to say we didn't stay the full week. My sister has seen a black figure with glowing eyes on and off her whole life. What is it? Back in 2019, my sister and her boyfriend of 7 years had an ugly breakup. Very ugly. Around this time, she'd informed me that she was seeing a black, shadowy figure with glowing eyes, and that she's seen it since childhood, normally during stressful periods of her life. She said it would be in her bedroom or sometimes outside standing under a tree or in the driveway or whatever. Mind you, she's a skeptic, pretty much about everything that doesn't have a physical manifestation, whether that be mental illness or paranormal crap or whatever. She was very reluctant sharing this information with me, fearing I wouldn't believe her or that she would sound insane. After her boyfriend dumped her, the entity started showing itself very often to her again after a few years of it not appearing at all. She spoke about it in a very stressed and unsettled way, made it very clear that this presence was not, comforting or welcoming one for her. Here's where I got involved. Shortly after her breakup, she started dating her now husband. Almost immediately, really. They fell in love incredibly quick. At the time, her ex dumped her. Both her and I were living with him. So after they broke up, we got our own apartment together. Her now husband moved into the apartment with us pretty much immediately. During the first week after we moved in, our bitch-ass downstairs neighbor kept calling the cops on my sister and brother-in-law, apparently for being too loud at night. Her version of too loud is them sitting outside on the balcony, just quietly talking and playing music on low. For context, the balcony and the window of my bedroom both face toward the parking lot of our apartment complex. Okay. Well, one night her and her now husband were sitting out on the balcony hanging out. I was in my room. Out of nowhere, I hear what sounds like someone outside in the parking lot talking through a bullhorn. But the static from the bullhorn made his words muffled, and I couldn't make out what he was saying. My first thought was, damn, that bitch called noise complaint again. Now a cop's out there yelling at my sister and her boyfriend to be quiet. So I peek out my bedroom window, and clear as frickin' day I see an entire cop car in the parking lot. The blue lights on top are on, not flashing, but on as if the cop was on patrol. I saw the brake light, the headlights, everything. The parking lot had street lamps, and I saw on the side of the vehicle where it said police. So I immediately got up and went to the balcony to see what the cop was saying to them. I walk out and my sister's mid-panic attack. No cop. What that cop want, and where'd he go? I asked him as soon as I walked out. Her husband replied, what cop? There's never a cop out here. Your sister's not okay right now, though. I looked at her and she said, I saw that black thing with the glowing eyes standing behind my boyfriend. I'm so scared. So with that information, I went to my then therapist, who was a very spiritual woman, told her what happened. She claims the cop wore was a helper entity, meant to summon me to go check on my sister because the black figure around her was putting her in danger. I was called outside to protect her, essentially. So with all that said, what is this? I can't remember if she said its eyes were glowing red or yellow, but it was one of the two. She said it had the same body shape as Gumby. I've always been the sensitive one between the two of us for supernatural shit. My whole life, every house I've lived in, new or old, I've seen apparitions, been touched, been charged at, been spoken to. My deadbolted doors wide open when I wake in the morning, doorknobs jiggling, children's handprints out of nowhere at the top of my car's windshield. You fucking name it. I've always had experiences and she never really has. So the fact that this thing's been following her for the whole life is so strange to me. I don't know what it is and why it's there. Why it only comes around when she's not doing well mentally. For that reason alone, I think it was psychological, but the fact that I was summoned to do it also, it's beyond just her imagination. What do y'all think? Even my dog is afraid to go outside because of the activity. For context, I own just over an acre of land. My house sits just about dead center of the property from the sides. The front lawn is large, a bit closer to the road than I'd like, but my back lawn is where I have the most space. So this is where I will take my dog to potty and playtime. My nearest neighbor on the side of my house is far enough away that we can't hear anything from each other. My neighbor to the rear is far enough away that I cannot see them. I only keep up about the first third of my back lawn. The rest I allow to grow however it wishes. There are lots of trees and wildflowers that have taken up residence there. Until last week, my dog enjoyed running around in the wooded area and sniffing around. It's fenced in for those that are concerned about her welfare. After the entity came home with me, she stopped wanting to explore. At first, I thought nothing of it. Just thought maybe she had grown bored with it. That was until I threw her favorite ball in the woods. She would not go and get it. She ran to the edge and just whined a bit before her hackles raised and she began barking and growling. I thought perhaps there was some kind of animal in there, so I put her in the house and went to investigate. The only thing I found was her toy and the feeling that I wasn't alone. It was nearing dusk by this point, so visibility wasn't the best. Thinking the better of further exploration, I returned home. All the while, I had the nagging sensation that I was being followed. Little interesting things happened again until it was time for her last potty before calling it a night. I had to practically force her out the door, and at first all she did was sit at the bottom of the step on the back deck and whine. The trees along the line between my lawn and the woods still had no leaves from winter. There was no breeze. Still, they began to make a creaking noise like they do when branches rub in high winds. This was all it took for my dog, and she ran up the steps and hid behind me. This dog's never been a coward. She protects me from anything and anybody that she sees as a threat. Although she's not aggressive, just protective like a worried mom. I ended up putting a leash on her and taking her out front. That's where she had no issues going potty. The next morning when I took her out, it was still dark. We went out back and she peed right away as normal. While she was sniffing for a good spot to go, number 2, something I couldn't see or hear spooked her. Again, she ran up the steps, and we had to go out front. I swear, as I was closing the back door, I saw this figure, almost smoke-like. It moved along the tree line. She will not even consider going back out when the sun's set now, and if the light's out, she's fine. Or rather, if it's light out, she's fine. But today made day number 4, where she refused to go out this morning. I live alone besides her, so I have no one to come explore with me. That being said, I've never been the kind to shy away either. Though it was chilly out, I ate my breakfast on the back porch facing the tree line. It should also be noted that although I have a light out back, I never turn it on. So there I sat in the early morning dawn, light barely beginning to show, eating my bowl of frosted flakes and watching the tree line. Today I know that I saw a shape moving between the trunks of those trees. It was definitely shaped like a man, and yet not at the same time. First, I thought it was just a trick of my eyes, maybe it was something playing with me. But the more I watched it, the more I knew it was there. It made no sound as it moved between the trunks, which would be impossible due to leaf clutter kind of just all around those woods. I'd been holding the bowl, but set it down on the glass-top table I had outside, making a light clinking noise. That caused this entity to stop moving for a moment. I do not know why, but I got to my feet and I started backing toward my door, keeping my eyes on it. As my fingers brushed against the knob, my dog started barking furiously. The entity began charging my direction. Panic overtook me, and the first time in decades, I spun, ripping the door up, and just practically flew inside. I slammed the door shut, and looking back at it logically, it makes no sense, but I locked the doorknob and engaged the deadbolt. Needless to say, my cereal bowl was still on that back porch. It's almost no time for me to go, so I don't want to go back. Multiple spirits, good and bad, in apartment. I moved into an apartment about a year ago. I was with my partner, 25-year-old male, and me, a 22-year-old female, and my daughter, who is 1. We didn't have any sort of experience until 3 months after we moved in. We would hear creaking in the wooden floors, but blamed it on the heat. Doors were shutting, we blamed it on the wind. This was until one day my partner and his friend were over. We have a fan in our bedroom which was turned off. They both decided to go for a smoke, and my partner entered her bedroom to make sure the fan was off, 'cause electricity bills and all. When they came back, the fan was on full high, so they both shrugged it off. The second time, me and my partner were getting ready to go to bed. By this point, I'm in bed and on my phone, and he goes to the kitchen. He goes to take some medication till suddenly, there was the most loudest bang on the floor. He runs in and he was like, "The fuck, did you just hear that?" "What the fuck did you drop? I'm gonna wake up your daughter." He said, "A fucking knife literally threw off the counter onto the other side of the kitchen." So we both run in, and the knife was just there on the other side. And just to add, my partner had a lot of experiences in his childhood home of some paranormal stuff going down. Hasn't since we moved here. That same night with the knife, I had a dream of these 2 shadow spirits trying to move me out of my apartment. I'm telling them to leave, they wouldn't. They tried to hurt me, and then I woke up. Checked the baby monitor, and my daughter was fine. I went back to sleep. The same dream this time. My eyes are on the monitor, staring right at the baby monitor. These 2 spirits, dark shadows. One was definitely a male teenager, slim build. The other one was a little girl watching over him. This male shadow kept sticking his hands into my daughter. "Don't you dare fucking touch her," I kept saying. And he kept pulling his hands away, putting it back in, pulling it out. That was until he touched her. I immediately woke up and my daughter was screaming. So me and my partner went into her, fed her, and she was fine. The same night we woke up in the morning to find the monitor was disconnected. The baby monitor. Oh, and sometimes when it's out of charge, it'll sort of make an alarm sound to alert you it's about to die. But we didn't hear any of that. Checked the camera on my phone, and she woke up multiple times, screaming, staring at the wall where the male teenager and the female girl were standing. Since after that, multiple things happened. Orbs being caught on camera, shadows walking around her room and cot, flashing lights on the camera, her building blocks in her drawer being messed with. Me and my daughter were home alone. We both fell asleep on the sofa. My mother was coming up from London. She told me to keep an eye out for an Amazon parcel that was getting delivered to my apartment. So whilst I was asleep, I dreamt of me and my daughter going to the lobby in our apartment and getting this Amazon parcel. I walk back to the lift, and a woman comes next to me who I've never seen before. She says to me, "If you want to see him, go to floor 6. I was like, "See who?" "If you want to see the demon, go to floor 6. I immediately woke up to my doorbell going off by my mother waiting for me to open the door. The same things happened again. Multiple things going on in my daughter's room, and by this point we contacted our local church for a house blessing. We learned about the apartment blocks being built on what used to be a massive church with several graveyards. Which one of them are still at the top of the gardens by the shops? They're from the 1600s or 1800s. After the house blessing, we get a couple of weird things, like the building blocks being played with, but nothing since. That's until the past couple of weeks after the blessing. The apartment still has something here, and I can feel it. Same how it started with the creaking, things suddenly falling on the floor, the door handle on the front door being messed with. My family's experiences. For the past 2 years, my mother has had several experiences in her house. She will often hear what sounds like dogs walking on the hardwood out of the kitchen, even though all the dogs are in the living room with her. And most recently, this past Wednesday morning, she saw a shadow next to her spot on the couch. The most common one, though, is that she will hear the side door close, like my dad's gotten home, except he hasn't. She's not hearing things either, as the dogs catch it too and they go over to greet him only for him not to be there. Speaking of the dogs, quite often they will sit and stare up at the ceiling or into a corner. No growling or anything, just staring. My mom cleans religiously, so there's no cobwebs or anything that could be catching their eyes. I moved in last October after my divorce with my 3 dogs. I've had a couple of experiences myself. Thanksgiving of last year, we noticed that the clock on the wall in the dining room that had been dead in batteries for years, it had one hand stucking straight up at the 12 where previously both had been at 6. The hallway that leads to the side door and the laundry room, as well as the office I slept in when I first moved back in, I recently changed rooms to the other end of the house. It also gives me the creeps, constantly feeling like I'm being watched. My most recent experience was just 2 days ago. My parents were on vacation in Florida and just texted me that they were on their way home from the airport. I was in my room playing video games with my 3 dogs, and it's on the bed with me. I'm about to go back to my game when I heard what sounded like a dog growling. Not unusual in a house with 6 dogs, but very unusual when the sound is coming from the kitchen, attached to the same hallway as the laundry room and office. So all 6 dogs are with me, and none of them sound like that when they growled. The creepiest one, though, occurred shortly after Christmas of 2020. My mother and I both came down with COVID. We were quarantined in our rooms. I was still sleeping in the office at that time. About midnight comes and my dad leaves for a fire. For obvious reasons, I didn't go, because I'm still awake watching TV and listening to the call on my radio. Dad had left the hallway light on when he left, when he looked over at my dogs because they're cute as fuck, especially when they're sleeping. I saw a shadow pass my door blocking the light from the hallway. At this point, it's about 12:30. My day is still out on the call and my mom is long since asleep. There are 3 dogs, and well, my 3 dogs are in mine, and right after the shadow passed, one of my dogs stares at the door and starts growling. Now this dog barks and grumbles a lot, but never anything like this. This was a full-on, "Who are you? Get the fuck out of my house," kind of a growl. Needless to say, I didn't sleep till my dad got home and turned out the light. No way in hell I was getting out of bed and opening the door. At this point, I'm not really sure how many entities that we have around. I think it's at least 3. One of our dogs that has since passed, which would explain the nails on the hardwood that we hear. We did think that one of the spirits is my grandmother. They passed away in 2015. She was an animal lover, which could explain why the dogs are so calm when staring up into the corners. Plus, the activity cooled down a little bit when we brought our ashes back out into the shelf instead of in the closet. They had been placed in during renovations. Onto the shelf instead of the closet that they had been placed in during renovations. So as for the third one, I'm not sure. I don't want to say it's demonic, partially for my own sanity, because that'd be terrifying, and also because of, well, as somebody who questions the existence of God, I must also question the existence of demons. But whatever it is, it feels dark. I've always trusted a dog's measure of person, and if my boy doesn't like it, then I definitely don't believe it to be benevolent. Thanks for listening. I appreciate you. See ya. Weird whistling in the Appalachian Mountains. To start this off, I need to give some context. I'm 23 and I currently live in New York City, but I have grandparents who live down in rural West Virginia. And when I say rural, I mean literal boonies. Their closest neighbors are maybe over an hour away in a small town with a few houses and a Walmart. Last summer, my grandfather, who I'll just call Robert for privacy reasons, he had a surgery done on his hip. The majority of my family lives on the West Coast, and my grandmother, who I'll just refer to as Muriel, they're very old and wouldn't have been able to take care of Robert. Because I was the closest family member, I was the only one they asked to come down there, help out with my grandfather. Being the good grandson, I agreed to come down there for 2 weeks while he recovered from his surgery. Fast forward a week. Everything was going fine, and all I really had to do was help my grandfather up and down the stairs and walk his dog. His dog was a blue heeler named Rocky. Normally, my grandfather would walk Rocky once in the morning and once at night through the woods behind their property. But because of his surgery, that responsibility fell onto me. This was the part that I hated about helping him. Ever since I was a kid, I never liked those woods behind the property. Whenever I'd go down there as a kid, my cousins would always get creeped out going into that forest. It always just felt off for some reason. Anyways, the first week walking Rocky in the forest at night was fine, even if it was a bit creepy. That was until one night. A week into my stay, I was walking through the forest. It was around 8:30 and the sun was setting over the Appalachian Mountains. Everything was going normal until I heard a strange whistle that sounded like it was only around 20 yards away. Both me and the dog stopped dead in our tracks, looked toward the direction the whistling was coming from. I shined my flashlight in the direction, but I didn't see anything. I just assumed it was a bird. But looking back, it definitely wasn't a bird. There's no nocturnal birds that chirp and whistle out there. And it sounded more musical than anything a bird could whistle. The dog was spooked. He wouldn't stop growling and staring at whatever was back there. He kept trying to back up until whatever or whoever this thing was whistled again. The dog started barking and going crazy. At this point, I decided that I definitely didn't want to stay there, so I yanked on the dog's leash and we both bolted out of the woods and straight back home. When we got back and I told my grandparents what happened, they both seemed spooked. My grandmother immediately asked if I whistled back. I told her that I didn't, and she seemed relieved, but told me that I don't hear anything and to just ignore it. I asked why. She wouldn't tell me, would instead just tell me that I didn't hear anything. I decided not to press it any further, and I went to bed. But I was terrified, and I was wondering what she seemed so freaked out about. The next morning, she told me that instead of walking Rocky through the woods, I could just take him on laps around the house. So that's what I started doing. Every night I would take Rocky for around 50 laps around the house before going back inside. On Friday, the third to last day, I would be there. At night, I was taking the dog for laps as usual. That was until I heard that same creepy whistle behind the attached garage, which was only around 10 yards from the house. This time, I immediately took the dog back inside and locked the doors. The rest of the night, I put my earbuds in and I ignored any more whistling like my grandmother told me to do. To this day, I still don't know what that whistling was in those woods. Some of my friends say that it was a skinwalker, but that's a Navajo thing. There's almost no Navajo in West Virginia. My girlfriend who stayed back in New York City asked her Muslim parents who are from Yemen. They said the whistling at night is a sign that a jinn is nearby. I don't know what it was, but whatever it was had my grandparents legitimately scared. Does anyone have any idea what this could have been? The Pale Lady in the Woods. I live a little ways out in the woods. I'm on a small dirt road with a few neighbors who also live on our small street. It's a quiet place. We all know each other and get along decently. Given that we host little bonfires sometimes and invite the neighbors around to grill and have a few drinks. We often discuss things that we've seen lately in our little patch of a forest. A group of lovely deer, a mischievous raccoon, or the odd wandering bear often are topics of conversation. However, we inevitably often end up on the subject of a mutual experience most of us have had with unexplainable phenomena happening around our homes. It's no secret that my woods tend to make people a bit uneasy. It's dark, it's quiet, and that tends to make people tense. I'm definitely no different. I don't go outside at dark if I don't have to, and I get spooked at times when an animal makes a ruckus. There are some things, though, that I just can't attribute to animals. To start, I have to go all the way back to when I was 13, when I first moved onto this property. I often felt watched at night. I was terrified to sleep without the lights on. I tried my best to ignore it, but I was honestly terrified to be outside at night or be here alone. For my 14th birthday, I decided to face my fears, so I could pitch a tent outside and camp in the yard with a few good friends. One of them left in the middle of the night because they were so anxious. Another left early in the morning after barely sleeping at night. And the last friend stayed a couple extra days, but was creeped out the entire time. She claimed to have briefly seen the apparition of a pale woman with dark hair. They were standing in our yard. Felt something touch her at night. She was truly terrified, and I could tell. When I tapped her shoulder, she startled very easily and almost hit me out of fright. This was very abnormal for her. I spoke to my uncle who lives next door too. I talked about the woman that we saw. And to my surprise, he claimed to have also seen the same apparition multiple times. He wasn't even surprised when I brought it up. I moved out not long after this, but I recently moved back. Since returning as an adult, I've heard several stories from my family and neighbors about weird phenomena like this. My uncle has seen the lady, but also shadow figures, heard some unnatural noises coming from the woods at night. As a man who has lived out here for over 40 years, he's very familiar with the usual sounds of animals in nature. He didn't think these sounds were natural. His wife has also seen shadow figures and weird masses of black energy. She claimed to have been pushed over by an unseen force after witnessing one of these black masses. She's never gone outside at night since. My grandmother claimed to have been chased by a shadow entity several years ago on this property while walking back from my uncle's. It stopped at her front door and watched her while she cried. Called my aunt and uncle for help, understandably, and they said nope. A couple neighbors have claimed to have seen similar shadow figures, as well as the apparition of the lady on occasion. I still feel watched, and I regularly cleanse my house to keep whatever is out there as far away from my home as possible. A good friend of mine when I first moved back in called me with concerns over a dream that she had. This was well before she had ever seen or set foot on my property. She described my house and property perfectly, described seeing the same pale woman that multiple people now have seen. I was understandably shaken, considering that she's not once been to my home at the time and I hadn't really discussed the weird happenings with her. She spent the night one time and refuses to do it again. My street is super creepy. I've come to accept that something more is here. With all the shared experiences, I can't deny that something's out there. Been here for a long time. It seems to make itself known to anybody who spends enough time here. Uber Ghost of Skid Row. I, like most of us, had a bad, emotionally dark relationship that took us to places that we thought we would never see, both literally and in every other way. Back 20 plus years ago, I left mine at Skid Row in Los Angeles. I'll only say that in the end, I wished to find the peace I couldn't bring her, and told her as such. I could only save myself at that point. Years later, she would message me randomly on Facebook. I ran into her at a supermarket. She was married, doing good at the time. I wished her well and moved one. One day, I started getting messages on Facebook again that her husband had died, and she was once again out of control, ended up back in Skid Row. I was married and established at that point. I didn't want to kind of just train wreck, and I blocked her. I'd been driving Uber for a few years at that point, on and off, and dreaded when I would go anywhere near Skid Row. I didn't want the drama of running into her. One night in October, I was trying to fill in a bonus and stayed out late. I ended up in downtown LA near Skid Row. I needed one more ride. My pickup was on 6th Street near San Julian. I noticed that most of the streetlights were off, but I could see a woman waiting at my pickup point. She was in black tights and a black hoodie. When she walked to the car, something was familiar about the way that she moved. She opened the door, and I turned to greet her. First thing I noticed was that my dome light didn't turn on when she opened the door. In what little light there was, I could see her face in the hoodie. It was my ex, and my greeting died in my throat. She sat, closed the door, and looked out the window. At this point, I was starting to have doubts that it was her, as her face was young, like when I first met her, not tired like the last post that I'd seen her. I mastered myself, and I quickly convinced myself it was a play of the light. My mind was perhaps playing tricks on me. I decided to just go and drop her off, and I was being silly. It was a long drive, and she sat in silence, just looking out the window. I realized that I was driving towards Torrance, where her father's house had been. I checked the map, and sure enough, the drop was a block away at a small park near her dad's house. He had passed away a few years back, and the house had been sold. And at that point, I just wanted the ride to end. I was freezing and emotionally holding on by a hair, but still convinced myself that this was a different girl and I was being stupid. She just looks like a younger version of her. We got to the park and I turned to look at her, but she was out of the door walking into the dark park. She disappeared into the shadows of the trees. I drove to the next gas station and fueled up to go home. My dome light came on and I checked the back doors. The dome light was working. I checked the Uber app to see if I'd imagined the whole thing. It was a real ride. I next popped up Facebook to unblock and see the messages. First thing I saw was memorial of, then her name. It was the first time I saw that. Because she was known to lie a lot, then, well, didn't really prove anything. The messages got to me. She had had a stroke and wanted to talk to me. Then another week later, then all her posts and messages stopped a year before. I still didn't believe due to her having issues with telling the truth. A month later, I figured out how to confirm her death. The LA County coroner had a website that lists deaths. She was there. Died a year before. I believe she was in the car with me that night, but I'll never really know. The house I grew up in was haunted, and here are some of my stories. I recently watched a video on YouTube that reminded me of things that happened to me as a kid. It's something that I think about pretty often, trying to think of anything that could possibly explain what I saw and experienced. I was just a kid, like 6 or so. That's when I had my first experience with something unexplainable. I was cleaning up my room and I had a lot of toys laying around, and I remember I had a pair of plastic handcuffs that were laying on the ground. I was walking toward them to pick them up, and all of a sudden they sort of just jumped at me. Like somebody had picked up one of the cuffs and kind of tossed them a little bit. Almost like a frog would jump. It was extremely bizarre, and I still can't remember it. Or rather, can remember it, because I had no idea how it happened. Nothing else was touching it, nothing. I still think about that a lot. This next story, I was maybe a few years older. Our house had an unfinished basement, and all that was there really was like 2x4 walls with no sheetrock, so you could just walk in between rooms if you wanted. And as soon as you got to the bottom of our stairs, there was a hallway to the right that walked down to the room where we had a TV set up. We would play our PlayStation on it all the time. It was pretty late in the evening, and the only one light was from the TV that we were using. We had the TV set up so when you looked to your right, you could see down the hall that leads to the stairs. At some point, I looked down over the hall, which was pitch black, and I thought I saw the silhouette of my twin brother. I said, "Hey, so-and-so, you can turn on the light?" Because the switch was right there at the entrance of the hall, but he didn't say anything. So I asked him again, "Hey, can you turn on the lights?" Then I saw this silhouette move from the entrance of the hallway to the room behind where the TV was. As it moved, though, it was getting bigger, like the size of an adult. Then it proceeded to move behind the TV, then just sink behind it and vanish. Freaked out, as did my older brother. We booked it upstairs to find my twin brother with my mom. Some years later, we had a PC set up down there as well. I remember one night my brother running upstairs to find me, asking if I was just down there, because while he was on the computer, he heard something breathing behind him. I can't say how true it is, because it really wasn't my experience, but I believe he probably did hear something. Another time I went down the stairs and took a right to take a walk to the hallway. As soon as I turned to look down that dark hallway, there were just what appeared to be a pair of glowing eyes. They were looking like they just opened up. I remember the feeling of pure dread, and it almost made me vomit about how scary that was. I immediately booked it up the stairs. Now, when I was younger, I would sleepwalk a lot. Not sure why, certainly don't do it now, but I would sleepwalk and I would wake up and be in the basement every time. That was creepy. When I got older, I thought maybe it was all in my head. Things did die down a bit. I was in my teenage years, but when I was 18, I had another experience I really can't explain. I was sitting in my dining room one evening. I was by myself, just on the family computer that we had set up there. It was near the stairwell that led to the basement. That's when all of a sudden I started hearing voices. Voices that sounded like they were coming from the basement. I really had to question myself if it was really all in my head. Am I hearing this right? So I got closer to the stairwell, and I was certain it was coming from down there. Went down for about a minute or an hour before it stopped. I couldn't make out any words, just sounded like somebody was whispering things that I couldn't make out. It was very weird. We moved out shortly after that, and I've never experienced anything paranormal since. I'm 100% convinced my childhood home was haunted. And I'm 100% convinced that I'll see you later. Hotel Dreams. This happened almost 8 years ago, so I'm going to share as much as I remember. I live in the largest city in my state. Some of its history goes back to the 1700s. I don't know much about the history of the building, but this particular Red Roof Inn once inhabited me and my then girlfriend, now wife. We were fresh faces, 20-year-olds, and we were living with my parents, so we would frequently stay at hotels around the town for some privacy. That desire is what brought us to what I know of as the only Red Roof Inn in the entire city. We got 4 more than we bargained for that night. But more preposition, me and my wife both seem to be a bit touched when it comes to supernatural things. I see shadow people, encounter time junctions through dreams, see and hear spirits, and my wife has visitation dreams. She hears spirits and grew up and has an attached spirit. So neither of us are really strangers nor scared of paranormal activity. While I do welcome the encounters, I can't really control them. And I have accepted them. Now to the hotel. That night was well odd, but doesn't do it justice. The disembodied scream was passed over after all. I'm sure our neighbors heard several strange screams as well as it was a hotel, but we're all our neighbors occasionally. But the laughs were not explained away. The laughter of children, of babies. Thoroughly creeped out, I decided to go to bed, and that was a mistake. We should have left after the laughs, but I ignored it as, we do most other paranormal events in our lives. Sometime after I fell asleep, I woke up alone. Figured I'd get up and find my girl, so after checking the bathroom, I figured she went out to smoke. So I grabbed the key card and left the room. But the hallway was different. It didn't look different, but it was much, much longer and branching off in places it should have been. Like a hallway to the right as long as the other main hallway, only my room was on the right side of the hall and had a window, and that hallway branched into nothing. So that's when I picked up. Oh, I'm dreaming. That's making sense. I don't lucid dream at all, but I knew the basic concept from studying psychology in high school. And when I realized it was a dream, that's when things got weird. As I went along the long hall, still determined to find my wife, babies came in the laughter first, then the pained screams. I don't know if any of you have ever heard a baby in pain, but there's nothing that wrenches your being at the sound of something deep and primal. It elicits the most powerful fear response in people, so my mind and body are on full alert. I start booking it, trying to get away from that pained baby, and all at once the faces come screaming. Faces of babies, on the floor, on the ceiling, on the walls, on the doors. Finally, they surrounded me in the air. Itself circling around me, screaming in fear and pain. I'm running through these unnaturally long hallways, and you finally just, from out of nowhere, run into my wife. We both just launch out of bed at the same time, screaming and drenched in sweat. It was as if we were both running a marathon in the desert. After we both calmed down and she was able to explain, that's when I realized that we both had the same dream at the same time. Only her dream started with her outside as if, like we were smoking a cigarette and dozed off against the wall. We left within the hour. The receptionist didn't seem surprised from what I remember, but that could have just been that people buy cheap hotel rooms all the time and leave partway through the night all the time. Maybe they were just used to it. Never gone back there, but every time I laid eyes on that building, a chill runs through my entire body. Haven't been through that way in a while, but I'm sure that they demolished that building. A strange figure in the moonlight. When I was around 13 or 14 years old, me and my best friend, 15 or 16 years old, had snuck out of a house. Well, snuck out of the house. We did this every night at about 1 a.m. to meet in our tiny town's corner store. We lived in a hamlet with maybe 300 people at the time. Everybody basically knew everybody. And on one of these nights, we were walking around, probably 2 a.m. That's when we saw headlights coming down the street that we were walking on. We immediately assumed that it was one of my brothers trying to catch us. As young teenagers do, we ran as fast as we could. We tried hiding, but the light kept finding us. Now, to my memory, we ran 4 blocks and decided to hide on the side of my house. Now, for some reason, we chose to climb up on top of a shed. It wasn't too tall, maybe 6 or 7 feet from the ground. There was a bathroom window that we sat on either side to avoid being seen from the inside. We sat there for what felt like ages. It was probably more like 10 or 15 minutes. As we sat in silence, we see an almost caveman-looking figure run across my lawn. The figure was bent forward at a 90-degree angle with their arms straight back behind them. And I mean straight, like a T. But also had long flowing hair behind it. Just running across my lawn. Now, normally a person would be scared, freaked out, hide from this person, do anything to react. Instead, my friend and I looked at each other and said, "Did you just see that?" "Yeah." And we just sat there as if nothing happened. Now, the strangest part of this is that for both of us, we had an odd calm sort of come over us. Really, truly, as if nothing has even happened. We didn't really speak of it again till we were older. Now we know what you're thinking. This isn't really that strange. Could just be a person. And it could have been, but the calm or maybe zoned out feeling took us both over at the same time. Okay, so that's it. No, there's more. So maybe a year later, I could have the timing wrong, but my friend and her family moved away to the province next door. Much of our strange encounter stopped for me. Not saying it was them, just stopped doing the things that we did. But one night I was asleep with my curtain open, moonlight shining through the window. The air felt the same as the night, and I fell asleep quickly. As I'm sleeping, I wake up, but I can still feel like it was a dream. I notice a figure outside my window, the same figure I saw a year ago. Gonna go with same. Without question, I get up and grab it. I grab it, milk and cookies. I know that sounds odd, probably just what I found soonest. I brought it to my window and gave it to the figure. I laid back in bed, turn over and go back to sleep. Can this be lucid dreaming? Yes, it could be. However, the next morning my window's open. A mostly drank glass of milk and an empty plate sitting outside my window. I had an old side table out there so I could sneak out easily. Could that be me sleepwalking? Yes, it could have been, but it didn't feel like that. Why was it the same figure a year later when I was thinking, like if it was even it at all? Why did I get that same almost brainwashed calm feeling? Why did it take over my body? Why did it take over both of us like that? And why did we not even blink at this odd event? My unwanted guest is unhappy about me trying to ignore it. I stopped taking my dog out back since the encounter I had the other morning. We'd been going out for potty time and playing inside instead of out back. 2 days after I stopped using the backyard, the events have moved inside. My dog hides all the time in her kennel if we're engaged, or rather if we're not engaged in play. When in the living room, she'll stare into the kitchen and whine. Last night I was awoken by a sound downstairs. My bedroom's on the 2nd floor, and since I was up, I had to investigate. I decided to go to the bathroom as well. I saw nothing out of the sorts and made my way and entered the bathroom. It was cold in there, colder than the rest of the house. This gave me goosebumps and my skin started to crawl. I never turn on the lights when I get up in the middle of the night. It makes it easier to fall back to sleep. So I sit in the toilet so I don't have to worry about aiming and start to pee. The bathroom door slams shut, and I mean slams. Thought it would break free if it hit with so much force. Tried to ignore it and finished and went to go back to bed. I couldn't push the door open. Something was holding it in place. I firmly and loudly said, "You're not welcome, leave now." Still, the door wouldn't move. The sound to my right caught my attention. The shower curtain was slowly sliding open. At this point, even though I'd been dealing with experience since I was 14, I started to freak out. Never have I experienced anything this strong before. I slammed into the door with my shoulder and got it to move. I made my way down the hall, heating the door open and just shut repeatedly in my wake. Heaving, I believe. I reached the stairs leading to the second floor, grabbed my dog from her kennel and flew up the stairs. We entered my room and I set her on my bed, closed my door and climbed in. Something started pounding on my bedroom door. The dog barked with a ferocity I've never heard. Nervously, I got out of bed and turned on my light. The pounding stopped. I sat on the edge of my bed and held my dog to reassure her. Seconds turned to minutes, and nothing else was happening. After 10 or so minutes, I climbed back under the covers, leaving the light on. I drifted into a restless sleep. When I got up this morning, I found all of the chairs in my kitchen had been knocked over. My poor dog seemed terrified to eat her breakfast. Took her to work with me today on my way in. Stopped at a local church. I'm not a man of faith, but I met with a nun that was there cleaning. She took my information and I got off the phone with the priest. He's coming by today after I get home. During my later teen years, I suffered an injury to my left eye. About 6 years ago, a cataract started to form. The eye doctor said that it's from trauma. I lost the ability to see anything from that eye a few years back. Not absolute blackness, but the cataract prevents me from seeing shapes. Lately, say the last 2 months, there have been spheres of light forming in that eye. They float around and just vanish after 30 or 40 seconds. And yeah, I have an appointment to check it out. I kind of chalked it up to my optic nerve just making things up until today. I was going to the bathroom with my head hung, facing the floor. Closed my eyes and the spheres appeared. They were dancing around and I saw something. It was blurry at first, but then I saw a tile floor. Not shocking, I know, but it was white tile while the floor below me was concrete. A little while later, while at my desk, I saw a different shape. This one looked like a rectangle, maybe looking into a room. There were shapes moving around the periphery of the sphere, and I sensed that something was watching me. The dead may live on in Germany. During the time my story takes place, which is about 3 or so months ago, I was currently living in Germany. I was participating in a military exercise. Being an American, this was my first time in Europe, and also my first time in Germany. I loved being there, as I had a pretty huge fascination with war history, and especially World War II. This is important as I believe that there may be something to do with my unexplainable occurrence. But now on to the story. We had headed out to do some training deep in the German countryside, far from any real civilization other than the other military units preparing there with us, and well, at this particular point, we had been out for maybe 3 or so days. We still had about a week to go. We weren't expecting anything crazy to happen this early in the week. That's when we suddenly got attacked by people who pretend to be the enemy. Luckily for us, though, my squad wasn't attacked directly because we're pretty far away from everybody else. Providing communications to our artillery unit, I would say we were a good couple kilometers away, at least from anyone else. And we're also at the top of a huge hill. That way a radio signal can go farther and be more effective. Regardless, we still needed to pull security just to be safe. I happened to be the first one on guard shift that morning, so I grabbed our machine gun and headed out from our vehicle. Now the hill that we're on is huge. It had only one real way of approach, which was a tank trail that went from the bottom of the hill all the way to the top where we were. At the top of the hill it was mostly flat, but had another smaller hill to the left of the road. So basically if you followed the road to the top then headed left about 30 meters, you'd be at the base of this other small hill. Well, this small hill was the perfect spot to set up a machine gun nest. So that's where I put it. The hill was impossible to come up behind where I was sitting. It was super steep and pretty heavily covered in brush and trees. This brush covered almost the whole part of the little hill, leaving only one possible to get up there, the way I was watching. Fast forward 30 or so minutes and the sun is just starting to rise through the trees. So quiet and peaceful, I just sat on guard enjoying the beauty of Germany when it happened. I heard a very distinct hushed voice say, "Hey," almost as if it was right next to me. It seemed like somebody was trying to quietly get my attention. No wind blowing, no birds chirping, nothing. I quickly looked around to make sure no one was somehow able to sneak up on me. There was no soul in sight. The rest of my squad was a good 100 meters away in the vehicle. Couldn't even hear them. Freaked me out, but obviously I had to stay at my post. Then I was officially unnerved. When my sergeant tried to sneak up on me a couple of hours later, I caught him. He didn't realize how steep the hill was and how covered in brush it was. I could hear him a mile away. He then said that he was glad that I had my head on a swivel, doing the right thing. We began to talk, and then he proceeded to tell me what I didn't want to hear. He basically told me that the area where we're training in was a battlefield from World War II. Had a lot of our guys from our sister unit dying around here because there was no artillery support at all. The Germans were so well dug in that they couldn't do anything. That information combined with finding German World War II ammo cans and machine gun belts in the area led me to put the two and two together. Honestly, I'm not sure really what to think about this. I have no explanation as to why I heard this voice, and I do believe in the supernatural, but I also believe in explaining things. Thing is, nothing adds up. I wasn't tired, there was no one around me, and there was no sounds in the forest. Part of me wants to believe that it may be the spirit of the lost soul of the war. Maybe something else. Either way, I'd like your guys' input, and maybe some answers to explain these eerie occurrences. Guardian Angel. I had a broad daylight public experience. It was about 7 or 8 years ago at work. I was working primarily at a burn table and a laser cutting table programmer operator for a small steel supplier that also did some custom work. Customers could bring in metals to have us cut them and weld whatever was needed. We also had materials that we purchased from scrapyards that we would sort through and organize to resell as used material. It was some of this used material that I was doing some final work on that day. I don't remember why, but I had kind of just set it in the middle of the dirt road. That was one of the two that went to the shop, and the other side was for customers and our own trucks to use, really, but I had to weld a lifting eye onto the face of this used plate. And then I would pick it up with a crane for the customer to drive under for loading. This was a small company in Arkansas. Some of our methods were questionable. As soon as I flipped my welding hood down and struck an arc, it felt and sounded like a gust of wind being, hitting me about a second. It only took a couple of gusts for me to raise my hood and look in the direction it was coming from because it was so strong and sudden that it surprised me. Thought maybe somebody was fanning me with a big piece of cardboard or something, but there was no one around. I chalked it up to just a random wind gust blowing through the building and went back to welding. But the instant I struck an arc again, the gusts were there, were hitting me so hard they were pushing my body in the hood so that I was swaying back and forth. I stopped, flipped my hood up again, and everything was dead still. This dirt road was half pea gravel and half fine dust from so many vehicles driving over it for the last 50 years. The yard outside in the direction the wind was coming from was about the same size. Any time there was a gust of wind, this flowery dust would roll through the shop, and you'd have to look over the other way to keep from getting a face full. This time, though, there wasn't a speck in the air. It was dead still. It started to feel like something really was odd at this point. So I looked around to see if I could see anybody and make eye contact with them and ask if they were seeing this. They were just too far away and looked the other direction. I decided that whatever it was, I was just going to finish my weld, and that it surely was done since I had looked around for a good little while. There was no breeze to speak of. It would be too big a coincidence if it were to start up again as soon as I started welding for the third time. But of course, that's exactly what it did. I pushed through, holding myself steady while crouched down and welding to keep the wind from making my hands unsteady while trying to lay down proper weld bead. For whatever reason, this wind, it wasn't blowing my welding gas away and ruining my weld. I finished the weld and then flipped my hood up real quick, see if I could see anything out of the ordinary. But all that happened was the gust stopping the instant I was done. Everything was dead still again, not a speck of dust in the air. The impression I got was as though there was something large and winged that was blowing gusts at me with this slow, powerful wing beat. The only thing I can imagine is that maybe what I was welding was like poisonous when heated, since it was used metal and unknown substance on it, maybe, but... Or maybe I had a guardian angel pushing the fumes away from me as I welded. I wasn't under the influence of any drugs, no alcohol. I was wide awake and doing my job in the middle of a sunny day, and these were powerful gusts. And when I say they instantly started or stopped along with me welding or not, I don't mean like it started a long weld and the gusts begin within a minute of it. I mean it starts and stops the beginning of the weld, and then the gusts were within a half second each time. A probably not paranormal encounter with a stranger. Hi everyone, this story is going to be about a super weird meeting that I had about 6 months ago. Names, of course, will be changed. Around 6 months ago, my grandmother, 94, passed away. Colon cancer spread to her lungs. My family was preparing for her funeral. The day before her body was set to be viewed by friends and family for the last time, I met this older gentleman on the street. Wrinkly white hair, he was at least in his 80s. He stopped me on the sidewalk. "You're a member of the Rose family." I was so shocked that I could only reply with, "What?" "You're Chico's granddaughter." I was stumped. I had no idea who this man was, but he was somehow able to both correctly guess my mother's maiden name and my maternal grandfather's nickname. I've never met my grandfather. I've never spoken to him. We've never even lived in the same state. He moved halfway across the country after his relationship with my grandmother failed. Never came back. This happened a good 30 years before I was even born. My grandfather, who's also been dead for about, 10 years. It could have just been a guess, but my mother's maiden name isn't super common. And while Chico is a common nickname, it isn't usually given to Irish orphans, which my grandfather was. From what I understand, he spent most of his childhood in an orphanage after his parents immigrated to the US and died not too long after. I do not really resemble my mother's family at all. My father is a dark-skinned Latino male, and while I didn't come out as dark as he is, I'm nowhere near the pale skin and green eyes that my mother and her two brothers have. So I don't believe that this man could have somehow correctly guessed who I was just by looking at me. I'm sorry that Trudy passed. At this, I was getting even more weirded out. My grandmother didn't want a lot of people at her wake. She didn't see the point in people that she hadn't seen for multiple decades wasting their time looking at her dead body. So no one posted about her death on social media. No one paid for obituaries to be put up in any of the newspapers. We all just contacted her close friends ourselves. So I have no idea who this man was, or how he knew what he did. Who are you? I used to pal around with your grandmother. This didn't help me at all. My grandmother had a large collection of friends ranging from completely randos to actual gangsters. She used to love showing a stack of pictures that she had that showed her hanging out with, people like Whitey Bulger and his crew. Lived everywhere from Florida to Boston to France of all places. I asked if he was planning on going to see her wake. I needed to see if anybody else recognized this guy, so... He said that he was. He even named the funeral home that we were using. After talking for a bit more, I had to leave and say goodbye. Of course, the man never showed up to the wake, but weirdly enough, a cop that couldn't have been more than 30 did. No one had a single clue who the hell he was. Afterwards, I joked to my mom that I met the ghost of her deadbeat father. So probably not paranormal, but pretty weird. It's stuck in my mind ever since. Every so often I wonder if that mysterious guy is even still alive. He was pretty old himself. Who was at the top of the stairs? I grew up in an old Victorian terrace house in London. All over Britain you have streets and streets of these traditional small 2-up, 2-down houses that are at least 100 years old. I lived here until I was 18. I have quite a few stories, but this one is weird, even by my standards. So just quickly I need to describe the floor plan of my old home. In the old part of the house, there's a large room at the back. We use this as a dining room, and a small room at the front which we used as the living room. There's also a hallway that ran alongside the living room from the front door to the dining room door. To the left of this door were the stairs that led up to the small landing that separated the front bedroom and the back bedroom. At the back of the dining room was a newer extension that created a long, narrow kitchen and a bathroom at the end. The house was a pretty bad condition really, for cracks between the walls and the ceiling you could fit your hand in, and there's no central heating. On this day I was hanging out with my neighbor. We were about 8 years old at the time, and she was one of those bossy, no-nonsense, never believed in Santa kind of kids. Old before her time, my mom would say. My aunt and older cousin had come to visit and was taking full advantage of my mom being preoccupied with guests to keep playing with my neighbor. It must have been around 7 in the evening when my mom and my aunt ran out for cigarettes and decided to drive to the petrol station to get more. This was the early 90s. UK stops were pretty strict about closing at 5 p.m., so the garage, which was about a 10-minute drive away, was the only option. I told my mom that I wanted to stay with my neighbor, and after checking that it was okay with her mother, my mom, aunt, cousin, and older brother left in the car. My friend and I messed around for a bit before deciding to go into my house to get a toy. Mostly we thought that it'd be exciting to play in the house with no adults around. I can still remember the weird sense of foreboding and expectance. I felt this while we were in there, like something was going to enter the room. The neighbor could feel it too, so we decided to wait outside on the wall. As I walked through the dining room door to head out the front door, something moved out of the corner of my eye. I looked up the stairs and watched as my family walked in a single file across the landing from the back bedroom to the front bedroom. This confused me as I hadn't heard the car return and heard them climb the stairs. I didn't know you were back, but nobody answered. So I began running up the stairs calling out to my mom. As I got halfway up, my blood ran cold. I realized then that both doors were shut, and they had been when we walked across and the lights were off. So I jumped up the stairs and ran out of the front door with my neighbor right behind me. Outside, I told her about the doors being closed and how I couldn't understand why my family looked like that. Saw them clear as day. They walked in like an order of height, with my mom first and my brother last. What had creeped me out most was how expressionless their faces were, like sleepwalkers. My neighbor then told me that she didn't see my family, only shadows move across the landing. I'd been too scared to move until I started running. I was terrified that if I'd seen their ghosts, did this mean that something had happened to my family? After an agonizing 5-minute wait until my aunt's car pulled up and they got out, I immediately began demanding to know why they hadn't been answering me. But of course, they didn't know what I was talking about. I don't know what I saw up there, but I'm glad that it wasn't them. I saw something crazy as a kid. One of many things. I had a stressful and traumatic childhood. Drug-addicted older brothers, traumatic, bratty older sisters. Boo-hoo, who cares? But honestly, the other traumatic stuff, it's pretty good nightmare fuel, and as an adult, I always appreciated the crazy aspects of it. Whatever it was, hallucinations, overactive imagination, whatever it could have been. Long distanced by time from the primal fear and rage I felt in those situations, there's a novelty to it. It makes me feel special. One of the experiences I had that was particularly intense was towards the end of these encounters. They did stop happening to me eventually. That was when I was in my early teens. The second time I saw a yellow-eyed thing. I was playing hide-and-seek with my brother. There were 7 of us. Our parents were still together. 10 years separating me from my oldest sibling. 7 years from my youngest. We had a hectic household as a result, screaming matches, being beat up by our older siblings, drug addictions, and drama abound. I was just trying to not be like my annoyed, loud, angry, dramatic older siblings, honestly. I was trying to avoid them and just play video games or maybe be with my cousin and other brother. So there we were, playing hide-and-seek. All the lights were off, and I was sitting in the living room with my brother. We decided to up the ante, as we were the only ones at home. I forget why the other stuff kind of blocks the little details out, but it was dark out. That I remember pretty clearly. I told him to go outside, and I'll find him in our neighborhood somewhere. I started counting. I started flicking off, and on my flashlight, I was just doing this along to the count. Like I was the girl in Freddy Krueger. 1, 2, scary cadence. I turned the flashlight toward the hallway wall. It had wood panels with thick knots on them. One of the knots started to swirl and unravel at the center, and I froze. This thing felt like it was a bubble that made its own rules of reality around it. Out emerged was yellow eyes first. Then an elongated face with saurian nostrils and mouth. Then a dilapidated humanoid form behind it, hunched and scrawny like a Holocaust survivor. It started to move towards me, though I didn't really see it move. Like arms and legs, none of that was registering. Just the black pit in the center of its yellow eyes was getting closer. Breathlessly, I was stunned. I stood there. But this wasn't my first rodeo. I broke free, ran down the street, screaming bloody murder. "Come out, you bitch, I'm not playing anymore. Some weird shit just happened." That wasn't 1-for-1 what I said, but it's close enough. The rest of the night was a blur. My parents got home from a movie or whatever, and my older brother got back from doing drugs or whatever they like to do, and I explained it to them to get the same old overactive imagination stuff. Along with the "we're definitely not paying for a therapist" type stuff. All my childhood I went from shooting my brothers with vacuum cleaner parts as if they were rifles in World War II to worrying about what I would see the next night. Would I wake up at 3 a.m. on a dot, or would I sleep through a dreamless night like I hoped? Anxiety-inducing over the years. People would claim anxiety was crippling, but I was born in anxiety, molded by it. They were simply adopted by it. It was like a cold river that I long acclimated to. Something awful happened here. Forgive my lateness on finally writing this. If you remember my previous question on here, I apologize for being so vague. Hope to find some answers or at least relief in finally putting it into words. I was around 11 when we moved into the house. It's a smallish place with many, many closets. It had hardwood floors and the kitchen counter was slightly askew. It sat humbly on several acres of land, most of which was thick forest. Behind the main house was a smaller cottage, a mother-in-law house, and up a ways from there was a two-sided shed with a lean-to style hangover that faced the fence line. Where the large uphill yard ended, the trail into a forest began. These woods were home to a run-down, ever-grown, pretty, that's a lot of pretties, a dairy farm. The train ran all the way back and never seemed to end. It was forbidden from going past a certain point, and I never fully explored it. The moment I saw the property, I was ecstatic. I'd always wanted a horse, and in my young mind, this was the perfect place. However, the moment I stepped into the house, all the happiness and excitement I felt faded. It smelled funny, and I felt wrong. It felt as though I wasn't welcome. It seemed like the house was less than pleased with my presence. I felt nothing but dread. Chalked it up to being the first house I'd ever moved to. I had previously lived in the same red brick home in a tight-knit neighborhood for my whole life. Thought I'd get used to it. The feeling lingered. It festered. Not wanting to be there. To combat this, I spent most of my time outside. I did what I could to clean up the barn. I made campfires. I taught myself how to make little shelters. Hunted for squirrels and birds. I learned how to use animal calls and essentially made the woods my home. The house only got worse. Coupled with the fear of being in the house, I also began to see things. I would see shadows in the corners of my eye, always vaguely people-shaped. Started having horrifying nightmares of these shadow people standing over me. I would wake up and see the dissipating shadow of something standing in the corner of my room. Started hearing footsteps up and down the hall. I always felt watched, never felt alone. Started sleeping in my parents' bed because I couldn't stand sleeping by myself. I was terrified. This caused so many problems. I would just start crying because I couldn't handle the feeling of being there. Parents were pretty worried sick. I was losing sleep. My behavior at school was becoming a problem. Therapy wasn't helping. Nor was the medication. I was scared and I had no idea of what. By the end of her 2-year stay in the house, I had become numb, only crying to myself in the bathtub. Felt like a burden. It was causing more headache than I was worth. Tore me to pieces. I felt like nothing. The constant fear became my new normal. The barn in the woods was my only escape, but I'd always have to come back to the house. I was drained. When we finally moved away, it felt like being yanked out of an icy cold water. It was so weird not to feel scared anymore. No more dread, no more suffocating quietly. It sounds so edgy and stupid, but I swear on everything that I'm the only thing, it's the only description that gives it justice. That place took so much from me. It took my first pet, it stole my happiness, and it drained me of life. Something awful happened in that house. Something happened there, and whatever it left behind did not like me one bit. I hated every second I spent in those walls, and it knew. My dad was being a bit petty, even after his death. The 3 occurrences occurred within hours of each other in the fall of 2017. This was shortly after my father passed away from a long battle with cancer. I was 23 at the time. He fought this disease for about 16 years, but eventually lost. He was a smart and funny person, but also quite the micromanager and at times petty. He'd be the type of father who's clever enough to know if you've been smoking pot or getting into benders with your friends, even if you thought you could hide it from him. My father wasn't the nicest person to be around at the end of his life. My mother did her best to provide for him, but he felt as if it wasn't enough. He passed away in her house one gray October morning. After the body was removed, we tried to tidy his belongings the best we could and console each other. The next afternoon was when the occurrences began. I'll list these out in chronological order. 1. My father loved his Amazon Alexa. My mother, brother, and I didn't really care for it. My mother was crying on the couch, lamenting that she failed to keep my dad alive and she could have done more for him. From my point of view, she went above and beyond to help my father, even when his behavior towards her borderline verbal abuse. I had my arms around her and I told her, "Mom, you did more than enough." Then Alexa lit up and responded, "I don't think so, I don't think so." Usually Alexa would only respond if called. Also, if she didn't understand your question, she'd respond, "I didn't quite catch that," or, "Could you repeat that?" My mother and I looked at each other and she gently laughed. "See, even your dad thinks so." 2. I smoked weed at the time. My father didn't like this and especially hated it when I smoked in the house. I was smoking weed in the bathroom while my brother was brushing his teeth next to me. My mother was across the house in her room. I was being careful and I was blowing the smoke out the window. My brother didn't smoke at the time, so he just tended to his teeth brushing. All of a sudden, a series of loud knocks rang in the bathroom door. My mother shouted, "What's going on in there? Are you smoking weed?" She opened the door and I was busted. I asked her how she knew. She pointed at an old alarm clock that we kept plugged in the corner and said that machine was blaring like crazy. Weird. I didn't hear a single thing, and the clock was about 10 feet away from the bathroom door. And moreover, we recently had a mild electrical blackout. Didn't even bother to reset the time, so the clock was just idly blinking 0000. I wouldn't expect a clock in the state to trigger an alarm. 3. The Wi-Fi failed the same night. I heard my mom call to me and my brother from across the house. "Boys, is your Wi-Fi also down?" We checked and sure enough, the Wi-Fi logo on our phone was gone and we were using LTE. "No problem, we'll just go get settings and reconnect." Invalid password. This is weird. I've had the same password for years and never had this happen. The password was, our last family name. So, for example, Forster family, of course, was Forster. That was my father's surname. Seems like my dad took his surname away from us. No way to fix this issue, so we eventually changed the password to our dogs' names. Dog-like creature in English woods. This happened a few years ago, but the memory of the event is something that is still clear as day. Scared me to no end. My dog, now deceased, rest in peace. We were on a walk with my boyfriend and his dog. We frequented this area a lot in our walks pretty much every day, but there was just something off about this instance from the get-go. Not a scared feeling or whatever, just something that was off. Though not enough to stop us from going. The first red flag was my dog absolutely not going down the usual path that we took. The entrance to the woods is through like a small gate with trees along the path. He was pulling and yanking back with everything he had in his little body, no growling or hackles, just resistance to walking down. He could be a grumpy old man sometimes, but he'd never done that before. He was very obedient, followed me where I would go, except this day. Boyfriend's dog was fine. She walked no problem, but she's kind of dumb, so, still love her though. It was getting dark as the sun was setting, drawing in chilly, so we decided to head back and we let my dog have his way without thinking too much about it. We just laughed at him, really. We were walking along the border. It's hard to explain, but basically it's a hill with bushes and small trees with a path running along the side. All we had to do was walk to the crossing and we were almost home. The dogs are getting agitated and pulling towards the road away from the woods. We're struggling to get them to walk on the path in front of us. My boyfriend's dog is yelping. She's a husky, so you know the noise. I glanced to the bushes, and what I see is a thing of nightmares. It was a big black dog-shaped thing. Had a hunched back and looked to be about 6 feet tall in the position that it was in. Its body wasn't totally hidden by the bushes, and we could see it that it was kneeling with its long legs in the air behind it. Its arms looked like it was in a push-up position, if that makes sense. Its eyes were piercing red. They were like headlights as it turned to look at us. I looked up at my boyfriend and the panic in his voice as he was saying, "Run!" Something I never want to hear from a grown man again. We ran in the opposite direction, took the long way home. We didn't really talk about it that night. I don't really think either of us seriously believed our own eyes. I remember going to bed early that night and hugging my dog, tighter than I'd ever had before. I didn't sleep much, but I remember having such a vivid dream of that thing chasing us. It's a recurring dream that I've had a few times now. And what prompted this post is, as I had it earlier on in the week, we had talked about it on the next morning. He recounted every damn thing that I'd seen in that thing. I literally wouldn't be, I guess I just wouldn't have believed it if I'd been alone. I'd have thought I was seeing things, and for that I can't decide if it was a blessing or a curse that my boyfriend was there to witness it too. Which is why I wouldn't blame anybody if they don't believe this, because hell, I probably wouldn't either, at least if somebody else told me this. I actually haven't shared this with anyone in real life, but I've never ever been back to this day. I think my recently deceased cat followed me to my new flat. Well, about an hour ago, something happened that nudged me a bit closer to believing. I'm not totally convinced, but it was still very strange. Since 2011, I've lived with my dad. Back in 2013, we got 4 wonderful cats. They were all from the same parents, but 2 of them were a year older. The 2 older ones are Thor and Athena. The younger ones are Zeus and Amaya. They're adorable, and I'll post a photo of them later if anybody wants to see. Athena was very close with my dad. She always slept on his bed. She was 100% a daddy's girl. She still cuddled with me, but I was closer with Thor. Anyone who's friends with me on Facebook knows how much I adore Thor since I uploaded photos of him like every day. Last month, Athena sadly passed away. She got injured and succumbed to her wounds. I was with her when she passed, lying next to me on my sofa. Me and my dad were both devastated, as tends to happen when a beloved pet dies. Not long after this, I moved out for the first time, got my own flat. It's been going well, although adjusting to living alone has been weird. It's really quiet. I've been thinking of getting a cat, but I work 12-hour shifts and don't think I could reasonably raise a kitty, unfortunately. I've not been feeling well for the past few days. I must have picked up a cold somewhere because I've been feeling really rough and terrible, like just trouble sleeping. Frequently, I'll wake up at night at about 3:25 a.m. I woke up really needing a piss, and I went to do so, crawled back into bed right after. But when I'm ill, I really struggle to sleep properly, so I've been awake since then, trying to drift back off again. Shortly after I got back into bed, I felt something moving next to me. I was laying on my side, and behind my thighs, I could feel something small pushing the sheets up and down. It felt just like that thing a cat does when they're repeatedly putting their paws up and down to get comfortable. Naturally, I was a bit spooked, and me being a bit of a coward didn't dare turn around. I just kind of lay there and pulled the sheets over my head a bit. It only happened for about 30 seconds and then stopped. Since then, I've been lying in bed unable to return to sleep. Now, I'm pretty skeptical. I don't just immediately jump to ghost cat, but it really felt like a kitty stomping the bed next to me. The most reasonable explanation I could think of, other than me being sick and unknowingly delirious, was the muscle in the back of my thigh twitching, making it seem like the bed was moving. My body does twitch sometimes, so I don't know, maybe. I'll probably never know more unless it happens again. Circumstances lining up pretty weird, though. If it really is Athena, then I don't know why. She's closer to my dad than me. Why would she be at my new flat, not at the home where she actually lived? Maybe she's comforting me while I'm ill. It could also be that my flat just happened to have a ghost cat of its own, completely separate from Athena. And since I'm able to look after a living cat, I guess a ghost one is pretty cool, even if it did spook me. I'll take one. I think something is after me. The past 2 nights I slept with my blinds open, without realizing they were, as I leave for work when it's dark out. I come home when it's dark out as well. The past 2 nights I keep waking up over and over. I recently moved here. I was told jokingly, but also seriously, that I'm in Wendigo country. This morning I was outside scraping the ice off my car. All of a sudden the street lamp went off. The motion sensor lights on the garage turned off, and there were no lights on in any of the house at the street. I had this super intense fight or flight feeling. Audibly said nope, got in my car and made sure not to look outside the windows. Something in me was saying that, just not to look outside at all. The lights all came back on a few moments later. I no longer felt that primal fear. Well, on the way home tonight, I saw something out of the corner of my eye, and it ran beside my car along the shoulder of the highway on my passenger side. Felt that primal fear settle in again. Tried to tell myself I was just scaring myself, not to let it go. But as I was driving, I couldn't, not look outside. Plus, I had to watch for deer, so I couldn't just mindlessly look straight forward. When I turned off to the highway and onto my exit, I felt even more fear. I was now off the main road. No lights other than my headlights. I again tried to shake it off, but as I pulled onto the street to the house, I heard what sounded like either a very loud exhale or a whisper. But it sounded like it was outside of my car, if that makes sense. I pulled into the driveway shakily, and as I put the car in park and turned it off, I saw something again from the corner of my eye on the other side of my roommate's vehicle. It very quickly just dashed off. It was tall, but I didn't really get a good look at it. I suddenly felt like I was watched from every direction. I felt terrified to even turn my car off, knowing I had to walk a few feet into the house. But with it being 8 degrees Fahrenheit outside, I couldn't just stay in the car. I ran in as quickly as I could. Instantly felt safer once I crossed the threshold of the house, as well, it's been cleansed due to previous paranormal experiences. But as soon as I got to my room, I saw my blinds open. I felt extremely scared again. Put the blinds down quickly, and by the time I've been writing this, I've been hearing something brush up against the house outside, but sometimes it's quiet and sometimes it's loud. Sure, it's windy, but there's nothing physically close to the house that could be brushed up against the outer walls. My eyes keep being drawn toward the window. I don't know what I saw, not on either occurrence, but I do know that it feels like something's waiting to get me. I've always been super sensitive to things, but especially things people can't see. But this is the first time I felt this much fear here. Even inside, I don't feel safe. What should I do? Overprotective ghost. Back in 1937, when my grandparents were newlyweds, my grandfather, an Air Force pilot, was stationed at an Air Force base in a faraway town where my grandmother didn't know anybody. She was all alone all day, doing house chores, and she would wait for Grandpa to come home. Being a pilot, Grandpa usually came home after dark, and Grandma was scared of being at home alone after dark since there wasn't even electricity at home at the time. One day right after sunset, there's a knock on the door. When she answers, she sees an old bearded man standing outside. She asks him who he is. He tells her that he's there to protect her. She shouldn't fear him. He then tells her to close the door and not to be afraid of anymore, or rather afraid anymore. Apparently because he will be guarding the house. So, thinking old man is someone my grandpa sent, she does as he asks. When Grandpa comes home, she asks him about the old man. Grandpa tells her he didn't send anyone or have seen anybody outside their home. Next day, the same thing happens, and the day after. My grandma offers the old man hot tea or soup and warm meals so he can stay warm out in the freezing cold, and each time he tells her there's no need, and that she should get back in the house and close the door. My grandma feels safe and the old man around, but my grandfather doesn't believe that there's a man protecting the house. He's never seen him. He asks around the neighborhood if they know or have seen such a man, and everybody but one old neighbor says no. The old lady neighbor tells him that there is an old wives' tale about their house being built on top of an old mage's grave. Grandpa calls it superstition, but Grandma completely believes the old man might be the old mage, so she continues to offer him food, water, and drinks every day. One night when they're in bed, Grandma tells Grandpa again the old man is still protecting the house, and that she sees him, talks to him daily, but he never accepts tea or food from her. Grandpa gets frustrated and scolds Grandma to cut it out with the crazy stories. He tells her that he will take her to a doctor, as he doesn't trust her mind anymore. Wrong move. So at that moment, the bed starts shaking so uncontrollably that they think it's an earthquake. While in shock, Grandma sees the old man appear in the room. He tells Grandma to calm down and tell Grandpa to leave the bed immediately, or otherwise he will take further actions. He tells her that he's there to protect her, even from her husband. Grandpa no longer has rights to share the same bed with her or even touch her with that attitude. Talk about an overprotective father figure. So Grandma tells Grandpa to sleep on the couch for the night, and the shaking stops once he steps outside the bed. In the following days, the bed shakes every time Grandpa tries to get into it, and either a shoe is thrown at him or he trips and falls every time he tries to touch Grandma. Grandma tells him that if he wants his husband privileges back, he has to apologize to her and the old man. Naturally, Grandpa apologizes and is finally able to get into bed, but he's so freaked out at this point that he moves them to another house. Grandma didn't tell us what happened after they moved, but Grandpa never questioned Grandma again. I like that. Experience with a doppelganger. Till this day, this story has puzzled me to no end. I should say from the very beginning that I was really young, but I remember this incident vividly because of how scared I felt. My parents have confirmed some aspects of this story. So, some background, born and raised in Miami to Honduran parents. So basically Hispanic spiritualism and religion sort of walk hand in hand for some. I grew up in an apartment building with a huge front yard. My mother would let me play outside with our front door because she could easily keep an eye on me. The front yard was completely fenced, so I couldn't wander into the street. So on this particular day, I'm playing outside like any other day. I remember that my mom's inside cooking. Pretty much like always, our front door is open, and I know for sure that my mom is inside. But that's when I hear it. Someone is calling out to me. I look around and I don't see anybody, but I continue to play. But then I hear it again. Someone's trying to get my attention. It's not the gecko. I look toward the end of her front yard and behind the fence, and I see my mom. She's standing there waving and smiling at me, trying to get me to go to her. I start laughing and running toward her because here I am thinking we're playing a game. As I'm getting closer to this person, something doesn't feel right. Like something's telling me not to trust this person. But I'm torn because I'm looking straight at my mother. It's her voice, her face, even the distinct white streak of hair my mom has to contrast her jet black hair. But still, something doesn't feel right. I ask her what she's doing on the other side of the fence, and she tells me that we have to go, that I need to follow her now. She starts to walk towards the fence door, and I begin to follow her, almost entranced. She begins to tell me how much she loves me and that we need to leave together. As we get closer to the fence door, she starts to tell me that I have to open it and walk out to be with her. I don't know what overcame me, but I just said no. This upset my mom, and her demeanor changed. She starts to yell that I had to do it, that we needed to be together now. This scares me, and I begin to cry, and then I hear it. My mom's voice coming from my house asking where I am. I run toward my house bawling in hysterics. I see my real mother, and I hug her, and I tell her what happened. I tell her about the lady that looked like her trying to get me to leave. I just remember my mom hugging me and telling me that it was just my imagination. Years later, this incident comes up in conversation I'm having with my parents. My mom is completely amazed that I remembered all of it so vividly, but she also adds that weird things used to happen in that building. She suspects that the only reason that thing couldn't get into the property was because of an old Cuban lady that lives next to us. You see, it turns out that she practiced Santeria, and she was constantly blessing the grounds. So honestly, shout out to that lady. Here's where things take an interesting turn. While me and my mom are reminiscing about what happened, my father's completely silent. And when we finished, he's in shock. He didn't know about this happening to me, and he proceeds to tell us that when he was a child in Honduras, the same thing happened to him. A woman that looked like my grandmother would sometimes go by his house, tell them that they needed to leave to be together. My father's your typical male. Everything by the books, no nonsense, very skeptical about all this stuff, but at that moment I saw fear in him. Ghosts or hallucinations? I'm currently living in a basement. Stereotypical, I know. This basement is part of an old farmhouse built in the 1980s. It's been remodeled in some areas. There is a suspicion that the original owner had passed away in the home, but I'm not sure if that's true. For the few years me and my family have lived here, we've noticed a lot of strange things happening. None of us have managed to capture any video or picture evidence just of how quick it happens and the timing. It's weird. It's ranged from objects moving around to physical apparitions in a couple parts of our home. My most terrifying encounter was after school one night. My sister and I were getting ready for bed, decided to turn out all the basement lights. Our beds faced away from the basement door and was placed behind an old safe and a shelf. My sister had gotten up and turned the lights off, but started to panic as she heard a bag being dragged across the floor. She could see it being moved in front of her. She told me to turn on a flashlight, and as I did, she bolted towards her bed. Before she even sat down, something started to physically punch the safe, as if something was trying to get through it or open up the door. Neither of our beds even touched the safe. There was no explanation as to what it was from. I decided to look between the safe and the shelf, and I caught a face looking at me. We both didn't sleep that night and started to be more cautious downstairs. Fast forward a year later, things started to happen in this stairwell. The footsteps to full banging noises could be heard at the night even though no one was awake. And this still happens, and sometimes starts in the garage connected to the upstairs, then moves into the furthest part of the basement from my room. We have support beams along the basement that sometimes creak on their own, but they've been hit by something when no one's around them or downstairs at all, and would sort of designate through the upstairs area. Maybe they mean reverberate. We still can't figure out what's doing it. And this year, though, it's been the scariest by far. I haven't been home as often, and I come back around 11 or 12 most nights. My mom's noticed that something taps against the poles or throwing things around that hits the walls or floors. She even said that something's been moving around in the stairwell when no one's near it. I'm terrified to be alone down there because when I'm home it's worse, and I've had things moved right outside my door or hear voices. The most frequent voice I'll hear is my youngest brother, and his room's upstairs and doesn't sit above my room at all. My friends have even heard this voice through my headset late at night when I'm gaming. He'll ask me who it is that I'm talking to. I've tried everything I could think of to make this stop, and everybody just thinks I'm crazy. I'm not the only one experiencing it, as my aunts will sometimes stay a couple of nights and hears the noises are banging. She can't sleep well because she'll end up having nightmares until a few days after she's back at her home. This isn't all we've experienced, but I don't want to make this too long and boring for whoever sees this. No, this isn't a scary post meant for jokes, but it's something that I'm actually experiencing in real life. I'm scared. I don't know what to do to fix any of it. Possibly mimic or something else. The house I currently live in, and I've lived in, about 6 years, and I've seen, felt, and heard things in this house. About 5 years ago, my now ex-husband, we'll call him Joe, he was leaving for work early one morning, and after he shut the door, I heard his name being called in the laundry room, which is where he went out and also right beside the master bedroom. The creepy part about it was my voice. I immediately got chills. After that, our oldest son, who was just crawling at the time, had his VTech phone that he would play with. It ended up in the corner of our living room, and we had a recliner that sat out in front of the corner. I didn't know the phone was back there until it started going 666. Please keep in mind that this toy was off, so I picked it up and threw it outside in the trash. Later, Joe got home, and I told him about it, and he laughed and told me I was probably hearing things. Fast forward a couple of hours later, I was in the shower, and he comes in telling me he needs to talk to me. So I asked him about what he had said, and he doesn't want to talk inside. He wanted to talk outside. I get out of the shower, put some clothes on, and step outside. He tells me that he was taking the trash out, and when he lifted the lid to the trash can outside, the toy went off saying 666, and when he looked at it, he said it was off. I felt like I'm being watched. I've heard things moving. I've heard my kids when they aren't even there. Another strong occurrence was after Joe and I split. Came over to see our kids, and I still had the same recliner that the phone was behind, and got another recliner and had it in the other room before facing the TV. He sits in the left one if you're facing the TV, and I sit on the right, and shortly after he sits down, there were 3 knocks on the front door. So he looks at me, and I get a really bad feeling. He goes to open the door, and I told him not to. He does anyway, and there's no one there. So he sits back down, and a few minutes later, there's 3 knocks on the wall behind him. He looks at me wide-eyed, and I just stare at him in a "I told you" type of way. So 30 or so minutes go by, and we ended up switching recliners, just because we were both up. He now sits in the right recliner in the living room, and I had my kids' toy, just their toy box, and one of the toys that was set on the floor is like the big square thing you see at a doctor's office with colorful wire and beads on it. Well, it literally picked itself up about a foot off the ground and slammed into the floor. His face goes white and he looks at me, and I said, "They don't like you." He left shortly after that. Now my ex-husband has told me that we left the house one night because he's seen something like a dark figure. Things got really bad, like it would let us leave and some paranormal activity type shit. But I don't remember that. I've been having the feeling something bad is going to happen. Sometimes I don't feel safe there. But I didn't know if anybody experienced this, and if anybody thinks it could be malicious or just a ghost that's harmless. Question: was I experiencing something paranormal? I'll set the scene. A few years ago, my family of 9 moved into a house we just started renting. It was an older house, had a super interesting interior in the basement that creeped me out. My basement, that I had picked to have my only bedroom, like a storage-type room, was in the basement. The basement of this house had no bathroom. It had a giant living room adjacent to my bedroom, so I could see if lights were turned on through the crack under my door. A few weeks later, my family decided to put a projector in said basement living room to watch movies. That's when I started having experiences. I'd also like to note that just her basement had weird scratches on some walls and doors that gave me the heebie-jeebies. I've always been a night owl, would consistently stay up in the night to watch TV in my bedroom and sit on my phone, as any high schooler would. One night I thought that I heard the projector turn on. I didn't think too much of it since I had 6 other siblings that could be watching something, but it was pretty late and I didn't hear anybody come down the steps, so I was curious. When I went, opened my door, nobody was downstairs, but the projector was playing and lighting up the whole basement. Again, I didn't think much of this. I turned it off, went to sleep. I asked my family about it the next day and nobody had been downstairs, so I brushed it off and thought the outlet of the projector was just being funky. I started to get a weird feeling when I was just, it was like happening every single night. I would hear that projector being turned on and I could see the light from it shining beneath my door. Routinely, I would take the remote, turn it off, go back to my room. Although a few weeks later it started to change. I would turn it off and go back in my room, but it would turn on immediately again. Got so annoyed that I took the remote, went back to my room, set it on my dresser so I knew the button would be pressed, but to my surprise it still turns on at that same time again. I kept telling my mom about it, but she didn't know what to do or how to explain it, so we chalked it up to nothing. Again and again it kept happening, and eventually I just unplugged the entire projector. I was completely fed up at this point. I was extremely pleased that unplugging it actually worked, until it didn't. Just a couple of days later, I was sleeping in my bedroom, the TV in my room turned on. This, of course, woke me up, but I didn't think anything of it because I had actually fallen asleep at the remote, so I thought I rolled over and hit the power button. I turned it off and moved the remote to my nightstand, went back to sleep. The next night I was still awake and the same thing happened, but the remote wasn't anywhere near me. Again and again I would turn the TV off and go to sleep, and eventually, when I would turn the TV off, it would turn back on immediately. At this point I had to reconnect that projector and my TV were somehow related. But I've never had a paranormal experience before this, so I didn't know if this is what was happening or if it was just me going slightly crazy. Eventually the TV refused to turn off at all because it would just be turned black so quickly. So I started sleeping with the TV on 24/7 and not be woken up. A week or so later it got to the point that I completely unplugged my TV and never plugged it back in. Solved my problem. Nice. Possible entity and Men in Black encounter the same day. These incidents occurred one Sunday this past June. I went to Chipotle for lunch. While I was checking out, I noticed this random couple who looked slightly younger than me, maybe 16 or 17 years old. They were walking inside. They both were dressed normally and looked like average teenagers, but I felt something was extremely off about them. Felt uneasy and perplexed the whole time when eating my burrito. Later that night, I was listening to my favorite cover band alone on the beach. The sun had just set, and the eerie vibe of me being alone at night, despite being surrounded by people, starting to set in. A few minutes into listening to the band, I spotted the couple I saw at Chipotle earlier at a distance to my right at the stage. Suddenly, the boy started speed walking away from the girl at an extremely fast pace. I found it strange how the boy didn't glance back and the girl didn't call for the boy to come back. I glanced away for 5 seconds. When I looked back, the couple was gone. There's no possible way they could have left the premise that quickly, since everybody in front of them was still walking. I only looked away for a brief amount of time. A few minutes later, I decided to go to a convenience store on the other side of the stage to grab some water. I saw this random boy sitting on a bench. He looked about 14, maybe 16 years old, wearing all black with a red string bag on his back. It was extremely odd how he was wearing black pants and a black hoodie, given it was above 90 degrees at the time, and he was staring at his phone without moving. I immediately got the same eerie feeling I had with the couple. I initially thought that he was waiting for a friend to exit a store or someone to pick him up. Right before entering the convenience store, I felt myself almost faceplant. Thought I lost consciousness for a few seconds. The store clerk asked me if I was okay as soon as I walked in and brushed everything off being clumsy. When I walked out, the same boy was still glued to his phone and didn't move an inch. I went back to listen to my favorite band and kept glancing back at the boy since I had an eerie feeling. 5 minutes later, he walked into a neighboring convenience store. Kept glancing back every few seconds. 15 minutes had passed by and he still didn't take his exit. I walked into the convenience store that he was in to see if he was still shopping, and he wasn't. It was as though he vanished, just like the couple. Throughout the week, I was out of sorts. I had a tough time driving and couldn't complete simple tasks in the ordinary amount of time. I was getting consistent headaches and had times where I was randomly nauseous. Keep in mind, I never get headaches unless I'm out in the afternoon heat for a lengthy period. I only get nauseous when I'm driving up a mountain, going out to sea, or some idiot is driving the car I'm riding in. I was getting strange dreams and my mental health was deteriorating at an alarming rate that following Sunday. So I drove 5 hours to my college apartment and stayed there a few weeks to recover. I haven't had any other encounters the past month and a half, and hopefully it stays that way. Please help. I almost never have nightmares, but there's one bedroom in my house where I have the most gruesome kind of nightmares which don't even make sense. It has a dark maroon colored ceiling. Wonder if that's the reason. I'll tell you about some of the nightmares I've had in the order that I remember that I had them. 1. In this dream, I was bound up to a wooden table in a dark room. There were 2 men and they chopped me up starting from my arms. I think I'd die after that because I floated out of that body, the one bound to the table. And out of that dark room and out towards the gloriously beautiful blue sky, felt so happy to have fled from that place. 2. My mom and me was in a house. Looked like the current one, but maybe not. It was really dark and gloomy inside. We were doing something, and then I had to go to a different part of the house to get something, and after I found it, came back to where my mom was. She looked up towards me and then screamed. She was terrified of me. I didn't know why she was so afraid of me, and that scared the hell out of me, and then I woke up. 3. I was floating around. I have a lot of these kinds of dreams. Float over trees, mountains, and trees, sometimes familiar and sometimes not. I once even dreamt that I was deep in the ocean. It was like this really big ugly sea creature with a lot of teeth and scales and jellyfish too. I saw an island. Had a castle or fortress made of gray cement or granite. I went inside, the walls were drenched with blood. I didn't see any animal or human remains, but I was dead sure that it was a human, that the blood was human. I went from section to section trying to find a way out because I was terrified. All the rooms and sections were covered in blood. There were pools of blood on the floors everywhere. Finally, I found an exit and floated the hell out of there. 4. This last dream is kind of the weirdest. It's a recurring dream from my childhood, not limited to when I was sleeping, only in the aforementioned room. In that dream, I'm a male between 18 and 30 or so, I think. I wake up at night to the sound of dogs barking and immediately realize that I'm in danger. So I get out of the house and run towards this low ground area right next to the house, which has a lot of undergrowth. There's people flashing their lights trying to find me, but I stay hidden. After a while, I run further away from the house. When I'm running away, I see a lot of trees, and the house which is half buried in soil, as if it got caught in a landslide. I then come to a lake, stare at the water, and an inexplicable sense of peace washes over me. Pretty sure I'm about to jump into the lake, but I always wake up before that. I'm a skeptic of this kind of thing, and I keep telling myself that I had bad dreams because there's a maroon-colored ceiling in that room where I had nightmares. Because it's blood-colored. But I don't know. I really get scared of some of these dreams, and I have like this paralyzed feeling and my whole body becomes ice cold. Can anybody explain why I keep having these dreams, and how to stop them? A maroon-colored ceiling sounds cool to me, but paint that sucker. Husband is a ghost magnet. So my husband and his family have always had unusual paranormal things happen to them. When we were dating, we lived in his parents' house. That's where both of his grandparents had passed away in the home. His little nieces also lived in the home and would never go in the basement, their play area, because of scary grandpa that they had. I can even recall a half-asleep moment where I feel as if I saw like a scene or saw the white lady's whole family's talking about seeing. They say that she's my husband's mom's mom, dressed in her wedding outfit with a very specific little sun hat. They see her like near laundry, folding blankets and monitoring and cooking and rearranging cleaning supplies, which makes sense for wonderful, loving Polish grandma that she was. The time I thought I saw her, it looked like something was leaning over her niece's crib, patting her blankets down. So now, husband and I are married and have our own home. We've lived here for about 3 years with no strange activity whatsoever. Except when we moved in, there was a voodoo doll in the middle of the crawl space. But upon closer inspection, it was full of glitter and had a Mardi Gras price tag on it. Whew. Now, earlier this year, another relative of my husband had passed away, the great uncle. Husband was asking to help sort through their old mansion, help box up belongings, take heavy furniture to the curb or the Goodwill. He brought a few trinkets home. 4 wall sconces, candlesticks, curio cabinet trinkets, table, creepy doll his uncle thought would be funny to put in his keep box. I lovingly played along and set the doll up on a ledge in our kitchen and said, "Now, Uncle John, you can always look down on us." The past few months that these trinkets have been in our home, the activity's been noticeable. Something is messing with our lights. They come on at random times and flicker. I was woken up at 2 a.m. last night because our bedroom lights turned on full blast out of nowhere. Nothing was touching the switch or the remote control for the light that I keep in a drawer. This also happened twice before. I had a 30th birthday party for my husband, and the day he brought the stuff home, we tried to dim the lights and sing happy birthday. And on cue, the lights turned off in that room only. No one standing anybody near the light switch. That creep doll moves positions on the ledge I sat him on. My husband swears that he's not touched it. Just slightly too, like leaning over with like a leg up on the ledge or his head facing another direction. Almost daily, the thing looks different. Cats are constantly hyper-aware of something, and I see their eyes laser-focused, tracking something that isn't there at least once a week. It's usually in the hallway, but again, I'm not as sensitive to the paranormal as my husband is, so I just get stressed and creeped out. My question is, if I get rid of Creep Doll and the trinkets, will the activity subside? I know he isn't malicious in any way, but husband and I have been trying to conceive, and I'm starting to feel like the stress of this can't be good for the body, hurting my chances of successfully becoming pregnant. And if I do get rid of the stuff, is it easy as a trip to the Goodwill, or do I need do I need to be more sensitive about it? Me, a friend, and someone else. This happened to me and a friend of mine, who I'll call Greg from now on. Because he thinks this should be between the two of us, let's just say. When I was on my third year of high school after the COVID pandemic and lockdown, me and Greg live in pretty much the same city. It's not even really that big. We had this place that we enjoyed hanging out because there were no one really around there. No drunk dudes, no annoying babies or crazy parents. Maybe only a few people and the calming sound on grass. It's near the biggest park that we have, so the trail isn't that hidden. We used to go there during summer, but this time was November and we were shaking. But we just wanted to be alone, and the creepy atmosphere was intriguing as fuck. We had only one incident from the last time that we went there. Yes, Gecko. I think I'll share here in the future that he was skipping about going there, and I was a talkative motherfucker, so it wasn't hard to convince him. I shit you not. A few minutes we entered the trail, someone's shadow blocked us. Blocked the only way out. I was scared too. It was pitch black. 10:40 p.m. and it was winter. My phone's light was sufficient only for seeing that silhouette. I think it was a man. Definitely not long hairs. I don't know how tall, but not really. Even though I flashed him, I still couldn't see the colors of his clothes or body. It was as black as the light background, or rather lightless background. Not even the moonlight nor the flame of a lighter he used could change it. It was completely black, devoid of color, except for the sub-scattering high of that little flame and the light that he didn't move at all, except when he took the lighter from what I assumed was a pocket on him. I was terrified. Greg was terrified. Grabbed my right arm as his life depended on it. But no matter how much we were shaking or panicking, that man didn't move. He stood still on the trail without making any trip of sound. So I started saying out loud how lucky we were to bring with our knives in case he would have found something dangerous. At one point, me and Greg discussed about calling our parents to take us from there. We'd have to elaborate a story so that they wouldn't be concerned. But as I turned to watch my phone, Greg said that we still had the light, so I immediately raised it in the direction of that quote-unquote man. I was shocked. G was frantically tapping my arm, saying, "He's not there. We get out." And it was true. In those few seconds, quote-unquote he got out of our vision, which of course drove us crazy and prompted us to run faster and faster in the direction where the streetlight would illuminate everything, which would hopefully make us feel safer. We got out of the trail, and that night I felt better than ever when I got underneath my sheets. Of course, I stayed with Greg for the rest of the evening until he arrived at his house complex. Felt so guilty, and accompanying G to home made me feel a little bit better. The fake haunted house I work at is actually haunted. For 12 years I've worked as an actor for a local haunted house attraction. It's a lot of fun as I get to play a variety of horror characters and act out different scenes. While the tours that we put on are clearly fake, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes that isn't. I should start off by explaining that the building that we do this out of is an extremely old one. It was once an elementary school. We gutted the section of the building that was classrooms and constructed it to what we actually needed. This is when we actually started having weird experiences. There's plenty of activity that can be shrugged off, such as feeling watched and hearing footsteps running in areas that there's no one. Then there are things that are not so easy to disregard. Such as one evening a member was working on hooking up our sound system by himself. He had not even hooked the large speaker up yet, and he started a loud, deep growl. It came booming through them. This terrified him so much he ran out of the building and wouldn't go back in to even lock up. That was until another member came down to go with him. He never worked alone in the building again. Other activity seems playful and childlike. such as hearing small giggles and whispering in the halls and in rooms that are empty, things being moved from where they were last placed. One year, I was in a rocking chair that I would jump out of as a group and they came through. The thing about the rocking chair is that it was more like a glider. It was broken. I would have to use a lot of force to get that chair to rock backwards at all. It was right before showtime. I was sitting in this broken chair getting mentally pumped for the night ahead. I was completely alone when I felt somebody grab onto the back of the chair and harshly pull it backwards. Felt myself flying backwards with the chair, and honestly, I thought I would flip out of it. Thankfully, this didn't happen, as soon as I stabled myself, I jerked to see who had done this. The room I was in was so large, and nobody could get to the room without me seeing them running away in the split second it took for me to look behind me. There was absolutely nobody there, and I was suddenly covered in goosebumps. No one was even in the area around my room at the time. Later that same night, the lights were off. My strobe was on, and our group had just left my room, and I was noticing a small figure in the far right corner of the room. It looked like a small child crouching down looking my way. I was immediately worried about that child being left behind from a previous group. As I headed toward the figure to ask if they were okay, the strobe flashed, and the figure was completely gone. This same year, but a different night, I was again sitting in my chair waiting for the next group when someone or something growled right into my ear. So loud that it caused my ear to ring, and when I turned to see what it was, there's nothing but an empty room. I changed rooms the next year and didn't experience as much creepy phenomenon. That's not much history I've been able to find out about the building, but I'm so curious as to what could be causing all this weirdness. This is only a tiny bit of what I've been experiencing over the few years working there, and I don't feel it'll be stopping anytime soon. Paranormal Time Portal. I was born in Amherst, Ohio, April 7th, 1984. When I lived in Lorain, Ohio in the late 80s, I lived in this 2-story house. It was old. There's just some things in that house that always left me puzzled and in total mystery. 40 now. I've talked about my experiences with other people, but all I get back is snickering, made fun of, or laughed at. I was thought of, I guess, as just being unbelievable. I've talked about this part of my life the same way. Nothing changes in my story. Behind our house, my mother and father created this huge, beautiful garden. There is a reason why I've mentioned this garden, because it does play a key component in this story. I only hope I walk away from this with closure. I've spent my entire life looking for answers to only end up in the same old dead end. Here we go. Between the ages of 3 and 5 years old, my parents would throw some weekend cookouts. My dad would invite his work buddies and drinking buddies over, and my mom would invite her people as well. The floor modal stereo would be out and play in the background. Dad would be socializing with his people, and the grill is grilling. My light blue kiddie pool would be filling up with water, front yard would be out in the parking spaces. One weekend, I decided to walk around the house by myself, for some reason. I didn't really have a reason, just to walk, and I found myself in the front yard alone. I decided to continue journeying around my house into a full, complete circle. When I was done, I came to a shocking discovery. Everything and everyone was gone. The pool, the stereo, the people, the cars, even the garden was gone. What was a garden was nothing but a bed of grass. But here's the thing, I can still hear everybody. Yeah, I was awake, I wasn't dreaming, I wasn't just seeing things. In my dreams, when talking about dreams, you only know about 5% of the dream and it's all over. I remember everything, the way I experienced to the readers. It's like the way I've explained it for almost 40 years. Ever since that time, finding that what seemed like a portal, I kept doing it. It was the same result every single time. Everything would be gone. Sometimes I often wonder what would have happened to me if I just kept walking circles around the house without stopping. What if I'd happened to become a missing persons case or someone erased from memory altogether? I've recently went back to that house in Ohio since moving away in the late 80s. I was excited to show my wife and kids the first house that I lived in, and I was also excited for the thought of actually getting answers and putting to bed about this mystery. But when approaching the house, we arrived to find an empty lot. I feel sad, pissed, and beyond disappointed. All that I have are what seems to be made-up stories that still live in this mystery. Well, that's just one of my paranormal stories. I really hope somebody would have something similar or an answer or thoughts. All are welcome. My house was a bar/hangout for veterans of foreign wars. Ghosts didn't want me to leave. It's been a little while since I wrote about my house that may or may not be haunted. It's haunted. And the latest incident is definitely worth writing about. What happened defies rational explanation. What's even better, I have a witness, a fiancé. So at least I know I'm not losing my shit. If you want to read some earlier events, please see some of my earlier posts. In short, my current residence was formerly a bar or clubhouse for veterans of foreign wars. This past Friday I was preparing to go to a fancy Christmas party in a somewhat faraway city, meaning that I would be gone for a few days to enjoy my time away from home. Planned on wearing the obligatory red and black flannel shirt to keep up with the Christmas theme, and that morning I was putting the shirt in the wash. This act was very conscious, because having the shirt was the entire purpose of running one last load of laundry. This shirt is the focus of this story. After the washer was done, my fiancé put the clothes in the dryer. When it was done, I picked through the dryer looking for my shirt. Couldn't find it in there. Looked in the washer, maybe it got stuck in the washer. Nope. I then took each piece of clothing out of the dryer to find it. Just wasn't fucking there. It was as if it was teleported to another universe. I was getting frustrated, not thinking about anything paranormal. I retraced all of my steps in case I just dropped it. Right as I was beginning to think my resident ghost or ghosts were screwing around with me, my fiancée came home from getting her hair done. She assured me that she didn't move or hide the shirt. Joined me on the search. She came up empty-handed in this effort, and by this point it was time to leave. Really felt thrown off in my mental balance. Even though it was just a shirt, I was feeling toyed with. Or maybe my ghost didn't want me to leave. When we were walking out of the door, I joked that when we got back, the shirt would be folded up and in plain view. Fast forward to today. I open the dryer door and fold the rest of the laundry that was left inside, from the load I washed before leaving on my trip. And to my surprise, guess what shirt was sitting right on the top of the pile? It was the red and black plaid shirt, in plain view. Both me and my fiancé already looked in there. And what's more is when I took it out, I felt as if, well, it hadn't even been washed. It was still dirty. This means it poofed out of the washer, didn't even get washed, and then somehow wound up in the dryer. Vanished before it even got clean, then reappeared in the dryer. This means that it vanished out of the dryer, went to God knows where, and then 3 days later appeared in the same place where two different people already carefully looked. I guess this really means it disappeared twice. Somebody else wasn't there to share this experience every step of the way. I would have swore that I was losing my goddamn mind. Nothing about this can be explained rationally. I was raised in a haunted house. I was born in a Victorian terraced house. Had my mom, my dad, 2 older brothers. When I was about 7, I was walking down the attic stairs. They were in a spiral. That's when I turned to face the landing and I saw an old man leaning against the banisters about 2 meters in front of me. He had blood running down his face and on his shirt. I screamed. I didn't even think about ghosts. Thought we had a real person in our house. Parents ran up the stairs and found me in a bit of a state, calmed me down, and explained that they knew about him. Apparently, when they moved in, they would see a white figure walking along the landing from downstairs. In the lounge, you could look up onto the hallway landing upstairs. They thought one of my brothers was out of bed, so I would check, and they weren't. They purposefully didn't tell my brothers in case it scared them, but eventually they saw it too. You'd also hear him walking up and down the attic stairs. They were old, and every step had a distinctly unique sound. You could literally tell what part of the stairs somebody was on just by their sound. And at the bottom, you'd hear a loud, hollow thump. Anyway, I was the only one who saw the man in detail. Everybody else saw him as a white figure. I saw him once more close up, and then only saw him as a white figure after that. My dad asked a man across the street who lived there his whole life about the history of our house. He didn't say anything about a ghost, and the man said that before us, an old couple had lived there. The woman died and the man became an alcoholic. One day a neighbor found him outside the door. He'd tripped up on the curb and smashed his head. He helped him in, put him in a chair. Didn't think it looked too bad, but a few days later he was found dead. We would hear him most nights. I'd have it on my radio all night just to drown him out. He never did anything bad, just appeared now and then and noisily walked up and down. I don't know why, but we never thought of telling anyone. It was normal, he lived there. Shrug. Our neighbors also saw him walking along the landing one day. I was homeschooled for the last year, and my home tutor was there once, and it was only the two of us in the house. We heard walking above us. She looked up and asked if one of my brothers had come home. I told her it was just the ghost, and she looked pretty freaked out. Left early and refused to tutor me without somebody else there. I moved out when I was 19 and my parents sold it a few years later. I dream about the house still after 23 years, pretty much every few days. It's like I'm linked to it, maybe because I was born in it. Anyway, sorry it's so long, but this is what got me interested in the subject. I've had a few more experiences at other times since this, but this is the main one. Just thought I'd add because it's weird, but I spoke perfectly fine before I saw him. And ever since that moment, I've had a debilitating stutter. Seen many speech therapists through the years, but no use. My ride with the skinwalker. It was mid-October 1992. I was riding home on my motorcycle from seeing some friends. It was late in the evening and early morning hours of the chilly fall weekend in Central California. I had made my turn off the county freeway onto a less than well-lit county road. I remember that the road ahead was deserted, no headlights coming toward me, nor any taillights in my rearview mirrors. The road was encompassed with large walnut groves on each side. The huge trees and land swallowed the distance ahead in complete darkness. I was clipping along at about 50 miles an hour. That's when my eyes caught the jogger up ahead of me. My right side. My mind quickly thought, how odd, wondering why somebody would be out here jogging at this time of year, especially at this hour of the night. As I approached, I gradually moved to the middle of the road to give the jogger space. I touched on my brights, and so he'd see me approaching, and now understand this. At first, in my mind, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Other than the timing of the situation, a hooded runner, like heather gray sweats, a figure about 6 foot tall, jogging along the shoulder of a deserted county road at midnight in October. As I'm approached at a safe distance of maybe 100 feet away, bright headlights blazing, I saw him, or should I say it, stumble. I I fully expected the figure to fall, sprawling face down into the plowed dirt, but it didn't. It did fall to the ground, but on all fours, but very quickly and with amazing agility began running like an animal on all fours like a wild animal. Mind you, I was riding at a regular speed at this point, maybe 55 miles an hour, but the hooded human form that I'd watched become a hooded animal was keeping pace with me for a moment. Then, as if it sensed that I had it discovered, it sped off to its right, went into the pitch-black walnut grove. My blood ran cold. I downshifted out of instinct and throttled hard. I was gone. All I can think in that split second was that thing, that animal might suddenly pop up in my rearview mirror with some horrific maniacal grimaced face right before ending me. Before I knew it, I was 15 miles down that deserted county road with my speedometer reading 100 miles an hour. Just before I made my final right turn towards home, I brought up enough courage to look into the rearview mirror. Nothing. There was just pitch black behind me. Whatever it was gone. Shaking, I made my last turn and didn't look back until I pulled into my garage and closed the door. To this day, now 30 plus years later, I can tell anybody that true story, and my listeners will react with complete disbelief. Some believe me, others don't. What was it? A person, an animal, a shapeshifter, a skinwalker? Or something of a combination of all of those? You decide. Thanks for listening. I appreciate it. See ya. Sweet dreams. You saw me, but it wasn't me. This happened 3 years ago when I was still in high school. My school is very far from my home, so I'd ride the train. Sometimes a friend would go with me. We would usually encounter a classmate along with her boyfriend in front of us. We never really spoke with each other, but we know it's them because of their size difference and her height. Our classmate is a girl and she's very small, smaller than the average small height. I think she's around my chest level and I'm around 156 centimeters. She also has curly hair, which is rare in my country. Her boyfriend is tall and big. My friend and I would always try to walk past them on the way to the train. We never greet them because we're too shy. One day we had a group project over at another classmate's house. That girl classmate was also invited. Started getting to know each other and she told me that she thinks I'm cool and wants to be friends. She would always see me entering the school at around 9 a.m., but she's too shy to approach me. I went silent because as far as I know, I'm always late for class. I would be at the school at around 12 or 12:30 p.m., never too early. I told her that it wasn't me, but she told me that it really was me. She told me the details of how I would get off my ride to cross the highway running like a penguin. Well, she's actually right. Everybody tells me that I ran like a penguin when I have a backpack on me. She continued explaining that I wore a blue hoodie, black-yellow Adidas bag, and a huge black headphones, so it would be pretty easy to identify me in our country as a hot weather. No one would wear stupid hoodies during daytime except me. I then told her about how my friend and I also saw her and her boyfriend every day in school on the way to the train station. She looked at me weirdly and told us that it wasn't them, and they actually go the opposite way. They don't have anything to do on the way to the train station. Chills. I defended what I said and told her that it's them. I told that her boyfriend wears white glasses, and it's also rare because I haven't seen a guy at her school who wears the same glasses. We started exchanging weird looks. I asked her if she's messing with me, and she then texted her boyfriend about asking him when we would always point out to him that she sees me during 9 a.m. during the school grounds. She asked her boyfriend and what I wore, and he explained clearly. Blue hoodie, black headphone, black-yellow bag, running like a penguin across the street. So they would see me at 9 a.m. entering the school, and I would see them walking to the train station at around 7 p.m. It doesn't make sense. After our conversation happened, those never showed up again. Those in quotes. I still think about that incident every day after years. It was a bizarre situation. It continued to happen until we noticed it. It just stopped after we found out about it. I've been with different classmates on the way to the train, so I have other witnesses. We never know why it happens. Was it doppelgangers? What would have happened to us if we approached those things? I think we were lucky that we didn't approach them. Who knows what those things are? Demon and witch in my old home. So during mid-2016, early 17, my mom moved into this very old home. It was built in the very early 1900s. She planned on renovating it. We only stayed in that house for about 11 months. The first half of the time we stayed there, everything was fine. Nothing was abnormal about it, like I would think it would be. The inside of the home did look really creepy, but I didn't feel that uncomfortable staying in there. It was when I was home alone that made me scared. Now, January 2017, my mom had left the house that day to get me some birthday supplies, as my birthday was coming up. My brother and sister were at their other grandmother's house for the day, so I was home alone. Now, near the old staircase, there was this see-through door that led to this very old basement nobody ever went in. But my mom always put her recycling bags in there to prevent anybody to go down. When I thought I saw a bag move in there, I peeked closer through the door. A bag slid down the stairs. I ran up the stairs into my room and stayed in there until she had gotten back home. Now, my mom's boyfriend used to tell me that there was a witch that lived up on the 3rd floor. I also stayed away from up there. Never believed him. That was until I heard footsteps from up above. I would hear these slow but loud footsteps from up above, so I hid myself in the closet. Now, the last thing that happened before we moved out was somewhat of a blur to me. We moved out March 2017, so roughly 2 or 3 weeks before we moved, I was sleeping in my room like normal. But I was woken up to the sound of scratching on the wall. We did have cats at the time, but this was long scratches, and it moved throughout the outside of my bedroom. I used to sleep with my door open, so I didn't want to turn around and see what was out there until I heard my sister call out to me. I turned around, called out to her. She kept saying my name. She sounded like she was going down the stairs, so I hopped out of bed and got to see what she needed. Now, the outside of my room was a long hallway that led to a staircase, and the staircase was one that would turn 180 degrees. There was a wall covering the rest of the stairs. Well, I was too scared to go down those stairs. Called out to her and she never replied. I had to run back to my room as soon as I heard footsteps downstairs, thinking it was my mom, but I was about to close my room door and the footsteps were speeding inhumanly fast up the stairs, and I saw this long black figure on all fours taking a turn. It was running up the stairs at me. Slammed my door, hid in the blankets for the rest of that night, eventually falling back asleep. I'm glad my mom decided to move out of that house, because after that last incident, I never wanted to stay there ever again. Since these stories from that home popped back up in my head, I decided to do a Google search on that old house recently. The home had burned down a few years ago and it was rebuilt. Two yellow lights. This happened like around 2006 or 2005. I don't remember the exact year, but it was when I was in elementary school. I woke up extremely earlier, maybe extremely late. It was extremely dark out and both of my parents were in my bedroom. My bed back then used to face towards a window. There's 2 windows in my bedroom. A large window toward the right and a tiny window this little up and right in front of where my bed used to be. I woke up and saw 2 yellow lights. They were circular yellow lights and they were pretty bright. Not sure about the bright part though, but maybe it was just the fact that the entire outside was extremely dark, so the yellow seemed bright. Either way, one light was moving horizontally back and forth. The other light was moving rapidly, and it was moving above the horizontal moving light, and it was moving vertically. I remember at the moment when I woke up and saw both my parents staring at this tiny window. I'd heard them talking. Couldn't exactly remember what they were saying. I tried so hard to get myself up, but the exhaustion just took me. If I had managed to overcome the exhaustion, I would have recorded that. I believe back then that I had something called a flip, I think. It's just a cheap recording device that my sister won and gave to me. Either way, it probably would have looked like crap, but I would have at least had footage. What I do not know is that it wasn't a gap in my memory or a dream. Well, it could have been. Both my parents remember what happened, but they don't really care. They just think it's weird, but at the very least, I don't really misremember anything. Did my best to try and look up whatever it was, and all I can gather is people saying it could have been a ball of lightning or a satellite or a searchlight or even a plane. Which none of those even make sense. I live in a suburb, nowhere near a searchlight. We have a satellite, but it's literally below the suburb and a bit away from where I live, and obviously, a ball of lightning wouldn't move like that, what I saw. It's extremely rare. I doubt two would simultaneously exist at the same time, like a plane wouldn't move like that. The best explanation I've heard from anyone online in real life was a drone. But in 2006 in a suburban California, the best drones we had in my memory were drones made out of like styrofoam and cheap plastic. Unless you mean military, we're not mentioning, we're certainly not near a military base. Not to mention the lights were perfectly circular. It didn't look like a flashlight or something looking at the window, it just looked like perfectly circular yellow eyes. And of course, we have the explanation of aliens or something, but if I'm going to be honest, I don't really believe in that stuff. I mean, it'd be illogical to say no life exists outside of us, but I just try to avoid that kind of route. I just want to know a logical explanation of what I experienced all those years ago. Been bugging me like crazy as of late. I've seen things through my unborn eyes. I'm from a small town in the United States. So small that everybody knows what's going on in this little rural town at all times. My father's a firefighter in a small town, so whenever there's an actual fire, he would go. My mom would usually end up going to wherever the fire was to watch and pass out water bottles to the firefighters. We've done it multiple times throughout my life. It was one of my favorite ways to help out and see some cool stuff when I was younger. I vividly remember one day we were at home and a house one street over, maybe a block down, had caught fire. You could see the smoke pouring out from our kitchen window. So as always, my dad rushes up from dinner and races to the fire station. A couple of minutes later, my mom and I walk up to the street to see how bad it really is. By the time we get there, there's already fire engines, hoses, and a bunch of firemen and onlookers at the house. Now this house was a 2-story. It was light blue, it was a colonial-type house. It was fully engulfed with flames. The fire was so hot and big the firefighters couldn't even get close to it. They had to spray water from the cannons at the top of the trucks to try and keep it from spreading to the nearby houses. As this fire was burning, me and my mom were walking down the street more to get a better look. I distinctly remember walking over the fire hoses all over the road, being careful not to step on them. That could cause problems. And furthermore, I can recall vividly watching the firefighters try to put the fire out. Me and my mom didn't stick around as it became too dangerous to be there because of how big and uncontrollable the fire was. Eventually, the house burnt down due to the fire being so large. I remember where the house was and we drive past the empty lot all the time. Now here's the part neither I nor anybody in my family can explain. I was not born when this happened. This house I remember seeing burn, the things so vividly happening from hearing the fire trucks to seeing the smoke from our house. The walk up the street and over the hoses, the firemen rushing to control the blaze. It all happened a couple of years before I was born. We found out about this weird experience and my family would drive by the empty lot. I'd point out the place the house used to be and tell my family I still remember it. They would look at me all confused and say, "There's no way that was before you were born." Happened multiple times, and every time was the same response. I was even able to give the details. In my family's bewilderment, it was all correct. In addition to that, oddly enough, I constantly experienced severe deja vu. It's been a thing my whole life, ranging from small things to large events. I don't know if this has anything to do with this experience, but it really does feel like I've already experienced it. I can recall it, even though I apparently wasn't alive, if that makes sense. Maybe I have a weird power or gift, but regardless, I can't explain this, and neither can my family. Hopefully you guys can lend me an explanation or share some similar stories. I'd be extremely thankful and maybe get some closure. Welcome to Paranormal M, where we explore the hidden and the unexplained. Subscribe and turn on notifications to keep up with our latest mysterious stories. We hope you enjoy the journey into the unknown. Apparently the Hat Man is a thing. So I was watching a Smosh video about spooky Reddit stories, and the first story was a shadow prank one. Or shower. I decided to look up the post, because I'm into that shit. Left the tab open. I left a comment on the YouTube video about something I saw when I was younger. Then I decided to browse this subreddit while the video played. ADHD anyone? I then read the title. Ever seen a shadow man in a fedora and a trench coat? Not gonna lie, I was a bit shook. When I moved into the apartment I currently live in, everything was fine. Except I'd see a shadow in front of my bedroom door. Not all the time, it was mostly if it was at least somewhat dark. I wasn't ever able to make out many details no matter how close I got. It was almost like that thing in Black Mirror where you kind of block a person and then from then on all you see is static noise from a TV with no reception in the shape of that person. But it was clearly the shape of a tall, not hugely, just a bit taller than average man. He was wearing a hat and had a long coat. Mind you, I'm South American, so it's not really common to see people wearing long coats like that. I never interacted with the shadow. Sometimes I'd feel uneasy, but I'd deliberately try to think of something else and ignore it. Especially since it was so hard to make out what it looked like. It never really did anything. It was always in front of my bedroom door, though, so I'd have to cross paths with it to get in and out, and my apartment's kind of like a long corridor. The front door is immediately followed by the kitchen door on the right, then the living room, then what used to be my mom's bedroom door, then my bedroom door. The bathroom is at the end of the hall with its door facing the entrance door at the other end. I'm just saying this to explain that when I'm in my room looking out, there's only a blank white wall. Nothing that could be mistaken for the shape of a person. Only one high school friend of mine confirmed that she could see it too. Everybody else just dismissed it or thought I was making it up. Granted, that friend was considered to be very woo-woo, spiritual, super, into Wicca and all that. She may have been influenced by the fact that I told her about the shadow before she saw it. She was really creeped out though. She used to ask us to use a detour coming home from school when she was walking with us to avoid a cemetery. That was because she would kind of feel the presence of spirits and they would try to follow her. Anyway, I never saw the shadow's eyes or smile. Never said anything to me that I could hear. I could never make out the color of his coat. I never thought about what the hat was, a fedora or not. But it was definitely a tall man with a hat and a long coat. A while after, I don't remember how long, but I noticed it wasn't there anymore. I didn't do anything, it was just gone. Never had anything like that happen again in this apartment. Though I did have a small, stupid sort of premonition once. But I guess that has nothing to do with the location. My sister and I had the same reoccurring nightmare as kids. Growing up, I had a huge fear of the light in my room burning out. It's because of this reoccurring nightmare that I had. It always took place in the early afternoon with overcast weather, and I was always home alone, even though I was quite young. I'd always leave my room to go get something to eat from the kitchen, and then I'd start hearing loud thumping throughout the house. In my dream, I always felt like that meant something was coming. I'd usually hide under the kitchen island and try to watch my room from down the hall as the thumps continued. My light would always be flickering. Sometimes my door would swing and I'd feel this really heavy presence throughout the whole house. The thumping would just get more intense until my light would burn out. I knew that meant that whatever was coming was there. But the nightmare always ended there. I don't know what it was. Anyways, I don't have all that many paranormal memories growing up. My room always spooked me a bit though, but I chalked it up to this nightmare I was having. However, around the time I was 17 or 18, things started getting really weird in the house. My sister would find her drawers open and her socks out on the floor. The animals never liked coming to my room, stuff like that. My mother and I thought that we saw apparitions on 2 separate occasions, but since we both saw them at night when we'd get up to use the bathroom, I assumed it was just our tired brains playing games on us. The spookiest thing is that on regular intervals, always whenever we would all be hanging out in the living room, the lock on our front door would click. It was so loud and distinct, none of us would ever come up with an explanation for it. It happened no matter the weather, completely at random. We couldn't even mimic the noise ourselves trying to play with the lock. It only ever happened when we were all together in the living room. I moved out a few years ago, but even when I'd go back to visit, and all the way up until I left when I was 19, I was never able to sleep without a light in my room. My room was the only place I could never sleep in the dark. My family ended up moving out of that house almost a year ago now. Sometimes we reminisce about the things we experienced. That's why we were there, and we've never had any explanations for it. My sister and I were talking about the one time, and I remembered the nightmare I had. I started explaining it to her mostly because I was curious if she thought it had any connection to what we were experiencing in the house. I hadn't thought the two could have been related until then. And as I was explaining the dream to my sister, she literally started crying. Obviously, I was freaked out and asked what was wrong. She told me she had the exact same dream growing up, even down to the very heavy presence, which is really what spooked us the most. We always had a theory that something was trying to get into the house or something like that, but we were both pretty fucked up after realizing we had the same dream. Messed up our parents too when we told them. Attachment. I don't completely remember the age I was when these things started happening, but I was around maybe 6 or 7. One day I was talking to this person. My mom heard me. She asked, "Who are you talking to?" I said, "Jeff," pointed at the thing I was talking to. My mom was really confused as there was no one there, but then she just assumed that it was probably the imaginary friend, since most kids have one. Not long after this incident, something else happened. I had this high chair that I'd put my baby dolls in, and I went to pick something up that was under it. The part you were meant to sit food on, I don't know what it's called. It fell directly on my head, even though that piece was not supposed to be detachable. My mom knew something was off. That's when she began seeing the man I was seeing. She had my dad pray over the house to get rid of this entity, which did work. Or so we thought. When I was 9, I started seeing him again, but I just ignored it and told myself it was all in my head. until my mom told me she just saw him. So not long after my mom and dad divorced, I stayed with my dad most of the time where this entity stayed. I never stopped seeing it. When I was about 12, I decided to use a spirit box. I wanted to try and communicate with this entity. The first thing I asked was for a name, and immediately I very clearly heard, "It's Jeffrey." I asked what he wanted, and he said, "Friend," which scared me, so I stopped. Fast forward some time, and I went to live with my mom, and Jeffrey followed. My mom immediately knew, and she gave me some salt and told me to put it around all the doors. This helped not one bit. Every time I'd turn my lights off to sleep, I'd see him in the corner at the end of the bed staring at me. I still do sometimes. Jeffrey became more aggressive, as I guess he realized we wanted to get rid of him. He would, and still sometimes does, throw things across my room, maybe move my belongings, and every time I'd go on Spirit Box, he'd cuss me out, he'd call me a bitch and a whore. I've woken up with scratches before, too. I'm now 15 and he's still here. Just not as active. I don't really know how to get rid of him. I was in the kitchen with my mom not that long ago and the cabinet behind me opened. One of the shelves collapsed, causing multiple wine glasses to fall and shatter at my feet. Yet somehow not a single shard of glass hit me, even though it should have been directly below the cabinet standing. I've told him to leave multiple times, and his response was always, "No, I like you." I can hardly sleep at night because I'm afraid of him, that he'll hurt me again. Also, as I'm writing this, my phone, which is halfway charged still, completely shut off twice. Wouldn't turn back on for like 2 minutes for no reason. I can tell he doesn't want me to put my story out, but I don't know what else to do and I need help. How do I get rid of him? Spiritual cleansing attempt made things worse. My girlfriend had been experiencing a lot of irritability, anxiety, and crying, and I don't know why, but I thought about doing some spiritual cleansing here at home. Maybe I noticed strange nuances in some things, some bad smells around the house. I performed a cleansing ritual with some incense I had at home. During the ritual, I spoke, asking any negativity or entity to leave. That same day, many things started falling. Things that wouldn't fall from just wind. For example, the first thing to fall was the key that stuck to the wall on a hook with double-sided tape. It all fell, the hook and the key. Made a loud noise echoing through the wall when it fell, and went there, glued it back, tried to put my strength, and it just didn't come off. All of the key hangings, only mine fell. It's just me, my girlfriend, and her brother living here. Well, then at night, the little jar I was using to burn the incense was knocked off the table as I was passing by, and at that exact moment, that got me. Then at night, an object in the bathroom on her shelf, which had been there for months, my snorkel, was thrown onto the floor at least 20 centimeters away from the shelf. We ignored it, went to sleep. The next morning when I woke up, my key was on the floor again. Only my key. It was hanging before. Everything that fell was either my belongings or related to the ritual that I performed. Well, I bought some Palo Santo. I asked my girlfriend to help me go through the house. We did another ritual, sending whenever it was away. And for a day we were fine. But she still felt a tightness in her chest, which went away after the next day. In the afternoon, I started having chest tightness and anxiety. I asked if that's what she felt. She said, yeah. Sometime later, she started feeling it again. We went to lie down, hugged each other, and it passed. But at night, as I tried to fall asleep in the early hours of the morning, I heard noises that were getting closer and closer to the bedroom. And when I thought, it's here, I started feeling intense chills, sweating, palpitations, anxiety, and insomnia. I could only sleep 3 hours later. The next day, I burned Palo Santo again, as I started smelling vomit in the bathroom while taking a shower. And this smell of vomit randomly appears throughout the house. The hallway, the living room, then at night I try to fall asleep randomly, my heart starts to tighten. I start to feel anxious. Last night I even woke up to this. I had already fallen asleep and everything. Well, this is my situation. I don't know if I made things worse by trying to spiritually cleanse the house, if whatever it is now inside me. Maybe I disrespected the spirit and now it's seeking retaliation. I don't know if I should just ignore it until it gets bored and stops, or if I should do heavier cleansing with other herbs. My intentions were good, I just wanted to relieve my girlfriend's anxiety. I had a surgery go a little sideways, and now I see dead people. I have to tell somebody this because I'm shook. I had surgery last month, maybe a little more than a month ago. And ever since I woke up from surgery, I can see dead people as shadows. They're just around. So far that only my family, but it's not them. I see them, I've been battling an infection, and so these things, well, keep thinking, okay, well, it's gonna pass. Probably just me being sick. But I called my mom to tell her that my aunt who passed a few weeks ago came in last night and just heard her whisper, psst, psst, and some giggling. Wake up and it was bizarre. She was just as happy as she could be and wanted to share and play with me. She showed me that she could hug her parents again. Hug her parents again. They were all so happy. She showed me herself standing in the kitchen behind my parents, smiling and putting her hand on them, and she wanted me to see that she was at peace. She seemed really, really entertained, which was unexpected. My mom gasped. Apparently, before my aunt fell ill, she told her that Mom and I sometimes get visited in our dreams by family to warn us of danger, or even that somebody passed, and my aunt said that she was jealous. When she died, she would have come to mess with us. On top of that, I was telling Mom about how serious and real this is. And of course, here and there we have stuff happen. I've never been more sure in my life that it's real. I can really see people that have passed on, and I went from being freaked to making peace with it. But one thing I can't figure out is there's a 5-year-old girl that stands beside my bed almost all days. I would wake up constantly in the middle of the night thinking it's one of my kids asking to get into bed, but it's not. I don't even have a 5-year-old girl. She loves to play her music box for me. I told her the only little girl I know that passed is Dad's sister, but she was like 2 or 3. Dad said, I think she's 5. I said, no, she was 2 or 3. Go ask Dad. I'm 90% sure she was 2 or 3. She goes to ask my dad, and, well, I asked him how old his sister was when she died. He said she was 5. I was in absolute shock and asked him if he had a music box, and he said, I don't know if I have to ask my brother, but she loved music and to sing. Why? I spent maybe a couple more months telling my husband that I don't really know a 5-year-old girl, so I don't know who she could be, but apparently I was wrong. She has been my Aunt Sophie all along with total make scenes of bullcrap. I've always felt my grandpa nearby. She was his baby girl that passed. I'm floored. I want to know if anybody has any idea or has experienced something similar. So for a little context, I stay in central Scotland. I don't believe in ghosts or anything paranormal really, despite having these 2 experiences, and another one which has really affected me, but I still choose to try not to think about what it may have been. These happened probably about 2 or 3 years ago now, so not recent. My friend recently admitted to me that recently he's had something similar happen. Stays 2 doors down from me. So I thought I'd let this sub help us get some peace of mind. The first experience I had was one night when I was home alone and going to sleep. These only happen when I'm home alone. I was disturbed by what sounded like one of my cats scratching at my brother's door. The door was the only one that was open since the cats are in and out all night, but instead of scratching at the carpet like they usually do, it was like they were scratching at the actual door itself with their claws out. Something felt off, so I didn't even make a move. Felt way too heavy to be my cats. Went on for minutes. At this point, I was already kind of freaked out. But immediately after stopping, I could hear whatever it was darting from my brother's door at the end of the hall to the top of the stairs at the other end over and over again. Anybody who owns a cat knows that they do strange things, like every once in a while, but I knew that this wasn't either of them. Besides the heavy one, both were at the foot of my bed. It sounded like it had a lot of weight, like a large dog almost. It was impossibly fast. Changed directions like it was nothing and darted the whole length of the hall in what felt like less than half a second. This went on for a couple of minutes as I started getting more terrified. Eventually it stopped at my door, and that's when I remembered that it was open. My heart honestly nearly burst. I could hear it sort of push my door open with its head, and I could hear this heavy breathing, almost like a human's. That was before it let out a really low-pitched growl and just disappeared. Absolutely nothing else for ages. It messed me up, but I forgot about it and didn't mention it to anybody else. That was until a few weeks ago. I won't detail exactly what happened, as it was practically the same, with the exception that I could hear it intact with things on the opposite side of my parents' room over and over at impossible speeds. Once that happened, and I decided to tell my friend, that's when he told me his experience. It sends chills down my spine, knowing that it isn't just my imagination playing tricks. And I'd like to know if anybody else has had anything similar like this, or any clue of what it could have been. Recent experience with blue apparition. There are many truths of which the full meaning cannot be realized until the personal experience has brought it home. John Stuart Mill. I had an experience 2 weeks ago that I'd like to share with the community. I've shared this with a few people via DM, but held off making a post about it because I needed some time to digest what happened. After 2 weeks, I'm just as bewildered as the night that it occurred. I had just laid down for bed and was just kind of quietly meditating and praying. That's when, while still awake, an entity appeared face to face with me. The moment I perceived it was feminine. But later I realized this was only because I'm heterosexual and I've never felt such calm oneness with a man before. So for me, that type of energy has only ever been expressed from one of the reciprocating, females. So to genderize the apparition would paint an erroneous picture, you could say. The entity appeared directly in front of me, outlined in neon blue, detailed in lighter hues of blue. It then proceeded to touch my forehead with its index and middle finger as if it was plucking something out of my forehead. Proceeded to run its fingers down my face and place whatever it had taken from my forehead and place it into my mouth. The touch was a vibration, like taking the corner of your cell phone while it was vibrating and running it down the center of your face. Then it was gone, and I just laid there like, well, that was awesome. I don't know what to make of it, but it only furthered my conviction that what I or we face is not of human origin. My mind's biggest conflict for the past year has been this. Am I being manipulated by a man in contact with naturally occurring phenomena, or being manipulated by a man abusing naturally occurring phenomena? At the very least, we all have the capacity to venture deeply into uncharted interdimensional territory. The more this unfolds, the more I realize that our fears are what keep us from experiencing the metaphysical. The persistent insinuation of powerlessness by them is meant to be overcome with our exact opposing measures of power. The implied measure of guilt is meant to be overcome with equal proportions of forgiveness. Incompetence with confidence. Incompetence with confidence. Remember, it's only an implied energy that you feel. The energy that you counteract with comes from deep within you and is worthy of reserve. It's a prolonged tug-of-war of the mind, where our side is meant to pull 2 inches for every 2 inches they pull. Only the steadily increasing cause, the effect, serves as a preparatory acclimation to explore and engage metaphysical anomalies with composure. Paranormal stuff when I was a kid. When I was growing up, my family was poor. My dad was single, taking care of 5 kids. So to save money, we moved in with my grandma. Now our grandma's house is where 2 people were murdered, so I think that contributed to the hauntings. I don't know when it started, but as long as I can remember, stuff would happen. I'd get sick really, so I'd stay home quite often. My dad was getting ready for work. My room was right across from the bedroom, so he's brushing his teeth and I'm in bed with a fever, just watching. My bedroom door slammed shut. My dad tried to open the door, and after a little bit it opened up, and he looked at me and asked if I did that. I wasn't even strong enough to get up and keep him from opening the door. He looked around a little bit, opened the door, then went back to brushing his teeth, and it happened again after he got the door open a second time. He just got a shoe and just used it to prop open the door. Other times I'd hear my name being called when I'd be in the shower. My grandma would hear a baby cry. There were no babies in the house. Stuff would fly off the counters. It got so bad that we had to have a priest come and bless the house every couple of months. Everything would settle down for a bit, but the paranormal stuff never went away. One night, me and my 2 brothers and grandma stayed in the living room watching TV all night. We all fell asleep at some point. I'm going to try and explain the layout of the living room real fast, so bear with me. When you open the front door right away, you're in the living room and dining room. If you go straight, you end up in the kitchen that's connected to our downstairs. If you went right, you'd be in the living room. Now, the couch I was laying on had a kitchen around the corner from me, and I would wake up and I'm hearing laughing and somebody walking around. I peeked and I blacked out. Just woke up in my bed and nobody knew how I got there. The next big thing was my dad was downstairs. We had an old basement, and as soon as you went down the stairs, there was a big furnace which you had to go around to get to the other side of the basement. My dad was on the other side of the basement building, and he heard some, person or something come down the stairs. Thought it was one of us playing with him. So about 5 minutes maybe he's playing peekaboo with something, and eventually he gets up because whoever it was wasn't responding. He goes behind the furnace and no one's there. He comes upstairs and asks my mom where we are, and we're all outside playing tag. Not one of us was inside the house. Not too long after we moved out, we got our place, but yeah, that's our story. I don't know what it was or if it had any bad intentions, but we all talk about it every now and then. We all get together to make sure we weren't just imagining things. If you had anything similar happen, let me know. And again, sorry if my grammar's bad. I've always been bad at writing. Try my best and respond if anybody has any questions. Thanks for listening, guys. See ya. I think I met my deceased grandfather walking to church. So I'm from Ireland. My house is built beside a moss path. If anybody doesn't know, if anybody doesn't know, these are routes that people took through fields in the days before roads to Sunday Mass. In Ireland, we have really complicated rules about building houses, etc. on mass paths. So much so that you can deny planning, they can deny you planning permission. My house isn't built on the path, just right beside it, so it doesn't anger the spirits. but it doesn't stop me experiencing paranormal activity. My grandparents told me about the mass path when I was 7 or 8 years old. I laughed it off as a child, but it wasn't until my mother warned me that I took it a bit more serious. I was told not to disturb the spirits by calling them, stand by while they made their way to church. I recently met a healer who works as a butler in my part-time job. I asked him about it. He told me that he believes the spirits go to Mass every Sunday because they had sins and had not gone to confession after. He also told me he observes old Mass paths and saw his grandaunt, long deceased, walking one. So when she reached the church, he had a priest hear her sins, allowed her to return home. According to him, having a house beside a Mass path is no danger, but spirits can become agitated if a house is built on the house path. Anyways, a few years ago my granddad died. This was a huge loss to me as he had been the father I'd never had, but he got dementia and couldn't go to Mass for these last few months. While the priest used to come to the house and take his confession and give him communion, it had been 2 or 3 months since. He had come due to my granddad's deteriorated condition. After hearing what my coworker said, I decided to observe the Mass path. The third evening, I was moving turf from the outside in the shed to inside the house. That's when I saw one man and one girl walk right past me. The man wearing a patty cap and an old farmer's outfit exactly what my granddad would wear. I didn't get to see their faces as they didn't acknowledge I was there, just kept strolling through the field. So from the back of their heads, I could barely see the man was older, with red hair, while the other girl was young, but she was wearing like a head wrap. Girls traditionally covered up a lot, especially in church. This kind of freaked me out as my granddad had red hair and my aunt died in a car crash when she was 15. I didn't tell my mom or my grandmother as I think that might upset them. I'm going to tell the butler today, see what he advises me do. If you'd like to know more, let me know. And just to clear up, this isn't the first time by far I've met somebody on this Mass path. I did when I was younger, but I just didn't care enough to even acknowledge them. Used to think it was family members I didn't know. Terrified at my grandparents' house. My grandparents had a holiday, like a vacation. They went home on the Isle of Wight. The house itself is a grand Victorian mansion that's turned into apartments. My grandparents had the ground floor apartment that included the garden with a sea view from the cliff tops. It really was beautiful. I have a large family and we all stayed there regularly, sometimes together or with our separate families. Over the years, family members have seen things, like an apparition in the hall, an apparition of a Victorian lady walking across the garden. A few people had witnessed the wardrobe fly open in the middle of the night, but I hadn't seen or heard a thing over 20 years. My grandparents were getting older. I wanted to sell their holiday home. So for the last night I stayed there with my family. My parents were in one bedroom and my brother and sister were with me in another. There were 2 beds, a wardrobe, along with like an ensuite shower. During the night, my younger brother, who was 12, got up and started sleepwalking. First and only time. He's now 31. He stood in the ensuite and kept repeating that he had to go to work. My brother hated the ensuite from a baby. It was dark and creepy and had no windows. He would never use it. I guided him back to the camp bed and we both went back to sleep. Later in the night, I woke up because I heard a loud banging sound. I looked around and saw my brother and sister sleeping. The banging continued. I looked behind me where the sound was coming from and saw the headboard was moving back and forth from the wall. I then realized my bed was in fact shaking. The room became blacker and blacker. Hard to explain, but I was terrified and hid under the covers. I was so petrified. I think I passed out. Can't remember trying to get back to sleep. When I got up, I told my sibling at the breakfast table. My brother said, "That happened to me." He said years before the same thing had happened to him, but he kept screaming for Mom and Dad. He said the room got darker, too. He had never told anybody the story, and he's an adult now and still doesn't believe it was paranormal. I can't really explain what happened that night. I mentioned about my brother sleepwalking as it was so out of character for him. It just felt part of all the weirdness. I don't think it's sleep paralysis, as I distinctly remember moving around in the bed. Would love to hear thoughts. Malevolent or playful? I normally lose people when I get, to the bed shaking bit. I know it sounds far-fetched, but it really did happen. A family story. Coincidence or fate? The story's been told to me several times by my older siblings. I tend to believe their story. It's only been discussed privately, and I've only shared this story with one or two friends in the 40-plus years I've known it. Background. My parents had a very rocky marriage. They married because he got her pregnant, and their families basically forced a wedding. My parents ended up moving 14 hours away from their hometown. When things were good, they were very, very good. But when things were bad, So this takes place in the early 60s, before I was born. My parents had a huge fight. My father stormed out to drive around and cool off. My mother packed suitcases and left a note for my dad that she was taking the kids and going home. In quotes. She threw everything into the trunk, got my siblings in the car, and everybody was crying and screaming, and it was supposedly chaos. My mom got in the car, started the engine. A car pulled in behind her. A couple got out of the car, claiming to be my mother's cousins. They were from California, and we live on the East Coast. They were on their way to my parents' hometown to visit family and had gotten our address from a close relative of my mother. They were hoping to stay the night before starting off home the next day. My mother felt obligated to invite them in. Her cousins noticed that she'd been crying. She broke down and spilled her guts to them. They comforted her and just convinced her to call the family pastor. They came to the house, picked the husband and cousin, and they eventually found my father at a bar. The pastor drove my father home while the husband and cousin followed in my dad's car. The pastor and my mom's cousins counseled my parents. Pastor left around midnight. Cousins stayed up late into the night helping my parents work everything out. After breakfast the next day, Mom's cousin left to continue their journey. Parents never heard from these cousins again. The next time my parents were home, my mother asked a relative who had given the cousins our address. Her relative had no idea who she was talking about. She claimed she had never given her address to anyone. Mom started asking other family members. Nobody knew who these people were or how they could possibly be related to us. Who were these people who pulled into our driveway in a car with California plates 3,000 miles away? Why were they up most of the night counseling my parents never contact them again? How come nobody knew this couple? By the way, my parents stayed married for 39 years until my mother passed. Even had more kids. Strong lady. Experience with World War II ghost. I'm a military historian with certain love for naval history. About a year ago, I was on vacation with my family in Wisconsin. We went to the Wisconsin Maritime Museum in Manitowoc. As a part of this particular museum, they had a World War II-era submarine by the name of USS Cobia, which you were able to board and do a self-guided tour on once you paid the museum admission fee. I'm also highly interested in the paranormal and activity. I seek out haunted locations. However, in this particular instance, I had no idea the sub was haunted until after the fact. According to online accounts, It's haunted by a sailor named Ralph Clark Huston, who was killed in a firefight with the Japanese whilst manning the submarine's deck guns. While on the submarine itself, I saw nothing, though people who go aboard the sub alone report that items which they had dropped through the floor managed to find their way back to the railing of the stairs towards the entrances, despite no one having gone down to fetch them. There are also reported cold spots and footsteps, but I saw none of that. The experience I had happened when my family and I went back to our timeshare. Back at the resort, my mom was out of the building or just doing laundry, and my dad was in the shower on the other side of her suite. I was in my room alone, reading and meditating. I then got up to use the bathroom, but touched nothing in my room on the way to the bathroom, and well, after I finished up in there, I started to hear static noise coming from down the hall. The static grew louder and louder as I walked down the hall back to my bedroom. At that moment, when I came into the room, I discovered that the radio on my alarm clock had been turned on, and that someone or something switched on the lamp near my bed, which you have to turn on by turning the knob underneath the lampshade. I repeated once again, I didn't touch any of these items, and my parents were nowhere near my room. Fast forward to a few months later, I was watching a video from Wartime Stories about haunted submarines. I typed my story out in the comments. I got a reply from somebody stating that perhaps the ghost of this sailor knew or felt that I was a historian, wanted to reach out to me to tell a story, as well as to pray for him. He also mentioned that after you pray for the soul of a ghost who's reached out, they typically have a way of sending signs to say thank you. I then prayed. I asked for the intercession of Saint Michael in order to guide the soul of the sailor to heaven. The next day I was out kayaking, and while in the bay I came across a boat with a very interesting name, Cobia. That, I feel, was my sign. Should I seek a professional about my intuition? My intuition has never been wrong, ever since I was a kid. I always knew when somebody was lying, when something was wrong, and I could even explain concepts that I never researched. That was because I thought it was just a common sense thing. Turns out a lot of it wasn't common sense. But there are 3 recent instances that made me think about talking to somebody, and I just want to know if y'all think it's worth it. Boy band BTS announced a break from group activities earlier this year, at a concert in October. I immediately felt something was wrong and documented it on Snapchat with the caption, 12:58 a.m., October 8th, 2022. Just got a bad feeling about BTS, trying to see if I'm a witch. I was kind of joking about the witch thing, but I was genuinely curious if I was overthinking stuff. A week later, they announced that they were all going to the military and would return in 2025. If you don't know, South Korean men must enlist in the military before they turn 30, and their oldest member turned 30 next month. It was a whole ordeal, but no one thought they were actually going to go, but I just felt it was in my bones that something was up, and I was right. I was on chat roulette with a friend, and the guy we were talking to said his wife was African. I said aloud, "She's Moroccan." I don't know why, but Moroccan just came to me. My friend asked him what ethnicity she was, and he said Moroccan. She looked at me, and we both literally started screaming, and I'm not over-exaggerating, we're just traumatic people. We screamed because not only was I right, but it wasn't my first time doing something like that. She's always joked that I could be a witch. Keyword joked. We know witchcraft is serious. 3. I was on chat roulette again, and 2 other friends a day or so later. This Somalian guy came up and we all introduced ourselves. I had a bad feeling for some reason and became disinterested really fast. I asked my friend, "Does he seem like one of those Africans that bash black Americans for saying we're from America and not a country in Africa?" "Yeah, that's a thing. Black people call it diaspora wars, and honestly it sucks." My friend said, "What? No, he seems nice." They continue talking to him, but I get on my phone and wait out the conversation. He then starts, 1, ignoring my African-American friend, and 2, bashing my Ethiopian friend for not being a real African, and not knowing her heritage because she was born in America, not Ethiopia. She immediately skips him, and both of them look at me with wild eyes. I've called it. Can anyone explain the weird experiences that I've been facing? Hello, I'm a 23-year-old female. I've been living at my house since I was born. 7 years back, we constructed a new outhouse with minimal furniture. It's approximately 20 meters away from the main home. Since construction, I've used the outhouse more than any other family members to study and attend online lectures to avoid getting distracted. But ever since 2021, I've witnessed subtle oddities during my time there. On January 2021, the wall clock suddenly stopped at around 4:20. My mom and I changed the batteries and it started working. The next day, it stopped at about 4 again. So I bought a new clock with new batteries and hung it on the wall. Worked well for a couple of days, but stopped working again. Frustrated, we bought one more clock, inserted new batteries, worked for a couple of days, and stopped again at 4:10. All 3 stopped at this new house. We gave up, and since 2021, there's been no working clocks in the house. It almost feels like time doesn't exist when I enter the house to do my task. Whereas the clocks in the main house work and pretty much as usual. There's no issues here. Although we found it strange, my family didn't think about the incident and went ahead with their life. I did some Googling to find the spiritual meaning behind stopping clocks, especially around 4, but nothing turned out. I moved away from my house to pursue higher studies in a different city. I didn't experience anything weird there. I returned on August 2022. I started using the outhouse again for studying and preparing for my exams. As I finished tasks for the day, I went ahead and turned off the lights, and suddenly I felt a slight tap on my upper arm. I completely lost my balance, hit myself against the wall, and again I thought to myself it must have been me being clumsy or drowsy. Went back to the main house to sleep. But the incident that happened 2 days ago drove me to post this on the subreddit. I finished studying at around 10 p.m. at night, turned off the lights, and just before I stepped outside the door to lock it, I felt someone or something whisper in my ear. Although I felt somebody or something whisper in there, didn't see anything visually, and it sounded like gibberish. The thing whooshed past me. Felt a sudden waft across my face. I rushed outside, locked the door, and went back to my main house to sleep. I didn't discuss the incident with my family members because I would have definitely got laughed at, said that it was all in my head. I don't understand what I've been experiencing. Is this a haunting that I should be aware of, or a spiritual experience and I'm just overthinking? Ghosts of Gehard Monastery. About 9 years ago, I went to Armenia, both to meet my in-law family there and see this ancient country. For the sake of this story, I won't get into everything I saw, but I found to be almost overwhelming. This place had spiritual energies. I would invite you to read more on this special place on your own. Gehard is a monastery in Armenia, founded around the year 400 AD. It had been invaded and destroyed several times in its history. By who is, well, a who of history. On one occasion it was under siege for several years, but would not be given up because it housed the spear that pierced the side of Jesus. On this occasion I went with a family. I went to visit. It was my first time there. As soon as I crossed the front door, I was drawn toward a room at my left. The whole place was dark and lit with candles. But this room had no candles and was dark. As I walked in, I could hear running water. My head started hurting and I started to have thoughts go into my head. As my eyes adjusted to the dark, I could see a natural spring coming out of the wall into a small pond at the end of the room. To my right, I could make out a cross. It was cut into the stone wall, and a dark-robed figure looking at it. It was at this point that the thoughts in my head began to make sense. I realized more than heard, and like a sort of bow. Bow. I bowed my head. I wanted to show respect. I knew I was not looking at a person, and bowed my head, crossed myself, walked out backwards facing the small altar. The robed figure in the dark room. I was a little shook by the force of it, walked outside. My family came out in a few minutes and they told me that they saw the room, but felt like they shouldn't go in there. When walking the courtyard, I came upon a rock face with crosses carved into it. There were rooms cut into the rocks and stairs. I saw 2 hands clasped together sticking out of the rock. I figured there must have been a hole or a window from the rooms cut into the rock. When I got close enough to see the rock face, there was no hole or room there. I just walked back to the rest of my family and went to the car. It took several hours to get out of the fogginess of that much energy. Experienced a few other things in the country, but by far this was the strongest and the only one that I saw rather than just felt. Why we don't leave our summer cabin at night. This story takes place in a very remote wooded area in northern Sweden. At the time, I was about 15 years old. Me and my cousin's family were staying in our summer cabin. The cabin is placed on a hill, and at the bottom off of this hill, there's a lake with a wooden bridge and 2 boats. The property is surrounded by a dense forest. So the only thing you could really see when looking out the window was the hill leading down to the lake and boats. It was maybe 9 p.m. when me and my dad and my sister and my 3 cousins and their dad decided to light a fire down by the lake. My grandparents, aunt and mom decided not to go because it was getting late. We just wanted to look out at the lake, stargaze, and chat. We brought our grandparents' dog and our cousin's dog out with us. We walked down to the lake, lit the fire, and started talking. After about an hour, the conversation had fizzled out, but it was a nice silence. Suddenly, I started feeling a bit off. Couldn't shake the feeling of being watched from the woods. We were sitting with our backs facing the woods in the cabin. The feeling was unsettling, but I tried thinking about other things. And then out from nowhere, my dad just says, "Yes, I'm good." Everybody turned to look at my dad in confusion since there's no conversation taking place. Dad looks back at the cabin and then my cousin who's sitting next to him said, "Yeah, I'm doing good." "What?" she responded confused. "You asked me how I was doing, so I answered," Dad said. "I didn't ask you anything," my cousin said. Dad looked confused and then said that he had felt somebody lean over and whisper in his ear, "Hello, how are you?" He described feeling whatever it was breathe on his neck and put a hand on his shoulder. We thought it was my mom at first and turned around but didn't see anything. Right after explaining this, the 2 dogs that were with us started growling loudly while looking behind where my dad was sitting toward the woods. We all freaked out, put out the fire and started running towards the cabin. Yeah, we haven't gone outside the cabin when it was dark ever since. And it's a memory that I'll never forget. But whatever it was nice enough to ask my dad how he was doing, so I don't think it had bad intentions. If anybody has any idea what this could have been, please comment. The only thing I can think of is a Swedish nature spirit called Vitra. They play trick on people, but according to some people, they can burn down buildings or capture people if they're bothering them. But they aren't really known for being nice, so I don't know. My aunt was a medium. My aunt, we will call her M. They worked as a medium and always have seen paranormal things since she was a kid. Learning how to deal with it and eventually becoming fearless towards these things, she's sadly passed away, but always had many experiences to share with us. I remember one that creeped me out as a kid. During this time, she was staying in California with my other aunt. We'll call her T. Well, one night as M was getting ready to fall asleep, she said that she looked up at the ceiling and saw dead things crawling back and forth. And for context, we call it things in my family, because these beings are evil. Now, it's weird because back in the day, my mom would sometimes have dreams that would coincide with the paranormal things M would see. They were both somehow tied together to help each other throughout these supernatural occurrences. Fast forward a week, and, well, after this happened and my mom receives a call from M, and the topic of what she saw that night is brought up. My mom is shocked hearing this because the same night this incident occurred, my mom had a dream. So, M asked my mom to explain what took place, and here's what she had to say. In this dream, for a very specific reason, Mom had a flashlight in her hand. She was flashing the light everywhere in this room that she was in, and out of curiosity, she decided to shine this flashlight up. She saw this man spread out covering two women on each side of him facing toward the ceiling. My mom said as soon as she shined the flashlight on these things and realized what she was looking at, the man's head did a full 180 turn and looked her dead in the eyes. My mom awoke abruptly with her heart pounding intensely, wondering what in God it was that she just saw. I remember her explaining how these things looked, and it was similar to something out of The Exorcist, with horrid, dead-looking skin, sharpened nails, white ghostly eyes. There was even twisted, elongated body parts. They later figured out that these creatures came from the previous house that T lived in. There was this painting of an old motel, which had a white sheet covering it hidden away in the garage of that house. The painting was absolutely stunning, and before they moved, T decided to take it with them to put it up on the wall of her new house, not knowing that things were attached to this painting. Burn it. I think my dead father is trying to reach out. Before I state anything, I would just like to hear people's input on it. Take it as you wish. So for context, my dad, who's my best friend, he's honestly the best man I've ever met. So sweet and gentle. Passed away 8 years ago when I was 12 due to a sudden health complication. That wasn't a matter of a day. The day he felt fine, went to work and everything. But as leaving his office, he had a stroke, and a few hours later he passed. I loved him to death. Always will. He was my everything. We moved and just kept moving. Eventually moved back to my childhood home. It was because rent's expensive and my mom owns a house. Been living here for 4 years. It's a 3-story house, and the connecting stairs between floors 2 and 3 have a high ceiling with a wall with space for display. We have it full of my father's things. His band tapes, his newspaper headline, portraits of him, and hanging above it in one of his paintings. There's only 2 of those in existence. 2 weeks ago around 4 a.m. we're all sleeping. We as in my sibling, my mom, and me. We were awakened by the sudden crash and breaking of glass, with a heavy thump behind it. I owned 2 cats, but they were sleeping with me, and either way it was impossible for them to cause it because the walls are really, really tall. All of us were scared looking around at what caused the sound. We were really surprised to find the source of the disturbance, which we saw glass and a lot of broken portraits on the floor smashed into pieces. The painting had fallen on the stuff and dropped everything, my dad's portraits, his tape, his diploma, everything. Everything except a family portrait of us. Him, my mom, and me, my sibling. That was along with the portrait of me and my brother. Both of these left untouched, not even a scratch, and both in the same position, which makes no sense since everything was below the painting. Me and my family are freaked out because why would everything break and shatter that held so much value to us about our dad? But that family portrait and picture he took of me and my brother didn't. Any thoughts, opinions? How did the painting even fall? It hadn't even twitched in 4 years. Why would it break everything except that? Is it him? What was the message behind it? Just my 2 cents on the thing. Well, maybe he loves you guys, but maybe he's not proud of his artistic work or achievements, or annoyed at people involved with him in those artistic achievements or works. Just a thought. A group of spring breakers in Arkansas have a beer with a ghost. Spring break of 2010. My buddies and I decided to camp out on an island at a local lake. One night as we're cooking food and drinking beer, a canoe floats by with one guy in it. He asks how we're doing and we invite him to our island for grilled meat and beers. Being in South Arkansas, we naturally assume that everybody's friendly and wants to hang out. His name was Kurt, and he was super friendly, but he seemed to be sad. We asked him what was up, and he replied, "Oh, nothing really, it's just that my friends are probably worried about me." He looked at me and winked. They'll find out soon enough. And that still haunts to this day. Everybody liked Kurt and noticed that it was getting dark, and he'd been drinking, so we offered him to stay with us. He just basically declined, seeing that he had to get to where he was going, and he seemed very adamant about that. I asked where he was headed, thinking that maybe we could give him a ride on a jet ski or something. Kurt ignored the question and said, "You boys don't know how lucky you are." He hopped in his canoe and left. We didn't think much about it, but the next morning we woke up early to do some fishing. As we're fishing, a police boat pulls up. The officer asks if we're part of the search party that found the body. We obviously have no clue what he's talking about, so he tells us a story about a young man in a canoe that disappeared last week. Apparently, drivers found his body at the bottom of a lake 2 days before. The young man's name was Kurt Clark. This was so freaky for us that we all packed up and left the camp that day. The above is one of the witness testimonies as to what they experienced. Below is an outline newspaper article with information about the deceased. Hot Springs. Searchers on Monday recovered the body of a teenager who drowned when his canoe capsized in Lake Ouachita. That sounded Japanese. Ouachita. Last week. They found the body of Curtis Peyton Clark, 19, in about 43 feet of water around 3 or 4 p.m. after previous attempts to locate the corpse failed. Garland County Sheriff spokesman Lieutenant James Martin said, "Clark was from Helena, West Helena. He and a friend were in the water last Thursday during windy weather, which caused the canoe to capsize about 200 yards from the shore. Both tried to swim to safety, but Clark went under." Sorry if today's stories were a little bit quieter. I was hit with a lot of bad news today, and I'm super tired. But I do this nonetheless. If you've been listening, thanks, and see ya. Fawn Road Experience. 25 plus years ago, I was friends with a married couple that lived in a raised ranch on the quote-unquote mountain. It was in a modestly populated area. Their door was always open and I was a frequent visitor. Since the first time I was at that house, I felt uneasy, like there was some type of presence there quietly observing. Here's a quick backstory. The land the house was built on was Native American territory back in the day. Later came to learn and experience many phenomenon, but I'll focus on this one story. I was to meet my friends at the house for an evening out. They were both working and probably not home yet. but I decided to wait for them. I drove there and took a corner on the street. Pitch black, not unusual, no streetlights. As I near the house, I notice all the lights are on, inside, outside, post light. I think they're home. Chills run through me and I decide to pull into the driveway. Neither of their cars are there. I sat in the driveway for a minute looking around, listening. With a heavy type of feeling that was coming over me, I decided to turn my car off and go in. I get to the front door, gently turn the knob, and slowly open their door. Peeking inside, I see nothing. I hear nothing. All the lights are still on. I hesitated to go further and I call out hello. I was still standing in the doorway looking up the stairs, and in one moment all the lights went out, including the ones outside. I froze in fear. Total darkness, total silence. My arm felt heavy shutting the door and attempting to get back to my car while guided by moonlight. It was as if it weighs, like there were these weights on my ankles. I struggled to make it inside my car. My hands were shaking so bad I barely was able to get the key in the ignition. I felt tightness in my chest. I was shaking, I couldn't breathe. A total feeling of hopeless dread engulfing me. I parked in the road by the mailbox, sat there staring at the house in the darkness, trying to compose myself. I don't even know for how long. Eventually, the wife pulled up and I put the window down. "You could have gone in," she says, before looking at my face and asking what's wrong. I just pointed at her house. She parked in the driveway and walked back down to my car while her husband was pulling in. He comes down and asks why we're outside. I told them that I'll wait here while they get ready. The wife asks, "Something happened, didn't it?" I nodded yes, still shaking. The wife looked at the husband and says, "It's starting up again." Possible abduction or possession. This happened to me back in October at around my university. The Thursday prior to the week before Halloween. Went to the student union at my university for lunch. Spotted this couple around my age I haven't seen before in front of me in line. Felt something was off about them immediately. Made brief eye contact with the girl while I was ordering, and she was just waiting for her drink. I saw straight black from her eyes. I went back to my apartment shaken up and forgot about the experience later on in the day. Later that night, I decided to go out to a bar with my roommate, who I'm going to refer to as Prop for privacy reasons. Along with him, I went with his frat brothers. There's 2 rooms in the club that I frequent. I walked into the second room and grabbed a drink as soon as I entered. Immediately after obtaining my drink, I saw the same exact couple I saw at the student union earlier in the day. They were dancing the night away. This was my last full memory for the next 4 hours. I had bits and pieces of consciousness, but they were blurry and lasted only 10 seconds each time. My next full memory was me slumped on a park bench while Prop and his girlfriend ordered us an Uber back to our apartment, so keep in mind I only had a few drinks throughout the night, nowhere near enough to even black out or throw up once. What followed was the worst vomiting spell of my life that lasted into the following evening, even worse than near-death food poisoning as a toddler at times where I drank way too much. The next day, Prop told me him and his frat brothers were looking for me at the bar for over an hour. I was nowhere to be found. They assumed I went home, but I wasn't answering any calls, obviously. He also stated that he ordered an Uber as soon as he eventually found me after like an hour and a half of waiting. Here I was, standing and rambling with my eyes rolling in the middle of the bar as if I was possessed. Prop said he had never been so confused or frightened in his life, even though he's one of the largest skeptics and tough guys out there. I haven't seen this couple since. However, I have a few distinct eerie dreams where they've appeared. I believe this may have been a black-eyed human encounter, an entity who followed me, or an alien abduction in human form. This is not the only peculiar phenomenon that I've had, as a series of astounding events on Sundays led me to write about my October encounter. I have a friend who had a similar experience at his university, but I don't know if anybody else reading this has. True story about my dad's ghost experience. My dad drove a truck for a living. We live in California. Years ago, he was driving north on Highway 5. He doesn't recall exactly where, but it was somewhere south of Harris Ranch. He's northbound to the Bay Area coming from LA. It's the middle of the night, Highway 5. In this area, it's very desolate. There's no other cars on the road at this time in this area. No drugs or alcohol were involved. Neither my dad nor family have any history of mental illness or anything like that. We're your average healthy folks. He drove an 18-wheeler big rig. While driving, 2 different truck drivers pulled up next to him and signaled that he had a flat tire. My dad wanted to get home, acknowledge the drivers, but he had no intention of stopping to have it fixed. Finally, a 3rd truck driver pulls next to him and signals my dad to pull over. My dad said the truck had weird lights that weren't the standard big rig light colors. The truck driver parks, like behind my dad and on the shoulder, and he approaches my dad's cab. He tells my dad that he has a flat tire and he should get it fixed so it doesn't catch on fire and cause an accident. My dad, not wanting to be, seem like he was driving on the flat, acted surprised and then said that he'd get it fixed. But he had no intention of actually getting it fixed. The guy walks back to his big rig, which is parked behind my dad's, and my dad decides he'll let the guy leave, so he doesn't follow my dad to the tire station, since my dad doesn't plan on going there. My dad's waiting for the guy to pull out, but he doesn't. My dad gets out of his truck to tell him to pull ahead, and when he steps out, the guy's truck is just gone, disappeared. I asked my dad every critical question you could imagine here. There's no one else on the road. There's no way a guy could have driven away without my dad seeing. This freaked my dad out. So he pulled off at the next stop, found a gas station that could plug his tire. He told the guy fixing the tire this story. The guy said to report it to Highway Patrol because he's heard a few other people who've reported the exact same story. My dad recently reached out to some people that we know from CHP in North Cal. They hadn't heard of it, but since it happened around Central California, yesterday reached out to some friends to see if they'd ever heard of it. I can assure everybody that my dad's not lying, and not on drugs. There's no deception in the story. My dad's an extremely honest, humble person. It's one of those stories that I'd hear periodically when I was younger, and I started thinking about it recently, after a recent death in the family. Ghost Child Last Night. I live alone with my 7-year-old. I sleep downstairs, he sleeps upstairs. Our complex is huge, made up of a ton of buildings all built in very obviously different decades. Ours is one of the oldest, very creaky, and I'm a crazy light sleeper. So whenever he sneaks up in the night, I pretty much wake up instantly. Last night I was lying in bed. I heard the steps around upstairs, but they always wake me when he gets up at night. I was thinking about whether he was going to go right back to sleep or if I was going to have to intervene, but then I heard him downstairs, very creakily. I knew he must be lonely or afraid, and that I was going to have to get up with him and help him go back to sleep. I was kind of bummed about it. I opened one eye without moving just to see what was going on. I saw a child close to his size, smaller actually, but didn't really clock it in the moment. In a big puffy coat, and they had their back, just reaching up with one arm and feeling around the bottom edge of a Tiffany lamp that I had on a table at the bottom of the stairs. I was wondering why he had taken the time to put on his big coat, thinking maybe he was about to turn on the lamp and ask me to walk him back upstairs. But then opened the other eye. At that point, I just noticed that the child was completely gone. Went upstairs, my son was still asleep. It didn't feel like I'd woken him up from a dream. felt like I had been lying there listening and thinking for a while. I've scared myself before in the night reading or maybe watching scary things like somebody does, or getting nervous or something might be in the room with me, but when I would look, there would always be nothing. And this time I wasn't scared at all. When I really realized nothing was there, I was very surprised I'd actually seen something. It was a very distinct shape. It was moving pretty energetically. That's why I thought it was my son, after just being afraid in the night. But I should also mention I've like these little string lights going down the stairway that I put up so, he wouldn't be scared to come to me in the night if he needed to. So it's actually pretty well lit down here. Especially opening our eyes after that, being shut for a while, it wasn't like I was making out vague shapes in the dark. Anyways, I've been trying to search around today about seeing things or apparitions with only one eye and yielding no real helpful results. So I figured I'd share here. Not the scariest encounter, but I can't stop thinking about it. My great-uncle made it snow at his funeral. I'm not sure if this counts, but it was a beautiful moment that happened last year. I wanted to share it. Could be coincidental, but I find it comforting to know that he was at peace, and he got his wish for snow in rural Alabama, and lots of it. Bear with me because there's some backstory to this. My great-uncle Jerry was a retired veteran and a firefighter. I didn't know much about him, but I know that he was very sweet, with a big heart and even bigger anxiety. Our family on this side, however, isn't really all that way, and unfortunately, he usually went to the brother and sister suppers essentially alone. The only one who would make a concerted effort to talk with him being my grandmother. The family is very, let's say, catty. I think that's a good descriptor. They talk behind one another's back and they try to start things. Word got around eventually and my grandmother was fed up with it. She decided that she wouldn't go to the brother and sister suppers anymore. Well, once Jerry found out about this, he decided he wouldn't either. Unfortunately, this meant that he would be alone on Thanksgiving aside from his caretaker. He usually was anyways, but now more so. So my grandmother invited him to our Thanksgiving, so that way he could have supper like a real family should around people who do genuinely love and cherish them. I didn't see him for a moment when he wasn't smiling, especially when he was holding my baby niece in his arms, rocking her to sleep when she was fussing for most of Thanksgiving. I gotta finally know him then. I've never met somebody with a gentler heart since. When it was over, Grandma told me that Jerry told me that he didn't want to leave, that he had such a good time and didn't really want it to be over. He passed away in his sleep just a week later. I'm really truly happy he had such a nice time before he passed. Now, I live in Alabama, and one thing you should note about here, even in the northernmost part of the state, is it rarely snows. On Thanksgiving, it was hardly even weather enough for an overskirt, but the day before Jerry was buried, it was still the case, but the day of, though, I'd never seen it snow harder. I think it may have been at least 3 inches deep, which is unheard of where we live, especially to occur overnight with no warning. Well, I'd never seen so much snow stuck on the ground. I know it may be coincidence, but I like to imagine that it was Jerry telling us from beyond that he was at peace. Weird VHS trance experience I had twice when I was a kid. I've always wanted to talk about this experience I had when I was very young, but I've never found anything similar to it online when I tried searching it up. I would have been somewhere between the ages of 5 and 10 when this happened, so it would have been sometime between 1999 and 2004. I was watching Tiny Tots. It's a live-action kids show at the time about puppets and ragdolls. It was on VHS at my nan's house. I was in a room alone, sitting in my pop-up tent eating dinner on a tray table. I'd seen this video many times. It was a Christmas-themed episode where they go out there, a little college home, and into the snow and into the forest where they hear Santa's sleigh bells. They go and hunt for him. Something along those lines, I would say at least. But, okay. So regarding my experience, this time the show played out differently. I was locked in and unable to look away from the TV. Paralyzed, you could say. My body was filled with fear and dread. What happened was they found red blood marks all over the snow, and you could hear the bells of Santa's sleigh going through the woods. But this time the sound of them was so unsettling. From what I remember, Santa looked like a monster. He was trying to kill the tiny tot characters whilst they tried to escape. I remember an axe being involved. This was my first ever known exposure to violence and gore. Really confused by it all. It really scared me as a very young child, and I remember when I snapped out of it, the tape was done. I was unable to move, just being so scared and just screaming for an adult to come and get me. The second time was the Mickey Mouse movie Fantasia. I was at home in my bedroom this time watching my little TV. Now, from my memory, because I could never go back and watch the film, I remember it started or had this scene where a shadow or silhouettes of people are playing these shadow instruments. I remember that the scene just played out with this really strange music, but like the other time this had happened to me, I was once again paralyzed. I was locked in and unable to move. Just wanted to look away. But unlike my first experience of this happening, where it was like a gory alternate story, this one just went on and on with the same scene playing over and over again. It seemed like an entire day, just unable to move. Why it just endlessly repeated the scene with the weird music, I don't know. Just find it really unnerving and slightly traumatizing to think back on all of this. See ya. Weird encounters. The first incident happened around the beginning of February last year. My partner had some work in Paris. We decided that we were going to extend the trip so we can spend a week exploring. Long story short, we were on the subway at night. Can't remember what day, but it was definitely either a Friday or a Saturday, since it was truly packed. People were in and out of the train, and nothing was out of the normal. So immediately I noticed a man walking onto the train. He's tall. Like, this man was at least 6'3", maybe 6'4". Pretty well kept, wearing all black business casual, huge scar running down his face too. This man looked like a typical movie villain, really. And now, I never believed in energies or whatever until this encounter. This man truly gave off non-human vibes. Dread. Pretty much everything gross and scary all into one emotion. I literally had to look away and keep myself just from getting nauseous from his energy. Literally felt like something was cosplaying being a human being. I also felt like he sensed me. Like he realized that, he wasn't human because he stared me down the whole time with this weird fucking scary cold stare. Must I add, everyone on the train didn't even spare him a second glance. We left from that point, and I had a horrible, violent nightmare throughout the whole trip. So fast forward to these past couple months. I've been noticing people staring at me the same way this man looked at me. One instant was Black Friday, shopping at the mall. There's just one woman a couple of feet from me. They were having a conversation on the phone, and she was smiling and laughing. I could literally immediately see her expression change. She looked up at me with the same blank, scary-ass stare as the guy from the train. Even my friend, a very confrontational person, was like, "What the fuck is that woman's deal?" A couple of seconds of just staring, she went back on talking like nothing happened. I had multiple incidents where people seemed to immediately change their expression and look at me with that same dread trance-like stare. Weird thing is I'll have the same feeling of nausea hit. Then I'll have violent nightmares whenever I encounter these weirdos. Anybody have any similar stories or encounters where you feel like something isn't human? My experience. I, a 19-year-old male at the time, and a couple of buddies went to this creepy house down the street. Like almost every neighborhood there was one house that nobody lived in and looked super creepy looking. So, being the dumb kids that we were, my best friend, let's call him Eric, and my buddy from work, let's call him John, went to what everybody called the Crown House. Apparently, the last owner died in the house from carbon dioxide poisoning. But people who were there, this was like 2 years ago, they said they saw their face literally destroyed. I'm talking skin melting off, blood and scratches all over their face. Some rumors speculated the owners did some ritual type stuff, summoning the devil and stuff. Ever since then, everybody kind of stood away from the house. People who went in would never be the same. Like they would say they would hear things that weren't even there. Think things that weren't their thoughts. So me and my buddies thought it would be a great idea to explore, and let me tell you, what I saw was horrific. I don't want to sound like the person who believes ghosts and stuff are real, but what happened was real. And I have proof. Eric picked the lock to the front door. When we got in, the first thing we noticed was the smell. Rancid, like meat had been left out for years. And though the blistering sun outside was freezing inside this house, it was cold. That's when it started. The whispers, faint enough that you couldn't make it out, loud enough that you knew it was there. Eric and John didn't hear it at first, but after a while they could. The lights weren't working, so we depended on the window light, but still it was dark. We were in there for 10 minutes, and in 10 minutes this happened. We heard footsteps coming down the stairs. We ran to the nearest door, which was the basement. We were in darkness. Eric screamed, then John screamed. Later they told me they heard a voice. It said my name. Then I felt a sharp pain in my arm. Something scratched me. Blood trickled down my arm. Something scratched John's face. We ran out of there faster than ever. 2 years later, I found out it's for sale again. Good luck to the homeowners for 840 Rosenbaum Bridge. I'll be praying for you. My family is probably haunted. I don't know. My grandfather, my father, we've all had weird-ass paranormal experiences. My grandfather is unfortunately dead. My dad has told me many of his ghost, or in this case, demon stories. First of all, my grandfather was adopted by a teacher who lived in the basement of the schoolhouse that she worked at. Weird, I know, but that's what I've been told. My grandfather and his adopted mother slept in the same bed. And one night my grandfather woke up to, and I shit you not, gremlins. Gremlins dancing and chanting around his bed. My grandfather tries to wake up his mother, but she just tells him to go back to sleep. More crazy shit happens when a big-ass eyeball comes up from the floor, looks at my grandfather, and tells him something along the lines of, "I'm gonna get you, Charlie." My grandfather tries to wake up his mother and tell her about all the things he's seeing, and she tells him to flip around in bed. My grandfather was a Native American, and apparently in Native American folklore, if you're seeing weird ghost shit while in bed, you flip around. As in your head goes where your feet should go, and your feet go where your head should go, or something like that. I don't know. My grandfather flips around, closes his eyes, opens them, and then everything's gone. So, now with my dad, he used to suffer from sleep paralysis, like all the time. One time he had sleep paralysis and he was laying on his back and everything was dark. Suddenly a dark cloud with dark lightning bolts around comes into my dad's frame of view. The cloud starts getting closer to my dad and then goes to the other side of the room. Then my dad is all of a sudden put into a third-person view of himself. Then the third-person view plunges down on my dad when he wakes up. My experiences, on the other hand, have thankfully been more not so bad. Like I'll hear things like whispers, and I'll see shadow figures. Like, for example, one time I was getting ready for school and I was walking down the hallway and I passed my room and as clear as day I heard somebody whisper my name. Told my mom about it on the way to school and she said I was paranoid. Maybe I was, I don't know. I started calling the ghost of my house Ricky after Ricky Goldworth from BuzzFeed Unsolved. I have a habit of naming things after characters I like. Me too. See ya. A couple of experiences at different houses. My parents built their house in 1994. Never had anything happen until after my brother broke up with a girlfriend. We think the ghost that was at our house attached itself to my brother. The night my brother graduated high school, he went to a house party. He was very drunk but left the party alone. Everyone would guarantee that he left alone. He passed out while driving and crashed his car. He woke up and climbed out of the seatbelt in the sunroof. He told the cops a kid named Mark was in the back seat. After my mom picked him up from jail, he tells my mom that, tells him this whole thing. He swears that he didn't put his seatbelt on, but he had to climb out of it in the ditch. And after that, we started seeing Mark around our house. He would do little pranks. The only time I saw him, I was sitting on the couch watching TV. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see some kid standing at the top of the stairs looking down at me. I was home alone. I looked, nothing was there. The pranks were freaky, but not scary. My brother's stereo turning on full blast, a corded home phone ringing in the box in his closet, or a full can of pop just tipping over. My mom told me Mark one day that he needs to move on and he's no longer welcome after she woke up in the middle of the night with him standing next to her bed. Nothing had ever happened after that. The other freakier thing that happened to me was at my wife's dad's house after he passed away. We were cleaning out the house and garage one day. I was walking outside and noticed a flat stone half buried in the yard. I lifted up and it's a gravestone. My wife's great-grandpa. We think it was an old gravestone that was replaced at some point, and I moved it by the tree so I wouldn't worry about hitting it while mowing. And that night, right before we left, I went to the garage to grab my drill and other tools to bring back home. As I'm walking out of the garage, I swear I saw some man in older-style clothes and top hat walk behind Jeff's Jeep. It's a gravel driveway, so I would have heard the steps. I open the car door and my wife looks over at me scared. She asked if I saw the man in the top hat walk behind her dad's Jeep. I hop in the car and we speed out of there. Been back there many times after dark, but nothing like that's happened since. My sister died in 1986 and appeared to me in 2013. My husband and I were in Alaska. We were on an ATV ride outside Denali. We got so far ahead of everybody else that we stopped on the path to wait for them to catch up. I saw something. It was coming out from behind a tall bush that looked like ectoplasm. You know, the kind you see in movies. But I instantly recognized it as being my sister. I heard her say in my head that somebody who I loved very much was going to die by the end of the year. It was going to be extremely difficult for me, but she loved me and would be there to help me get through it. This was mid-August. I spent the next 4 months kind of holding my breath. I was waiting to see who it would be. On Wednesday, December 18th, I called my second mom, who was our housekeeper who had started working for us in 1958. That's when I was just a baby. She was the one person in my life who I always felt unconditionally loved by. Well, she had never yelled at me, or she's never spanked me, and I never felt judged by her no matter what I told her I'd done. And I'd been calling her once or twice a week for years. One of her daughters answered the phone, said she was in the hospital because she had a stroke that fried the left side of her brain. So this kind of left her in a vegetative state. I really wanted to go see her. She's in another state, but my kids were flying in for Christmas that weekend and I didn't want to miss seeing them. When I reached out to her psychically, she assured me there was nothing to be done. She was basically gone from her body anyway by then. I should stay and see my kids. I distinctly felt my sister's presence around me for about a week afterwards. Her family pulled the plug that Saturday. I flew to my hometown in mid-January as already planned. I was originally going to visit my mother and take my second mom out for her 89th birthday, but I attended her memorial mass instead. In February, I was going to have a difficult conversation with my husband. When I sat down, I was very nervous. I felt Jay. They came up behind me, put her arms around me. Then I heard her very clearly whisper into my ear, "It's gonna be okay, I promise it's gonna be okay." She and my sister have continued to be present for me at difficult times, especially when I was in trauma therapy. Imaginary friends. For privacy reasons, I'm not going to include some details in the story. Just all I can tell you is what my little brother saw resembled passed away family members who were taken away from us too early. You know how kids have some weird ability to see ghosts? Well, I'm pretty sure that he saw several. The first time he saw one was my stepdad's father, who passed away before my little brother was born. One day, he went up to my mother and said that there was like a man upstairs. Hearing this, my mother was horrified as it was only her and her siblings home. She grabbed the gun that we kept on the top of the fridge and swept the upstairs area. She never found anything, so she asked him to describe the man that he saw. He then described someone who my mother found vaguely familiar. My mother found the old family photo book and told him to stop when she sees the man. After a few minutes of flipping pages, he finally stops her and points at the man. The man in the photo was my stepdad's father. The same guy whose ashes was in the same room as where he claimed to see him, and the same man who built the house they were all standing in. The other time me and Leo, my little brother, were standing under the old wooden jungle gym we kept in the front yard, and that's when Leo brought up a few new friends that he made. I asked Leo to tell me all about it, intended in being a good brother. Leo pointed up into the attic window and said they were both up there. A little shocked, I asked him what he meant by that. Leo said that they both talked to him in an attic. How old were they, I asked. He said a few years older than me. I asked him for their names and gender. Leo says that one was male and his name was Michael, and I asked him for the other's name and he said, "They have no name, actually. It sounded kind of sad. I don't know their gender." "What did they look like?" I asked. Michael had black hair, Leo said, and the next thing he said gave me literal nightmares. He claimed one of them had no face or hair of any kind. I was terrified as I recognized them as two family members who passed away during birth. One of them was never found out of the gender and was never named due to them dying during childbirth. I kept my composure and told him to tell them I said hi. Later on, after dinner, I pulled my mom to a different room and told her what had happened earlier in the day. I'll never forget the honesty in his voice and the details that he got right perfectly without ever knowing they even existed. A modern ghost story. This is placed years ago when my family and I first moved into a house. It's written like a novel because I had planned to publish it in a collection of horror stories that I never really got around to doing. Here we go. You know when you move into a new house when you're young, and even if it isn't very big, every wall, every corner seems to just go on and on? That is the exact feeling I had, even a year after my family and I moved in. When I'd be left alone, even though I was almost a teenager, I still felt scared of the narrow basement hallway connecting our living room to the rest of the house. Something about it seemed off. How close the walls were, how dark it was. You couldn't fit side by side with somebody while walking down it. It just felt eerie. I remember I was playing piano in the living room. It was one of those days where everybody had left the house, leaving me to entertain myself. I was practicing for an upcoming recital, the chords fitting awkwardly into my small hands when faintly through my playing I heard, "Be quiet." Stopped for a moment. I knew I was home alone and the voice was faint enough for it to have been somebody's radio from outside. I rationalized this to myself and I kept playing. A moment later I heard, "Be quiet." The voice was closer, a little bit clearer even through the noise from the piano. I stopped once more. Staring behind me at the long, narrow hallway that separated me from the rest of the house, separated me from my bedroom. I shook my head, pushing the disembodied voice in the back of my mind once more. I have to practice my performance. I remember saying that out loud, still scared, but slightly irritated. Maybe I believed I was talking to someone and I continued to play. Shut up! I heard it clear as day. It was a voice shouting from directly above my shoulder. I shot up from the bench and raced to my room, heart pounding, my feeble lungs choking on air. I just sat there on my bedroom floor hyperventilating until my parents came home and reassured me. It had just apparently been radio signals being picked up by our nearby computer. Not really sure if that's a thing. I never heard the voice again, but I had a friend who mentioned that he had heard it in my room at the foot of my bed, telling him to be quiet while he'd been restlessly under the blankets at night when I was sound asleep. My heart still races. I will open by saying that I've always been very spiritually sensitive. I'm a Christian and I've witnessed demonic activity several times. I've always been very in tune with the vibes in a room that I walk into. I was 11, and I was on a missions trip in Salt Lake City. We were having a great time. We were fixing up a church and cleaning up a very impoverished neighborhood. I was enjoying myself, meeting other kids and playing soccer. That's when I wasn't given any more tasks. When it came to dinner, our host took us to many different types of restaurants. The goal was to give us cultural food experiences and get to know members of the community in which we were staying. One particular evening, we were taken to an Indian food restaurant. We were very excited as we'd never tried food like this before. But I had no idea what was coming. When I entered the building, I was immediately knocked on my back. Instantaneously, with no warning, I was stunned. I was trying to process what was happening. It felt as though I'd been slugged. I remember one of the older women acting as my guardian, as my parents hadn't come on this trip. They were reaching down to help me up. I felt as though I couldn't breathe. The room was suffocating and my heart raced like I'd been running hard. I'll never forget the absolutely ugly, dirty feeling that consumed me. Somehow they got me on my feet and sat me at the table. I need to leave this place. All of the adults were looking at one another uneasily as well. I began to hear muffled screaming in my mind. Immediately I had tears streaming down my cheeks. One of the other parents helped me outside for some fresh air. The moment I stepped over the doorway, every bad vibe was stripped from me. I felt exhausted and uneasy. I just kept telling them that I wasn't going back in there. They ended up taking us to a pizza place instead. Took us to another authentic Indian cuisine place the next day. Went great. Turns out I have a love for curry. But something about the first restaurant still leaves my heart racing after all of those years. There was something evil about that place. Something not right. Haven't had a chance to go back to that city again, but maybe someday I will and try to pray over that restaurant. I was too young back then to understand fully what was happening. But now I just get the feeling something in there did not want me to spend any time there. Santa Claus is coming. As weird as it sounds, there are apparently paranormal Santa Claus sightings happening. Below is a story of a friend that they shared, and this friend was 5 or 6 at the time of their experience. I also spoke with somebody who said their neighbor growing up shared a story. She was an elderly woman and shared the story like tears in her eyes. She was out walking alone through the snow in the countryside. She began hearing sleigh bells one night. Above her in the air flew a sleigh with white reindeer. The man in the sleigh was a muscular mountain man type. He had a long beard, a pointed green hat, and some I guess you could just say like earlier renditions of Santa. He was holding a wand. True story, I don't know, but there's many accounts involving Santa. Most of them appear to be pretty creepy or eerie. I shared 2 links below, one from a site called Mysterious Universe, and below that a Reddit thread with people sharing their experiences. There's many more, but here's my friend's account. Now these Santa sightings, I'm intrigued because once when I was about 5 or 6, I was convinced that I saw Santa flying in the sky. I told my mom, which at the time she played it up, and later as a teen I brought it up and she thought I must have been like on an airplane in the sky. But it definitely wasn't a plane. It didn't move in a straight, steady line like a plane, nor did it have like blinky lights like a plane. I don't know. I still remember watching it through my bedroom window, watching it in the night sky, just weaving up and down. It looked exactly how you'd imagine Santa in his sleigh with the reindeer flying through the sky would look. It even went across the moon in a very classic silhouette. You could only see it because of the moonlight, not close enough to see any details like colors or anything. It just looked like a sleigh with reindeer gliding across the sky. I woke up at like 2 a.m. from excitement. Crept out to the living room and saw the presents from Santa and the stockings, and I was excited. Went back to bed, but obviously was too excited to sleep. I was just waiting there to have enough daylight to wake up my parents. I was staring out the window while laying in my bed when I saw it. I think my old apartment was haunted. I used to live in an old apartment built sometime around the 1970s or 80s. Experienced quite a few strange occurrences while living there. First was when I was about 7 maybe. I was terrified of the dark. I'd taken to sleeping in my mom's room with her. One night I woke up for no apparent reason, started looking around the room, as little kids do. My mom had a large circular mirror above her dresser. In the mirror was the figure of a woman. She had a veil covering her face and her clothes were very similar to a Victorian mourning dress. Mourning, M-O-U-R-N. I stared at her for a while before eventually going back to sleep. I still have no logical explanation for this. Couldn't have been a shadow because nothing in the room had been moved and she only showed up once. It also couldn't have been somebody outside the window since we live on the 2nd floor. I saw 2 other strange things in my mother's room. First was an old, disfigured man. He wore a white coat and had a cane. His face looked like it had melted off. Second was a girl, maybe early mid-teens. She had blonde hair, wore blue jeans, and a red sweater. white sneakers. I remember her crying a lot. She appeared several times, disappearing whenever I tried to look at her face or went to touch her. When I was about 13, I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep. That's when I felt somebody sit on my leg. Thought it was my mom at first, but when I'd look, nobody was there. Hid underneath my blankets until the weight went away. We had an intercom system to let people into the building. This system didn't have a microphone or anything, so all you have to do is buzz specific apartments. When you buzz the apartment, whoever's inside would push their own button to let you in. And this is important. Came home from school one day and had forgotten my key. So I buzzed my apartment. I was let inside. When I got to my apartment, the door was unlocked, so I assumed my mom had let me in. I looked around, but I couldn't find her, so I called her to ask where she had gone. Apparently, she was at work. She had never left work. She rushed home when I told her I had been let in, but nobody was in the apartment. Still don't know who let me in or unlocked the door. Evil Bruja / Witch Curse. This is a real story from my friend. It happened to his ex-girlfriend's family. My friend Adam was dating a girl a few years back. His girlfriend's mom lived in Yakima. They went to live with her for about a year. One day, they tell my friend that his girlfriend's uncle, girlfriend's mom's brother, who lived in Mexico, was sitting in the kitchen one night. That's when he had seen an evil witch outside through the window. So scared he didn't talk for days. Fast forward a few years, Adam's girlfriend was walking through Tijuana one day. That's when a palm reader or bruja type lady walks up to her asking if she could read her palm. Adam's girlfriend declined her offer, thinking the lady just wanted her money. But the lady then tells Adam's girlfriend that she wasn't interested in the powerful bill that she had on her. Adam's girlfriend had a $100 bill in her pocket, but the lady offered to read her palm for free. So Adam's girlfriend agreed, and the lady proceeds to read her palm. Then tell her there was a family curse, or a very powerful curse on her and her family. Fast forward another year or so. The girlfriend's mom, who lived in Yakima, got into a relationship with a man from Tijuana who was in jail, but getting out soon. She was so in love with this guy that she left everything in Washington and moved to Tijuana to be with him. Not long after the mom moved to Tijuana to be with her new boyfriend, she gets in a nasty car accident, leaving her almost totally paralyzed. From what my friend said, she could only move her eyes, almost in a vegetative state. Young mom who left her good job in a hospital in Washington to be with this new boyfriend, now basically totally paralyzed. His family members now take care of her brother and the uncle who's seen the witch in Mexico. They go to her house to collect all of her things, and she was now paralyzed and living with them. But when they go to her place to collect her things, the brother / uncle looking through her things finds a piece of dried skin or leather. It's like this thing with an evil old witch face carved into it. The same evil witch he'd seen outside his window a few years back. The mom of the friend's girlfriend, now ex, is still paralyzed to this day. This story always gives me the chills. I saw a ghost in my apartment. This was about 5 years ago. I bought a modest 2-bedroom apartment in a big city. The building was about 60 years old. A few strange things happened there, although I didn't feel like it was continuously haunted. Before I moved in, the apartment had been empty for a while. The day I moved in, I was unpacking things in the kitchen. That's when I heard what I can only describe as a loud zombie-like groan lasting several seconds emanating from the lounge. I went in there to investigate the noise, but seeing as it was literally empty at the time, I had no furniture yet. There's really no explanation. The heating was not on as it was summer, so it wasn't pipes. Ultimately, I assumed it was a strange building noise and ignored it, half expecting to see or hear something again, which might plausibly explain it. I never heard that sound or anything like it again, and thinking about it still creeps me out. Another thing that happened to me was my TV would turn itself on and off by itself. Thought the TV set was faulty and used to, turn the plug socket off when I wasn't using it to stop it happening. Since moving out, my same TV has been fine. At night, I'd be lying awake and my phone screen would turn on as if someone pressed home. Again, I thought faulty phone. But it carried on even after getting a new one, and in the new house it hasn't happened. Also, Siri came on a few times during the nights and woke me up, although I was too asleep to follow what Siri was saying. A couple of months before I moved out, I woke up in the night. I was hearing somebody sobbing. I sat up and looked at the doorway, and I see a silhouette figure of a woman with long hair hanging in front of her face and crying into her hands. My girlfriend had moved in with me by this point, so thinking she must have got some bad news, and I asked what's wrong. She continued sobbing, so I put my hands down to either side of me to push myself up and up out of bed, and that's when my hand touches my girlfriend who's still asleep next to me. Freaked out, I looked back to the doorway, but the figure is gone. Though I heard the sobbing continue for a few seconds. I got up and checked, but there was nobody else in the apartment. The scariest experience I've had. I want to start off by saying that I was a believer in the paranormal before these experiences, and I've had more than one experience that I can't really explain. But this one is by far the scariest. To give a little bit of background, this was a couple of years ago, shortly after the passing of my partner. We were together almost 10 years, so at this point I was truly at my lowest. I'd seen an article on the internet talking about contacting loved ones on the other side, and before this I would never have even considered trying it. But I turned off all the lights in my room and I lit a candle, just a normal scented one. I didn't have a Ouija board, I was too afraid to go to that extent. And at this point I was kind of skeptical that anything would happen, considering I wasn't following through with exactly how the article had said do it. Once I lit the candle, I called out to my partner, asking if they were there. Nothing happened. The second time I called out, and immediately everything went pitch black. Where I live, there's not many streetlights or anything, so I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face. At that moment, I wasn't thinking that the power had went out, but for some reason, I thought I'd left my room completely. I know that doesn't make sense. There was no bad weather that night or high winds. First, I tried to feel for my phone. Couldn't find it, and I jumped up and ran until I hit the wall, feeling the door handle or the light switch. At this point, I just started screaming. Then my mom swung the door open, asking why I was screaming. That it was okay, the power just went out. Took about 10 minutes before the power came back. I know to some this may have been a coincidence, but I truly believe it was paranormal. I had a few experiences after doing this. Even at one point had seen a shadow that looked like my partner sitting in the corner. I will never mess with anything like that again. I may even delete this later, I don't know. I just wanted to hear some thoughts from others. I also want to add, I did mention I had a candle lit, but when it went pitch black, I'm not sure what happened to the candle, or even if it went out or how. I was in such a panic to get out, I don't really recall. I just remember not being able to see anything at all. I think my grandfather is haunting me, or worse. I'm at work and it's kind of weird as it is. So if this doesn't make sense, let me know and I'll answer any questions you might have, because I'm trying to solve this as soon as possible. This all started Friday. I was watching Smile, pretty much all the movies, and while I was on my bed. The only thing that's on my bed is several pillows and squishmallows, as well as blankets. I was buried into them when I started my nap. Within half an hour later, I felt burning and itching, kind of when you cut yourself, when burns and also itches because it's trying to heal, if that makes sense. I look down and I see etches on my arm, and they're both smiley faces, and the sort of straight face, the colon with a straight line. I was so worried I took a video to show my friends, in what I thought was a silent room. My friend watched the video and asked what the sound was. I replayed it back and there was a literal growling. So at that point I got scared. Reddit will not let me post the video though, so I slept with my TV off as well as my light so I could see and hear everything going on. On Saturday they were still there, but not as bad, and nothing happened. But on Sunday I was out at Plato's Closet with my friend. I made a comment showing her that the faces went away. And while I was trying on clothes, I felt the same burning sensation. I looked down, and there they are again. You can see where the hangers were being held on my arm. However, you can still see the faces clear as day. This time, however, there was one that seemed to hurt more than the others. It was thicker and bigger and almost angrier. I started typing this out and stopped to get my next client, and he had no chalk on him. Picked him up and put him down to see his back where he was smiling with his face in his back. Or he had a smiley face on his back. But back to the title. My grandfather died last year, and he had everything yellow and smiley faces. My sister brought up that she thinks it's something trying to be him, but they're unable to get the smiley faces correct. Something about it is so fishy. The pictures we time-stamped, so we all can see the days. A strange story. A few years ago, I was around 15 or 16 years old. I used to go on trips with my parents to their homeland, which is a village here in the north of Portugal. While we were traveling by car, I was looking out the window. That's when on the top of a wall I saw a boy right at the edge of the wall, which was high. I immediately got scared. I thought it was strange to have a small boy there in that place. A boy of around 9 years old, apparently. Light hair, light eyes. As I found it really strange, I leaned forward to tell my parents to look. That's when I started to say the sentence. I looked again and no one was there. Found that super strange. And no, I wasn't taking any medication or suffering from any psychological illness. I spend the rest of the way thinking about the kid. I want to add that behind the wall there is a field the same height, so it was literally impossible for it to have disappeared into space. The years passed, and at the age of 23 I was just snacking with a cousin of mine. We started talking about dreams. Because there was a dream that she often dreamed, and that left her restless. So let me just point out that I had never told her about that boy that I had seen. Then she starts to tell the dream, starts talking about a boy with light hair and light eyes. And this was in my parents' village. They were hugging her mother, or my aunt, and cried a lot, always repeating the same sentence, "Don't leave me, please don't leave me." While she was telling me the dream, I was getting goosebumps and immediately associated it with the boy I had also seen in the village. To add more, before my grandfather passed away, he was bedridden. Asked my other aunt, "Who's that boy standing next to you?" My aunt said, "There's no boy here, Dad." I decided to tell you this story because, besides being very strange, it makes me think that maybe we don't know everything about life, and that there are things that, in fact, seem to have no explanation. Sorry for my English, I made my best. Hope you understand everything. What happened at my now deceased grandparents' farm. Before I start, my father's never been a believer in ghosts, the afterlife, none of it. He lost faith in everything after my grandfather died of cancer. I've played this in my head a million times. My dad and I have discussed it more than anything else. This happened roughly 6 months ago. My grandmother had just passed. My father and I, along with the rest of my father's side of the family, came to clean out the farm, divide up their belongings. Most of the family took small things from the kitchen and their old bedrooms, simple things, just to remember them. Small talk here and there, and my aunts and my uncles telling me stories about the things that they were taking. I had a close relationship with my grandma, but never met my grandpa. Keep in mind, never met him. My dad, along with his older brother and myself, went down to the basement to grab the old poker table my grandpa had. Uncle went back upstairs to grab a toolbox to take off some stuff at the walls, and Dad and I are alone. The basement isn't finished. It's all brick walls, and the only lights are Christmas ones strung up just due to the ceiling one breaking, I guess, a few years back. I'm wandering around, and I found shoes in a corner. Without even thinking, I say, "Aren't these the shoes Grandpa was buried in? How'd they get here?" My dad came rushing over, looked at the shoes, and looked at each other. Called my uncle to come look at the shoes. We go by the steps to meet him. The Christmas lights go out, and the lights upstairs go out. Then the door to my grandparents' bedroom, which is right next to the basement door on the first floor, slams shut. Turned my phone flashlight on, trying not to lose my mind, run over there where the shoes were. They were gone. We ran up the steps, out the front door into his truck, and we just sit. We both know those shoes were there. Something or someone is in that house. Neither of us believe it's my grandpa. I felt like throwing up. The whole way home, my dad was complaining of a migraine. I was just 3 years old when my grandpa died. The only one who would, know what shoes Grandpa was buried in would be my uncle. And they did confirm to my father, well, those were his shoes. What does it mean when a Wendigo doesn't attack me? Many years ago I had an encounter with a Wendigo. I'm part Cherokee. I'd heard about these monsters before. It was late at night, I was a teenager, and I lived with my family. We had a few dogs, and they needed to go outside before bed. One of the dogs would only go into our backyard. One of my family members opened the back door, and immediately the dog became aggressive. A dog that had never shown aggression before, not even after this night. Just as fast as she became aggressive, she became scared and ran back inside. I had just kicked my boots off after wearing them all day. I was about to change out of my jeans when this happened. I quickly put my boots back on, grabbed a flashlight and a large club I'd recently made. I book it out to the back of our house and just stopped dead in my tracks. I don't see anything and I don't hear anything, but something was there. I could feel the presence of pure evil. Then I see a shadow moving, and it's huge. The shadow was easily 8 feet tall, vaguely humanoid, but had these massive antlers. Normally, my flashlight's able to illuminate everything pretty well. Tonight, I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face. It's like the light was going into a void. My eyes adjusted to the low light almost, basically just starlight letting me see it all. I stand there for what seemed like eternity. I watch this figure search a workbench before it stops. The figure looks straight forward before turning around to face me, turning to reveal glowing red eyes. The figure and I stare at each other for what must have only been a moment. It felt like lifetimes. I know that showing fear in this situation is only going to kill me. Fighting is a death sentence. But for some reason I lifted the club and pointed it at the figure. The figure looks at the club, looks back into my eyes before slowly nodding its head up and down a few times. I see my flashlight turn off in my peripheral vision. I look at it and it turns back on, this time illuminating the entirety of the property. I quickly turn my focus back on the figure, only for the figure to be gone. What was lifetimes to me was no more than a minute in reality. Guardian angel? Who knows? I think it's important to note before starting that I'm not religious in any way, shape, or form. Total atheist. So for me, I'd say it was paranormal. The other religious person in my family is my grandmother. M8 Motorway, Glasgow, Scotland, 2016. I had not long turned 22, and I had just purchased my first ever brand new car. It had a 2-liter diesel engine, and I felt like I was driving a Ferrari after my crappy old underpowered car. It wasn't long after midnight, and I was approaching a dead straight stretch of desolate motorway. I decided to hit the gas and see how powerful and fast my new car was. No lecture required, I know how stupid speeding is now. As the speedo climbs, the thrill builds. As I just drive along the road, there's a flash of lights in my mirrors, as if a car had high-beamed me. I look, and it was total darkness except a faint red glow of my taillights. I put it down to the nearby airport. As I look once more, my eyes are immediately drawn to a white feather stuck in the wiper blade. It was fluttering in the wind. I'm certain it wasn't there beforehand. My grandmother always preaches, a white feather means your guardian angel has paid a visit. I would roll my eyes. I think about what my gran would say, and I call it quits and slow down with the adrenaline dwindling. I'm now cruising at around 50 miles an hour. I eventually came off a junction, and as I glide along, I notice some dark shadows a short distance ahead of me. I flick on the high beams. The shadows are getting closer fast. It dawns on me it's a group of deer in the middle of the carriageway. I hit the brakes and hold down the horn. Come to a dead stop, just feet from where they stood before, prancing away into the night. What was the light? Where did that feather come from? Whatever happened that night, it encouraged me to slow down. Well below the speed limit too. And if I hadn't, I'd likely have plowed into a group of deer well over the speed limit, which would probably have killed me stone dead. Never sped in a car since, and I now believe in guardian angels. The number 1111. I've had maybe 24 encounters over the past 25 years that I'm at a total loss to explain. But this post isn't about those. It's about the number 1111. It seems to keep appearing around the same time that I have an encounter. Before and after, usually for several days and up to about a week. Realistically, how many times can you expect to see the number 1111 in a day? Maybe twice if you check the time often. Well, at least twice. But I seem to have had days or weeks when the number is everywhere. I could see it maybe 10 times or more in a day. Some recent examples are twice a day on a clock, and obviously I buy some things at a store and the total is £11.11. Or maybe my change is £11.11. I ask somebody's number and that 1111 is in there. I put a stopwatch on to time exercises and I stop it, and by chance it's 11 minutes, 11 seconds. I hang up a call, I realize it lasted 11 minutes and 11 seconds. Some of the events are quite improbable. Today my computer screen froze at 11:11 and the time was stuck there for a few minutes until I gave up and rebooted. The other day a dude in my street asked me for the time, and guess what? 11:11. I must have looked like a psycho because I pulled my phone out, saw the time, and just walked off without answering him. I mean, who even asks strangers for the time anymore? It's been years since I was last asked. In the past, the numbers always coincided with me seeing or hearing something I can't explain. And since over the last few days, 11:11 is popping up everywhere. And again, I imagine it's just a matter of time. Maybe I'll post again if something happens. Does anybody else see 11:11 or any other sequence of numbers all the time? Any theories on what it means? Up until the last few days, I hadn't seen 11:11 more frequently than any other sequence of numbers for 5 or so years. I definitely have a few acquaintances that say things like this to me. Strange encounter with my dad after he passed away. So this happened in early 2013. My dad very suddenly and unexpectedly passed away on December 21st, 2012. I was 30 years old. When I was growing up, he and I weren't particularly close. We had our fair share of issues and arguments due to his substance abuse problems and alcoholism, but we did grow very close and had a really great relationship ever since my early 20s. We would literally talk to each other every day, and he'd become a huge part of my life, which I unfortunately didn't realize until after he was gone. Needless to say, I was a mental mess after he passed. There were so many things I wished I had said and done before losing him. One thing I found myself obsessing over, though, was that what he experienced, what it felt like to die, and where he was now. It was totally consuming me. About that time, I started having these reoccurring dreams of someone or something chasing me. For about 5 days, I would wake up with my adrenaline racing and heart pounding. After so many nights in a row waking up like that, I was at a point where I just wanted it to end. So the night I had my last reoccurring dream before I went to sleep, I told my husband, I'm saying fuck it. Going to turn around and start chasing whatever's been chasing me in my dreams. Maybe it'll make them stop. Sure enough, I found myself being chased again. Instead of continuously running, I stopped, turned around, and there was something there. Couldn't make out exactly what it was. It was like a big dark shadow. It wasn't in the shape of a person, but more like a big dark cloud. All of a sudden, I realized it was my dad. I was so happy to see him. I told him I loved and missed him so much, and I was crying. And then I said, "Are you okay? What does it feel like?" He walked closer to me and said, "It feels like this." He pushed me backwards. It wasn't in a mean tone, more of like a joking, pranking way. In my dream, I fell back and I had the feeling and sensation of free falling into darkness. Everything was black and there was no ground or bottom or end to the fall. I woke up in my bed that morning, no adrenaline racing or heart pounding, then never had a dream again. I do, however, get dream visits from my dad every now and then, just popping in to say hi. Childhood memory. First off, I'm currently 51 years old. This is still bothering me to this day. Quite a few stories throughout my life to share, but this is the first. I was living in a new state, which I'd never been to before. This was in the era where parents told us to go out and play and be back at dinner time. I was 9 years old, 1979. We just moved to Dallas, Texas. I was playing outside by myself when I was approached by another young girl. She seemed normal and asked to play with me. I was okay with it, and she asked if I wanted to go see her playroom. I didn't see any reason not to, and I followed her. Mind you, we lived in a townhouse that looked like row houses. So we went into her townhouse. Never saw anybody in the house, just the two of us. The townhouse looked normal, and we went upstairs and into a bedroom that looked like a little girl's room. She walked up to the wall and pushed a panel which opened. She crawled in, and stupid me followed. Inside was this amazing room full of toys and a little black kitten that she was holding. It was all taken by all in front of me, and I was excited to play. Played for a bit, and however, in the secret room, no windows or natural light. I couldn't even tell what time it was. Eventually, I felt uncomfortable, like I needed to go home. So I told her I had to go. Mind you, never once asking her name nor telling mine. But she turned to me with dark eyes and asked by my name. Did I really want to go because it was fun here in the room? I was creeped out because I know I didn't say my name, and I crawled out and she followed me. I just kept moving down the stairs to the door, trying to avoid looking back. But once I opened the door, I did look back, and she looked like part girl, part skeleton. So I ran home as it was dusk, and I knew I was going to get in trouble. I didn't even say anything to my mom. Went about my evening and slept like normal. But the next day I was disturbed by it and decided to go back and see if she was still there. When I walked down to the townhome, it was boarded up like there had been a fire there. I stood back and looked at it for a while, knowing that I was there yesterday. Never saw or heard anything about that little girl again. I wish I had told somebody who could have found out if she had ever lived there. To this day I can see that hidden playroom like it was yesterday. What's your favorite local cryptid, urban legend, and haunted location? I'm from Tennessee, and the main one that seems to get mentioned is the Bell Witch. But I'd like to give some special recognition to the Pigman, or Pigface. Ask someone from the Memphis area, and they'll probably have some version of the tale. He was supposedly a man that was severely disfigured in a power plant explosion. And by the way, that explosion's 100% true. His disfigurement caused his nose to look like a pig's snout, and his ears come to a point. Being the 1940s, people weren't accepting and ostracized him to a surrounding forest where he lived under a small wooden bridge. Supposedly, if you drive through the forest at night and come to the bridge, his spirit may appear. As for haunts, I'd like to share a personal story. Singleton Community Theater, Memphis suburb of Bartlett, was once a fully functional school. The cafeteria had caught on fire, which is also very true, claimed the life of a little girl named Mary. What else would you be called? Apparently her spirit still haunts the building, and there are said to be a few other spirits also located in that same building. I went to summer camp at Singleton every summer for several years of my childhood. One day I was helping out one of the counselors. I was going downstairs to the basement level. It was finished, but it didn't look like what you would picture when you hear the word basement. Plain white drywall with the same wood floors that line the entire building. When I made it to the landing where the stairs split off, there was a man standing there. He was older. Bald, too, except for a little bit of gray hair around the sides of his head. He wore a red and black plaid shirt and blue jeans held up with a brown leather belt. His face was expressionless, and he just stared back at me. I stepped back up one of the steps and looked away. When I looked back, he was gone. No way out of the basement without going back up the same stairs I was standing on. Probably 10 or 11 back then, and I'm 35 now. I still remember it like it happened an hour ago. What are some local cryptids, urban legends, and haunted spots for you? Ghost or duendes are gnomes. I live alone in an oldish house built in the 80s. A few weird things have happened since living there. Things going missing when guests come over and appear the next day. Things that we've spent forever searching everywhere for, and then they're placed in the most obvious spot ever. I've had a general sense of uneasiness while living here, but nothing crazy. I've lived somewhere I consider haunted when I was a child, and this is definitely a different feeling. Lights will randomly stop working the second I really need them. Just overall annoying things. Recently, I started having dreams of an old man attacking me and my dog, not letting me leave the house. I've never had nightmares like this before. Most recently, I was getting ready for a trip. My fire alarm went off this was while I was in the shower, so I ran out of the shower to check on my dog and the alarm immediately stopped. I get back in the shower and my doorbell starts going off. This time, I'm a little bit slower, but I get out of the shower and I check the front door and no one's there. I felt so scared. Nothing dark was done, so still mostly just annoying. I mentioned me leaving for a trip because I'd previously spent a week at my mom's house with a dog to care for after major surgery. We joked that the ghosts or duendes in my house would be pissed that I'm leaving again. I live in a cul-de-sac with a lot of trees. Friends have suggested duendes, but the nightmares have me worried it could be an entity of whoever lived here before. I rent the unit from a landlord that I low-key hate. He's an older white guy who keeps finding reasons to text me or to come over. I'm a girl living alone. So I'd rather not poke around and ask him questions about previous owners, but I don't know what to do. Has anyone experienced anything like this? My mom bought me Palo Santo to burn, and I'm afraid of doing it wrong. My grandma bought me holy water from a popular big Catholic church in South Texas that I splash on the walls and above my door frames every few weeks. That's as far as remedies. If it's sheetrock, don't splash water on it. Just use your finger and put some on there. Horse hooves. This takes place in Arizona near the border. I, a 20-something-year-old male, was staying with Grandmom for the summer to help her around her property with chores and such. It's a spacious ranch and the lots in the country. Not too big, a few acres. We have neighbors. Our house is right next to the freeway. My grandma's old school. Doesn't like to use the central air conditioning unless it's super hot. So we all slept in the same room with the window unit AC. Me and my grandma and my little cousin. This is farm country, but none of our close neighbors had horses. They're the only ones that did keep them in their designated pen area and into their stalls at night. One night, my grandma and cousin say they heard the distinct sounds of horse hooves clanking around outside around 1 a.m., apparently just walking around. We have a concrete driveway right outside the room, so you can hear the hooves clapping. I was dead asleep. They decided not to wake me up. The next morning, the front lawn was full of horse hoof prints. It looked like it intentionally tore up the grass. My grandma's not superstitious, but says that she went outside during the night when she would hear it. She's fearless. Said that she heard the horse stomping, but nothing was like it. Oh. It was like it was invisible, basically. So I stayed up the next night. High point 380 under my pillow just in case. All in the same room again, I'm on my phone. Grandma and cousin fell asleep already, lights are off and everything, and I hear it. Faint clacks. Horse hooves just walking right outside. But I've been around horses, and I know how they sound, but I only hear, like, 2 hooves. Like this horse was walking on 2 hooves instead of 4. I don't know, take what you want from the story, believe it or not. That's the end. Nothing happened after that. We talked to our neighbors up the road who had very nice horses. They said they had locked theirs up at night in the stalls. I don't know, just sharing an experience. My grandma says it was the devil, but I'm skeptical. I just got Waterboy flashbacks. Did anybody else? My grandpa contacted me the day that he died. My grandpa was diagnosed with cancer about 3 years ago. The doctor said that he wouldn't make it much longer, so I decided to move in with my grandparents to help care for him. My grandma is disabled, so couldn't do it on her own. He ended up living for 2 years after his initial diagnosis. During this time, he and I got very close. He'd always told me I was his favorite, but this was a lot different. We talked about death and the afterlife a lot, and he was aware of my skepticism. One day he told me he would send me a sign if there's something out there. Anyways, fast forward to his last few days. He was losing his mind more and more every day. He was even convinced he was already dead at one point. I was the last person he talked to before he went into a comatose-like state. He told me that he loved me so much. The next day he died in our living room. It was really surreal. I kind of blocked everything out because I'd never been so close to death. We had to wait for the hospice nurse to pronounce him dead, and then for the coroners to pick him up. He laid there for like 5 hours before the nurse showed up. I never moved from his side. After the coroners came, I gave his body a kiss, told him I loved him, and went upstairs because I didn't want to see them put him in a body bag or something. When I got up to my room, I just sat in my bed in a weird daze. I have this touch-activated light on my desk. It's on the other side of my room. It turned on by itself. I didn't think anything about it at first, so I went and turned it off and returned to my bed. Then it turned on again. Turned it off again, sat in bed again, and then again, 3 times on its own. The last time I got up to turn it off, it connected. Connection was made in my mind. The mirror sits on a leather box my grandpa gave me. Had all this sort of cufflinks and miscellaneous sentimental items in it. I am by no means spiritual or religious, so this experience has left me confused for at least over a year. I want to believe that this was him sending me a message, but it contradicts everything that I've ever believed in. Is this most likely just not a coincidence, or is it possible that he tried to contact me? I vote for the latter. See ya. Do demons or spirits travel through bloodlines? I was at the first house I ever lived in, I guess around 10 or 11 years old. Me and my family were packing up in my mom's Honda Odyssey. We headed to my favorite place, Holiday World. I turned back to the house and I see a cartoonish devil. It was levitating near a bush close to my front porch. It sounds ridiculous, but it was exactly how the devil appears in movies and cartoons. Red skin, horns, and he was just looking at us in the car. I stare for about 5-ish seconds and he doesn't move. I get scared, so I look away and then I turn back and of course it was gone. I never said anything about it to anyone in the car. Well, because it was so unbelievable, so I didn't see a point. I knew my siblings would make fun of me. Just kind of convinced myself over time that I never saw anything and I never saw it again. This is where shit gets weird. Last Christmas, me and my family were all shooting the shit asking each other if we have any ghost stories to tell. My grandma tells a story about when her brother died, and then my mom starts to tell a story that I can't fucking believe. She was telling me when she was young, she saw a red devil crisscross applesauce. I need a better word, like Indian style. It's not PC though. Really? Cross-legged, then. There. Now I'm politically correct. Yes. It was levitating near some bushes outside of her childhood home in California. I was floored as I knew I had never told anybody about this. I wasn't planning on telling my story because I didn't see it as a real encounter. I then proceeded to tell her my story, get descriptive about what I saw. I could see my mother was genuinely scared, which I don't think I've ever seen before. She said the description is exactly what she saw when she was growing up. Mind you, my mom grew up in California. I grew up in Tennessee. This demon or ghost must have followed us across the country. Is it a demon? Should I be scared about this? I might be. Ask Reddit. Your spirit can take different vessels as you grow and shrink consciously. If you continue expanding and ascending, you can inhabit broader bodies of consciousness, like an idea to a planet or even a star and then into a galaxy or a constellation. If you go down in consciousness, you get to experience the passing of time and physical reality. That's why certain beings on here might have inhabited bodies on other planets or as ideas like oversouls. An oversoul is the fourth dimensional being that moves through time and space and is able to affect the spirits and others in the third dimension. For example, Jesus Christ is an oversoul. His physical body has perished, but his name and essence still hold in direct power in this reality. He's places of worship and has influence in societies all over the world for thousands of years now. The fourth dimension beings can enter people's lives as thoughts. Those can then alter the line of events that they are supposed to play out. They can enter into the minds of people who are close to you, give them an idea to call you or visit your house at the most inconvenient times. Or say if you're watching your favorite movie and your favorite part's just about to come on, but something catches your attention and distracts you right at that exact moment. That's when you know an idea or an oversoul influenced that to happen, if it's opposing or attacking you. If it's a beneficial one to you, then it may help you at night. Places at the night times in order to help you succeed. An oversoul can even be reincarnated into a physical being. If it's having trouble staying fed by people's attention in order to express its message and identity in a flash, it'll work its way back up again. An oversoul is just a fourth dimensional consciousness that you can, well, pretty much just that, you can inhabit. There's levels below and above that, and higher consciousness might not necessarily be the best consciousness either. The first and ninth dimensional perspectives have a huge gap in consciousness, but at the same time have the purest perspectives. This is from my knowledge so far. Feel free to ask, discuss, or refute anything. A building that really hates people. Until about 4 months ago, I worked at a place where I was there from about 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. The usual was to work in teams of 2, but I preferred working alone. Yeah, bad idea, obviously. So this building was disconnected from every other building. They were all connected, but the rooms were all connected by a hallway in the middle. And every room also had an extra door that either led to a neighboring room or to outside. Nobody liked going in there at all, even in teams. They would go in and feel enough heaviness and angry vibes to kill a honey badger. So of course I was usually thrown in as sort of a minority vote. So one day I go in and start doing my thing, talking as I go along and describing what I'm doing. While I'm doing it. And how long it'll take as it makes the building feel calmer and less angry. As if it's listening to what I'm saying and deciding to hear me out. Anyways, I feel the normal weight on my shoulders, the heat of anger on my back, and the feeling of being watched. All of a sudden I get the biggest feeling of dread, Like something wants me out and my body wants out because something real bad's gonna happen if I don't. Unfortunately, I'm an idiot, so I ignore it and just continue with what I'm doing. After about 5 minutes of feeling like I'm about to get my kidneys yoinked, I hear footsteps at the end of the hall in absolute chaos, things breaking, doors getting messed with, clattering, and just your average "you're about to get bit by a ghost" noise. So I ran out of there and fetched one of the teams to help me finish the job. Maybe I could use them as a meat shield. I don't know what kind of ghosty boys possessing that place, but they wanted a breeze flowing like every door and window was open. Even the previously locked cupboard had a major disdain for any throwable things like paper and keyboards, chairs, computer parts, and they were already scattered everywhere. But now it was kind of just ridiculous. I know that this isn't as spooky as most stories here, but I truly will never forget the day that I had to apologize to 20 people because I pissed off a ghost, and the majority of their work got destroyed or lost. Something that happened with my mom. So my mom and dad have both had some pretty serious encounters with the other side of the world. My dad's, something I don't really remember well. But my mom, there's two which I know. One where I've only heard it, and two where I witnessed it. I'll do the only one right now. This one is related to one of the ones I witnessed. Me and Mom were on a vacation. Went to my aunt's place as we do every year. We were asleep in the master bedroom, and at about 2 a.m. my mother woke up, saw a figure in white sitting beside my legs and stroking it lovingly. My mother freaked out and didn't move, but she stared at the figure. I was asleep, so I didn't realize anything happening around me, but yeah. Then when the figure noticed my mom looking, it got up and went to the door, looked back at my mom, and disappeared. My mom told all of us this morning. My aunt said that it had happened before, too. Ow. It was when my aunt was asleep and I woke up to use the restroom, but she couldn't move. She was like paralyzed. The same figure was standing right next to the washroom. She could see it, but couldn't move at all, and the figure moved closer to her and she started crying. And then all of a sudden the ghost disappeared. Then she told us one of their guests who came over for a party then went to the restroom in the master bedroom, the one that we stayed at. She opened the wardrobe for a towel to wipe her hands. This face. She saw a white figure inside. She was screaming and crying and everybody rushed into the room. Obviously they couldn't see the figure, but she was so scared they left immediately. My grandma died 7 years ago. My aunt said that she could sense it was her. She came in her dreams. She comes in my mom's dreams, my dad's dreams too. In our culture, it means that the soul hasn't found peace. And I wouldn't blame her if she hasn't. The way that she died wasn't ideal, and a lot of things were messed up after her death in the family. But yes, we do think it was my grandma. But that also makes no sense at the same time because she was the sweetest soul ever. I don't think she'd want to scare us all. I think my brother and I were both warned about something. I felt off today. Like something could happen if I or those I care about don't take care to be safe. I get these feelings pretty regularly. Sometimes we'll be given, premonitory dreams. They're pretty far from specific, though. With these odd gut feelings, though, it's often hard to discern what's something external that I'm picking up on and what could just be my own mind messing with me. Today, it's almost certainly the former, though. I told my brother to be sure that he's careful and safe today, because I've got a fucked up feeling about something. He said he knew. Figures it's connected to something he saw last night. Apparently, after I'd gone to bed, he'd stayed out hanging out with our dog and working on a chainsaw. He saw a huge red orb float up from the riverbed, went into the clouds on the other side of the family friend's pasture on the east end of their house. Said it made him really uneasy. Told our dog to get in the house and stay safe, and she went in there. Doesn't seem to have come out until he came out to check on her this morning. I know red orbs are usually interpreted in two different ways. Either it's a sign of protection, or something angry and restless showing itself. Given my brother's gut reaction to it, and my feeling that something dangerous is about, I don't really think it can be anything but a warning or a sign of something dangerous. It really shouldn't be surprising though, I guess, because there's a lot of evil lurking around here in Oklahoma. Anytime I've been out of state a while, the first thing I feel when I get back is just oppressive, almost suffocating. A huge sense of dread. Some very old evil is around, like all around. I can't help but think of talking about it to one of my friends who's cocktaw about it. His response was just being, "Why do you think that we only settled here permanently when we were forced to? That shit doesn't sound like any humans being there." I definitely think he was right. I just hope me and my brother got enough of a heads up this time to keep it, or whatever it is, at bay. Things are escalating again. Work spirits followed me home. I also discussed how every day at exactly 3:45, one security camera captured orb swarms. Now we're all caught up. It would seem that the entity at work that's been calling my name has taken a liking to me, followed me home. This all started Monday. When I arrived at work, there was a foul smell that slammed me right in the face as soon as I opened the main door to the plant. It smelled like death. No other way to describe it. I spent the first 20 minutes of my shift searching for the source of the odor to no avail. I figured at first that somebody had put food scraps in the garbage and it started to rot. Anyway, as I conducted my search, the feeling that someone was watching me pressed on me with the weight of 20 men. I started to figure out that I was being toyed with when it started to call out my name. I recognized the voice. It was the same one that had been calling to me since I started here. The day went pretty normal from there, with only Jade commenting about the smell. At the end of the day, I shut everything down, locked up, and went home. I could feel that I was not alone in my car. There was also this buzzing sound, I don't know how else to describe it, and it was behind me and to my left. Arriving home, I exited my car and refused to look in the spot where I'd heard the sound. Whatever this was, it was enjoying messing with me. I walked to my front door, unlocked it, and opened it. I could feel the entity pass me and enter my house. Immediately, things started to go awry. My puppy, who's 6 months old, started looking at the corners of rooms by the ceiling and barking nonstop. I'd also hear my name in an almost breathy whisper followed by a chuckle. By the middle of the week, whatever this thing is decided that I needed to not sleep. It alternated between turning my TV on with the volume on max or yanking my leg. I discussed these things with Jay, and she hasn't not really experienced anything similar. And last night was my third night of no sleep. I managed to nap at work yesterday. I keep saying in a loud, confident voice, "You're not welcome here. Please leave and stop bothering me." It ain't listening. The City of Wires. Ever since I was very young, I've had these, for lack of a better word, I'll call them visions. They always start the same. I begin to feel the sense of epiphany, as if I'm incredibly close to finding some fundamental truth about the universe. But this excitement is soon overshadowed by an awful nameless fear. That's until suddenly something changes. I see this image in my mind's eye, one that's haunted me all my life. An endless plain of dust as far as the eye can see under a sickly sky. Breaking the horizon, there's a cluster of imposing black monoliths. They're connected by a forest of black wires. The world is silent, except for the humming of wires and the howl of wind through the monoliths, which has always sounded like singing to me. I'm overcome with this inexplicable terror, which breaks the image and pulls me out. After they end, I never remember what caused me to have the revelation in the first place, but I'm left with this strange sense of sudden understanding. For as long as I've been content to dismiss this as an overactive childhood imagination, as I've grown, these experiences have continued, each leaving me with some strange piece of knowledge. Then I began seeing small but noticeable pieces of that world I saw reflected in the works of others, seeming too specific to be coincidental. Cities of black monoliths, nests of humming wires, even a story which described a dead clockwork world. A lot more of these exist, but they're too difficult to explain from the limited summary here. What really prompted me to try and learn more was when I was talking to a friend, discovered that he had dreamt of the exact same place. I'd never once talked about this with him before, and even mentioned similar ideas. It was just the exact same world, down to even the sound and emotions associated. He described it as fear of a concept. This mystery's haunted me my entire life. I'm looking for answers. Is there anybody out there with a similar experience? Most reading will see this all as nonsense, but if you've seen The City of Wires, you'll understand. Angel Encounter. This incident took place during the summer of 2018, before my 8th grade year. I was going through lots of personal family shit. This was during the whole Fortnite craze, which didn't help since I was never interested in video games and I kind of felt alone. I used to boil with rage each time my friends discussed the game, since it was 90% of their conversations. They seemed to forget about the real world around them. During June of 2018, I went to a trampoline park with 2 of my friends every Tuesday and Thursday evening to get parkour lessons for a reason I still don't understand today. Before and after each session, I would jump on the trampoline or play dodgeball. This one Thursday night, I was at one of my lowest points. We had finished our parkour lesson, and this guy slightly younger than my friends and I came up to us on the trampoline and introduced himself to us. He wanted to play dodgeball. I immediately felt an aura and energy I'd never felt before. Suddenly, all the pain I'd been enduring the last couple of months went away. I felt as if I was being saved. The guy paid the most attention to me out of the 3 of us and was constantly glancing to make sure I was feeling well, even though I know him never really formally asked. I've always hated playing sports with people, and even a simple game of trampoline dodgeball would spike my anxiety. We went to the dodgeball court, and this might have been the only time in my life I actually enjoyed playing a game without overthinking or feeling I was being laughed at, even if I wasn't. When I was younger, I never took the time to say goodbye to somebody I just met, but my intuition told me I had to give a heartfelt goodbye to this guy. As soon as I said, "Nice to meet you," he abruptly said, "We've seen each other in other lifetimes ago. I know we will be again." I literally felt as if I was talking to an angel and making firm eye contact. All my problems and worries went away that night. I cried in my bedroom for over an hour non-stop, couldn't move. Unfortunately, life continued the way it was, and I soon forgot about that encounter until March this year. I've had other supernatural experiences, but I haven't met another angel. Three animal experiences. Story number 1. I grew up on a farm in northwestern Wisconsin. My family still lives and works on it. Before I moved away for college, we had this old barn that we used for storing tractors and other equipment. The last time we had cows in the barn was when I was about 10. After we no longer had cows on the farm, you could hear bigger animals in the barn. If you're close enough to it at certain times of the day, especially after sunset, you could hear cows inside. You would always have to go check out the noises just in case a neighbor's cow got in while we had the doors open. I've never found any animals inside. Even today, you can sometimes hear cows in the barn when no cows are inside. Ghost cows. I like that. Story number 2. One night, about 20 or so years ago, I was walking to my dad's garage to grab his toolbox. He wanted to put together a TV stand that I'd bought. As I'm about to step into the dark garage, some completely black animal came running out of the door and went towards the woods. Immediately, I figured it was a neighbor's dog or a fox or something. But I realized I didn't hear any noise or feel any wind when it ran within inches of me. Where I was when it ran by, it was gravel, so there's no reason the thing wouldn't have made any noise as it ran by. Final story. My cat died when I was 20. My cat was just under 2. The next weekend, I went to my parents' house to stay a couple of days and do laundry. I was there Friday night until Sunday night. Saturday morning, I was woken up by what I thought was my parents' cat jumping on my bed and wanting pets. I reach out and feel an animal there and pet it and open my eyes. There's nothing there. But you can see an indent on the blanket where something was. I remember my door was shut so that their cat couldn't come in and freaked me out. The next morning, the same thing happened, except it pushed against my chin to wake me up and I could hear purring. I'd like to think it was my cat coming to say goodbye. I told whatever was there not to come and visit anymore. And I'm glad it came to say goodbye, though. Never happened again. Exploding glass bowl. This personal story is one that happened many years ago. It's not a fuzzy memory. Something that happened that was clear as day. A glass object exploded before my eyes. So what happened? Now, to be clear, I do not believe in the paranormal. I'm on this sub because I love reading about spooky things. I like to see what other people believe about the world. But this was really weird. I think some folks might have thoughts about it. I was having lunch in my backyard with my parents and grandparents one summer. Just inside, visible through the glass sliding door, is a buffet table with sandwich stuff. Just outside of that door is the outdoor table that we're eating at. Well, I'm sitting at the table in a position that's facing the glass door to the inside, and as I start to zone out from the conversations around me, my gaze settles on a small glass bowl of guacamole. A moment passes, and then glass shards and guac fly all over the table. The bowl is no more. I was sitting on the table one moment, and the next it exploded, just as I stare off and zone out on it. The bowl had not been heat-washed prior. I asked several times if it had been, nor was it in any way structurally compromised. It was sitting on our cabinet and then filled about halfway with homemade guac. My dad and I are both scientifically minded atheists. He has a master's in thermodynamics, so he understands heat and what it does to materials. Oh yeah, and he assured me that the glass bowl had not gotten hot any time recently. Neither of us could think of an explanation. Pretty creepy. Nowadays, I have a hypothesis. The glass bowl had been pressed into an ornate design when it was in the factory, I believe. When that happens to glass and it's forced to cool in a shape rather quickly than being blown, it contains extreme internal stress. It's unlikely, but that seems to have been the moment it finally gave out after about 2 decades of use. What do you think? I can relate to that glass. Help. Several unexplained occurrences. This is a personal experience that spanned the history of the home I purchased as my primary home in 2020. I purchased the home and never had any form of cleansing or blessing conducted because prior to this, I was a skeptic on the subject. Since purchasing this home, my entire family experiences nightmares fairly frequently. My 2-year almost old nightly. On a few occasions, my family's heard voices calling for them and even voices that mocked another member of the family. Sounded extremely like them. Things break at unreasonable frequencies without cause, and things literally disappear and things appear that we don't own. We regularly hear footsteps running up and down the hall, and when I get up to check, my kids are very much genuinely asleep, not faking. They're young and very obvious when they're faking. It's almost always occurring at the same time of night. We were told by the owner of the oddity shop, Dragon's Blood Candles, maybe these could help and ease the unsettling spirits. And that seemed to work. But recently I awoke to my 2-year-old screaming and crying in her sleep. When I went to check on her, she stopped and I was about to walk away when I noticed a nearly burning hot circle. It was about a foot around. This portion of my house is raised, so I immediately investigated all the rational explanations. Under the house, there were no exposed lines or broken hot water lines. I woke my wife to make sure I wasn't just half asleep imagining it. She very much felt it. After investigating and finding nothing, I brushed this event off and continued with my life. This occurred roughly 2 weeks ago. Yesterday, my wife discovered another very hot circle downstairs at the foot of the couch where my 6-year-old eldest daughter sat. Does this coincide with any supernatural beings, possibly? I know this sounds exaggerated, and like maybe a hoax, but these experiences are very real life. I've begun to worry about the safety of my wife and children. I don't know where to go for this. I'm trying to schedule a Buddhist monk to come, but I don't know if it'll help, or if anybody has any form of enlightenment on these occurrences. The Ghost at Grandma's. My grandparents bought a newly made house in Arizona back in 2000. It was somehow haunted with them being the first owners of the home. I would visit them for a month during summer break when I was a child. While my grandparents were still working, I'd be at the house by myself. The feeling that you're not alone is very real, and was one that I think children shouldn't encounter. The only time I heard it speak, it said my name, as if someone was in the same room as me. It was a man, possibly in his 50s. This man wasn't angry. He was just there. The man became a nuisance as time went on. White blurring some pictures that were taken within the home during with the disposable camera days, you know? He would always turn on the ceiling fans and the lights would flicker. When that happened, you learned to tune it out after a while, but just turning up the TV volume. My uncle and I were once at the home while the rest of the family was just, on holiday shopping. While we're sitting in the living room, I saw a transparent shadow walking from the hallway and then disappear. I kept quiet since it wasn't believable and thought it couldn't have been dismissed as like my 14-year-old imagination. As I looked over at my uncle, he was frozen looking at the same spot. "Do you see that shadow walking over there?" With excitement, I replied, "Thought I was the only one who saw that." As I mentioned before, this entity wasn't hostile. Kind of was annoying. When I was 21 house sitting, it was my last straw after it turned on the pantry light right in front of me. I could even hear the switch on the wall physically click. I was frozen with shock for 10 minutes and later he yelled at it saying, "If you don't knock that shit off, you're not welcome here." The quote. I never encountered the man after that. The house was sold in 2021. I failed that story. Let's go to the next one. Is my house exerting negative energy onto me and my family? To preface this, I'm typically not a believer in anything paranormal. However, I'm not totally opposed to the realm of paranormal either. This is probably because I've had many unexplained encounters and phenomena. I just almost always attribute things to being something natural. Anyway, I live in a home where the previous owner died in one of the rooms. It's nothing foul that I'm aware of, and I'm pretty sure it was from natural causes. My grandmother was a firm believer in the supernatural and read cards, playing cards that predicted future events and whatnot. I don't know anything about it, except for the few times I had mine read. Her son died from an unexpected aneurysm in his 20s, and left her, my mother, and my great-grandmother. She frequently received visits in dreams and multiple other instances of crazy things happening. Her and my great-grandmother lived in another house on the same property. My great-grandma died of old age. My grandma, however, died suddenly around her birthday. It was back in 2021. She died from a freak seizure, which subsequently led to a coma. She didn't even have a history of major health issues, and this can still be chalked up to just a freak incident, I guess. But the day of my high school graduation, that's like maybe 2023. Our basement flooded and we remodeled. I moved into the basement, and over the past year, I've been very sick. I've had COVID a couple times now. I had this along with a severe case of mono. I've also had bad issues with anxiety and derealization, none of which I've ever encountered in my life. We've had many instances of bad luck and misfortune, and I feel as if my house is oppressive and toxic. In the past 5 or 10 years, we've had maybe 12 or 15 baths in the home, which are oddly timed around important events and happenings in our lives. We've had many strange and distressing things happen while living here, but mine and my family's health is impacted the most. Is there a supernatural aggressor, or is it all just bad luck? Guess who's back? I'm not sure where I left off between stories and life events, but we moved into our current home in March. It's been nice and quiet and nothing really out of the ordinary. That's until about 2 weeks ago my brother-in-law said that one of our dogs jumped up with her hackles up and started growling at the hallway while everybody was sitting in the living room watching TV. Eventually she laid back down, but my brother-in-law has always been one of those "I'll believe it when I see it" people. And it had him a little bit rattled. He told me about it when I got home, but life went on as usual. Now, last week, we all decided to sit down and watch Ghost Adventures Demon House Special. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend whether you believe in their show and being real or not. But anyways, our dog, not the one previously mentioned, was laying in front of our front door. You can see through my living room into a portion of the kitchen from the front door, and the chair I was sitting in is next to the corner of the wall between the living room and kitchen. No one was up moving around, but her dog lifted her head and looked at someone or something that had to have been at least 7 feet tall. It was standing just past me in the wall. As she was looking at whatever it was, I felt goosebumps and cold air in my leg. I made a commotion that made it go away, and one thing about this dog is she's never given any spooky things attention, so she was curious about whatever it was. The most recent occurrence was last night. My husband and I's room is in the remodeled attic. Around the time we watched the Demon House Special, we started having power surges in our room, so we've been camping out in the living room until somebody gets over here to check it out. Anyways, I opened her door to set laundry baskets on the steps to our room, and when I looked up, I saw a shadow go across the wall. It was like somebody was upstairs walking in front of the light. I flung the door shut and looked over at my husband, who was standing in the kitchen talking to me. That's when I started to tell him what I saw. He said he felt an energy move through him. It was almost as if whatever was up there came down the steps and ran through the kitchen. And like I said, these occurrences are minimal compared to others, but with my husband's attracting the paranormal, I'm sure there'll be more to come. I saw this thing standing in my door. Help. Around Monday or Tuesday of this week, I was sitting at my desk. I was picking up my PlayStation controller as I'd previously set it down. I looked over slightly and saw something that appeared to be a gray, fog-like creature's head that was peeking out from under my desk that had pitch black where its eyes should be. It had a long, stretched mouth, black as well. Of course, I reacted like a sane person and yelled and jumped back. My brother asked me what was wrong. I tried to tell him that I saw a face, but he didn't believe me. After that, nothing really happened. Besides, whenever I close my eyes, I see a person burning. Sorry. I can vividly see them grabbing at their face. It isn't lifelike, though it looks like a drawing. It's been happening every time I close my eyes to sleep. That is not a good sign. I'm sorry for laughing. Thursday of this week, I was trying to sleep. I was restless, so I rolled over to see if there's anything going on in my room, and I looked at my door. And keep in mind, my lights are off. I see a tall, jet-black figure who can barely fit in my doorway. Average doorway size. The thing was very skinny. It looked like he was studying me like I was a creature to be watched in a petting zoo. The creature looked like it was moving its head around, but I couldn't see it well because it didn't have any facial features. My room is dark. So whenever I saw it, I locked eyes with it for like 10-15 seconds, and I rubbed my eyes to make sure it wasn't just seeing things. The creature started to laugh. Its arms were grabbing at its sides as if it was the funniest joke it's ever seen. I turned over and turned back to it, and it was still there. It didn't leave. I yelled at my brother to turn on the lights, but of course I took my eyes off of the thing to look at my brother, but as soon as I turned back, the monster had left. Trying to play it off cool. Acted like I wanted to go into the closet and change into some more comfortable clothes. I did, and then went to try to sleep, and never looked at the door again that night. A visit from Grandma. My grandma passed away when I was in middle school from brain cancer. This cancer is unfortunately quick and very difficult to treat. We tried treatment, but the cancer was just too aggressive, so she was placed in hospice shortly after. She passed the day I was supposed to say goodbye. I received the call while waiting to be picked up from my mom. I was extremely close with her, went to her house after school almost every day. So it's safe to say my whole world changed from the moment that she was diagnosed. Brain cancer really changes a person's personality, so I felt like she was gone well before she even died. I never felt like I had closure. After her death, I would have dreams of her, but she couldn't talk. Or if she did talk, she was calling me by the wrong name like she did often while at treatment. It was like she was stuck in the state that I last saw her in, which is heartbreaking. I could still feel her trying to just connect with me in some way. I had these dreams infrequently for years. They were never truly comforting. I missed her more each time. 10 years later, my husband and I were looking for a house. Our search included the towns where I grew up. I told my husband that if our house went for sale, I wasn't going to go see it. I definitely didn't want to buy it, but I would take an opportunity for one last look. Shortly after this conversation, Grandma visited me in my dream again, but it wasn't her as a person. It was her spirit leading me to her house. I walked through the house and everything looked exactly as I remembered it. It was everything I hoped for. I woke up crying, but feeling happy I had a chance to see it. Then within a couple of weeks, her house went up for sale. I had a chance to walk through it again, and the realtor let me go through alone. It was exactly as I remembered it, including the gross green couch in the basement. The buyers barely changed the house after my family sold it, and it was everything I hoped for. I didn't stop crying for a moment. So happy. I finally felt closure. I haven't had a visit from her in my dreams since. Love you, Grandma. My dreams are visions from future events. This is something that I wanted to post for some time, but I would skip every time. For those who don't want to read everything, every time I have a deja vu experience or a glitch in the Matrix, the first time I saw, it was in my dreams. 2 times that are the most memorable to me were: 1. Some years ago, we arranged some vacation with my buddy at the time at his house. It was at the village of his father. Some nights later, I had a dream that I was in the room with him and his mom discussed something about a shower. I remember waking up after that dream and thinking that if it's the house, we'll be going to this summer. Fast forward some months later, and the exact same event happened while we were on vacation at his house in the village. About 3 months ago, I dreamt that I was sitting in my little living room and I was playing PS5. Note, I didn't own a PS5 at the time and I was planning to get one when I had the money, but when the availability was okay. Before 3 weeks, I got a PS5, but I didn't remember the dream until I had the deja vu experience. Remembered that I had seen that before and remembered everything I'd seen in my dream and specifically saying, well, to my wife when I woke up that I dreamt of playing a PS5. When I get that deja vu experience, I feel a bit dizzy and lost for some seconds, like my brain's trying to process what's going on. One other thing that makes me wonder is that I rarely see nightmares. Fucked up dreams, really, too. Usually dreaming of realistic dreams or dreams where it's not me but somebody else. But I seem to know everybody I interact with inside my dream. Lastly, I would like to add 2 more things that are mostly common every time I'm having this sort of dream. 1. I remember the dream only for some minutes after I wake up, and if I don't write it, I would forget it entirely until the deja vu hits. 2. I cannot control myself in my dream. It's like watching a cutscene from a first-person perspective with a scripted event. Has somebody else experienced anything similar? How do you react? How can I take advantage of that? Think I'm being haunted. I've seen figures, normally black shadows, most of my life. The earliest beings was when I was around 5. That's when I would be in the car and I'd see a man in just like a checkered shirt standing on a path. When I'd turn to look at him again, he'd be gone. However, lately, I've been seeing more black figures more often, especially when I'm at my boyfriend's. One day I was there by myself, and his door opened, which was locked. No one came in. About 30 minutes after my boyfriend came back, and I was talking to him, and I saw the figure walk past. His grandpa, who he lives with, said that he's also seen it. A couple of weeks later, me and my boyfriend were about to watch Escape Room, and we put the remote to one side, and about 2 minutes later the film switched on. So I jumped under the covers only to feel cold. Then I felt as though I was being pinned down by my legs and I couldn't move. Over the past week, I haven't been at my boyfriend's. I've been home, but we do FaceTime every night. And when the other day, he messaged during the day asking who was in the room, thinking I was cheating on him. Well, there was no one in my room, and the next night he asked the same question, and again no one's in the room. He kept saying that my breathing kept changing, and it was like I was trying to be quiet. I was fast asleep. The next 2 nights I slept with my lights on and nothing happened. The next night I thought I'd try again without any lights, only I woke up to my boyfriend saying my name and telling me to show me who's in the room. Put my light on half asleep and showed him no one was there. In the morning I asked him about it and he said that he'd seen someone in my bed. He then said that when I put my light on later it looked like my hair was pulled. I moved my head and looked back and opened my eye and closed it again. He screen recorded it on FaceTime. So when I woke up this morning my light wasn't on. Thought I'd switched it off, but he said that I hadn't, and in the video you can see that it's on. Tonight I'm sleeping with the lights on and having him screen record the full time. I'm just praying he's seeing things. Slippery slope. I saw a ghost in my house, but no one in my family believes me. This happened quite a few years ago, but I can still remember it like it was yesterday. This wasn't a ghost that I saw, maybe out of the corner of my eye for a split second, or from super far away. I saw it close and personal. Good solid 5 to 6 seconds, which is when you're seeing a ghost seeming like an eternity. I was laying on my couch at night when all of a sudden I see a spectral figure made of blue light emerge from around the corner of my hallway. It started walking toward me. He was made of light, but he was also transparent as well, so I could see through him. He couldn't have been more than 10 or 15 feet away from me. I was completely floored, perplexed, amazed, and shocked all at the same time. He was in such great detail that I could tell what type of clothing he was wearing. Some type of military garment. He was young, Asian male in his 20s. He had a stoic, somber look on his face, almost sad. As he walked toward me, he left a trail of undulating blue light behind him, kind of waved up and down. This lasted for a solid 5 or 6 seconds. The entire time my eyes are completely wide open. I can feel my heartbeat start to increase. And as quickly as he came, he slowly vanished into thin air as he got closer to me. I've never seen anything like it before in my life, and I doubt I ever will see anything like it again. I told my family about it, and they said, "No, you've always had a vivid imagination." But it's like, no, I know what I saw. There's no way what I saw wasn't real. Never believed in ghosts before, thinking that anybody who does has to be certified crazy. But after that night, I truly believe in ghosts and some sort of afterlife. For some reason, I didn't feel scared when I saw him or even after. The dominant feeling I had was pure amazement and bewilderment to what I had just witnessed. Everyone always says that if or when you see a ghost, that's scary, but that wasn't the case with me at all. I had a paranormal encounter with myself. A few years ago, I was brushing my teeth, looking in the mirror. In one of the 2 bathrooms in my house, we have a gigantic mirror. One in front of the bathroom sink, another one behind where you stand. There's a little counter with a stool that you can sit on. That also has another gigantic mirror. So the mirrors are parallel from each other, and I was brushing my teeth. Because it was late at night and I set my goal to brush my teeth before I go to bed. That's because sometimes I forget. Anyways, I'm washing my face afterwards. I look down to make sure the washcloth was soaked in the water. I look up, wash my face, I look down again. I look up to get rid of the excess toothpaste on my face. I continue to look down and up, and I imagined in my head all those scary movies. You know, the ones where people see stuff in their reflection. So as I'm washing my face, I continue to look up and down, just for fun right before I go to bed. But my reflection is looking down. As I'm staring at my reflection looking down, I tilt my head. Can't believe what I'm looking at right now. My reflection looks up, tilts its head with me, and we both smile. It's almost like I was watching a video of myself through the mirror. Then the video synchronized with real time. Even though it wasn't a video, it was me looking at the mirror. I guess I received what I was looking for. The random thought of what happens in the movies happened to me in real time as I was thinking about it and doing it. It's almost like I accidentally manifested it to happen, but started off as something so innocent and playful, turned into something quite real and terrifying. But cool, I'm not scared of the paranormal. I don't know what I'm looking at. I mean, I was looking at myself, but I don't believe that was me in the mirror. Why? How can time slow down in my reflection? Where can I see myself doing something that I just finished a few seconds prior? shadow man very close to my face. Tonight I had the creepiest experience I ever had in my life. I was sleeping, and around 3 a.m. I woke up with a strange feeling that I was being watched. I looked over to the window and I saw the silhouette of a head watching me. Note that I live in an apartment on the second floor, and I have LEDs on, so I've seen it clearly. I immediately panicked and jumped up out of bed and looking outside the window and in every corner of my room without finding anything. I waited a bit and then had to go to bed, trying to sleep. And I had again the same feeling I had before, but this time there was no one, so I tried calling for my parents while in the bed, but I couldn't speak properly. I could really only mumble, and after a while I managed to talk and I screamed, "Mom, help!" Did this a lot of times. I heard sounds coming from their bedroom, so I thought they were coming, but as soon as I screamed, the figure appeared in the front of my bedroom door. It was a completely dark man with a Barcelona hat. At first, I thought it was my mom, so I started just coming over to bed. I reached for the figure and took the hat, and jokingly said, "Mom, take off the hat, you seem like..." And as soon as I said this, my blood froze, and I was completely in shock. I was a total black figure. I couldn't speak or move, so I just lay there in bed as this figure crawled towards me. As soon as it reached her hands around my neck and its face in front of mine, my dad opened the door. The figure vanished completely. My dad asked me what happened, and I mumbled, "I don't know." I stayed in bed for a few minutes, and as I went up to go to the bathroom, everything seemed to be normal. So I went to my parents' bedroom and asked them if they heard anything and make sure I wasn't sleeping. They told me they heard me speak in a very low tone, and they heard my screams. I was creeped out a little, and I slept in their room. Night went on good, but I had a very hard time sleeping because I was so creeped out. I'm not sure what happened or what it was, but I'm scared to sleep in that room again, and it makes my heart beat fast. My dad's experiences when he was younger chilled me to my core. My dad has 2 short paranormal experience stories from when he was around 20 years old and living with friends in a haunted flat that is now long demolished. He lived with 4 friends in the late 70s, early 80s. They were into the punk rock scene, nights in the pub. I do wonder if the stories could be related to drugs, but he insisted he never took them personally. One night, a girlfriend of one of the roomies was staying in the flat alone while the rest went to the pub. Later that night, she came crying to the pub to find them, saying that there were voices coming from inside the flat with her. This was the first hint that something creepy was happening in the flat. His standout story, however, is pretty brief. He was sleeping on the sofa one night, woke up and saw a person with no eyes leaning over the back of the sofa looking down at him. He said he was frozen in fear and it disappeared after a few seconds. It wasn't his roommates. He didn't recognize the person. His other experiences when he was younger, around 15, when he was living at my grandparents' house. This story really gets to me. It's short and sweet, but the imagery is terrifying. One night when my grandparents, or his parents, were out, he walked out from the front room to go upstairs to the toilet. He swears he saw a naked man, wet skin with no arms, long, damp black hair down below his shoulder level, stood at the top of the stairs in the light looking down before disappearing. He never told his parents this because he didn't want to scare them, but he told me a few years ago and I told him about some of my minor experiences. I've visited that house a few times since my dad told me the story. When I stand at the bottom of the stairs and look up, I can't help but get a scary chill. I was imagining what my dad saw when he was young. He hasn't seen anything since, and is now almost 70, I think. His other roommates also had experiences in that flat, though pretty minor compared to what he experienced. I struggle to recall some of the other stories. Things getting a bit weirder lately. Since high school, I've been having inconsistent encounters with ghosts. The first few instances it happened, was always with another person. Both of us will see it. A ghost floating just over the cliff. A nun inside an abandoned room of our Catholic school. Somebody walking in the hallway. Shaken awake, but these are just to name a few. Good thing is whenever I see ghosts, which isn't regularly, they appear to be just a normal living human. Not something scary. So I got quite used to it. This is when it started to get a little scary. One afternoon I was taking a nap in my room. Then I dreamt of floating just beside my bed, watching myself sleep for a few seconds, and when I woke up I realized I had the same sleeping position as I had seen myself in the dream. This was about 15 years ago. Fast forward to 2020. My father-in-law and husband's gran passed away the same year. But a day before they passed, I saw them. With my father-in-law, I just saw him in my peripheral. That was while I was passing out dining. We don't live in the same house, by the way, and it was pretty much almost midnight. I was passing our dining with Hub's gran. Me, husband, and son were playing outside. I saw their gran enter my in-law's garage. We live in the same street, as gran is already in a coma in the hospital. But back in April, I felt someone tap my leg. I knew right away it was the spirit of somebody related to me. I just didn't know who it was. The next day, I got a call that my aunt passed away. And just yesterday, my husband got into a car accident. He's okay, but a few weeks before it even happened, something already tells me that he'll somehow get into an accident. I haven't told him because I'm still skeptical about this, and I don't know if he'll even believe me. Thought it's just anxiety or something until it happened. Can anybody tell me what's happening to me? I don't think I'm a psychic, and I can't talk to spirits. Does this happen a lot to other people too, or is it just my guardian angel sharing the experience with me? Liquid ooze from the ceiling. My husband and I moved in together after dating for several months. One day, as we were looking for places to move our family into, we saw this lady putting up a for rent sign on a small house. Decided to stop and inquire about it. She gave us the application, and since we had the cash on hand, gave us the keys to start moving in. I got a creepy feeling whenever I was home alone, but I'd brush it off as just me being too sensitive with new energy. My two boys had their own room, and my bedroom was right in the middle. The house was always dark, and hardly any sunlight would ever enter the house because of the way it was built. The house lacked windows, which made the whole house look stuffy and creepy. I always had lamps and candles on. One day our families had come over to barbecue on a Saturday night. Drinks were served and there was plenty of food. We laughed and danced until about midnight and my sister decided to head home. She had small boys around my son's age, so my boys decided they wanted to spend the night at their house. They quickly packed an overnight bag with my permission and were off for the night. As my husband and I walked into the house, we noticed a brightness coming from the middle of my son's room. We both just stood in front of the room staring at what I can only describe as liquid metal falling down from the ceiling. It was gold and shiny. It looked straight out of the Matrix. Only there was like no numbers or letters, just liquid oozing off the ceiling. The funny thing is that we both just stood there, me in front of him, and watched this thing for who knows how long. All we remember is walking into our bedroom. We never discussed this until months later. Neither of us can remember what happened after going to our bedroom. Neither of us was drunk, so I don't understand why the lapse of memory or why we wouldn't be talking about this incident until months afterward. My husband's aware of the ability to see things, and the normal eye can't, but he's learned to accept it, but still creeps him out. See ya. Unexplainable smells. When I was around 20, I spent a lot of time at my then girlfriend's house. Her parents were cool with me staying over, which I often did. One night at around 3 a.m., my ex woke me up asking if I smelled bacon. I did, very strongly in fact. She asked me to check it out, so I wandered to the kitchen and looked for the source. But no one was there and everything was off. The smell was equally strong in the kitchen as it had been in her bedroom. Shortly after her dad came down the stairs asking why I was making bacon at 3 a.m., I explained I wasn't. I was checking out the smell myself. Together we checked the oven, the bin, the fridge, and there was nothing to explain it. We even checked outside to see if it was coming into the house, but no. The smell was in the house, but it seemed to be everywhere equally. The lounge, dining room, hallway all smelled strongly. It took about half an hour to dissipate, and we just went to bed scratching our heads about it. The next day, her mother confirmed that there was not any bacon in the house that week in the first place. So the episode remained a mystery. And I should mention it was fairly large and fairly old, like 100 years or so, as far as the house goes. My other experience was working in a pub as a barman. Other staff members there claimed to have seen what they described as a gray lady. A shadowy figure in an old-fashioned dress who appeared unusually, rather usually in the entranceway late at night when they were closing up. I never saw her, but several times I smelled strong floral perfume in that entryway with no apparent source. This was back when smoking in pubs was legal, so stale smoke was pretty much the only thing you could usually smell. You can probably understand why I didn't make the title. I smelled bacon and perfume. Seems like a good title to me. Little black flame I see a couple of times per month that dances in the air. Been living in this apartment for 18 months. Stuff would happen from time to time when we first got here, and now it happens more often. I did put my older cat down about a year after we got here. Got super sick and the poor boy lost so much weight. Things happened before we put our older cat down, but it seemed to escalate after that fact. I'm not sure if it's any relation, but we have 2 kittens. We got them a few months later. Crazy they were born on the date that we put our old cat to sleep. But again, not sure if there's any relation. It's the best way I can describe it, but I just saw it for the 3rd time this week. Usually a couple of times a month. It floats in front of me, like 1 or 2 inches in length, dark outline. It doesn't have a defined shape, so kind of like a transparent flame. It feels so real I go to grab it, but every time it shows intelligence, it kind of avoids my grab. It then floats away, happens at random. Looks so real I swear it's cat hair flying in the wind, but it shows intelligence and flies away. Transparent, but black in shape. Any idea what this could be? I also have a voice recorded and an orb recorded, and my kittens also display bizarre behavior that coincides with what I've experienced. Looking for advice. So far, I sense no ill will intent. I posted my story last month, but things have kind of picked up from there. I or my 2 kittens haven't been hurt, but we see things. I see my kittens playing with the thin air. I see things out of the corner of my eyes pretty often. Any harm in letting it be, or should I be concerned? The super of my building did tell me that 3 people have died in units around mine the last couple of years. And again, I don't know if it's of any relation. The building goes back to the 60s, and in the past, it seemed tough times. Many people could have passed on here. What would you do? And would you be concerned? Is this a ghost? So recently I've been experiencing weird things around my house. I'm living with my family right now. I share a room with my 2 siblings. We have a cousin and their family who's living with us currently. A while back at night, typically at random times, my younger sister and I would see our television turn on without anything turning it on. Then it would turn back off. Now, our house is pretty old, and the outlet, which the lamp and the extension cord, which has a television cord plugged into it, it's linked to a switch which turns off the power from that outlet. Even when we turned the switch off, the television would turn on, which was pretty weird. My sister and I didn't think much of it. Then recently, about 2 days ago, at around 3 or 4 a.m., I heard typing on my keyboard from my PC setup. I was awake at the time and wearing headphones using my laptop. When I took off my headphones, she asked me about the typing. Now, you may be thinking it was probably my keyboard for me typing. But the thing is, when I stopped typing and put my laptop aside, we both heard the typing of the keyboard. Keep in mind, everybody but us, they were asleep and nobody was sitting at my desk, which would start and stop randomly. When my sister went near my desk, the typing would completely stop, but when she went away from it, it would start up again. Typing lasted about an hour before it stopped completely. This was late into 4 or 5 a.m. Now today, just an hour ago, I went to my room to grab something since I was sleeping downstairs on the couch. That's when I saw my gaming chair spin by itself. Thought it was my older sister who moved the chair with her foot since it's next to her bed. She was asleep. I went downstairs and that's when I heard the chair rolling around upstairs. I have a creepy story to tell that still messes with me years later. Buckle up, because this is going to be kind of insane and kind of long. So I've told this story in a few comments, but I didn't really share the full details. Here it goes. Back when I was a kid, my family lived in a pretty old house in Tennessee. The house was built in the 1920s, I believe. The house is kind of shaped in a square. Think of a racetrack that you can go around. But anyways, my sister and I's bedroom door was in the living room. The hallway was to the left. I used to have recurring nightmares and sleep paralysis of a tall man with a hat coming down the hallway to my bedroom door. I would always wake up before he came into my room. Textbook sleep paralysis story. During the summer, my mom would leave me and my 3 siblings home alone while she worked. She would come home tired, and since she was low-key, had a lot of kids, she didn't like us to immediately stampede her when she arrives home. So anyways, one day we were chilling in the living room watching TV. Our mom was at work and just doing the usual. We heard our mom get home from work early that day. We were happy, so we heard the back door open and she came in talking to her friend on her Bluetooth. She always wore these black leather boots, and we heard them clunking on the floor while she walked and talked towards us. When she was finally almost to the living room, she was at the end of the hallway where I told you guys earlier where I used to see the shadow man in my dreams. Guess what? When we got up to greet her in that spot, she wasn't there. We were all stunned. My sister called her and you guessed it, she was still at work. I didn't tell my brother about the shadow man before, but when I did, he said he saw him too in the bathroom, in the same hallway. I can draw pics of the layout of the house if you guys want. My mom said that she used to hear my little brother calling her name when he wasn't home. I hated that house. It was a dark and stormy night. Seriously though, it was. I was driving home during a rainstorm late one night. I came across a woman standing by the road next to her disabled car. This was well before cell phones. I stopped and picked her up, and when she told me her name, I felt the earth shake. I clearly heard a voice in my head say, You will have a daughter, and her name will be, in parentheses, that woman's name. Turned out I had clinical infertility, and after 3 years of trying to get pregnant and having a bunch of tests, the fertility specialist gave me a prescription for a drug that triggers ovulation. I really felt like I shouldn't take it, but it wouldn't be a good idea to try to, backdoor my body if there was something wrong. When I left his office, I went to my local health food store. I sat out in front holding the prescription. I prayed for a clear sign of what I was supposed to do. About 15 minutes later, a friend of mine drove up, and when he got out of his car, and he said, "Oh, you're the reason I'm here." He was studying to be an osteopath, kind of natural doctor. And he told me his professor for his last class had let everybody out early, which had never happened before. He just knew that he was supposed to come to the health food store. So in the middle of the week, he did this, which he never normally did. When I told him what I was going through, a light bulb went on over his head. He went to the store and grabbed a book about health problems that could cause exactly what my test results showed. He called the doctor who had written the book and found out what medication I needed. After 3 years, I began trying, and only 4 months after starting the medication, I got pregnant. It takes the average couple about 6 months, and it was a girl. And hell yeah, we gave her the name that we were supposed to give her. Congratulations. Military sightings. Was wondering how many other people have seen strange, unexplained things while in the military. What I saw isn't that crazy on its own, but it was something else that, I was an infantryman. I was in Iraq in 2009. I was assigned to guard duty for a fire base. Pretty boring assignment, even as even smaller places like ours rarely to never got messed with by that point. I was doing my job scanning the area with my NOS. It's like night vision. That's when I saw an aerial contact. It looked to be within a click. That isn't unusual in itself, but it's instantly standing out because it wasn't moving, so helicopter? I could only see it on the NOD, but didn't look right to be a helicopter. I got on my tail's radio, asked if there were supposed to be any units working near us. Back the FOB was just as confused as I was. I was in the middle of giving a formal contact report when it went from stationary to faster than anything I've seen flying. Changed course mid-flight at a sharp angle. No way a helicopter would pull that off. I don't care if you put rocket engines on it, it's impossible. There was a strange buzzing noise when it rocketed off and got closer, but honestly I only caught it for a split second and my ears could have been playing tricks on me. The morning, an officer I'd never really seen before got sent all the way out to US from S2, or from us to S2. He didn't say much, but basically asked me to repeat my contact report and specify exactly where I saw it. Collected sworn statements from myself and several others. Almost treated it like a shooting investigation, but just as fast as he showed up, he left and I never saw him again. I asked a friend at HQ about him. Mama came to say hi. Some background. I have very severe arachnophobia, and I saw a spider wolf in my room naturally, so I didn't sleep, at least for a month in there. And instead I slept in the living room. One day in about late July this year, I was having trouble sleeping, so I was on my phone in the living room about to go to sleep. It was around midnight. I heard a sound that sounded like somebody had ran into the bookshelf behind me. I turned to see a short outline of a glowing person. Me, being a scaredy cat, decided to hide underneath my blanket, was repeatedly yelling, "Go away, go away, go away." whisper, really. The next day I told my grandma, who I live with. I told her about what I saw the night prior. My grandma's Christian, but still believes in spirits, so I didn't know exactly if she would believe me, but asked me a few more questions. Didn't really seem that interested. Went to go sit down in the living room after the conversation, and then she comes running in and asks me. She said, asked me what I saw that last night. I told her again, yeah. But a little bit before midnight. To which she starts crying, telling me yesterday was 7 years to the day. My mama, her mom, had died. I started crying as well. I've always felt the presence of spirits in my house since I was 3. I remember one day a spirit just trapping me in my room. I can tell that story if anybody wants. I was little and don't remember a lot of details. I've also always had severe deja vu with some sleep paralysis, as well as a little bit of lucid dreaming. But I cut off my lucid dreaming as soon as it happens. It's a pretty big fear of mine. For about a month after that, I would see her around the house every once in a while, but I haven't seen her in a really long time. I do often still feel eyes on me, but if I ignore them for long enough or say go away, they normally do. I think my son is seeing the man that died in our property. My son tells me creepy stories all the time. He'll tell me that he met a boy playing at our house built in the early 1800s. He met him alone with a name I've never heard of. Fell in with the pigs. We don't have pigs, but the farm did at some point. Got really hurt, but then he was fine and now he sees him around the property. He also sees a girl that was playing outside and had laid down, but she didn't fall. It was really, really cold, but she couldn't get up, and when she went to sleep and died, and her parents cried a lot, but then she came back, but still cried because they couldn't see her. Okay, fine, but this is where it got me. When we moved in, he said that there's a man in the driveway. I don't see anyone. He says he's right there. He's done this before at the last place, but this time he asked me to close the curtains, and he's not nice. Today I asked him if he remembered he said, yeah, I don't like him, he's not nice. I asked him why he wasn't nice, and he said that he said not nice things. I asked him to tell me more. He said, it's not safe for mamas and daddas to drive anymore. That's what he thought saying right there on the property of his car. I didn't like that. Craziest part is that land beside ours. The young man crashed his car into a metal arc. It used to be cemented at the road, flipped and landed on their land. The bent arc just sort of remains on our property because it's too big and heavy to move. But it sounds low in the arc isn't all that's here with us. We never watch scary movie stuff because I don't like it. I've had dreams of people who passed from trying to speak to me. That was since I was a kid, and try to suppress it so I don't have to encourage it. I saw a ghost with my best friend. So, a couple weeks ago I was sleeping with my best friend at my sister's boyfriend's house. It's about 11 p.m. My sister and her boyfriend went upstairs to go to sleep. Me and my best friend were laying in the room upstairs because we were sleeping here, and we turned the lights and just tried to sleep. Suddenly we felt really cold. We even laugh about it. It started to get cold, and maybe that the ghosts are here. She fell asleep. I was trying to sleep, but I couldn't stop looking at the cabinet door. It started to feel like something's going to happen. Couldn't stop myself to this point, so I needed to change my position. I just couldn't possibly look there, so I fell asleep. About 3 a.m. I woke up all in a sweat and I was feeling really hot. Normally I would stand up and drink something and looked up at my phone, but I don't know why I was so scared to open my eyes that I didn't do anything and go back to sleep. Suddenly my friend woke me up. She was in shock and couldn't even scream, saying a couple words to me that I didn't understand. But I knew that she was seeing something. She told me that when she woke up, she thought that my sister or boyfriend standing next to those cabinets' doors. She sits up, looks closer, and, well, she knew that it wasn't either my sister or her boyfriend. It was a man that was stood leaning over the bed looking at us. He had white eyes and ear-length hair. He didn't disappear for like 2 to 3 minutes until I woke up. I knew that if I would look at him, I'm going to freak out. So I'm only trying to calm her and look at my phone, and it was 3:36 a.m. So we were freaked out. I don't know what it was. She never had any paranormal situations, and I'm just wanting to add that no one was changing the temperature or anything like that. First time that we were sleeping in this house, so our brain was half asleep because we didn't know this place, you know what I mean? Tell me what you think. I know what you mean about that, but not quite grasping the story. I think my sister invited something into my house. I, a 16-year-old male, live at home with my mom, her boyfriend, and my sister, 17-year-old female. My sister's a bit weird. She messes around with witchcraft and tarot cards and crystals. I'm a Christian who views witchcraft as demonic and something which should simply be left alone. My sister's the polar opposite. Since she started messing around with black magic and things she doesn't understand, strange things have started happening in my house. My mom has been experiencing whispers in the night. I don't know what time these experiences happened, but she heard whispers which made her shoot up in bed, and I've also experienced the same. She never told me her experiences until I told her mine. I was struggling to get to sleep near midnight and I felt uneasy. I was trying to sleep and I became paranoid. I locked my door and sat on the edge of my bed when suddenly something whispered directly behind me. Its breath was cold. It made every hair in my body stand on end. Back of my neck and shoulders shivered where its breath went. It made me shoot up in shock. It was a whisper that lasted a couple seconds at the most. Couldn't understand what it said, but it sounded female. My mom said she thought the whispers were my sister until she woke up. It was a female whisper. My dog's also been acting strange, suddenly staring into dark corners of my house, not budging. Something which he'd never done before. A couple of nights ago, he began growling at the corner of the living room. My dog never growls or barks. These events are very recent and have begun occurring since my sister started messing around with witchcraft. The uneasy feelings and cold whispers shared by me and my mom can't be a coincidence. My dog's suddenly questionable behavior must mean something is in my house. I don't yet know if it's malevolent or not. I'll keep updates on any other events. Biggest nope in my life. Okay, so this has got to be the biggest fuck this experience of my life. Just imagine what it would have been like. Also, I want to clarify, I don't believe in ghosts, God, or literally anything paranormal. But what happened to me a few days ago has got to be the scariest moment of my life. So I went to bed at about maybe 8:30 on Monday morning. I was quite tired from a long day, and I woke up in the pitch dark with a really bad dry mouth. So I check my phone, and it's around 3:20 in the morning, and go downstairs to get some water. I get a drink, do the toilet, and when I get to my door, I notice it's closed. I would have definitely heard it if it had closed, as it drags along my carpet, which also makes it require some amount of force to open it, which is maybe a draft, but I'd never be able to budge. Yet both of my windows and the 2 town bedrooms right next to mine, all other doors closed. But I would hear the slightest movement that somebody made, never mind them getting up, walking scores the room, open their door and close mine just to close their door again to go back to their bed. I couldn't really be fucked though, so I just ignored it. But as I pushed on the door, it doesn't budge. I mean, like it literally couldn't be moved at all. Even though it sits against the carpet, when it's closed, it can still jiggle when the closing mechanism is in the doorframe and there's no carpet underneath it. So, something was on the inside. My soul literally left my body that exact moment. Never had I ever felt so destroyed that I had to go through something like this. I couldn't sleep downstairs because my phone is in my room and my alarm starts going off, so I started questioning to wake up my parents, so I poked my head and they're both asleep, so I try the door again, and this time it opens fine. Never has it been so hard to sleep in a room, but nothing like that has happened since. God bless you, sir. See ya. Is there something or someone in the bathroom? Or am I imagining it? At my work in one of my women's bathrooms, there's a large mirror on the wall at the end of the row of stalls. There's no other exits down that way. It's just an area with stalls on both walls, no other doors or closets. The first time I saw her, I was wearing a tan shirt. Thought it was a brief reflection of me. However, I'm convinced that it's not me. I will frequently, and only when I'm alone, see a woman in white, shown briefly like she's passing in front of the mirror. She has dark hair, sometimes she's closer, sometimes she's farther away, it's only a glimpse. Can't tell her age or anything else. Today all the stall doors were closed, at least not hanging to the aisle. I absolutely saw her. It wasn't a reflection off the doors or of me wearing because I'm all black today. The building is very old, built in Baltimore Inner Harbor in 1910 or so. It's obviously been remodeled several times. It should be noted that there's another bathroom on another floor that's set up exactly the same. Same colors, same tiling. They're basically twins. I've never seen her in the other bathroom. Is this something that happens to people, or am I just imagining things? I've never really believed in daily paranormal experiences, but I've had a few strange things happen before. This is just constant. I'm leaning towards maybe I'm losing my mind, but it doesn't happen anywhere else. Also, can't post a picture without identifying me or my employer, but it's just a normal bathroom with tile floors. There's muted colors on the wall and hideous darkish greenish stall doors. No bright lights in the stall section. Also, I did try to research deaths in the building, but most of the results I got were from when the building was factory, just some fire in the 1920s or 30s. Stepdad hanging around. Recently, my ex-stepdad passed away. Still very much a part of our lives and family regardless of title. The day after we found him, while Miss Check, after being unable to get a hold of him for holiday plans, we had plans to meet him with the funeral home to make arrangements for him. While getting ready, I was in my bedroom. I caught the lingering smell of him. Not just his cologne, if that makes any sense. I could identify it pretty much immediately and quickly walked out of my room. Having second thoughts, I went back into the room and I could no longer smell it. This has happened a few times in odd places, usually while I'm executing tasks related to putting him to rest or taking care of his last wishes. Another strange occurrence I experienced was at his apartment. I had just arrived and I'd gone into his bedroom closet to pick out an old shirt to wear while I cleaned. While in the closet, I heard a sudden rhythmic tapping. I poked my head out of the closet and saw his bedroom door slightly swinging back and forth enough to tap the wall behind it. This was in a fashion that was consistent with it being manipulated. Pretty consistent and unchanging in speed or force. I had to reach out to grab the door to stop it, and I've been in his apartment several times since he passed away. This was the first time I was there alone, and the only time I've witnessed that door move in that manner. I tried to replicate it by walking quickly past it, lately bumping it when walking past. Turned on the heat and fan to see if blowing would cause the door to move. All of this was without success. I want to believe that this is him letting me know that he's around, but remaining skeptical. My mom and I both made a habit of talking to him now while we clean or we're in the apartment cracking jokes at him like we would work in real life. Specifically, we made a note of asking him to help us to find things, such as the key to his gun safe so he can make his firearms, well, to his nephew per his will. Possible shadow people encounter. So I'd worked in my current job for a couple of years, minus one, where I was on maternity leave and always noticed this dark figure, almost like a 3D shadow that seems like it's peeking its head out in the corner of the window in the upstairs office. The part of the office that has a view down to the floor in the shop, mainly seeing the tills and stock area behind it. It seemed any time I noticed the figure in my peripheral vision and I'll go to look directly where I've seen it, it's gone. For a while when I'd seen it, it was just out of my peripheral vision, then vanished when directly looking at it. But in recent times, I've noticed it standing at the top of the stairs in the doorway, and other times I heard a whisper in my ear sounding like, "Hey." That was while I was alone next to the tills. They're at the bottom of the stairs. This happened after I returned to work from mat leave. We had a new manager who had moved over to the branch while I was away on maternity leave, and he said that he'd been seeing something similar while opening up the shop alone in the mornings, or even while downstairs. He'd be glancing and he'd see a figure in the window that would go when he looked at it. Note that I wasn't here when he started, and we hadn't had any communication prior. We're both not sure what it is. I don't recall how it came up in conversation. All I know is that we both have seen it. No other colleague says that they noticed it or have seen it. My manager's most recent experience with it is when he was on a ladder and turning around he saw the figure in the window. But instead of it just disappearing, it looked like it moved out of the way as if it were dodging its gaze. The estate our store's on used to be an old cattle market. That was up until about the late 90s. But there's nothing we could find online to see if there was an incident that happened here. But any insight to what this may be or how we really got here, that's really all we're curious to know. Strange woman appeared next to us. I'm a 24-year-old female now. This event happened in high school, maybe 10th grade, so I was around 15 at the time. I still remember what happened vividly. My friends and I went to a party of one of our classmates in a not-so-good neighborhood. This is kind of relevant because it could explain what we saw. This takes place in a ruralish part of Pennsylvania. This area is known as very low income and pretty drug-infested. Immediately when we pulled into the neighborhood, we all felt that the vibe was off. Now, this area isn't necessarily unsafe, just rural, dark, and unsettling. So anyways, we attended this party. I feel the need to state that we were drinking, but not one was necessarily intoxicated, maybe a little tipsy. We decided after a little while to leave and packed into a friend's car. I remember how freaked out we were just driving through the neighborhood to leave, but no one could necessarily explain why. We thought we were just freaked out by the dark. We pulled up to a stop sign and suddenly out of literally nowhere, a woman seemingly materialized out of nowhere on the sidewalk to the right, just kind of walking her dog. Now this is about 2 a.m. We look over to see if she's going across the street in front of us since she was facing us as she was about to be doing so, and her face was expressionless. Then suddenly she lifts her right foot about 90 degrees into the air as if to take a large step off the sidewalk towards her car. Opens her mouth and fully unhinged her jaw. Before she could even take the step toward the car, my friend floored the gas. We didn't even turn around to see if she was still there. We all slept on the basement couch together that night because we were terrified. Either she was on hard drugs or we saw something supernatural. Either option is equally as creepy. Agreed. I don't know how to explain this. Can anyone? Ghost story? I don't know. But in March of 2003, my first wife Karen had passed away at the age of 35. This was due to complications with breast cancer. On her deathbed, she said to me, "You need to take care of my parents." She was an only child. She had always told me that her father was an evil tyrant. The day she passed, I discovered how evil he really was. But that's another story. For almost 20 years, I did everything I could for her parents. No matter where I was or what I was doing, I always made time for them. Whether just having dinner or doing work around their house, I was there. December of 2022, my mother-in-law passed. She was quite ill and had been in and out of the hospital for a few months. About 3 weeks ago, mid-morning, I was startled awake by a dream I just had. I work second shift, so it's not unusual for me to be sleeping till 8 or 9 a.m., and like I said, I was startled awake. In the dream, my phone was ringing. When I picked up, the wallpaper on the screen was a blue sky with puffy white clouds. The caller ID was all zeros. 00000000000. I answered the call, questioning hello. On the other end was my mother-in-law, clear as a bell, and said to me, "I'm here, I made it." It was in a very, same dream. Karen appeared for what seemed like just a few seconds, just smiling at me. She was young and healthy, and she was beautiful, and then she was gone. Just as quickly she appeared, she disappeared. It's not the first time that she'd come to me. There had been a couple of times I was in turmoil about things and seeking her reassuring me that I was going to make it. I could only surmise that my mom was letting me know that she got to the other side, and Karen appearing, I'm not sure. Maybe it just let me know that we were both okay. My parents called me to come downstairs. It was 1:00 a.m. I was sleeping, of course, as a young lad should be doing midweek. My parents called me to come downstairs, and I saw not in the moment what was going on. I asked my father why they called me to come downstairs quickly, and he said that, "You'll see." So they were smoking, and minutes go by, and I thought that they were joking or something. So I watched the TV with them, and suddenly my mom said, "Look." She was pointing at the circle of smoke that was hovering midair. When I was looking at the smoke, it became very, very thick. It was clear like some steam and had a very nice circle. It wasn't off, it was about 360 degrees, fine looking. Some seconds go by and it hovered above my dad. It was hovering above his head. He was looking like a saint from pictures. You know that holy circle. I was mind-struck or blown or whatever. I was completely shocked. Then the next thing happened. He blew a second layer of smoke from that cigarette, and the smoke became thick again. It was figuring like a circle, and again this time it hovered towards my mom and hovered above the head of her. The circle by my dad was still there. I was asking what was happening, and they smiled and said they didn't know. So I stayed up all night long and nothing happened after. The next morning I stood up and asked my parents if they remembered the same thing. They told me exactly what happened, and they were mind blown also. And I gotta say, it's the first time I've seen cigarette spelled S-I-G-A-R-E-T. But very well worded nonetheless. Cigarette. I was visited in a dream twice. It felt very, very, very real. Not like a dream, but like sitting and talking with a friend. The first visit was someone that went to the same school as me. Felt it like I had a double. Well, screwed that up. It was as real as it felt. I still had my doubts due to the lack of relationship I had with this person. They asked me to do something, so I did. We sat and talked for a bit, which wasn't like me. I have pretty crippling social anxiety. Can't openly talk like that. It was nice to experience an anxiety-free conversation, if anything. The second was so special to me as it was my brother. He wouldn't have been my older brother, but middle child, you could say. That's if I was even born. Mom wanted 2 kids, and he would have been number 2. My mother miscarried, but I always loved my brother even without meeting him. When he came to me in my dream, he looked nearly identical to my dad, but I could also see him like myself, and maybe my mom and my sister. Strong family resemblance. He appeared the age he would be if he was born with like a hipster beard and all. I knew who it was immediately. He asked how Mom was doing and how's Dad. Not my mom, but just Mom. We talked and remembered being so happy that he was finally here with me, even if it was only for a little bit. I'm the only one in my family that believes in paranormal things. I didn't want to tell my mom, but I was just so happy for so many different reasons, even if she thought I was a brat or even shit crazy. It seems to make her happy. Never met anybody that's also been visited in a dream, though. I've heard people talk about their experiences with it on TV. It feels weird. It is weird. So this will sound surprisingly weird. I'll also probably leave out a lot of information, as what I'm going to tell you isn't the first weird shit that happened to me. I don't really know where to start, so feel free to ask. So I'm still not really sure how much I do believe that ghosts are real, even though some things happened before. However, recently I started to have this weird dream, or even dreams. It's hard to explain this feeling, but it's not a normal dream. It doesn't feel like a lucid dream. That's pretty ordinary to me, or sleep paralysis, and I am healthy. There's nothing physical or mentally wrong with me. This summer I was staying with my friends at a holiday apartment. Immediately, some rooms felt just wrong. Something made me stare into a few corners and places, but I didn't really care. Before we went to sleep, the light started flickering. The switch was making sounds. But we were all like, okay. The night I also woke up and saw a smoky black figure standing next to me, trying to touch me. Well, but it almost reached me. Now it gets pretty crazy. My body starts to pulse with energy. Started to get really hot and everything was tingling. Then it was released in waves. The figure went away. The morning and also the following days, I felt full of energy. Slept like a baby. Can't say that about my friends, though. Now, I'll get fast with the next instant. The same but different figure happened at my home. But now the waves were much stronger and more controlled. I felt the same. At both times, my watch showed weird activity in terms of heart rate and sleep. I'm not sure how to feel about this. It feels way too crazy for me, but on the other hand, it felt too real. Any ideas? Be woken up from your sleep, but no one is there. So this happened a few years ago. The first encounter. People playing music next door. I took a nap that day. I woke up late, and that's all I can remember. Opening my eyes and looking at my 2 cousins and cousin-in-law. Cousin-in-law is a DJ. What I'd seen was my in-law and the DJ set while my 2 cousins were dancing. This was all happening in my room until I woke up. No one was there, of course. The neighbor's music was playing in the dream as well, and after waking up. The second encounter was a bit more paranormal from what I think I had this idea. So we're after the family reunion. The next day, since people came out from the town and stayed, they'd have breakfast where I stay. I'd been working in the backyard, and I had the idea. Wasn't expecting it to be here, but they ended up making plans. On coming over to the house on the last day, it was a 2-day kind of thing. Saturday, sun, and Sunday, I was a bit hungover. Surprised I woke up a bit early and from kind of blacking out from the drinking last night. All I can remember is a relative that I lived with was woken up by the sounds of my door opening. My relative, say, gets up, and I feel myself falling back asleep. Same thing, door opens and I can see my relative looking through the cracked open door. I hear it 3 or 4 times, and all I hear is, like being annoyed because I didn't get up. When I finally snapped out of it and got up, I had a strong feeling that I was dreaming. I asked my relative, "Hey, did you open that door and wake me up?" Well, she told me she didn't, and she wouldn't lie like that. That's when I thought it was her mom who passed away. But just thought since I planned the party, maybe her mom was telling me to get up and start setting something up. No one was going to help me. It was early morning when all this happened. Transcommunication in a foreigner's language. So 2 days ago, we were attending a witch's night meeting. It's just an awful lot of New Age shops selling sandalwood sticks that reeked of cat's urine. Some people doing a speech I've heard 1,000 times. When we met with a girl my age who just worked as waitress in the place that we used to hang out. So long story short, we started talking about Connect equipment and such. Ended up heading to an old ruinous cortijo. A hacienda typical in southern Spain. There were 7 of us. This woman and her Portuguese partner, a family of 3 who claimed to be able to communicate with the other side, my wife who's sensible as well as me. We tried with spirit boxes and spirit radio, also with proximity sensors and some extra stuff. Started beeping and flashing and generally going apeshit 5 minutes after we arrived. We got some amazing recordings full of weird noises. As the night got more and more intense, we decided to try with the Ouija. The object flew over the board, and the girls even had to be careful not to lose the rhythm. We men stood aside, looked quite shocked, and suddenly the board started communicating in Portuguese. Said it was an old friend who died by accident, wanted to warn his brother about his life being in grave danger. It provided lots of information unknown to us, and the girl of the couple looked away from the board as she realized what it was all about. That way she wouldn't, interfere without realizing. All the conversation happened in Portuguese, both answers and questions. I could understand most of it with some difficulties, but I knew for sure 2 out of 3 users of the board didn't speak the language, and the third wasn't looking, so I doubt any trickery happened. It was nuts. Has someone like this ever had something like this happen to you? My grandfather's paranormal experience that he swears by. When my grandfather was young, he helped his father with his line of work. He often worked in the woods, whether it be helping cut down trees or gather wood. This particular day, they went to this secluded town. When they got there, my grandfather wanted to go explore the woods while his father worked. He was warned to not wander off to the deep, to the woods, because they're known to be pretty dangerous. However, that's what he did. He ended up getting really lost because he wandered off basically just too far in. He stumbled upon a body of water. Now this is where it gets weird. This is when he told me what occurred, and I could see the absolute fear in his eyes. He told me a creature, one that was tall and dark, walked out of the swamp. It resembled a woman and had very long hair covering much of her distorted face. She also had a very dark complexion. It walked out of the swamp and gripped his neck and started to choke him. Then it started to drag him into the water and drown him. He was freaked out and begged it to let him go. Eventually it did. By the time it let him go, he was hysterical, crying and screaming. It was also nearing dark, and somehow his father found him. I was confused why his son was wet. When they went back to town, he explained to the people who were working with his father what occurred. They said that they know of that creature. A lot of people ended up wandering far into those woods and dying. They died because that thing drowns them. My grandfather was very lucky he was spared. Now I know this story might be difficult to believe, but that's fine. I believe it because the look in my grandfather's eyes could see that fear. He's a very honest man, never lying. This all occurred in Morocco back in the 60s, in the north of the country. I used to live in a lightly haunted house with a ghost that we called Mary. The property had a history of fires and rebuilding. It was small, but was eventually expanded during one of the rebuilds. It had burnt down and had been rebuilt about 15 years before we moved in. Supposedly, the parts that were mostly affected by the fires were the newer parts. There were also rumors of one of the previous owners dying in the house, and perhaps the surrounding area nearby Royal Air Force Base being haunted. Most can be explained away. All our coffee cups crashing to the ground inexplicably. Noises coming from the attic. The unexplainable stench of lavender and stale cigarette smoke in the middle of the night. Dogs barking at nothing. A water pipe randomly disconnecting in a closet in the bathroom and releasing a torrent of water. This caused a lot of damage in the rebuilt area. Footsteps up and down the stairs at night, but 2 instances I still cannot explain. My partner and I were sitting on the daybed. There was a large entertainment center on the other side of the room. There's an alcove in the center that I would always put my hair tie. We sat parallel to the entertainment center, facing each other. Then my hair tie shoots across the room from the alcove and hits the wall between us. I was about to go out for a night and just speaking to my mom in the hallway. My mom was talking to me, but then her gaze shifted behind me. She told me to hold on and greeted someone in the kitchen. Thought somebody was peeking through the kitchen window, but she described seeing an old woman with white hair standing in the kitchen behind me. I heard somebody whisper, "Hi," behind me. Just shut the kitchen door and left. We started greeting Mary anytime something weird happened, or the lavender smell came back. Kind of miss her. Sweet old grandma. When I was 13, we moved to another country for my dad's work. Came back 2 years later in August. Went to her summer house to meet with family and friends. I had a childhood friend from birth and missed her a lot, so my sister and I went to her house to see her. She had the most stereotypical grandma, a sweet old lady with her white hair in a bun, wearing an apron at all times and constantly giving us juices and cookies when we played outside. She was basically the neighborhood's Nana. So we knock on the door and Grandma answers with a huge smile and says, "Welcome back, girls. So lovely to see you. How are your parents?" So we chat for a while and she tells us my friend has already left for the city as schools are about to open. She'll be leaving soon too. We thanked her, asked her to say hi to our friend, and left. Came home and told Mom that Nana says hi. Come next year's summer vacation. We're back at the summer house and so is our friend. We meet, hug, and start to catch up. No cell phones or email back in the day. I told her that we saw her grandma last year and asked if she came with them. My friend looked at me with a questioning look and asked, "Which grandma?" I said, Nana. She said that can't be possible because Nana died the year that we left the country. Nana had already been dead for 2 years when we saw her. My sister told her we both saw. Talked to her too. And there it dawned on all of us that we may have seen Nana's ghost. I ran home to ask Mom if she remembers me telling her that we saw Nana last year, and she said, "Yeah, she's still here." I yelled, "Nana has been dead for 3 years." To this day, I still don't know if our minds played a trick on us or we actually saw and talked to Nana's ghost. Rest easy, Nana. You were a wonderful woman. Is my room at my parents' house haunted? So my parents' house is really old. I believe my great-grandparents built it. At least I know for sure that they lived in this house. My room used to be the kitchen, and my closet be used for storage, but later as a little room for desk work too. When we were little, my sister and I shared a room, and we were a bit afraid of that small room which used to be used for storage. One morning when I was around 4 or 5, my sister had already left for school. I heard a voice out of that room calling my name. I was afraid, but I didn't want to be afraid. So I told myself it was just a dream. Never heard that voice again, but when I got older, I often found things in places I didn't put them. Maybe slightly in a different position. Thought it was my sister, but she said that she never touched it. My sister moved out of her room, it got worse. Things fell down from shelves without any explainable reason. Most of the time, it was always the same thing from the same shelf. Then there's the living room thing. Our living room has a glass in its door, so you can look into the corridor which leads from my room to the kitchen and downstairs. My mom and I often saw a shadowy thing kind of coming out of my room. I'm gonna move out in about a year, and I haven't noticed anything unusual ever since I've talked to my mom and boyfriend about what's happened. The only thing is that I feel watched every often in my room, rather very often. Especially from the room which was used for storage, but it's now my closet. Also, when I walk through the corridor, I often feel watched from downstairs. I've had sleep paralysis a few times and wondered if it could be caused by paranormal activities as well. Am I just being paranoid, or could my great-grandmother still be looking over her family? Thought about her wanting to say goodbye since my room was her kitchen, but I never knew her. I haven't ever seen a picture of her, so I wouldn't really see a reason for that. What was it? While I wait for my husband to give me the details about the story he personally wanted me to share, I figure I'll tell you all about one of my own experiences that I just remembered. I used to have a couple of friends that would all hang out at one friend's house. I'll name them Ashley and Josh for this story. Ashley and I would go hang out at Josh's every day, usually smoke and play pool in the garage. One night we were there pretty late. Josh had ran inside to grab a drink or something. Ashley and I noticed he was taking a while and went to check on him. When we walk in the living room, make our way around the staircase and go upstairs. We followed him, but he was already at the top of the steps by the time we started up them. He didn't answer us when we asked where he was doing and what he was doing in his room. There was nobody in there. We were confused and kind of creeped out. We both saw him with our own eyes. So we decided to just go back to the garage and wait. He's already sitting there waiting for us by the time we come back outside. Ashley asked why he ignored us when we were following him upstairs, and he looked at us like we were crazy for a minute. He said that he never went upstairs. After he said that, fear hit me when I realized something weird was going on. But we chose to act like nothing happened and went on with our night. The house and property were already pretty creepy. Used to make Josh walk me to the end of his driveway every time I stayed past dark. If I'd walk it alone, I felt like some kind of dark or heavy energy was right behind me, almost pushing me till I got to the road. I don't know the history of that place, but I was always scared of it, and we never figured out what exactly happened that night. I eventually went my own way and stopped hanging out there shortly before I met my husband. I still talk to Ashley to this day, but haven't heard from Josh since I stopped going over there. But I heard he was doing pretty good in life. Now that I know everything I know, it's probably one place I'll never go back. Ask Reddit. In an old house I rented years ago, none of us felt comfortable there. I literally didn't unpack most of my stuff and slept in my bedroom only a handful of times. I would wait until we were busting to go to the bathroom at the back of the house, and we'd all bundle together downstairs in the lounge room where we had guests. It was an old double-story terrace. The kitchen was attached to the lounge room, and one night, my boyfriend and I were making fun of someone who completely took it the wrong way. We're cracking our asses off, and the next day we both brought it up in the car and felt weird about it, because it was taken too far and not really like us. We were watching a movie one night, and the heavy door attached to the front door that led to the front door started opening and closing slowly over and over again. We watched it do this for way too long, then went to try and see if, really what was causing it, because there was no wind or anything that would cause this old heavy door to move, let alone open and close like it was doing. After we moved out, every one of my friends brought up how creepy that place was, but no one spoke about it until I moved. They would always bring it up before me and be all like, "What the fuck, that place was creepy." Then we would feverishly talk about it, but despite living there for a whole 6 months, moved as soon as the lease was up. And working with some of these people and having heaps of opportunities outside the house to talk about it, no one did until we moved. Also, there was a girl found dead in the Volkswagen in the parking lot to the parking lot in the front of the house. Her parents owned a bakery and were being extorted, but it went bad, and she was murdered and stuffed in the boot. Stuffed in the boot? I'm not British, but does that mean the trunk? I don't think it had anything to do with what was going on in that house, though. That was something else. Just felt wrong all the time. My once quiet apartment is now unlivable with the sounds and unbelievable weird vibes. So I think I might need help. I've lived in my apartment for about 4 months now. For the first 2 months, nothing unusual. Then I got a new roommate that for the most part is perfectly fine. She decorated the shit out of the place. Besides that, she's okay. So out of nowhere, a couple of months ago, I started noticing sounds, footsteps. Sometimes I would hear a voice that sounded like my boyfriend, or he would hear me call him when I definitely didn't, or lights turning off and on their own. Now the activity is centralized around my closet. Like I'll be sitting on my bed in the apartment alone, and all of a sudden it sounds like someone's in the closet and just pounding on the door. It's so loud and scares the shit out of me. Like right now, I'm not even in my room because it terrified me. Anyways, the other day my boyfriend was here and he downloaded an SL camera, calibrated it, and then looked at the closet and saw a smaller human shape sitting on the floor by the closet. Right at the time I yelled at him to stop, he saw the shape lifted up its arm and pounded on the closet door right at the same time I heard the noise from across the room. We both ran out of there because obviously I'm scared. So is he at this point. And other things I've noticed is like my depression seems to get worse whenever the noise seems to happen a lot. Honestly, I don't know what this could be from a practical standpoint. I don't know if sage would help or if ignoring it would be better. I know it's really getting to me. I don't know why it's mainly in my room or around me for the most part, and like I said before I started living with this new girl or dating him for that matter, there's nothing going on here. No activity whatsoever now. It's crazy. Please help me. What can I do to get rid of it? Possible extraterrestrial in front yard. When I was about 6, my room was getting painted, so I had to sleep on the couch on the first floor. About 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, I heard something that sounded like metal rubbing against each other. Thought it was the loud neighbors being loud again, but I was 6 and I didn't know. So I get up and go to the front and look out the window. The noise stopped. Looked around for a minute until I noticed something on the driveway. I would have thought it was a person, but my 6-year-old self put 2 and 2 together to see that it wasn't human. It was too dark to get a good look at it. It's moving back and forth until it looked at me. I jumped back, closed the blinds just because I got scared. I look back out and it's gone. Until I look left where it begins slowly approaching the house while looking at me. With it being closer, I can see that the eyes were a fluorescent teal. Looked to have a deformed body. I remain eye contact. Bite my arm. 'Cause if you feel pain, it's real. I bite it and I definitely feel it because it starts bleeding. So I close the blinds, run back to the couch because I was sick and definitely terrified. I started hearing the metal grinding noise again as I try to get back to sleep. After about 10 minutes it stops and I go back to sleep, and I just wish I got a flashlight to see what it was. But whatever it wasn't human. Its deformed eyes and human body and eyes, and the way it moved made that clear. Anybody have any ideas on what it was? I lived in a mildly dense neighborhood in Kentucky when it happened, and from what I know, no one else saw it. I just want to know what you guys think it was, because to this day I still research it, and I'm curious. Ominous light emanating from room with strange sleep talking. A few nights ago, my friend slept over at my house. I am notorious for taking in my sleep, or talking, particularly having night terrors and saying some concerning things in my sleep, despite not really ever having nightmares. All of my friends and family are aware of my sleep talking and yelling. It's just really never been concerning. Just something anybody sleeping at the same bed as me had to anticipate and ignore. However, a few nights ago when my friend slept over in the middle of the night, she was woken up by me repeatedly saying in my sleep, "But they have to see. Let them see and open their eyes." This wouldn't be so concerning if it weren't for the weird glow of light emanating from my side of the room that was casting a light all over the other side of the bedroom. She thought I might be awake and on my phone, but when she leaned over, I was fast asleep, no phone in sight. My bedroom windows are completely closed. The blinds are stuck down in the window so no light gets in. I'm a light sleeper and the sound of the blinds moving when my overhead fan is on overstimulates me, so I glue-tack them down. Regardless, it was like 3 a.m., so no sunlight. According to her, the light didn't look like it was coming from a window. It was emanating from my side of the room, despite no light possible being able to get in. It lasted for at least a minute. My phone was away, and the glow was too bright and covering the whole room to be from my tiny covered window. When she went straight back to sleep after, I have no recollection of the event as I don't remember any of my sleep talks. The event was really bizarre. I can't find a possible explanation for what happened. If anybody has some sort of reasonable explanation other than a spiritual being appearing in my room, it would calm my nerves. Dead relative paid a visit. My mother had this uncle she loved a lot. He was rather young at the time of his passing, suffered greatly. He had cancer. At one point, he honestly asked to just be allowed to die. This was because cancer treatments take an extensive toll on your body. Eventually, he reached stage 4. My mother was the only family member supporting him financially. He lived in Morocco. My mother immigrated to America at 19, and every paycheck she made, she'd send it over for him. One day, my mother had this dream. She was back in Morocco. She ventured through a long, dark alleyway. At the very end of it, she reached a small shop that was lit by some streetlight. The light illuminated a yellow color. She could vaguely see a reflection on the glass window of said store. My mother told me she recalled seeing her uncle right next to her, complete and utterly unrecognizable. His face became a charcoal black, a stark difference from his white skin and rosy cheeks. She told him, and I remember the exact words she told me. She said, "Uncle, your face, look at yourself." And when he looked at himself from the store's window, he responded, "What's the matter, dear? I look the same." as if he couldn't recognize the change in his appearance and health. His face looked like it was almost burnt. My mom woke up in shock that night with dread filling her. She then told me, and she swears by this, a dark mist filled her room up. She told me at that very moment she felt his presence strongly, and she knew that he had passed on. The following day, she got a phone call very early in the morning stating that he had died that very night, to which she said that she knew. We all asked her how she knew. She said that he paid her a visit. Trucking. I'm an OTR driver, seen a lot of weird things in the years, from gore crashes to random creeps jumping in front of my truck at 2 a.m. But I was driving once through the Four Corners in Utah, California, screwed that up. The Four Corners, which is Utah, Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico. I was passing an Indian reservation. I didn't have anybody around me, so I rolled my windows, turned up the radio, and started singing while driving. I was drinking a Monster Energy, and I hit a long stretch of clouds, sort of partially covered the moonlit night. I could see some stars, and then a moment, like 2 miles, my radio started static. Wasn't uncommon to lose service being in bad remote areas delivering goods, but I've been through the highway before. I don't normally get static. So I shut off the radio. Click. Silence. I drove for a mile. Clicks on. Static. I notice a car coming up behind me. I whip my trailer to see how close it moves to my trailer, and I speed up confused. I'm in the middle of nowhere, and it's keeping up with me. This light from the car lifted up above the road. It was getting brighter, and it was like at my catwalk, then just dimmed out, gone. My radio kicked back on with no static. I pulled over at a casino rest area truck stop, and I went in to get a coffee and a bag of Cheetos. Guess I had a look of confusion still on my face. The gentleman said, "Did you see the orb?" I said, "Orb?" He said, "Yes. You're the third trucker who's come in and grabbed a snack and a coffee. A woman took her life near here a few miles away." They point the way it just came from. She's popular here, harassing trucker drivers and just knocks on cabs, follows them, messes up radios, whatever. I've heard it from all the drivers. I was so dumbfounded. I've had lots of things, but this one was weird. Something haunting my grandma's house. When I was from about 11 until 16, I would stay at my grandma's house on weekends. The house was built in the late 1870s in the northwest of Wisconsin. I would rent a bunch of movies and watch them on the TV upstairs. We had a very creepy feeling most of the time in that upstairs area, and especially the front room with this weird little closet. There were times when my grandma would go out of town and I would stop by the house to bring in her mail. If I stopped after dark, the upstairs lights would be all on. Sorry, now on to the worst experience I had at that house. I would sleep on the couch in the living room, which were right next to the stairs. It was couch, wall, stairs. One night, maybe around midnight or so, I heard something walk across the floor from the far corner upstairs to the stairs. Then it came down the stairs. Those stairs were very squeaky. The noise stopped once wherever it got to the bottom of the stairs. I felt something staring at me, like leaning around the corner to look at me. I already had my head under the blanket, but when I first heard the footsteps upstairs, and after what felt like minutes, probably only seconds, something then went back up the stairs and back to the far corner, turned on the lamp and woke my grandma up. We went up there and nothing was up there. All the windows were locked. I slept on the floor next to my grandma last night. I've always wondered if I would have seen something staring at me if I looked. And when we sold her house after she went into the assisted living place, we had my aunt's friend come over and do a cleansing of the house. The house had been sold a couple of times since then. Maybe one day I'll stop and knock on the door and ask the people living there if they've ever felt something off about the room upstairs. I've been thinking about this experience for a few years, and hopefully I've tagged this correctly. I've never posted it here before, but I ran into something years ago as a kid. I've never quite figured out what it was. I wanted to see if maybe you guys had some ideas. When I was a kid, my dad was the groundskeeper to a cemetery in Nebraska. We lived in the house just outside it. I figured that might be relevant. This thing sticks to the Midwest area. I was about 9, if I remember right. I was going to bed and I was sleeping in the same bed as my dad as something spooked me earlier. Things sort of often did. Baby me was a bit of a bitch. But I remember the setup of the room to this day. Entertainment center with the TV next to the door, an old chair my mom had set the laundry on next to it, and the bed right in front. As I was sitting there waiting for my dad to come to bed, I realized that there was something in those sheets sitting on the chair. I leaned in close, and I still remember this creature vividly. It was pure white with an ETS head. Beady, sunken in red eyes, obviously, and I was freaked the fuck out. I called in my mom, asked for a story. My logic was, what if it pointed out and it just, well, maybe I didn't know. Maybe it would try to eat me or something. I waited to see if she would notice. She told me a story and never once noticing the damn thing that only sat there and stared. My dad came in to go to bed and he didn't notice either. The lights go out and this thing's eyes start fucking glowing. I hid under the covers till I finally passed out for the night. I woke up and it was gone. Never saw it again. I was so sure I wasn't hallucinating it and it was definitely real. You could try to draw it if you all want. Anybody have any idea what it could have been? Possible contact with my great-grandma. As I've mentioned in previous posts, I practice Wicca and specialize in divination. For those who don't know the pagan holiday Samhain, or Samhain, it's traditionally on October 31st and November 2nd. Some people only celebrate October 32nd through November 1st. As a closeted Wiccan, I spent the first bit of my night in a Halloween costume with a friend eating ungodly amounts of almond joys. Nice choice. But once all the lights were out, I could start my Samhain activities. Though I was unable to do things such as a dumb supper, which is a silent supper, I decided to try communicating with an ancestor. I had communicated with the ghost family in my house, and the haunted doll at my dad's house. I decided to try to speak with somebody closer to me. So I set up and cleansed the space and tried an automatic writing session, as I found that usually works best for me. I could tell when she was there, because there was just this warm feeling. A feeling my grandmother, who also stated that she felt her grandmother's presence after her death even as a child, had described to me many times. I got very emotional, and I'd been on and off crying since. She told me stories my grandmother had told me about her, but with details my grandmother never included. She called my grandmother quite the character, and told me that she was always there for me if I needed to talk. I was never able to meet her in life, but she was still so bright despite being spirit. Just the detail of the stories I had heard before got a whole new meaning. I ended the session earlier than I wanted. Couldn't stop crying. Though I'm probably going to try again before Samhain ends. Ghosts in the middle of my creative process. My first encounters when I was practicing for president in school, or rather, presentation. I was in the front of the car with my phone flipped up and the mirror edge camera open to the front. Not because I wanted to record myself, but I also wanted to practice my expressions beforehand. In the middle of this, I had to get something and left my phone. When I would come back, there was like an eye on my screen, as in a huge pupil. I found the guts to get from the mirror ledge. The eye was gone, but my camera is now facing backwards. My second encounter was in the middle of my feelings, and the song was just pouring out of me, so I recorded it. But I played it back to review it just a few seconds in, and there's a subtle change, like a change in atmosphere but caught in sound. A few seconds and more, and girl starts crying. It sounded close to the mic, not even a distant thing. Let people around me hear, and I deleted it. Then last week I was filming things for real, and we were just talking. I reviewed the recording just now, and the first thing I do is turn on auto captions so I can get through it quickly. While going through it, I just see a random "fuck you." I played with the volume, no volume, just a pause where I tried to recall what to say next and my lip not moving. Played it again at the volume this time, and it very clearly and audibly said, "fuck you." When I heard that, it made me think about my negative self-thoughts as well. Not sure if it's related, but sometimes these happen. Has anybody experienced anything like these? Some advice would be nice too. A being swam toward us. This happened when I was around 15 or 16 years old. My best friend and some of my classmates smoked some weed at like 10 or 11 at night. That was before my best friend and I just sort of split together from the rest of the guys to go get some lunch at the gas station. Right behind the gas station, there was a lake with some benches where we chilled with some joints and enjoyed our hamburgers. Then suddenly we saw this guy or being from the other side of the lake, like 500 meters away. They were pacing back and forth at the shore, kind of staring at us and eyeballing us. Like if we killed his mom or something, that kind of look. He was very erratically pacing back and forth and eyeballing us, and all of a sudden this guy dives into the lake and starts swimming towards us. Keep in mind, this is in Norway, and it was between November and December, and it was fucking cold outside. Like our fingers hurt from holding the cold joint cold. When this guy's swimming towards us, we see him doing the butterfly swim method, but this guy's swimming fucking fast. Like a medium fast-paced jogging speed. While we're seeing this, we're what-the-fucking each other, and like, what is this guy doing? And he keeps getting closer and closer, and we're starting to freak out, and he's around 100 meters away. Fucking ran for our lives. We ran like some lunatics away from this danger. After like 30 or 40 minutes of running, we split off to run home. This story has me thinking maybe we were high, but we saw the same thing. My friend and I talked about this today, and it's so eerie to talk about this with him. We have no idea what it was, and it looked like a person with the ability to swim so fast across 500 meters, about 0 or 3 Celsius. Pretty nuts. Disappearing man in the road. Had something weird happen when I left work today at around 4 a.m. There's one stretch of road I take home that's usually especially devoid of people at that time of night. It's a 4-lane road with a turning lane down the middle. All that's on this road, and it's like a small airport on the side and essentially a swamp on the other. I turn onto this road driving like normal, fully paying attention really, because sometimes deer like to jump out and around there, so. It's completely empty, no other cars in sight, totally straight road with no curves. And the best way I can describe it's like a man just materialized out of thin air walking in the center. They were in the turning lane about 10 feet ahead of me. There's no way on earth I would have seen him sooner with my absolutely bright headlights and absolutely nothing else around. I didn't get a great look at him since he showed up so suddenly, and by the time I even registered in my brain, I was already flying past him. All I could tell was that it looked like a middle-aged older black man with a red jacket on. Had maybe one of those wheeled suitcases or bags, and he was kind of dragging it behind him. I hit the brakes and was looking for him in my mirrors just because, well, he was very close to my car. I was scared I'd hit the guy or something. Didn't see anything or anyone at all behind me. As fast as he appeared, he was gone. I ended up pulling a U-turn because I wanted to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. And keep in mind, there's absolutely nowhere for this guy to have gone in 30 seconds it took me to slow down and turn around. On one side of the road, there's a fence around the airport runway. The other is an empty gravel lot and a ditch. There was no man anywhere. Anyway, either I lost my mind, as I first thought, or there's ghost hitchhikers. How did I hear that? A few days ago, I stayed with my boyfriend at his grandma's house. At around 11 or 12 at night, we decided to watch Annabelle. Since his grandma's house has a single bedroom, we were staying in the living room, watched the movie on his laptop. We connected a speaker and started watching. Halfway through the movie, we started falling asleep, so we decided to shut everything off and disconnect it so we could sleep. Next thing I know is I was being woken up by the sound of an organ and a speaker making an interference noise. Thought it was my imagination, so I tried to brush it off and go back to sleep. But every few minutes the same noises would go off. Tried waking my boyfriend up by shaking him, but he was too deep into sleep. After an hour or so of just me trying to just wake up and then go back to sleep, my boyfriend's mom comes out of the room and starts shutting all the windows and doors. She goes back in the room and shortly after comes out again and wakes up my boyfriend. While she's doing that, I hear the same organ and speaker that I referenced like last time, but I get confused at the lack of reaction. He gets up as Mom signals for him to go to the window. They stand there for a few minutes, and then he comes up to me and just asks what's going on, and he says that his mom was hearing really heavy chains being dragged outside. By this time, it was only 5 in the morning. I decided to ask them about the organ and the speaker noise, and they looked at me confused, told me that they didn't hear any of that. My boyfriend even showed me that the keyboard was disconnected and the speaker had run out of battery. I just stood there confused, trying to figure out why I was the only one that heard that. Stayed there a few more minutes and slowly started to fall asleep again. And right before I fell completely asleep, I heard a woman's voice saying, "Stop, don't do that." Human that sets off electric meters. Myself, I set off electricity detectors. Found this out when I had electricians working in my home, and their quote-unquote live wire scanners were reading live when I was around. The meters registered me as having voltage, low but nonetheless bizarre. So bizarre that they'd requested other meters to be used because their meters must be broke, since all the power was cut. They said humans don't have voltage, but after much stress, trial, and tribulations about it, they had me leave the area and their meters went back to showing all electricity as null. They tested me outside and again, all meters read voltage. They called the other electricians to ask if, well, it could be me. But eventually they joked I must be some mutant like an X-Men. After this incident, I was thinking, I've had problems with poor cell phone performance and batteries draining on all things. I've had lights turn dim or on stronger at random, but nothing consistent and never frequent enough to be weirded out. Only once something was significant. I screamed and yelled in the early morning hours because I stubbed my toe, and a nightlight light bulb burst in the room I was in, scared me to death. Coincidence? I don't know. I'm also trying to make sense of those things that all happened before the electricians were perplexed with my readings. I can't say I've explored what's going on, and I've been tested for voltage since, but I don't exactly repeat this stuff to folks. It makes me look crazy, and my unique trait does me no good. But it is interesting to wonder what it means. Be nice if it could be helpful in some way, couldn't it? Gran Canaria entity. On Friday, I just got back home from a holiday in Gran Canaria. Every morning I was getting up early to go for a jog, just as sunrise started. This meant although it was semi-light, I accept some tricks of the light could explain what I saw. Took the same route every day along the beach. There were other people around and about, some workers cleaning rubbish up, some dog walkers, other people out exercising. Anyway, just making the point that I wasn't alone. It wasn't pitch black. I just reached the top of some very steep steps when about 6 meters ahead of me I spotted what I thought was a tall person. Maybe with a black sheet covering their whole body. They just stood in the middle of the path. I'd describe it as a sort of looking like the ghost of Christmas Past from the Muppets Christmas Carol. I held back a bit because I did feel a bit startled by it. What made it so real was the fabric. As I said, we were on the beach and there was a wind and the fabric was moving when gusts of wind blew over me. My first thought was that it could be a religious dress. They were, after all, a number of people around and no one else liked that, though. After just standing there looking at it for a couple of minutes, I decided to go past it. As I got closer, the figure got shorter and shorter until I was a foot away. I then realized I was looking at an ornamental rock of some kind. It was just a dim light playing a trick with me, I thought. So I completed my jog, enjoyed the rest of my holiday. I'm home now, though, and having thought about it, the wind blowing the fabric sticks in my mind is something that doesn't make sense. How would that have happened if I was seeing this rock the whole time? I watched my grandfather pass. This past Sunday I sat with my grandfather and held his hand as he took his last breath. I didn't feel him leave or have a spiritual moment. My mom once told me a story about being there with one of her family friends who died in front of her after suffering from pancreatic cancer. She said she could almost see his spirit leave his body. I was sort of expecting something similar to happen with my papa. He had suffered from dementia for 8 or 10 years. He was put into a home in April of this year. About 2 months ago he fell and fractured his wrist and broke 3 ribs. Then he fell again in the home and just kind of cracked his hip just before Thanksgiving. He could no longer speak because he couldn't form the words anymore. He stopped eating on Thanksgiving. He was ready. We were all really lucky to have him go home before he passed. He lives about 6 hours from me, and my family was able to get there just hours before he took his last breath. A little after he passed, I went downstairs to grab something. The light below him was flickering. The whole next day, this electric candle next to where he had died was on all day long. These candles are sensitive to light and have a timer. They're supposed to go when it gets dark and it stays on for 8 hours. My grandma says she could still feel him there the next day. For context, she is very sensitive to these things. She has many experiences that are unexplained and usually around lights. So I guess I'm just not sure why I didn't feel him leave and why my mom had this moment with somebody, but she said the same thing this time and, well, she didn't have the same experience. Trade School Ghost Encounter. I graduated from Rankin Technical College last year with an associate's degree in precision machining. Basically, that just means that my job is to make things out of metal by cutting and drilling it. There was a machine shop on campus for students to learn how to operate machining equipment. The entire building was built in 1912. There was always a creepy vibe to the place, especially the machine shop. On a fairly hot day in June, I was in the shop. I was operating a milling machine. As far as I was aware, I was the only person in the shop. I noticed the air suddenly got cold. Couldn't have been the AC turning on because it's been broken for decades. Something wasn't right. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a figure walking towards me. When I turned to look at it, I was only able to make out its height and overall shape. For a split second, I saw an 8-foot-tall, pitch-black figure slowly walking towards me. It had no face, was extremely thin, had long, skinny legs. In an instant, the figure quickly faded away. It left chills down my spine, even to this day. Later that day, I found out that a faculty member died of a heart attack in the machine shop, roughly 20 years ago. I imagine his soul returned to the shop in an effort to finish the job that he needed to do. For an employee, that is above and beyond. Did I curse my family? The thought of this really freaks me out, so I never spoke about it. When I was 7, my parents were separated. Yet I loved them very much. I lived with my grandmother, who essentially raised me. The thought of my mom and dad becoming old scared me, so much so that I would have nightmares of them as elderly people. One day, 7-year-old me, my ridiculous childbearing, just prayed to God that they would never grow old. Fast forward to when I was 9. My father was murdered. When I was 10, my mother died of cancer. At this point, my grandmother retained full custody of me. I was totally fine with it because she was basically my mom at this point anyway. Came from a typically normal immigrant family. No crazy drug use or abuse of anything, really. Now that I'm older, getting more spiritual and wondering about the mysteries of life, I can't help but wonder if it was my fault for praying and wishing that they never got old. As a child, I recall hearing radio voices through the TV. Voices at random times at night and footsteps when no one was around. You know, typical paranormal activity stuff. My family's from the Caribbean, so they used to do some voodoo-ish things, more in particular my grandma and her sisters and friends. Since that loss during my childhood, nothing crazy's really happened. No voices through the TV, no voices at night. Been pretty normal. Been about 28 years. It's not your fault. Something is attacking me after I went on a tour of an abandoned schoolhouse. Last week I was very excited to go on a tour of an abandoned schoolhouse near my house. It was closed like 12 years and it was a very gloomy place. The tour promised a paranormal experience. It wasn't really like that. When I arrived there was like a Beetlejuice narrator that was guiding the whole thing. It was a very dirty and smelly place. I hoped for the worst. Then when it started, all of my illusion fell. The whole tour was a more theatrical insight into a kind of exorcism. Instead of feeling disappointed, I was actually very grateful. I had a lot of fun during the whole play. The next day I was cooking some lunch for the family. Decided to get some water from the fridge. The water was at room temperature because my brother didn't fill the water on time. When I let it sit on the table, get a cup, the jar just explored and got like 3 pieces on me. Exploded. I decided to clean it all up before somebody would notice it. But then I realized it was very difficult that this happened because the jar was at room temperature. It just exploded out of nowhere. This was only the start anyways, because each day something different happened. Like yesterday when all the plants that I took care of for years started to wither. Or on a weekend when I started to hear the doorknobs of rooms that were already opened or people walking on the second floor and nobody was around. My family's kind of concerned by the situation, but they're waiting for this event to disappear one day by itself. I don't know what's happening, so I decided to think that maybe it's a spirit following me to my house and it's causing all these unexpected events. Does somebody know what all this means? Strange happenings around my home. Over the last few years, there have been strange phenomena and apparitional cameos around my home. Let me provide more detail. I live in an old property in Runcorn, England. I've lived here all my life, and I intend to die here someday, as it is the only place I can call home. I'm now 23 years of age. My house is the site of all things strange and bizarre. The Lady in White. Over the last few years, I've seen a figure in white. It was a female, what appeared to be in some white dress. I remember seeing her once in 2019, and then mostly a few weeks back. I was crying, and then I saw a white figure go into the hallway. My cousins have also seen her in my mom's bedroom. A figure behind me. This happened last year. I was on the toilet and quite drunk, and as I was relieving myself, I saw a black apparition in the mirror in the bathroom. This made me run like hell. I also saw glowing lamps outside too. A time slip. I experienced a time slip event around December of 2022. I was reading a book and installing Grand Theft Auto 5 on my Xbox 360. Wanted to get extra achievements, so I did just that. I was checking the time and it said 11:55 p.m. A few seconds later it said 0000. This was most peculiar and unfathomable. This is one of the few many experiences I've had in this strange old house. Friend's account of a woman in the woods. However, my late best friend who passed away over 20 years ago when we were 19, they once told me about the following encounter that she had. I'd like to see if anybody has any similar experiences or sightings. She told me that when she was 7 or 8, she and her dad were napping on a big pallet after watching a movie in their living room. It was the middle of the day on a weekend. Their living room, in which her dad still lives, has big glass panes on one wall that's overlooking the back patio. The house sits on some significant acreage in bushy woods in central Texas. No neighbors within at least a half a mile, likely more. Anyway, my friend said that she woke up from a nap to see a woman standing right outside a big window covered in rags or possibly pelts. They had leaves and twigs in their hair. I think she described her as old, but I can't remember with absolute certainty. As my friend looked at her, the woman started opening her mouth. It just kept getting wider and wider, well beyond normal human capabilities. She shook her dad awake and screamed for him to look out the window. And when they both looked, she was gone. She swore it wasn't a dream, and her dad didn't even believe her, of course, but I did. And I still do. She was my soul sister. And I knew when she was being truthful. Anybody have any ideas? I've looked into Baba Yaga and various forest hacks, but the widening mouth never seemed to be a distinct feature of anything I've come across over the years. Something charged at me like it was going to attack me. I was sitting on the couch in the living room at around 11:30 p.m. I just had gotten home from work, and I was absolutely drained, so I was sitting there kind of staring off into space. In some context, my living room sits on the far right side of the house. In the middle is my kitchen, and the left side is my bedroom. Suddenly, I started hearing what sounded like a person, literally, aggressively going through my belongings in my room. I looked over into my room and nothing was there. Froze up, and I just said, "Don't look over there." Kept saying it over and over in my head. Then a few minutes later, out of nowhere, I hear something stomping at me, full speed from my room across the kitchen. It stopped right in front of me as I was sitting on the couch. It was so loud I literally shielded myself instinctually because I thought something was going to attack me. I immediately got goosebumps. My stomach dropped. This isn't the only experience I've had in this house. My front door was always left wide open in the morning, despite me deadbolting it before I go to bed. I heard my back doorknob jiggle and I was able to recreate the sound. I'd been in the room with the door closed and heard multiple people having a loud conversation. The door was closed, so it was inaudible. Couldn't make out what they were saying. Other times I've heard somebody coming up my stairs, dragging their body against the wall as they walked up. Experience from a skeptic. This might seem a little unimportant, like a nothing story, but it certainly made an impact on me earlier today. I'd lost my regular daily reader pair of glasses last night. I was manically looking all over my house for them before work today. I have two pairs, a nicer, more expensive pair and a flexible nylon framed pair that I consider my house glasses. I fall asleep in them and don't worry about damaging them. These are the ones that mysteriously went missing after I woke up. I pulled the covers off my bed, lifted my mattress up, thinking that they might have fallen under the bed while I was asleep, but no luck. I started retracing my steps and looked into the other rooms, thinking that maybe there was some chance I took them off and left them somewhere else while I was half asleep. I'd resigned to accepting that I'd simply lost them and I'd maybe never find them again, going as far as to start preparing to order a replacement pair. I was dressed and ready to leave for work, and I looked down to see the glasses suddenly sitting on my bathroom floor. They were folded closed with the lenses facing up. There's no way I would have gotten into the shower and not noticed them beforehand, so it was shocking and even amusing. I've had an on-off relationship with the paranormal throughout my life. I've gone through periods of believing and not believing. I finally started a healthy, skeptical approach in recent years. But this is one event I simply can't explain. I laughed it off and verbally thanked whoever was responsible for giving him back. The spirits in our house think me and my brother are annoying. Some backstory here. Me and my brother have always hated each other. We've always fought till we basically become unconscious. Blood, bruises, and we genuinely can't stand each other. Now my mother's always having encounters with ghosts and spirits and such. One night my mother went to sleep. It was very, very late. She woke up in her dream. She said it was hyper-realistic, and outside her room is a long skinny hallway where you can see out of. She told me at the very end of the hallway she saw two older men. Our house was built in the 1940s. She described those men as being nicely fitted with those hats that older guys tend to wear like a cap, but the fancy ones old dudes like. So she told me, that the two men started to approach her rooms. Me and my brother's room at the same time was right across my mother's. The two men then started to say, "My God, our kids are so loud," and they honestly kept repeating it. My mom tried to speak up and ask them who or what they were, but it's like she couldn't, like something caught her tongue. So she just sat there in disbelief. They kept talking about how annoying and terrible and loud me and my brother are. Next thing, my mom woke up and told me the story. I went and checked the records of the people who had lived in this home. And what you might expect, a familiar face stood out to my mom. One of an older dude who lived here around the same time the house was built. Kinda creepy, I guess. Pile of clothes mimic me. When I was really young, must have been 6 or 8 years old, I couldn't get any sleep. So I asked my mom, who was single at the time, if I could sleep with her. On the left of the door to my mom's room, there was a box of something that I'm not entirely sure what it was. Maybe a pile of washing on top of it. On the right of the door was the bed. My mom allowed me to sleep for the night, but I must sleep on the right-hand side of the bed next to the pile of clothes. So I hop in and I still couldn't really get sleep, so I focus on the pile of clothes and I see like warping and disfigurement. It was almost making me dizzy. I look away for a second and it stopped. I'm thinking, something's not really right. I get bored and start making stupid faces at these clothes. As soon as I realize that I see a face and two eyes, I make a happy face and it's happy. I frown, it's sad. At this point I wasn't scared but curious. So I tried different emotions, silly faces too, until I thought about sticking my tongue out at it. This is where it gets creepy. I remember that I didn't want to do this, but I had a curiosity and I had to itch it. So I slowly stick my tongue out, and lo and behold, the pile of clothes had mimicked my tongue. It was even a pink color, so I was freaking out. I rushed over screaming and crying, destroying the pile of clothes, explained to my mom. She didn't understand a word I was saying. We both got back to sleep, and I think I felt better after that little burst of rage. I had a really cool experience when my father died. My father was dying of an incurable brain tumor. He was put in hospice. I had gone and visited for a few days, but I had to fly home because it was my turn to get my kids on the custody schedule. When I walked in the door from the airport, my mother was calling to tell me my father's swallowing reflex had stopped. I needed to come back with the kids, so we went the next day. When we got into his room, he was already in a coma. I saw a shimmering ball of energy suspended in the middle of the room about a foot below the ceiling. I scanned it and didn't recognize anyone I knew who'd already passed, but I could tell that they knew him. He knew them. They were just patiently hanging out waiting for him. My cousin picked up my kids and I later went back to my parents' house to put them to bed. Then I rushed back to hospice. I was communicating to my father, "Wait for me, please wait for me." I hadn't been with my sister when she died, but I was holding my grandmother in my arms when she did, and I really wanted to be there with my father. One of the songs on the radio on the way was Sarah McLachlan's Angel. I just sobbed as I drove. About 20 minutes after I got there and he breathed his last, and the ball of energy instantly expanded in every direction. It was filling up the room until everything shimmered. I felt an overwhelming sense of love and peace. I knew that they had him, that he was okay. Czech Embassy in Japan. I once saw a story about somebody seeing a winged creature in Japan. I asked if anybody wanted to hear my stories from there. A member of my family, won't say who just in case. They're a diplomat who got stationed in Japan, so my whole family moved there when I was 6. We lived in the Czech Embassy in Japan for 4 years. Some crazy shit apparently happened. The most important thing is when an older member of the family had a sleepover in the embassy cinema with a couple of his Japanese friends. They had sleeping bags and pillows, which they put in between the seats in the back row. The older member of my family woke up at around 2 a.m. They speculated as they didn't check their phone. To plant in the corner of the cinema right next to a wall. No one could have been doing it since there was no room and it was shaking rapidly. Now, they have a lot of sleep paralysis, so they don't really think much of it until they noticed his Japanese friend shaking, looking down, muttering something. When he got their attention, he told them, "Don't look at it. They want you to help them." After some time, don't know how much, but it stopped and they booked it the fuck out of there. In another instance, the receptionist and such all Japanese all believed in the supernatural as Japanese tend to. They often saw the cupboard start opening and closing rapidly with a bang. I never knew about this until a year or so ago. I was small, and the only indication I ever got was my mother refusing to go down there. Stray cat that me or my daughters regularly feed seemed to have changed overnight. We first discovered him like 2 weeks ago sleeping under a car. He wasn't spooked, but was also shy and kept his distance. We gave him some food, and once he had his, walked away. A few days later he returned. We'd feed him again. I'd try to grab him and pick him up, but he'd get agitated. Didn't hiss or try to claw me, but he'd ball up and let out like this stressed-out whine. So I'll leave him alone. I saw him Friday evening. He returned on Saturday, but was different. He's a white cat with red spots who seemed somewhat underweight, and his fur is kind of spiky. Now his fur is completely soft and smooth. Eyes look brighter and he looks perfectly healthy. I swear he even looks bigger all in under 24 hours. He also isn't leaving anymore. Like once he hit on Saturday, he seemingly spent all night sleeping nearby as he'd pop up this morning and open the gate. Tonight he basically became the house gargoyle. He jumped to the top of our gate and just made himself comfortable and kept looking outside. Only looking back in the direction of the house when he'd hear the door open. Now he lets me pick him up and hold him, which is great because it means I can take him to the vet when I get a chance this week. But I cannot overstate how he seemed to have gotten to glow up from one day to the next. I'm not sure if the vet will even believe me when I tell him this cat looked a lot more sickly just a few days ago. Is the house haunted, or am I? This happened back in 2017. 17 years old turning 18. And like some do when they're a teen, you go to abandoned haunted places with friends. Being young, we thought it was a good idea to go to a church that was known for being haunted and a place where satanic rituals were held. Of course. Walking around, it felt eerie, very heavy and like we were being watched and followed. A few days later, thinking nothing of it, about my partner at the time's house looking after the dog while he's at work. It's a normal day. Sat watching TV with the dog laid next to me. The dog was always just so quiet and so happy to sit around being fussed, or she would just be asleep. It gets to about 2 p.m. and I hear walking upstairs. Just me and the dog in the house, and this dog is a detached house. Excuse me. This house is a detached house on quite a large piece of land. I hear loud, heavy footsteps starting from the bedroom all the way to the top of the stairs. The dog looked so frightened. I hear the footsteps coming down the stairs, and she's full-on snarling at nothing. Panicking, stood behind her. The footsteps get to the bottom step and it stops. The dog, still looking terrified, just runs back and checks to see if I'm okay. I went and looked around the house, and no one was there, and all the doors and windows were locked. I could never really get what actually happened. Never told anybody this story until now. Still wonder what or who this was, because I've never had it happen before at this house. I saw a little girl last week while teaching a class. Apparently, I'm the only one that saw her. I teach ESL and computer classes to a non-native speaker. Sometimes this entails going to a student's home or meeting at the library. I can usually feel what I consider to be energy, and on one occasion, I saw a black and white Native American girl at my best friend's, which I assumed to be her son's girlfriend. It later made sense, as she has these things that are moved around at her home and such. In this instance, she seemed to be black and white, and since I thought she was a person, I didn't think much of it. Last week I was teaching a class as usual. My students told me that he has a daughter. During the class he introduced me to his cousin. Being close to the fourth, and the fact that I had heard other noises in the apartment and the complex, I made the assumption that we weren't alone. At some point, as my student was typing and I was correcting something, I turned to the sound of a little girl which made eye contact with me, and I assumed it to be his daughter. She was about 5 years old and had long hair and a half ponytail. I saw her clear as day. She suddenly moved to the partition and ran away. Once our class was almost over, I asked the student about his daughter, to which he told me that she wasn't there, and it had only been his cousin. I felt really weird and decided not to say anything to him until I see him this week. Guess I'll never know. Reincarnation. I remember how my past life died. I'd say it's a dream, but honestly, my dreams come out of Tolkien with their absurdity. So this is a memory, and has been a memory since I was a child. Well, it's just too small to understand. Still had it. I would quote-unquote wake up, and upon opening my eyes, I would see that it's nighttime. I'm surrounded by burnt-out, destroyed buildings, and off in the horizon it's orange. When I was a kid, I thought it was night and day all at once. As I aged, I learned different. This is what it looks like when an entire city's on fire. I've never been able to really suss out where I am at some small country village. But as I see my comrades begin to run toward that flaming city, they're dressed in a gray uniform. Which I know it doesn't bode well, but that's the color. After a bit of running tracer rounds flying around in the darkness, I pass by this thatched roof cottage, or what's left of it. It has a stone wall. That's when suddenly the ground in front of me explodes. Once, twice, 3 times. Then it hits me. I'll always wake up panting and shaking, unable to fall back asleep. It just isn't like me. It took me years to figure out what was happening at the end. I was too young to know what mortars were. Those are good times. My father's paranormal experience in Tunisia. My father told me he went to visit his cousin who lived very far. When he reached his cousin's home, he found the door to be unlocked. Very odd, but he didn't think much of it. When he walked into the kitchen, he found his cousin sitting down staring into space. When he started to talk to his cousin, the guy didn't say a single word. Just sat there. Didn't move, nothing, just sat looking straight. So my father was very weirded out and took this as a sign of disrespect. He left his cousin's home, and when he went outside, guess who he saw walking toward their house? His cousin. Rightfully so, my father was freaked out, and he was like, "How the fuck did you just leave the house so quick? I just saw you." His cousin was confused. Told him how he spent the entire evening with his friends and just arrived home. My father was confused because he just visited him, and he was rather pissed off at the disrespect that he was given. They came to the conclusion whatever my father encountered in that house was not his cousin. It was something else that took on the same exact look as his cousin, but not him. It was so scary and weird. When I went in to check if the thing was still there, it wasn't. To this day, my father's still weirded out by that experience. How he was talking to something that resembled his cousin, but it wasn't him. Paranormal phenomena after a death. Hello everyone, I'd like to share with you an event I experienced in my life in 2004 when I was 8 years old. I'm a pragmatic person. I don't believe at all in the paranormal. Let's say I leave a 1% possibility because I love the universe itself. What I'm going to write is not incredibly in fact, however, it is disturbing me quite a bit when we know it. We're all rational people. It happened in 2004. My cousin had a car accident around 2 a.m. The violence of the shock put him into a coma immediately. He had a brain shock. The first disturbing event was that his cell phone called his mother at 2:05 a.m. and hung up immediately while he was unconscious. This was directly after the shock. As for the other passengers, they died directly on impact. They didn't have their belts. A few months later, he was in a coma and died from his injuries. The burial takes place, and so far everything is normal. My cousin, younger than her late brother, didn't return to the cemetery after the burial. Probably too shocked and sad. I remember going to my aunt's house every day because my parents supported her, except that one morning she called us in a hurry because the frame of the family photo had turned over in the night. Every night it was the same, and this phenomena stopped as soon as my cousin returned to the cemetery. Is it possible to feel a hug from spirits or past loved ones? I've been extremely sad recently. A lot of family turmoil and mental health complications myself. I have a relative I've never met, but I've always heard so much of him visiting people's dreams and having these experiences with said person in the dreams. He was a late uncle of mine. Never got to meet, nor did he meet me. But I think of him often when I get sad. Tonight I was having a cry and started to feel a shiver down my back and on the side I wasn't laying on. When I sat up talking to myself about how I missed him, the feeling intensified. It felt warm, and every time I started getting more upset, the feeling would continue of that of a shiver and warmth. I have a moth plushie that, well, for my gram, his mom got me years ago. I don't know if spirits can manifest into objects or kind of intertwine with them, but I always hug the plushie. It makes me feel safer. Feels like he's with me sometimes. I've never really delved into this matter, so I apologize if any of this was ignorance or really not well explained. I just feel a presence or that somebody's watching over me. If you've never met him before, how can you miss him? Well, I suppose I miss people who were, have died and were in movies and things, but still confused. Phone call from the future. I'm not sure what to call what I experienced, but I think I received a phone call from my future self. Last night around 4 a.m. I woke up to a phone call. I picked up the phone without checking who's calling because usually nobody calls me late at night unless it's an emergency. And the conversation went like this. Hello? Can you hear me? Yeah, who is this? The caller then, which was a woman, started giving me advice about what I should do. Be aware in the near future. I can't share exactly what she said because it's paranormal. She kept speaking and her voice sometimes was far and difficult to hear. At some point I realized the stuff she said was way too personal for anybody to know besides myself. To make sure I wasn't dreaming, I pinched myself and looked around. I wasn't dreaming, and the pinch made me aware of what's happening. Felt kind of nauseous and disoriented. Then I asked her, "Thank you, but who is this?" She then hung up. I was kind of shocked, and I didn't grasp what happened immediately, and I just knew that the voice and the way of speaking was me. I checked the phone log, no number was there, but the phone was very hot. I don't know what I experienced, and I'm so sure, well, rather not so sure, if this is the right place to share it. I'd love to hear if somebody experienced anything similar. A kitchen sign just flew off the wall towards our cat. So for several years, my wife and I believed to have dealt with something paranormal. It's followed us across every home that we've ever lived. Going back 7 years, we had a beer bottle start rolling without tipping, a large picture lifting off the wall and landing perfectly upright to the right. Even a laundry basket being flipped off our bed. Since this, we've had tons of knocking sounds, walking, and our cats randomly watching something invisible move across our place. Fast forward to this, the AM of today. 2 of my cats are sleeping together on their bed, about 20 feet from our kitchen. Our third cat was near the kitchen island, sitting there. I was walking from our living room toward the kitchen. The 3 feet metal and wood sign on our kitchen sink wall flew across the wall, cleared a distance of 7 feet and fell straight down, hitting our cat in the neck. Though he is okay, I'm shook by this. For the first time, it's tried to cause harm. Though it simply was falling off and wouldn't have been caused to take a flight, I checked the wall and 2 screws it was hung on, and they were still there. Hung the picture back up, tried pulling it down straight out even, didn't budge. No magic gusts of wind, as there's no windows or vents nearby. There was no one near it either. What the hell just happened? How do I make it stop? My uncle who passed just under 2 weeks ago has been visiting me and my grandmother. So on the 27th of June, my uncle passed away at early hours in the morning due to a sudden and big heart attack. It took a few days for me to sort of process what happened. And I felt the same feeling of when my friend visits me, that I could feel him here. When my friend died, I felt her anger and how upset she was, and I felt scared. But with my uncle, it feels different, almost peaceful. Anyways, back to the story. I was struggling with life, and I asked for a sign. Then a few days later, my uncle visited me and told me, "I'm okay, please tell everyone that." Then my grandmother told me just 2 days ago that she woke up at around 3 or 4 a.m. and felt his presence immediately. She then went downstairs to make coffee, saw a dark figure in the shape of my uncle standing in the lounge room doorway. She said that she knew it was him, so she turned her back to continue making her coffee. She felt him wrap his arms around her, and he told her that he was okay, which is exactly what he told me. My dad has also said that he was walking in the cemetery a few days ago and he saw my uncle, but then looked back and it was just a random man. Hope this interests someone. Warms my heart thinking back on it. I had an unexplainable encounter while walking down my street. For context, I live in the northwest of the UK. It's in the county of Cheshire, in the town of Halton, part of the industrial heartlands in northern England. I felt like not sharing this story as I'd hoped to self-rationalize, but none of it makes sense scientifically and logically. Time to explain. I was walking back after doing some shopping. It was midday and I was therapeutically walking back home. As I was nearing the conclusion of my journey, approaching me was a family of 3, a man, a woman, and a child. They were a very typical family. I moved out of their way to let them pass. I'm quite courteous, but something felt weird. I didn't know what it was. I noticed they had like a foreign accent. They're white Europeans. I assumed that they were refugees from Ukraine, but they had a Germanic look about them. As I was rationalizing who they may be, I looked back a second time and they disappeared. It was only for a few seconds that they walked past me and couldn't have disappeared that fast. I immediately ran home as I was creeped out and I basically replying in my mind to no avail. It felt like somebody was watching me uncomfortably. This is the most inexplicable and unsettling thing for me. My cousin saw our grandfather watching TV. Problem is, he's dead. This is my experience. It's my cousin's from my dad's side. I just want to post this here because I want answers. So every summer, me and my family would travel a long way to visit my dad's family in Cebu. It was quite close with my grandpa. He was a gentle and lively man. But years ago, he was diagnosed with heart disease and became bedridden. Even had to use a wheelchair to move around. Passed away a few months later, and it sucked a lot. Then, a few years after that, my elder cousin was looking for my grandma to tell her that dinner was ready. She went to the living room and saw my grandpa sitting in the old rocking chair while watching TV, holding the remote and switching through channels and stuff. The most unsettling part about the story, according to her, was that Grandpa's neck was missing, like it was severed. His head was floating a couple inches above his body. He looked at her, smiled, and said, "Oh, dinner's ready. I'll head down now." Then he stood up and walked toward the hall. My cousin screamed and ran away. Feel free to try to debunk this. I have no idea what to think. I'm not scared, and I don't think my grandfather would hurt anyone. Advice to clean up a haunted house. One of my friends recently purchased a home. Since he bought it, he stripped everything out and realized somebody died in it. I plan on moving into the condition, then I help him finish the home, but I get the heebie-jeebies every time I'm in there. From what he's told me, the lady must have died in her bedroom. The mirror that was in there when she died is still there. He has it propped up on the wall. He found a knitted doll tied to a string and hanging from the wall. I guess she must have knitted it. He uses it as his angel on his Christmas tree. Anytime you walk into the room, it feels like you just walked in on somebody sleeping and they wake up and stare at you. Very heavy air. It's not really mean in any way, just weird to feel her house with you. Hairs stand on end and drafts are felt. He said also sometimes he hears his name get called. My concern is that she's stuck in limbo. I'm of the Orthodox Christian faith, and I've been praying for her soul. My other worry is that the mirror has her stuck in there and that something else could come out of it. Let me know what you think is the best course of action. I'll go with getting the home blessed, getting rid of the mirror and the doll. Can anybody try to help me make sense of what happened? Yesterday evening I was on my sun porch. It's a porch with tons of windows. I was standing by my door with slightly ajar. I was blowing the smoke out of the door, and as I was smoking, I noticed that my 4-month-old kitten had gone outside, down the steps, and watched her go around the corner of my house with my 2 other cats. I remember taking a mental note that she was outside with them, and then I would have to go look for her, or wondered if she would just come out of the door like she always does. Nobody let her in. I finished up my smoke and then went inside to do some Christmas decor I was working on. About an hour later, I went up to have another smoke. Same little kitten came from the living room, into the sun porch area, then proceeded to get out the door, walk down the steps, and go around the corner of the house with my 2 other cats again. My daughter brought her in the house a short time later, put the whole thing behind me, then went on the rest of my night. When I went to go to the bathroom a few hours later, I noticed meowing coming from outside. Thought it was my older cat, but when I opened the door, the kitten came inside instead again. No one let her out. What happened? My friend says it sounds like a demon, but I need to get rid of a kitten. But I don't know, it seems like something more. It sounds like a regular cat to me. Never stop for hitchhikers. I had to give an employee a ride home from work one day. Her ride bailed on her and her parents were out of town. She was 15. I wasn't leaving her outside at night to find her own way home miles away, and I checked in with the owner of the company first to cover my butt. On the way to her house, we passed by what looked like a young blonde woman in a white hoodie with large patches of red. I wasn't paying close attention as the driver and the teenager asked me to stop. I said no way, then glanced in the rearview mirror. There was no girl there. It was a gated community, so unless she jumped a 9-foot stone wall, I have no idea what we saw. But I will not drive through that neighborhood anymore. On another driving-related instance, I worked a job where I did a lot of driving, passed through this small town. I caught a glimpse of somebody on the side of the road, a brunette. They were in a fancy prom, quinceanera, pageant-looking dress. Huge skirt, and it was yellow. I assumed that she was there for a photo shoot. 12 hours later on my way home, I passed through the same town and was chilled to the bone to see a cross on the side of the road covered with artificial yellow flowers. That one's going to stick with me for the rest of my life. Ask Reddit. It was a few months ago, and I'd just moved into my new student house with a few friends. They'd all gone home for a few days because it was summer break, but I stayed there. So there I was home alone, and it was awesome for the first day or two. Then things started to get a bit weird. For example, a small thing had been moved, like some of my notes or like the TV remote. I just assumed that it could have been the wind or something. The next few days, I'd started to hear noises in the night. Not like loud noises, more like small whispers, as if somebody was in the house trying to be quiet. I just thought it was my brain playing tricks on me. The night after that, I heard a door slam. When I say slam, it woke me the fuck up. I was like sleeping like the dead, so I got up, started freaking out because the bathroom light was on. The light switch is in the inside of the bathroom. I went to try and open the door, and it was locked, and the light was turned off, and the door unlocked. So no one was there, but I screamed and hid underneath the covers for the rest of the night. And needless to say, I stayed up all night because, well, I basically went home with my parents for a few days until the other guys came back when I explained it to them. They called bullshit. Nothing has happened since. My mother-in-law just passed away a week ago. She's still here. We've lived in this house for 9 years without any weird issues. 6 months ago, we moved my mother-in-law, and my father-in-law basically just passed away, and my mother-in-law was going through chemo and needed extra help. It was a roller coaster ride, plenty of ups and downs, but the last week was an unexpected downward spiral. She passed away on November 7th. Since then, her lights are turning on or off on their own accord. The dog-shaped hand sanitizer holder from Bed Bath & Body Works, belonging to my mother-in-law, keeps barking. Some bagels from the pantry fell across the room, landing a good 3 feet away. I don't get bad vibes, nothing negative. We know for certain it's my mother-in-law. But my concerns are as follows. Is she stuck? She was fighting like hell to beat cancer, and I'm afraid she's still in that refusal state. 2, is she trying to tell us something? She's very obviously trying to get our attention. How do I listen better? I just want the best for her. I don't want her to be stuck in a weird limbo. I'm worried. How do I make sure things are okay? What is the explanation for the figure I just witnessed? This happened to me just now. I was on my phone, fully awake, and out of nowhere, I realized that there's a very tall shadow person standing to my left. It must have been at least 7 feet tall. The presence was strong. I remember it had wide shoulders. When we started seeing these sort of shadow figures right in front of me recently, before I would just see them out of the corner of my eye on occasion, and I would usually just dismiss them as my imagination. After I looked at the shadow figure, I stared right at it for about 2 seconds before it disappeared. There's no mistake of what I saw. A couple seconds after that, I looked to my right, and in the dark, I saw a large human eye. It was so realistic, and it really felt like something was watching me. That was a couple of minutes ago, and now I'm smelling really weird, but not necessarily unpleasant smells. Some familiar and some I can't explain. I did hear that people can smell weird smells around the time of their paranormal experiences, but usually they just describe appalling ones that are similar to sulfur. But this is different. Name calling to me. It's been 3 long nights since the most haunting and frightening experience of my life. Here in Ireland's ancient East, the current summer nights stretch far into the evening, with the light only starting to fade at around 11 p.m. Last night, the voice returned. As I lay in bed alone, I heard it, slow and light at first, then louder and louder. This time my door didn't open, but the booming voice circled the halls outside. My heart raced once more, but the words echoed in my head not to acknowledge this entity as my heartbeat drummed rapidly. A slow, methodical knock could be heard on my old oak door. After what felt like hours, but was closer to seconds, it was over. I'm starting to get the feeling this entity is not here out of maliciousness, but rather protection, wants to engage further with me. My journey continues. Someone is looking out for me. I have this thing that happens to me rarely, but it's been going on throughout my whole life. Sometimes I get this feeling inside of me that tells me that everything will work out in a certain way. Super hard to explain what the feeling is exactly, but it feels almost supernatural. When I get this feeling, everything actually works out even though it's an extremely small % chance that it actually will happen. I only get this feeling when it's important stuff, not like winning on lottery or something, but stuff that actually matters. And now I recently got dumped by the girl of my dreams. I got this super weird, almost supernatural feeling again telling me that it was just us, but not right now. I'm not gonna wait for her just to make it that clear, though. My family's been shaking their heads, just smiling when all this kind of stuff happens to men, telling me that I'm just extremely lucky. But I don't know, is this luck? Because it's almost like I know beforehand. I'm not religious at all, but I heard somebody told me that I have a guardian angel. Another inexplicable encounter in my house. So a few weeks ago, me and my brother and his friend all came round to our house for a few drinks and to listen to music. Very typical mundanities, you'll notice. Went to my room for a bit and I would come down later on. I have a habit of smiling a lot, which is just my character. I always charge down the stairs, but to my brother's exasperation, he's guilty of the same thing. Anyway, as I was charging downstairs like a rhinoceros, my brother's friend heard a childish giggle behind me. We were all in the kitchen before then, but as I was coming down the stairs on the ground floor, which connects the cellar, hallway, and kitchen, he heard a childish giggle and got freaked out. Thought I was pranking him, but I told him vehemently that I didn't create any sound relating to laughter. He got that freaked out that my brother had to watch over him, and he got to go outside to relieve himself as he was so scared of going upstairs. Oddly eloquently written. Best way to get proof. My mother-in-law passed away in November. She's been here constantly, yet sporadically since. No bad vibes, always liked her, she was great and her visits are still cool, but I just need to know what the best way is to get proof. All I have so far is very random doorbell pushes. When she was in her home on hospice, I bought a doorbell system that she had a button and we had a speaker in our room in case she needed pain meds or anything at night. But since she's passed that doorbell that we now keep on a shelf, it goes off by itself every so often. Typically either before or up in the morning, but most of us hear it between 7 or 8 a.m. or just very rarely around noonish. We just went about 2 months between doorbell rings, and that's been the longest yet. I don't know if she's fading out or what, but I'd really like an app or any kind of machine that could help me get any more information from her. Be wary of apps. I found something in the far end of the cupboard. I was looking for a snack to feast on as I was hungry earlier on today, so I decided to get some crisps. But much to my irritation, my brother consumed most of them. As I was about to close the cupboard door, something caught my attention at the far end of the cupboard. I reached out and grabbed it, and it was a packet of chocolate biscuits, 2 months out of date. This triggered a memory for me where my recently departed mom would hide the biscuits on me. She'd do it to my brother. We used to eat them all the time. She got annoyed when there was no biscuits to eat, so she would hide them. Thought I ate all of the last of the biscuits, but there was this one packet left, and this brought a tear to my eye for personal reasons. I don't know if this was strange, a coincidence, or serendipity. I doubt I'll ever know, but I know one thing. It filled me with tears of happiness. I heard a whistle in my mom's old bedroom. For context, my mom had passed away in 2023 after a battle with cancer. It was not the cancer that eventually got her, but hospital pneumonia. After I was conversing with my brother, I went downstairs to the middle floor in my room. After I got what I needed, I heard clear as day a whistling tune right down my ear next to my mom's old room. We live in a very large house, and it's known for its unusual happenings. My mom's bedroom specifically has a lot of unusual activity. I saw it that my mom's close by and watching me or not at all, but either way it was inexplicable. I'm a rational man of science, but I know there are things in reality that have no conventional explanation. I also can't whistle at all. Thought it could be me by accident, but I couldn't mimic it. Strange but true.